SI was formed on the lines of NIA, but they have been able to do certain investigation, crack cases, and they have been widely conducting raids locally to ensure that if anyone is involved in such kind of activity, he's taken to task and brought before justice. And that's why these raids are going on to ensure that people who are involved or who can be potentially still involved in any of the cases that SI has registered, that they will be able to basically frame them or they'll be able to get hold of them. They have been doing it in the past as well, but today we are told that in several locations these raids are underway and they are checking them thoroughly.
Ishan, we continue to be on this story because this is a very significant information that you are bringing to us, that as far as the state investigation agency is concerned, they are in fact conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian. But what are you really picking up? What are these terror-related cases under which these raids are happening?
Well, there is no immediate, communication about what really these cases are and, what kind of investigation is it about. But we know that, that these questioning is going on of these people and they have been checked to their background. But it could be possibly regarding either financing of these groups or directly being involved in some case that SI has registered freshly. And that's why these investigations are going on. And they will be checking if they're still in their touch with their OGW or money handlers in the past or what kind of financial transaction they have done and check their digital gadgets and try to look for any material that they could for the case purpose. But as we know that the raids are going on, it's too early to see which case it is about because raids are still on. They're checking what really is happening, whether they're in touch with any of these handlers. So all of this is going on at the moment. We'll be able to get more clarity in some time from now once these raids get concluded.
Ishan, before I let you go, of course, there is a question that is in everyone's mind. Of course, we have been seeing that things got quickly escalated between India and Pakistan. But what about those terrorists who are behind the 22nd April Pahalgam attack? What is the update on that front?
Well, for that, the operation is still going on in the mountains of Pahalgam, Kokarnak, and adjacent mountains to ensure that they are brought to justice. There's a massive scale operation. Look, we've been saying from the day one that it won't be easy for the forces to just, get a result-oriented operation. It might take a while. It might take days. It might take weeks, and that's what has been happening. That it's taking a while for the forces to do operations, to look for them in the jungles of these areas because these jungles are thickly populated. And there are large pine trees, thick foliage, and that makes it difficult for the forces to navigate. And particularly, they have to be clear, very clear. And because they could use the height to their advantage, the enemy, and then fire at the security forces. That's what they have done in the past. So, considering all these vulnerabilities, they are trying to ensure that they go smooth about this operation, and they don't let these people go out of this area.
All right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us all those details. I'm also joined by my colleague Akash Sharma on this broadcast. Akash, this is a very significant breaking that we are getting at this point, that the state investigative agency is also, in fact, conducting multiple raids in Shopian district. What is it related to? What are you picking up from your sources?
Right. So Ishan has been reporting about this raid, Sharon. Terrorist, related activities, in fact, terrorism-related activities, it's something that has been the focus of these agencies since beginning. And the fact that, many foreign terrorists are also, present on the soil as per intelligence input. These raids are important and, they must have got some credible inputs of, the presence and also the sort of evidences that they look for. So Ishan has been reporting about these raids, but Sharon, I want to tell you that the message was loud and clear yesterday that how, the government is against any sort of activity that has been happening. And they know that how Pakistan has been supporting it. And they have made it very clear that now if Pakistan will get involved in any sort of activity here in India, specifically related to terrorism, then, once again, the understanding that has reached or the sort of, ceasefire that we are going to achieve, possibly maybe after 12, will not hold. And also, as far as, developments related to evening and, things after it, are concerned. So we know that after 10:30 p.m. last night, we haven't heard about any sort of violation on LoC specifically. Ishan has been reporting about Kashmir. I am here stationed in Jammu. And in Jammu, in fact, in Jammu subdivision, I haven't seen any sort of ceasefire violation. Haven't heard of any ceasefire violation. In fact, drones, yes, drones were sighted, but then there was no damage because maximum of these drones were spotted. And in fact, we are learning that these drones, in fact, had gone back to the origin. So what is happening? We don't have the exact idea, as per what is happening at the government level or at the DGMO level, what exactly is happening, because we have been learning. In fact, Manoj Gupta has reported that how once again DGMO was connected last night, and we saw the foreign secretary foreign secretary briefing about the violation by Pakistan once again. So a number of things have happened in the past, but yes, still at this point in time, there is no violation happening as far as drones are concerned. So there is no activity as of now, and as far as the future plans are concerned, so we know that how DGMOs are going to meet on 12th, that is tomorrow, and future course of action will be decided.
I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input from Amritsar now. Now, the power supply has been restored, and as far as Amritsar is concerned, but the red alert is still in place. Sirens will sound indicating this red alert, and citizens are asked not to move out of the houses and stay indoors and not to panic. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, so the situation is, of course, as far as Amritsar is concerned, it is back to normal. The power supply has restored, but there are some precautionary measures that need to be taken by the locals. Is the directive that is coming in from Amritsar authorities at this point?
District administration wants to make it very clear for the common people, common men there, that you should be ready, at a time of contingency. And this is the reason why we have this restored power supply, but red alert still on. People have been advised, and in fact have been given instructions related to air sirens, blackouts, and everything else. And DC Amritsar has somewhere given out this advisory that how people should not move out of their houses and how they should stay indoor and away from windows. Away from windows, possibly because of possible air threat coming towards that particular building. So he has asked for the compliance, and in fact has asked people not to panic. These are the advisories that district administrations, in fact, across the country, the administrators are involved in. And we know that how, India, specifically the Western Front and the Northern Front, has seen the sort of attempts in the last 2-3 days by Pakistan. All of these attempts were thwarted, Sharon. But then, we know that how, security of the civilians is the top priority of the government. And that's why we have the civil administration issuing advisories, these blackouts happening, these red alerts being issued, and everything related to it. So a number of things are happening, but yes, armed forces are there to protect us.
Yes.
Government is there to take care of the sort of responsibility that they have, and district administration is somewhere helping the civilians.
Also, Akash, let's also talk about the ceasefire violation that happened last night. There was continuous ceasefire violation that was done by Pakistan side. What are you picking up from your sources in the armed forces? Is it the initial trouble, the teething trouble that we talk about, or is there a sinister plan on the part of Pakistan?
Sharon, one thing I want to make very clear, even before this, conflict, or before these tensions, ceasefire violation used to happen. And when we say LC, so LC is not the permanent border. We know that it's basically understanding, and it's a line demarcation of the sort of control that both the countries have. For example, the area till LoC, is in our control, and area beyond that is in Pakistan's control. We know that how there is a, one part of Kashmir is with them, with Pakistan. Pakistan has occupied, Kashmir in the past, and also, some sort of Jammu. So Pakistan has occupied some parts of Kashmir and Jammu in the past, and that's why we have this demarcation that is LoC. Now, when you have a disputed border, so ceasefire violation is something that you have seen in the past, given the fact that Pakistan has never abided with the sort of understanding that happened in 2003. But yes, some resolution, in fact, some understanding, and in fact, this ceasefire understanding was renewed in 2021 at DGMO level only. in February 2021. And since then, the LC was peaceful. Now, even when it was peaceful, we were seeing, one or two incidents of firing happening, because once again, Pakistan wants to keep, the issue alive, and also, wants to prove to its, population as well, that how they have been fighting for Kashmir, and how they have been, they take care of the sort of demands that are there from their civilians. And Kashmir, I believe is one of their main demands. And in fact, Kashmir is one mudda that they fight election on. So, it has been happening for a while. Now, as far as this violation, the violation that happened last night, we know that how in the last 4 to 5 years, it was for the first time that artillery was fired. And, the troops, in fact, opened the high caliber guns. When we say, troops, we know that we are talking about different posts across the LC in different sectors. And these different sectors have their own parameters, own understandings, and a number of things. While I'm not justifying any sort of activity that happened, we know that how LC has remained hot in the past few years. And even when, we had this sort of understanding, it is believed that till 12th, till the time, DGMOs are not meeting, or precondition or post-condition is not getting decided, these activities can happen. But rest assured, forces in fact have been retaliating in the similar manner. In fact, the intensity is double. If a fire is coming, if one round is, coming from that side, we are sending at least 3 rounds. And this I have been assured by, several sort of sources within the Ministry of Defense and in the army as well.
All right. So as per the precedents, as far as the situation at the LoC is concerned, they will in fact remain hot for a while, is what Akash Sharma is in fact reporting. Many thanks, Akash, for getting us all those details. Now, sirens wailed, blackout spread, and explosions echoed as fear gripped border towns. Pakistani drones filled the night sky, poised with destruction, but the Indian army acted fast, intercepting nearly 50 drones and sending a clear message: no threat to India will be tolerated.
Sirens, blackouts, and blasts fill the air as fear gripped the people along India's border. Pakistani drones hovered in the night sky, ready to wreak havoc, but the Indian army swooped in swiftly, intercepting nearly 50 drones and assuring citizens that no attack on their motherland would succeed. On the night of May 8th to 9th, Pakistan launched an unsuccessful aerial attack against India. Air raid sirens were sounded across several regions, warning of incoming threats. A barrage of rockets and missiles targeted India's western border, with Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, and Rajasthan coming under attack and experiencing temporary blackouts. Despite the scale of the assault, India's air defense system successfully foiled nearly 15 attempted strikes across the northern and western sectors. India's powerful air defense system responded swiftly, shooting down over 45 drones and 8 missiles aimed at critical military sites. Air defense units acted quickly, neutralizing threats in key areas including Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Aknur, Nagrota, and Pathankot. The Akash surface-to-air missile system played a crucial role in intercepting the incoming aerial threats. Videos circulating online showed flying objects and explosions in the sky as the Indian Defense Forces successfully intercepted the missiles. Overnight ceasefire violations were also reported, with Pakistani troops engaging in shelling and small arms fires across the Poonch, Rajouri, and Jammu districts. Several houses were damaged in Uri and Kupwara as shelling intensified. The Pakistani army has been repeatedly violating the ceasefire along the line of control, carrying out continuous shelling across multiple regions in Jammu and Kashmir, and this occurred ever since the Pahalgam terror attack. India delivered a strong and decisive response to Pakistan's attacks. Strikes were carried out on Islamabad, Lahore, and Sialkot, with the already crippled Lahore base being targeted again. India deployed drones, successfully destroying a Pakistani air defense system in Lahore. Pakistan's air defense radar systems, which were severely damaged in an earlier counterstrike by India's S-400 missiles, sustained further losses. As hostilities escalate and the chances for peace appear increasingly remote, the Indian Army has reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. In an official statement, the Army asserted that any nefarious intent or provocation will be met with firm and forceful retaliation.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not of the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism. And top government sources are telling us that India's Operation Sindoor was aimed to re-establish deterrence against cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's military is facing domestic legitimacy crisis, including public backlash over political interference and even economic instability. Pakistan's retaliatory strikes, the drone attacks on Indian bases were met with calibrated Indian responses. Let's try and get in more perspective. And for that, let me quickly bring in Ayushman Jamwal joining me live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Ayushman, militarily, we have raised their air bases. Economically, if you look at the trade, it stands suspended. Diplomatically,
welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. We are getting a breaking input at this point. Imran Khan's close aide tells CNN News 18 that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir is using drones near Adiala jail, which intend to kill former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. Drones have reportedly reached close to the jail, raising serious security concerns, and Khwaja Asif has allegedly said that one drone may land inside. Now, Imran Khan's life may be in danger, is what his close aides are saying. Now, he has been in solitary confinement since 2023.
Dr. Salman, Alima Khan met Imran Khan after 47 days, and now you are fearing that in the guise of drone attacks from India, Asim Munir may hit Imran Khan, Adila jail, and kill him.
Manoj, there is a fog of war at the moment. And, drones have come close to inside of Pakistan, and how they cross the line of control without being intercepted by Pakistani military and allowed to come to cities like Rawalpindi. And, Rawalpindi is the place where Adiala jail is. So there is a great fear that one of these drones from India can land on Adiala jail. In fact, the defense minister, Khwaja Asif, has tweeted this, that one of these drones could land in Adiala jail. That is a direct threat, death threat to former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who has been in jail in Adiala in solitary confinement since August 5th, 2023. So, yes, we are very, very worried.
So, what I understand by your statement is that you are saying possibly establishment can use one of these drones, or they fly their own drone and kill Imran Khan?
I'm saying in this fog of war, there is a former prime minister in solitary confinement in Adiala jail. He has to be immediately evacuated. And that is what, Imran Khan's family wants as well, that he is, because of this war situation between India and Pakistan, in which already innocent people have died, this is no place for Imran Khan, who has been in jail for bogus charges. There's not one single charge which has any legitimacy. So we feel that he should be out on parole until everything is safe and these bombs stop. There's artillery fire happening on the line of control. Sialkot, Lahore, my relatives are telling me that, their lives are not safe. So God forbid anything happens to Imran Khan, that will destabilize the whole of the region.
So you are saying that this is possibly Asim Munir who will attempt this murder?
I am saying in the fog of war, where bullets are flying, bombs are flying, drones are flying from both sides, anything could happen. And I also said, I quoted to you, that Defense Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, tweeted this, that a drone could fall on Adiala jail. What is that? We are incredibly shocked by a statement by the Defense Minister of Pakistan.
So your underlying fear is establishment also?
My underlying fear is that a former Prime Minister, a leader, the biggest leader, 90% plus people support Imran Khan. He is in solitary confinement in Adiala jail, and with the bombs, bullets, and drones flying, his life is in grave danger.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. Please stay with CNN News 18.
Getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not off the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism. And top government sources are telling us that India's Operation Sindoor was aimed to re-establish deterrence against cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's military is facing domestic legitimacy crisis, including public backlash over political interference and even economic instability. Pakistan's retaliatory strikes, the drone attacks on Indian bases were met with calibrated Indian responses. Let's try and get in more perspective. And for that, let me quickly bring in Ayushman Jamwal joining me live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Ayushman.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. We continue with our relentless coverage on Operation Sindoor. Now, in a CNN News 18 exclusive news break, we have in fact learned that Pakistan now begging for a ceasefire was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense system completely shattered, and top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand completely destroyed. Indian armed forces remains on high alert, indicating skepticism about Pakistan's compliance about ceasefire agreement. Now, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi hold telephonic conversation amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. And Doval says, and I quote, "War is not India's choice," unquote. And Imran Khan's close aide tells CNN News 18 that there is a threat to Imran Khan's life in Adiala jail and that Pakistani army chief is conspiring against him. Now, Pakistan has violated the ceasefire agreement along the international border and line of control at multiple locations in Jammu and Kashmir, including Srinagar, as well as parts of Punjab and Rajasthan, just hours after both nations agreed to a truce. Now, the escalation by Pakistan occurred shortly after India announced a ceasefire agreement had been reached between the two nations following Islamabad's initiation of ceasefire talks. Now, Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that armed forces have been given free hand to retaliate in strong manner, and President Donald Trump first announced the ceasefire between both nations, claiming US brokered the agreement. The Indian government has said that the understanding was worked out after Pakistan reached out to India after the late night airstrikes. And as per MEA sources, even after the understanding between the two sides, Indus Water Treaty will remain in abeyance and the Kartarpur corridor will remain shut. And MEA sources says India did not seek anyone's assistance in reaching an understanding with India. It also said that there is no pre or post conditions of a halt of hostilities.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
We are now getting a breaking input from Jammu and Kashmir. The State Investigation Agency is conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian district in terror-related cases. All right, so this is the breaking input that we are getting at top of 7 a.m. this morning. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, the State Investigation Agency is conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian district in terror-related cases. Of course, we will in fact be connecting with our correspondent in Jammu and Kashmir to know more detail about what are these terror-related cases. But remember, it was in fact on 22nd of April when the Pahalgam attack took place, and after that, things between India and Pakistan has escalated. But as far as the agencies are concerned, they are continuing with their work, and that is to, of course, nab those terrorists behind the Pahalgam attack. And right now, what we are getting as far as the breaking input is concerned, the State Investigative Agency is conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian district, and these are related to terror-related cases is what we are hearing at this point. So these are the breaking input at this point, that as far as the State Investigation Agency is concerned, they are conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian. Remember, the agencies have also in fact upped their ante against the overground workers, the OGWs, who have in fact been time and again helping the terror activities, the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen how they have upped their ante against those. A number of them were in fact arrested. They were questioned, and now the agencies continue with their work. I'm now joined by CNN-News18's Ishan Wani on this broadcast. Yes, Ishan, give us more details about these raids. What are these concerned?
The State Investigation Agency is raiding multiple places in Shopian. This is part of an investigation that this local agency is doing. The SI is technically has been like NIA. They are well capable of doing investigation. It was locally created to ensure the demolition of these infrastructures, particularly the terror infrastructures. And we're seeing today that raids have been conducted multiple places. We're told that there are multiple places, almost a dozen places where the raids are going on, where houses are being checked, and those who have been involved in such kind of activity, they're being questioned. There's no immediate news of any arrest or any ID or anything being found in any of the houses, but questioning is on, and they're being questioned about their antecedents, about their handling, if they have been still in touch with the handlers, generally to deal with the investigation and the cases that they have registered. That's really crucial for the SIA to look into and then form a case against them.
Ishan, also when we talk about the state investigation agency, is there a parallel investigation that they are also doing, or is this in collaboration or a joint effort with the NIA?
Well, this is an individual investigation, we believe, because SIA was formed on the lines of NIA, but they have been able to do certain investigation, crack cases, and they have been widely conducting raids locally to ensure that if anyone is involved in such kind of activity, he's taken to task and brought before justice. And that's why these raids are going on, to ensure that people who are involved or who can be potentially still involved in any of the cases that SI has registered, that they will be able to basically frame them, or they'll be able to get hold of them. They have been doing it in the past as well, but today we are told that in several locations, these raids are underway and they are checking them thoroughly.
Ishan, we continue to be on this story because this is a very significant information that you are bringing to us, that as far as the state investigation agency is concerned, they are in fact conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian. But what are you really picking up? What are these terror-related cases under which these raids are happening?
Well, there is no immediate, communication about what really these cases are and, what kind of investigation is it about. But we know that, these questioning is going on of these people, and they have been checked to their background. But it could be possibly regarding either financing of these groups or directly being involved in some case that SI has registered freshly. And that's why these investigations are going on. And they will be checking if they're still in their touch with their OGW or any handlers in the past, or what kind of financial transactions they have done, and check their digital gadgets and try to look for any material that they could for the case purpose. But as we know that the raids are going on, it's too early to see which case it is about, because raids are still on and they're checking what really is happening, whether they're in touch with any of these handlers. So all of this is going on at the moment. We'll be able to get more clarity sometime from now once these raids get concluded.
Ishan, before I let you go, of course, there is a question that is in everyone's mind. Of course, we have been seeing that things got quickly escalated between India and Pakistan. But what about those terrorists who are behind the 22nd April Pahalgam attack? What is the update on that front?
Well, for that, the operation is still going on in the mountains of Pahalgam, Kokarnak, and adjacent mountains to ensure that they are brought to justice. There's a massive scale operation. Look, we've been saying from the day one that it won't be easy for the forces to just, get a result-oriented operation. It might take a while, it might take days, it might take weeks, and that's what is exactly happening. That it's taking a while for the forces to do operations, to look for them in the jungles of these areas, because these jungles are thickly populated. And there are large pine trees, thick foliage, and that makes it difficult for the forces to navigate. And particularly, they have to be clear, very clear. And because they could use the height to their advantage, the enemy, and then fire at the security force. So that's what they have done in the past. So considering all these vulnerabilities, they are trying to ensure that they go smooth about this operation, and they don't let these people go out of this area.
All right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us all those details. I'm also joined by my colleague Akash Sharma on this broadcast. Akash, this is a very significant breaking that we are getting at this point, that the state investigative agency is also, in fact, conducting multiple raids in Shopian district. What is it related to? What are you picking up from your sources?
Right. So Ishan has been reporting about this raid, Sharon. Terrorist, related activities, terrorism-related activities, is something that has been the focus of these agencies since beginning. And the fact that, many foreign terrorists are also, present on the soil as per intelligence input. These raids are important, and, they must have got some credible inputs of the presence and also the sort of evidences that they look for. So Ishan has been reporting about these raids, but Sharon, I want to tell you that the message was loud and clear yesterday, that how the government is against any sort of activity that has been happening, and they know that how Pakistan has been supporting it, and they have made it very clear that now if Pakistan will get involved in any sort of activity here in India, specifically related to terrorism, then once again the understanding that has reached, or the sort of ceasefire that we are going to achieve, possibly maybe after 12, will not hold. And also, as far as developments related to evening and things after it are concerned, so we know that after 10:30 p.m. last night, we haven't heard about any sort of violation on LC specifically. Ishan has been reporting about Kashmir. I am here stationed in Jammu. And in Jammu, in fact, in Jammu subdivision, I haven't seen any sort of ceasefire violation. Haven't heard of any ceasefire violation, in fact. Drones, yes, drones were sighted. But then, there was no damage because maximum of these drones were spotted. And in fact, we are learning that, these drones, in fact, had gone back to the origin. So what is happening? We, don't have the exact idea, as per, what is happening at the government level or at the DGMO level, what exactly is happening, because we have been learning. In fact, Manoj Gupta has reported that how once again DGMO was connected last night, and we saw the foreign secretary briefing about, the violation by Pakistan once again. So a number of things have happened in the past, but yes, still at this point in time, there is no violation happening as far as drones are concerned. So there is no activity as of now, and as far as the future plans are concerned, so we know that our DGMOs are going to meet on 12th, that is tomorrow, and future course of action will be decided.
I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input from Amritsar now. Now, the power supply has been restored, and as far as Amritsar is concerned, but the red alert is still in place. Sirens will sound indicating this red alert, and citizens are asked not to move out of the houses and stay indoors and not to panic. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, so the situation is, of course, as far as Amritsar is concerned, it is back to normal. The power supply has restored, but there are some precautionary measures that need to be taken by the locals. Is the directive that is coming in from Amritsar authorities at this point?
A district administration wants to make it very clear for the common people, common men there, that you should be ready, at a time of contingency. And this is the reason why we have this restored power supply, but, red alert still on. People have been advised and, in fact, have been given instructions related to air sirens, blackouts, and, everything else. And DC Amritsar has somewhere, given out this advisory that how people should not move out of their houses and how they should stay indoor and away from windows. Away from windows, possibly because of possible, air threat coming towards that particular building. So, he has asked for the compliance and, in fact, has asked people not to panic. These are the advisories that district administrations, in fact, across the country, the administrators are involved in. And we know that how, India, specifically the Western Front and the Northern Front, has seen the sort of attempts in the last 2-3 days by Pakistan. All of these attempts were thwarted, Sharon. But then, we know that how, security of the civilians is the top priority of the government. And that's why we have the civil administration issuing advisories, these blackouts happening, these red alerts are being issued, and, everything related to it. So a number of things are happening, but yes, armed forces are there to protect us.
Yes.
Government is there to take care of the sort of responsibility that they have. And, district administration is somewhere helping the civilians.
Also, Akash, let's also talk about the ceasefire violation that happened last night. There was continuous ceasefire violation that was done by Pakistan side. What are you picking up from your sources in the armed forces? Is it the initial trouble, the teething trouble that we talk about, or is there a sinister plan on the part of Pakistan?
Sharon, one thing I want to make very clear, even before this, conflict or before these tensions, ceasefire violation used to happen. And when we say LC, so LC is not the permanent border. We know that it's basically understanding, and it's a line demarcation of the sort of control that both the countries have. For example, the area till LoC, is in our control, and area beyond that is in Pakistan's control. We know that how there is a, one part of Kashmir is with them, with Pakistan. Pakistan has occupied, Kashmir in the past, and also, some sort of Jammu. So Pakistan has occupied some parts of Kashmir and Jammu in the past, and that's why we have this demarcation that is LoC. Now, when you have a disputed border, So ceasefire violation is something that you have seen in the past, given the fact that Pakistan has never abided with the sort of understanding that that happened in 2003. But yes, some resolution. In fact, some understanding, and in fact, this ceasefire understanding was renewed in 2021 at DGMO level only in February 2021. And since then, the LC was peaceful. Now, even when it was peaceful, we were seeing, one or two incidents of firing happening, because once again, Pakistan wants to keep, the issue alive, and also, wants to prove to its, population as well that how they have been fighting for Kashmir and how they have been, they take care of the sort of demands that are there from their civilians. And Kashmir, I believe is one of their main demands. And in fact, Kashmir is one mudda that they fight election on. So, it has been happening for a while. Now, as far as this violation, the violation that happened last night, we know that how in the last 4 to 5 years, it was for the first time that artillery was fired. And, the troops, in fact, opened the high caliber guns. When we say, troops, we know that we are talking about different posts across the LC in different sectors. And these different sectors have their own parameters, own understandings, and a number of things. While I'm not justifying any sort of activity that happened, we know that how LC has remained hot in the past few years. And even when, we had this sort of understanding, it is believed that till 12th, till the time, DGMOs are not meeting or precondition or post-condition is not getting decided, these activities can happen. But rest assured, forces in fact have been retaliating in the similar manner. In fact, the intensity is double. If a fire is coming, if one round is, coming from that side, we are sending at least 3 rounds. And this I have been assured by, several sort of sources within the Ministry of Defense and in the army as well.
All right. So as per the precedents, as far as the situation at the LoC is concerned, they will in fact remain hot for a while, is what Akash Sharma is in fact reporting. Many thanks, Akash, for getting us all those details. Now, sirens wailed, blackout spread, and explosions echoed as fear gripped border towns. Pakistani drones filled the night sky, poised with destruction, but the Indian army acted fast, intercepting nearly 50 drones and sending a clear message: no threat to India will be tolerated.
Sirens, blackouts, and blasts fill the air as fear gripped the people along India's border. Pakistani drones hovered in the night sky, ready to wreak havoc, but the Indian army swooped in swiftly, intercepting nearly 50 drones and assuring citizens that no attack on their motherland would succeed. On the night of May 8th to 9th, Pakistan launched an unsuccessful aerial attack against India. Air raid sirens were sounded across several regions, warning of incoming threats. A barrage of rockets and missiles targeted India's western border, with Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, and Rajasthan coming under attack and experiencing temporary blackouts. Despite the scale of the assault, India's air defense system successfully foiled nearly 15 attempted strikes across the northern and western sectors. India's powerful air defense system responded swiftly, shooting down over 45 drones and 8 missiles aimed at critical military sites. Air defense units acted quickly, neutralizing threats in key areas, including Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Aknur, Nagrota, and Pathankot. The Akash surface-to-air missile system played a crucial role in intercepting the incoming aerial threats. Videos circulating online showed flying objects and explosions in the sky as the Indian Defence Forces successfully intercepted the missiles. Overnight ceasefire violations were also reported, with Pakistani troops engaging in shelling and small arms fires across the Poonch, Rajouri, and Jammu districts. Several houses were damaged in Uri and Kupwara as shelling intensified. The Pakistani army has been repeatedly violating the ceasefire along the line of control, carrying out continuous shelling across multiple regions in Jammu and Kashmir, and this occurred ever since the Pahalgam terror attack. India delivered a strong and decisive response to Pakistan's attacks. Strikes were carried out on Islamabad, Lahore, and Sialkot, with the already crippled Lahore base being targeted again. India deployed drones, successfully destroying a Pakistani air defense system in Lahore. Pakistan's air defense radar systems, which were severely damaged in an earlier counter-strike by India's S-400 missiles, sustained further losses. As hostilities escalate and the chances for peace appear increasingly remote, the Indian Army has reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. In an official statement, the Army asserted that any nefarious intent or provocation will be met with firm and forceful retaliation.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN-News18.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN-News18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not off the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism. And
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN-News18. We are getting a breaking input at this point. Imran Khan's close aide tells CNN-News18 that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir is using drones near Adiala jail, which intend to kill former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. Drones have reportedly reached close to the jail, raising serious security concerns, and Khwaja Asif has allegedly said that one drone may land inside. Now, Imran Khan's life may be in danger, is what his close aides are saying. Now, he has been in solitary confinement since 2023.
Dr. Salman, Alima Khan met Imran Khan after 47 days, and now you are fearing that in the guise of drone attacks from India, Asim Munir may hit Imran Khan, Adila jail, and kill him.
Manoj, there is a fog of war at the moment. And, drones have come close to inside of Pakistan, and how they crossed the line of control without being intercepted by Pakistani military and allowed to come to cities like Rawalpindi. And, Rawalpindi is the place where Adiala jail is. So there is a great fear that one of these drones from India can land on Adiala jail. In fact, the defense minister, Khwaja Asif, has tweeted this, that one of these drones could land in Adiala jail. That is a direct threat, death threat to former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who has been in jail in Adiala in solitary confinement since August 5th, 2023. So, yes, we are very, very worried.
So, what I understand by your statement is that you are saying possibly establishment can use one of these drones, or they fly their own drone and kill Imran Khan.
I'm saying in this fog of war, there is a former prime minister in solitary confinement in Adiala jail. He has to be immediately evacuated. And that is what, Imran Khan's family wants as well, that he is, because of this war situation between India and Pakistan, in which already innocent people have died, this is no place for Imran Khan, who has been in jail for bogus charges. There's not one single charge which has any legitimacy. So we feel that he should be out on parole until everything is safe and these bombs stop. There's artillery fire happening on the line of control. Sialkot, Lahore. My relatives are telling me that, their lives are not safe. So God forbid anything happens to Imran Khan, that will destabilize the whole of the region.
So you are saying that this is possibly Asim Munir who will attempt this murder?
I am saying in the fog of war, where bullets are flying, bombs are flying, drones are flying from both sides, anything could happen. And I also said, I quoted to you, that Defense Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, tweeted this, that a drone could fall on Adiala jail. What is that? We are incredibly shocked by a statement by the Defense Minister of Pakistan.
So your underlying fear is establishment also?
My underlying fear is that a former Prime Minister, a leader, the biggest leader, 90% plus people support Imran Khan. He is in solitary confinement in Adiala jail, and with the bombs, bullets, and drones flying, his life is in grave danger.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. Please stay with CNN-News18.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not off the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism, and top government sources are telling us that India's Operation Sindoor was aimed to re-establish deterrence against cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's military is facing domestic legitimacy crisis, including public backlash over political interference and even economic instability. Pakistan's retaliatory strikes, the drone attacks on Indian bases were met with calibrated Indian responses. Let's try and get in more perspective. And for that, let me quickly bring in Ayushman Jamwal joining me live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Ayushman, militarily, we have raised their air bases. Economically, if you look at the trade, it stands suspended. Diplomatically, the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. Needless to say, that also explains Shehbaz Sharif misleading his own people.
Absolutely. It's a classic misinformation tactic coming in from Pakistan.
Hello and good morning. I'm Sharon Elizabeth Matthew. Barely hours after a ceasefire agreement was announced, Pakistan last night launched a series of missiles and drone attacks across line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir, triggering fresh tensions. Now, while Indian forces thwarted the attack, the situation continues to remain tense. Now, here's what transpired so far as the headlines are concerned. Now, in a CNN News 18 exclusive news break, we have learned that Pakistan now begging for a ceasefire was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense system completely shattered, and top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand completely destroyed. Indian armed forces remains on high alert, indicating skepticism about Pakistan's compliance about ceasefire agreement. Hours after Pakistan violated the ceasefire arrangement, the Amritsar District Administration early this morning said that the city continues to be on red alert. Security forces and the State Investigative Agency have launched a series of coordinated raids across multiple locations in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir as part of the ongoing probe into terrorism-related activities. Now, Pakistan didn't only violate the ceasefire agreement along the international border and line of control, but even parts of Punjab and Rajasthan just hours after both nations agreed to a truce. The escalation by Pakistan occurred shortly after India announced a ceasefire agreement that has been reached between the two nations following Islamabad's initiation of ceasefire talks. Now, Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given free hand to retaliate in strong manner. And President Donald Trump first announced the ceasefire between both nations, claiming US brokered the agreement. And the Indian government has said that the understanding was worked out after Pakistan reached out to India after the late night airstrikes. As per MEA sources, even after the understanding between the two sides, Indus Water Treaty will remain in abeyance and the Kartarpur corridor will remain shut. Now, the MEA sources say India did not seek anyone's assistance in reaching an understanding with India. It also said that there is no precondition or post-condition of a halt of hostilities. It comes pertinent to note that government sources have informed that the ceasefire is out of understanding and not legally binding agreement.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
Now, we're getting a news from Jammu and Kashmir. The State Investigation Agency is conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian district in terror-related cases. And we are getting in more visuals of that particular raid. Take a look. I'm also now joined by CNN-News18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, take us through the details of these raids that are underway as we speak in Shopian district.
Well, there is a team of SI, which is, of course, formed in Jammu and Kashmir on the lines of NIA, which is carrying raids at multiple locations, particularly these houses where in the past who have had a tainted past or have had an activity that they have done in terms of providing logistical support, financial, or being an overground worker for them. So police in Shopian is actually searching for their houses, their belongings, and checking that if they are still in touch with any of these, with any of these handlers sitting across the border. But it's a joint operation where CRPF is assisting in providing the cover and J&K police is conducting the raid. What we also understand, what we have been given to understand is that there are multiple teams of the SI which is conducting raids. It's not just one team at one place, but there are multiple locations, at least a dozen locations, what we have been given to understand there where things are happening. But it's an important investigation. Not only one case, but multiple cases are being investigated and searches are being conducted.
Also, Ishan, when we talk about the State Investigation Agency that is conducting this raid, what is really the significance here, considering how NIA is also, in fact, doing parallel investigation? So are these joint efforts that we are seeing on ground?
Well, there's a parallel investigation that's going on between the two on many cases, but we believe that an individual case that SI has registered and is now investigating, and there is a possibility that they might also conduct more raids in the coming days. But there are multiple locations we are told beyond Shopian also where possibility of raids are. The reports are emerging and reports are there. So one has to wait for the officials to confirm to us that what really is transpiring at the moment. But there seems to be a sustained push to bring down the terror element and to ensure that everyone who's responsible for carrying out terror attacks or has been funding. I don't know whether it's linked to Pahalgam attack immediately, but definitely these are the cases that SI is investigating where these cases like of targeted killings, attacks being an OGW are being investigated by SI. We believe it's a case which they have registered and they are trying to carry out these raids.
All right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us all those details. Now, hours after Pakistan violated ceasefire, India has opened several gates of Salal Dam in Resi that's built on Chenab River. All right, so this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point as far as the escalation between India and Pakistan is concerned. Hours after Pakistan has violated the ceasefire, even after a bilateral understanding, a truce between India and Pakistan, there was violation on the part of Pakistan. And now India, in the aftermath, has opened several gates of Salal Dam in Resi that's built on Chenab River. Remember, even if there is a truce or a bilateral understanding that has reached between India and Pakistan, as far as the Indus water treaties are concerned, that still is in abeyance. So as far as the statement that has been coming in from Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif that there is going to be a dialogue between India and Pakistan on Kashmir is not true, is what the Indian authorities have in fact been claiming. And these are the latest input that we are getting, that after hours Pakistan violated ceasefire, India has now opened several gates of Salal Dam. For more information on this, I'm now joined by CNN-News18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, what is the significance of opening several gates of Salal Dam at this point?
This is happening at a time when India and Pakistan's relationship have come to a very dangerous spot. Basically, you have to understand that these dams have a holding capacity, and there has been generally rains have happened. There hasn't been good weather in terms of sunny weather, so there's a lot of water that has actually in these dams, which have been held by these dams. So it becomes important for India to release water so that the capacity does not get over these dams. So that's why, we've been told and given to understand that in Riyasi, where this dam is, that India has opened these gates of Salal Dam, and this is resulting in that Chenab water is rushing into Pakistan territory. And this is not directly, but we've seen in the past as well that India has chosen their timing and when they want to release water, when they want to hold it. But yes, it depends on the holding capacity of each of these dams and how much water they can sustain and how much water then can be released is a question and a decision that the government is taking, that the authorities are taking, that when they need to release. But there are certain capabilities that India will have to build, particularly the capacity of these dams, so that they can withhold good amount of water, and they can withhold a lot of water in them so that the water could be stopped. But whenever there has been incessant rains, whenever they're having a lot of rain, these dams get a lot of water and it becomes difficult for them to withhold much of it. So that's how it works. And the water has to be released whenever there's a capacity which reaches to this maximum.
Also, Ishan, this is also a message that is being given by Indian side as far as the understanding that has been reached between India and Pakistan, that maybe we have reached an understanding of ceasefire, but when it comes to such diplomatic strategy, that will continue and India will attack diplomatically Pakistan as far as the situation is concerned.
Well, of course, that's the case, because India is choosing the timing of their own to release all of this. Look, under the treaty, India had to share this amount of water when they are releasing it and a lot of data. But India is not doing it. India is doing it at their will. They're not telling them that when they're going to release the water or the capacity of the water and how much water there is. So it is not just only about releasing the water. It's also about sharing data in terms of these release of the water on these dams. That's not all happening. That's why, the keeping of Indus Water Treaty in abeyance has really hit Pakistan hard, because Pakistan is an agriculture, a rich country, particularly in Punjab province, where a lot of crops are sown at this point of time. So they would need all of this water, and this has a potential of making both the countries come back again head to head. But yes, one has to see that what will happen and transpire, because India kept this treaty in abeyance, and the situation is coming back to normal. But this treaty will be something where all eyes will be on, and because India has decided that the water will be kept in abeyance, which will hurt Pakistan. So Pakistan has already threatened that if all these issues will happen and India will continue and to pursue them, it will be considered a war-like, and they'll be responding to it in an appropriate manner. But for now, India is at a forefront, where they are trying to ensure that whenever they feel like to use the water, whatever they want to do with these projects that have been built over Chenab, and there's a possibility of more projects being built, which Pakistan has in the past had a doubt about and have protested against. So, but now it can happen, and India will have to, build capacity of these as an increase building of more dams if they want to control the flow of the water.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please stay with us. We are getting another breaking input at this point. Government sources have informed that this pause is an understanding and not an agreement. So this is the government-based, sources-based information that we are getting as far as the ceasefire that the United States have in fact been talking about. The Indian side informed that this is pause is an understanding and not an agreement. We'll in fact be getting more details as far as this particular source-based information is concerned. But this is what we are getting at this point, that as far as government sources are concerned, they have informed that this pause is an understanding and not an agreement. Remember, the United States has in fact came out and said that there has in fact been a ceasefire that is going to be done between India and Pakistan. But as far as India is concerned, they have made it very clear that it is an understanding and not any sort of agreement. And as far as the other diplomatic strategies are concerned, like Ishan Vani was also pointing out, the Indus Water Treaty is still in abeyance. I'm now joined by CNN-News18's Akash Sharma, who has got us this information. Yes, Akash.
So Sharon, look, there is a confusion, since yesterday as to if a ceasefire has reached or some sort of, agreement is there between the two countries, specifically after the DGMO level conversation. But it has been clarified by the sources that till now, it is just the understanding where both the countries have agreed to stop the firing or any sort of military action. As far as, pre-conditions or post-conditions or the conditions for the ceasefire, are concerned, so there will be some sort of discussion that is expected on 12th of May, that is tomorrow, where both the DGMOs will somewhere, discuss the scenarios. And we have been told that as far as, ceasefire is concerned, so we know that how in 2003 also, it was agreed upon, and in 2021 also, it was renewed. But then the sort of action or the sort of, happenings after that will only be decided after, some sort of conditions. Like from the Indian side, condition is that we don't want any terror activity on our land within our territory. This should be agreed upon. Or as far as IWC is concerned, so what will be the next course of action? We don't know. Also, as far as other communication, trade, and other aspects are concerned, so we still don't know as to what is going to happen. So this meeting is going to be important tomorrow, and it has been categorically mentioned that till now it is just the understanding. It means that both the countries, the military level officers, the DGMO level officers had a word, and they somewhere agreed that okay, we are stopping the firing and the military action. But then, what are going to be the conditions to, to cease the fire? In fact, the firing that is happening, at the LC or other firing at the international border or the violations, that will be somewhere, discussed in tomorrow's meeting.
So this clearly means, Akash, that as far as this pause is concerned, this is temporary. If Pakistan is going to violate that, if Pakistan is going to attack India, this could, in fact, this temporary pause could also, in fact, be violated by India's side as well.
Oh yes, it is quite clear. Even in the sort of agreement, Sharon, if the agreement is happening or there is some sort of some sort of document that is going to be signed between the countries related to the sort of conditions that they are agreeing on. Then also, this will be the sort of condition where they can at any time go and escalate the conditions, given that the other country is not following what has been agreed upon. So we have in fact noticed in the past that how in fact in 2021 the conditions was that both the sides knew that how the artillery fire is affecting them, how the artillery fire is in fact affecting their civilians, and that's why it was agreed upon that let's not let's not get involved in the sort of violation that was there at the LC. And since then we were seeing that no major escalation was there, no major violation was there. However, at this point in time, while we talk about the current conditions, so 2-3 things are very clear by the current Modi government. First one, yesterday the sources confirmed that how Modi government is very clear that we won't accept any incident within our territory. The terrorist-related incident, any terror act will be the act of war, and it was made quite clear. So the discussion is going to be on that line only, and there would be some sort of condition, we are assuming, that will be a part of the discussion tomorrow.
All right. So this is not a binding agreement, but an understanding is what the sources within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defense Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be made by him?
I'm assuming that Defense Minister, won't speak because it's a virtual event, but definitely, this aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow is going to be very, very important. And you rightly pointed out, this is, one public event that he will be a part of. We have seen him speaking at the BRO soon after the strikes, and then, once again at a different event as well. But this time around, Rajnath Singh would be taking part in this virtual inauguration. There are less chances that he would speak. But then, if he is going to speak, then what is the thing that he is going to address, and what is the kind of speech that is expected out of him is something we'll wait and watch for.
Also, Akash, let's talk about the BrahMos facility. The BrahMos missile is something that was also a disinformation that came in from Pakistan, where they said that the BrahMos facility, the missile, has in fact been damaged, which was clear by the government that there is no such thing that has happened.
Oh yes, a lot of misinformation and disinformation has come from Pakistan in their social media handles. We have seen in the past 2-3 days, they have claimed of, attacking and in fact destroying our S-400 regiments. They have claimed for BrahMos facilities and a number of things. Sharon, the surprising part is that they were even quoting, a location that has nothing to do with BrahMos or the, ammunition. And, this shows that how, heavily they rely on the inputs they get from social media. It is quite clear that the Indian Armed Forces, have in fact maintained in the past that there is some sort of secrecy as far as these weapons and potent weapons are concerned, and whatever you see in the social media is not true. Pakistan is somewhere relying on these inputs, and in fact, we have seen that how government rebutted it, and in fact, we know it for a fact that how no BrahMos facility was impacted.
Also, Akash, what has been your understanding? Have we used BrahMos in this particular attack that happened the last 4 days? The duel that took place, has India has used BrahMos so far?
As per my understanding, no. Because only we had some other tactical weapons that were used, and BrahMos was not required for the kind of damage that we intended to do there. We were quite clear we don't want to escalate the condition, and that's why some specific targets were there. We used precise munitions and in fact loitering munitions as well in the initial attack. But then using BrahMos would take the conflict and the tensions to another level. To the best of my understanding and my knowledge, in fact, as far as my sources are concerned, so BrahMos was not used. But then, you never know the sort of details that would come out, in future. So till now, there is no confirmation on BrahMos. And, since there was a calibrated, attempt, and in fact, it was deliberated as to, what they want to, do, and in what design and what manner. So it was pre-decided, and we had other weapons to target the facilities that we intend to destroy, and the sort of targets initially that we had in the initial day.
All right. Many thanks, Akash, for putting all those details into context. Now, in a powerful display of military readiness, India has successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone threats in just 48 hours. From the Akash and S-400 system to counter-drone grids and anti-aircraft guns, India's multi-layered air defense shield has proven its strength and precision. Now, take a look at this report to know more about these weapons.
In a show of technological prowess and military preparedness, India has successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone strikes within 48 hours. From Akash to S-400 and counter-drone grids to anti-aircraft guns, India's layered air defense shield has stood tall. As missiles and drones launched from across the border streaked into Indian airspace, sirens echoed through Punjab, Rajasthan, and Jammu and Kashmir. But before they could strike, India's multi-layered air defense shield activated with pinpoint precision. At the heart of this defense was an integrated network, from the long-range Russian-made S-400 system to the indigenous Akash missile. The Indian Air Force and Army deployed every layer of protection. The S-400, with a 400-kilometer interception range, picked up threats as far as 600 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Akash, India's own answer to Israel's Iron Dome, engaged multiple targets within a 50-kilometer radius using advanced jamming-resistant missiles. The Akash missile system, developed by India's DRDO, became the first line of defense against Pakistani missile and drone attacks. For the first time in active combat, Akash intercepted hostile drones and missiles on the Western Front, showcasing India's growing self-reliance in defense technology. With a strike altitude of up to 18 kilometers and a radar range exceeding 100 kilometers, Akash was able to detect, track, and neutralize multiple threats simultaneously, even in complex electronic warfare environments. Alongside Akash, India has also activated its advanced Russian-made S-400 Triumph system. Together, they form a robust air defense shield capable of both hard-kill and soft-kill responses to any incoming threat. Both the Indian Army and the Air Force are actively using the Akash system across forward bases. Defense officials say the missile has performed effectively, bolstering confidence in India's homegrown military technology. In addition to Akash and the S-400, India has deployed short-range defenses like the Samar system, which repurposes Russian Wimpel missiles, and the S-125 Pechora missiles. These systems efficiently targeted low-flying threats such as drones and smaller missiles. The Indian Air Force, including Rafales and MiG-29s, provided crucial support in neutralizing threats that evaded ground-based defenses. Pakistan's own air defenses were not spared, with Israeli-made Harpy drones targeting their radar systems in a retaliatory strike. At home, coordinated blackouts and civil defense drills ensured the safety of civilians in border towns. It demonstrated India's commitment to protecting both its skies and its people. Indian forces not only foiled two waves of aerial attacks, but also demonstrated the sheer scale, synergy, and strength of its air defense ecosystem. With Akash and the S-400 in place, the skies above India are well guarded.
Well, that shows a powerful display of military readiness, and India had successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone threats in just 48 hours, from the Akash and S-400 system to counter drone grids and anti-aircraft gun. India's multi-layered air defense shield has proven its strength and precision, and you just saw that report, which has in fact witnessed to how the strength and precision of the air defense shield has in fact shown in that report. With that, we'll slip it to a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
You try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machine. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate.
As we slip into evening on May 10, Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN-News18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not off the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism. And top government sources are telling us that India's Operation Sindoor was aimed to re-establish deterrence against cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's military is facing domestic legitimacy crisis, including public backlash over political interference and even economic instability. Pakistan's retaliatory strikes, the drone attack.
They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
You try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machine. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate.
As we slip into evening on May 10, Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire.
जियो होम लगाओ.
Getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN-News18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech. His statement that India will now talk to Pakistan and Kashmir is not off the agenda, is wrong impression being given to Pakistan's people. Indus Water Treaty suspension is part of India's broader strategy to impose costs on Pakistan against terrorism. And top government sources are telling us that India's Operation Sindoor was aimed to re-establish deterrence against cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's military is facing domestic legitimacy crisis, including public backlash over political interference and even economic instability. Pakistan's retaliatory strikes, the drone attacks on Indian bases were met with calibrated Indian responses. Let's try and get in more perspective. And for that, let me quickly bring in Ayushman Jamwal joining me live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Ayushman, militarily, we have raised their air bases. Economically, if you look at the trade, it stands suspended. Diplomatically, the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. Needless to say, that also explains Shehbaz Sharif misleading his own people.
Absolutely. It's a classic misinformation tactic coming in from Pakistan, Akanksha. Clearly, Shehbaz Sharif now trying to claim victory over the fact that there was a ceasefire.
Hello and good morning. I'm Sharon Elizabeth Matthew. Barely hours after a ceasefire agreement was announced, Pakistan last night launched a series of missiles and drone attacks across line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir, triggering fresh tensions. Now, while Indian forces thwarted the attack, the situation continues to remain tense. Now, here's what transpired so far as the headlines are concerned. Now, in a CNN-News18 exclusive news break, we have learned that Pakistan now begging for a ceasefire was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense system completely shattered, and top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand completely destroyed. Indian armed forces remains on high alert, indicating skepticism about Pakistan's compliance about ceasefire agreement. Hours after Pakistan violated the ceasefire arrangement, the Amritsar district administration early this morning said that the city continues to be on red alert. Security forces and the State Investigative Agency have launched a series of coordinated raids across multiple locations in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir as part of the ongoing probe into terrorism-related activities. Now, Pakistan didn't only violate the ceasefire agreement along the international border and line of control, but even parts of Punjab and Rajasthan just hours after both nations agreed to a truce. The escalation by Pakistan occurred shortly after India announced a ceasefire agreement that has been reached between the two nations following Islamabad's initiation of ceasefire talks. Now, Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given free hand to retaliate in strong manner. And President Donald Trump first announced the ceasefire between both nations, claiming US brokered the agreement. And the Indian government has said that the understanding was worked out after Pakistan reached out to India after the late night airstrikes. As per MEA sources, even after the understanding between the two sides, Indus Water Treaty will remain in abeyance and the Kartarpur corridor will remain shut. Now, the MEA sources say India did not seek anyone's assistance in reaching an understanding with India. It also said that there is no precondition or post-condition of a halt of hostilities. It comes pertinent to note that government sources have informed that the ceasefire is out of understanding and not legally binding agreement.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
Now we're getting a news from Jammu and Kashmir. The state investigation agency is conducting raids at multiple locations in Shopian district in terror-related cases. And we are getting in more visuals of that particular raid. Take a look. I'm also now joined by CNN-News18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, take us through the details of these raids that are underway as we speak in Shopian district.
This is the team of NIA, SI, beg your pardon, which is, of course, formed in Jammu and Kashmir on the lines of NIA. It is carrying raids at multiple locations, particularly these houses where in the past who have had a tainted past or have had an activity that they have done in terms of providing logistical support, financial, or being an overground worker for them. So police in Shopian is actually searching for their houses, their belongings, and checking that if they are still in touch with any of these, I beg your pardon, with any of these handlers sitting across the border. But it's a joint operation where CRPF is assisting in providing the cover and JNK police is conducting the raid. What we also understand, what we have been given to understand is that there are multiple teams of TSI which is conducting raids. It's not just one team at one place, but there are multiple locations, at least a dozen locations, what we have been given to understand there where things are happening. But it's an important investigation. Not only one case, but multiple cases are being investigated and searches are being conducted.
Also, Ishan, when we talk about the state investigation agency that is conducting this raid, what is really the significance here, considering how NIA is also, in fact, doing parallel investigation? So are these joint efforts that we are seeing on ground?
There's a parallel investigation that's going on between the two on many cases, but we believe that an individual case that SI has registered and is now investigating, and there is a possibility that they might also conduct more raids in the coming days. But there are multiple locations, we are told, beyond Shopian also where possibility of raids are. The reports are emerging and reports are there. So one has to wait for the officials to confirm to us that what really is transpiring at the moment. But there seems to be a sustained push to bring down the terror element and to ensure that everyone who's responsible for carrying out terror attacks or has been funding. We don't know whether it's linked to Pahalgam attack immediately, but definitely these are the cases that SI is investigating where these cases like of targeted killings, attacks, being an OGW are being investigated by SI. We believe it's a case which they have registered and they are trying to carry out these raids.
All right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us all those details. Now, hours after Pakistan violated ceasefire, India has opened several gates of Salal Dam in Resi that's built on Chenab River. All right, so this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point as far as the escalation between India and Pakistan is concerned. Hours after Pakistan has violated the ceasefire, even after a bilateral understanding, a truce between India and Pakistan, there was violation on the part of Pakistan. And now India, in the aftermath, has opened several gates of Salal Dam in Resi that's built on Chenab River. Remember, even if there is a truce or a bilateral understanding that has reached between India and Pakistan, as far as the Indus water treaties are concerned, that still is in abeyance. So as far as the statement that has been coming in from Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif that there is going to be a dialogue between India and Pakistan on Kashmir is not true, is what the Indian authorities have in fact been claiming. And these are the latest input that we are getting, that after hours Pakistan violated ceasefire, India has now opened several gates of Salal Dam. For more information on this, I'm now joined by CNN-News18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, what is the significance of opening several gates of Salal Dam at this point?
This is happening at a time when India and Pakistan's relationship have come to a very dangerous spot. Basically, you have to understand that these dams have a holding capacity. And there has been, generally, rains have happened. There hasn't been good weather in terms of sunny weather. So there's a lot of water that has actually, in these dams, which have been held by these dams. So it becomes important for India to release water so that the capacity does not get over these dams. So that's why, we've been told and given to understand that in Riyasi, where this dam is, that India has opened these gates of Salal Dam and resulting in the Chenab water is rushing into Pakistan territory. And this is not directly, but we've seen in the past as well that India has chosen their timing when they want to release water, when they want to hold it. But yes, it depends on the holding capacity of each of these dams and how much water they can sustain and how much water then can be released is a question and a decision that the government is taking, that the authorities are taking, that when they need to release. But there are certain capabilities that India will have to build, particularly the capacity of these dams, so that they can withhold good amount of water, and they can withhold a lot of water in them so that the water could be stopped. But whenever there has been incessant rains, whenever they're having a lot of rains, these dams get a lot of water and becomes difficult for them to withhold much of it. So that's how it works, and the water has to be released whenever there's a capacity which reaches to this maximum.
Also, Ishan, this is also a message that is being given by Indian side as far as the understanding that has been reached between India and Pakistan, that maybe we have reached an understanding of ceasefire, but when it comes to such diplomatic strategy, that will continue and India will attack diplomatically Pakistan as far as the situation is concerned.
Well, of course, that's the case, because India is choosing the timing of their own to release all of this. Look, under the treaty, India had to share this amount of water when they are releasing it and a lot of data. But India is not doing it. India is doing it at their will. They're not telling them that when they're going to release the water or the capacity of the water and how much water there is. So it's not just only about releasing the water. It's also about sharing data in terms of these release of the water on these dams. That's not all happening. That's why the keeping of Indus Water Treaty in abeyance has really hit Pakistan hard, because Pakistan is an agriculture a rich country, particularly in Punjab province, where a lot of crops are sown at this point of time. So they would need all of this water, and this has a potential of making both the countries come back again head to head. But yes, one has to see that what will happen and transpire, because India kept this treaty in abeyance, and the situation is coming back to normal. But this treaty will be something where all eyes will be on, and because India has decided that the water will be kept in abeyance, which will hurt Pakistan. So Pakistan has already threatened that if all these issues will happen and India will continue on to pursue them, it will be considered a war-like, and they'll be responding to it in an appropriate manner. But for now, India is at a forefront where they are trying to ensure that whenever they feel like to release the water, whatever they want to do with these projects that have been built over China, and there's a possibility of more projects being built, which Pakistan has in the past had a doubt about and have protested against. So, but now it can happen, and India will have to, build capacity of these and increase building of more dams if they want to control the flow of the water.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please stay with us. We are getting another breaking input at this point. Government sources have informed that this pause is an understanding and not an agreement. So this is the government-based, sources-based information that we are getting as far as the ceasefire that the United States have in fact been talking about. The Indian side informed that this is pause is an understanding and not an agreement. We'll in fact be getting more details as far as this particular source-based information is concerned. But this is what we are getting at this point, that as far as government sources are concerned, they have informed that this pause is an understanding and not an agreement. Remember, the United States has in fact came out and said that there has in fact been a ceasefire that is going to be done between India and Pakistan. But as far as India is concerned, they have made it very clear that it is an understanding and not any sort of agreement. And as far as the other diplomatic strategies are concerned, like Ishan Vani was also pointing out, the Indus Water Treaty is still in abeyance. I'm now joined by CNN-News18's Akash Sharma, who has got us this information. Yes, Akash.
So Sharon, look, there is a confusion, since yesterday as to if a ceasefire has reached or some sort of agreement is there between the two countries, specifically after the DGMO level conversation. But it has been clarified by the sources that till now, it is just the understanding where both the countries have agreed to stop the firing or any sort of military action. As far as pre-conditions or post-conditions or the conditions for the ceasefire, are concerned, so there will be some sort of discussion that is expected on 12th of May, that is tomorrow, where both the DGMOs will somewhere, discuss the scenarios. And we have been told that as far as, ceasefire is concerned, so we know that how in 2003 also, it was agreed upon, and in 2021 also, it was renewed. But then the sort of action or the sort of, happenings after that will only be decided after, some sort of conditions. Like from the Indian side, condition is that we don't want any terror activity on our land within our territory. This should be agreed upon. Or as far as IWT is concerned, so what will be the next course of action? We don't know. Also, as far as other communication, trade, and other aspects are concerned, so we still don't know as to what is going to happen. So this meeting is going to be important tomorrow, and it has been categorically mentioned that till now it is just the understanding. It means that both the countries, the military level officers, the DGMO level officers had a word, and they somewhere agreed that okay, we are stopping the firing and the military action. But then, what are going to be the conditions to, to cease the fire? In fact, the firing that is happening, at the LC or other firing at the international border or the violations, that will be somewhere, discussed in tomorrow's meeting.
So this clearly means, Akash, that as far as this pause is concerned, this is temporary. If Pakistan is going to violate that, if Pakistan is going to attack India, this could, in fact, this temporary pause could also, in fact, be violated by India's side as well.
Oh yes, it is quite clear. Even in the sort of agreement, Sharon, if the agreement is happening or there is some sort of document that is going to be signed between the countries related to the sort of conditions that they are agreeing on. Then also, this will be the sort of condition where they can at any time, go and escalate the conditions, given that the other country is not, following what has been agreed upon. So we have in fact noticed in the past that how, in fact in 2021, the conditions was that, both the sides knew that how the artillery fire is affecting them, how the artillery fire is in fact, affecting their civilians. And that's why it was agreed upon that, let's not, let's not get involved in the sort of violation, that was there, at the LC. And since then, we were seeing that no major escalation was there, no major violation was there. However, at this point in time, while we talk about the current conditions, so 2-3 things are very clear by the current Modi government. First one, yesterday the sources confirmed that how Modi government is very clear that we won't accept any incident, within our territory. The terrorist-related incident, any terror act will be the act of war, and it was made quite clear. So the discussion is going to be on that line only, and there would be some sort of condition, we are assuming, that will be a part of the discussion tomorrow.
All right. So this is not a binding agreement, but an understanding is what the sources within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defense Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be made by him?
I'm assuming that Defense Minister, won't speak because it's a virtual event, but definitely, this aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow is going to be very, very important. And you rightly pointed out, this is, one public event that he will be a part of. We have seen him, speaking at the BRO soon after the strikes, and then, once again at a different event as well. But this time around, Rajnath Singh would be taking part in this virtual inauguration. There are less chances that he would speak, but then if he is going to speak, then what is the thing that he is going to address, and what is the kind of speech that is expected out of him is something we'll wait and watch for.
Also, Akash, let's talk about the BrahMos facility. The BrahMos missile is something that was also a disinformation that came in from Pakistan, where they said that the BrahMos facility or the missile has in fact been damaged, which was clear by the government that there is no such thing that has happened.
Oh, yes, a lot of misinformation and disinformation has come from Pakistan in their social media handles. We have seen in the past 2-3 days, they have claimed of, attacking and in fact destroying our S-400 regiments. They have claimed for BrahMos facilities and a number of things. Sharon, the surprising part is that they were even quoting, a location that has nothing to do with BrahMos or the, ammunition. And, this shows that how, heavily they rely on the inputs they get from social media. It is quite clear that the Indian Armed Forces, have in fact maintained in the past that there is some sort of secrecy as far as these weapons and potent weapons are concerned, and whatever you see in the social media is not true. Pakistan is somewhere relying on these inputs, and in fact, we have seen that how government rebutted it, and in fact, we know it for a fact that how no BrahMos facility was impacted.
Also, Akash, what has been your understanding? Have we used BrahMos in this particular attack that happened the last 4 days? The duel that took place, has India has used BrahMos so far?
As per my understanding, no. Because only we had, some other technical weapons that were used, and BrahMos was not required for the kind of, damage that we intended to do there. We were quite clear we don't want to escalate the condition, and that's why, some specific targets were there. We used precise munitions and in fact loitering munitions as well in the initial attack. But then using BrahMos would take the conflict and the tensions to another level. To the best of my understanding and my knowledge, in fact, as far as my sources are concerned, so BrahMos was not used. But then, you never know the sort of details that would come out, in future. So till now, there is no confirmation on BrahMos. And, since there was a calibrated, attempt, and in fact, it was deliberated as to, what they want to, do and in what design and what manner. So it was pre-decided, and we had other weapons to target the facilities that we intend to destroy and the sort of targets initially that we had in the initial day.
All right. Many thanks, Akash, for putting all those details into context. Now, in a powerful display of military readiness, India has successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone threats in just 48 hours. From the Akash and S-400 system to counter-drone grids and anti-aircraft guns, India's multi-layered air defense shield has proven its strength and precision. Now, take a look at this report to know more about these weapons.
In a show of technological prowess and military preparedness, India has successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone strikes within 48 hours. From Akash to S-400 and counter-drone grids to anti-aircraft guns, India's layered air defense shield has stood tall. As missiles and drones launched from across the border streaked into Indian airspace, sirens echo through Punjab, Rajasthan and Jammu and Kashmir. But before they could strike, India's multi-layered air defense shield activated with pinpoint precision. At the heart of this defense was an integrated network, from the long-range Russian-made S-400 system to the indigenous Akash missile. The Indian Air Force and Army deployed every layer of protection. The S-400, with a 400-kilometer interception range, picked up threats as far as 600 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Akash, India's own answer to Israel's Iron Dome, engaged multiple targets within a 50-kilometer radius using advanced jamming-resistant missiles. The Akash missile system, developed by India's DRDO, became the first line of defense against Pakistani missile and drone attacks. For the first time in active combat, Akash intercepted hostile drones and missiles on the Western Front, showcasing India's growing self-reliance in defense technology. With a strike altitude of up to 18 kilometers and a radar range exceeding 100 kilometers, Akash was able to detect, track, and neutralize multiple threats simultaneously, even in complex electronic warfare environments. Alongside Akash, India has also activated its advanced Russian-made S-400 Triumph system. Together they form a robust air defense shield capable of both hard-kill and soft-kill responses to any incoming threat. Both the Indian Army and the Air Force are actively using the Akash system across forward bases. Defense officials say the missile has performed effectively, bolstering confidence in India's homegrown military technology. In addition to Akash and the S-400, India has deployed short-range defenses like the Samar system, which repurposes Russian Wimple missiles, and the S-125 Pechora missiles. These systems efficiently targeted low-flying threats such as drones and smaller missiles. The Indian Air Force, including Rafales and MiG-29s, provided crucial support in neutralizing threats that evaded ground-based defenses. Pakistan's own air defenses were not spared, with Israeli-made Harpy drones targeting their radar systems in a retaliatory strike. At home, coordinated blackouts and civil defense drills ensured the safety of civilians in border towns. It demonstrated India's commitment to protecting both its skies and its people. Indian forces not only foiled two waves of aerial attacks, but also demonstrated the sheer scale, synergy, and strength of its air defense ecosystem. With Akash and the S-400 in place, the skies above India are well guarded.
Well, that shows a powerful display of military readiness, and India had successfully intercepted multiple Pakistani missiles and drone threats in just 48 hours, from the Akash and S-400 system to counter drone grids and anti-aircraft gun. India's multi-layered air defense shield has proven its strength and precision, and you just saw that report, which has in fact witnessed to how the strength and precision of the air defense shield has in fact shown in that report. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
You try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machine. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate.
As we slip into evening on May 10, Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN-News18 mega exclusive brought to us by our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as we decode Shehbaz Sharif's so-called victory speech.
Hello and a very good morning. Thanks for tuning into CNN News 18. I'm Tritsween Balia. Viewers, barely hours after ceasefire agreement was announced, Pakistan last night launched a series of missiles and drone attacks across the LoC and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir and across, triggering fresh tensions. While Indian forces thwarted each of those attempts, the situation continues to remain tense. Here's what's transpired so far. Let's quickly take you through the top updates. In a CNN News 18 exclusive news break, we've learned Pakistan is now begging for a ceasefire. And this was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense systems completely shattered. Top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand destroyed. Indian armed forces remain on high alert, indicating skepticism about Pakistan's compliance post the ceasefire fiasco. Hours after Pakistan violated ceasefire agreement, the Amritsar district administration early this morning said the city continues to be on red alert. Security forces and the state investigation agency launched a series of coordinated raids across multiple locations in Shopia in connection with terrorism-related activities. Amid continuous rainfall in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi, Indian authorities opened several gates of Salal Dam on Chenab River. This has raised concerns over potential downstream flooding in Pakistan. Speaking of the big story we've been talking about the last few hours, Pakistan didn't just violate the so-called ceasefire agreement along the international border in the LoC, but even parts of Punjab, Rajasthan, across IB, we've seen Pakistan not stick to its promise or words. Just hours after both nations agreed to a truce, the escalation by Pakistan occurred shortly after India announced that both the nations had agreed to halt military action. And they decided on the decision after the DGMO level talks that took place between the two nations. This was after Islamabad's initiation of these talks. Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, said that the armed forces have been given a free hand, though, to retaliate in a strong manner. In fact, President Donald Trump was the one to first announce the ceasefire between both the nations, claiming US brokered the agreement, which is highly being questioned as we speak. The Indian government said the understanding was worked out after Pakistan reached out to India post the late-night airstrikes. As per MEA sources, even after the understanding between the two sides in this water treaty will remain in abeyance, the Kartarpur corridor will also remain shut. So India has not taken back the decisions it had announced against Pakistan. MEA sources also say India did not seek anyone's assistance in reaching an understanding with India. It also said there is no pre or post condition of a halt of hostilities. It is extremely pertinent to note, viewers, that government sources have highly reiterated time and again. They've been speaking of how the ceasefire is out of an understanding and not a legal binding agreement. So that's the sentiment overall as far as sources in the government are concerned. We're getting indications of what the government is looking at in terms of the violation that we saw from Pakistan's end. Let's quickly listen into some of the top reactions that have come in so far.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
We're also getting a bit of breaking news updates, so let's quickly shift our attention to the latest. Department of Military Affairs will be briefing the media We're learning the tentative time is 11 a.m. and this is going to take place at the National Media Center. So once again, an important presser lined up at the National Media Center. The NMCN Department of Military Affairs will be going ahead with this presser. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more details. Akash, what do we expect next? You know, the last official word came in from the Foreign Secretary after the ceasefire violations on Pakistan's end. So most certainly nothing big can be ruled out.
Yes, a number of details that were in fact emerging throughout the night. The ceasefire violation, the drones in number of areas, and the nature of understanding. In fact, would be we would be getting some sort of clarity. It is expected in the particular press conference that will be by Department of Military Affairs, where it is in fact. Coordination between the Indian Army, Air Force, and Navy, and a collective press conference would be there, where Department of Military Affairs, that is, headed by CDS, will somewhere be representing all three forces, and they will, be providing some sort of data as to what happened last night, and in fact, as far as understanding is concerned between India and Pakistan. So, what is the type of understanding, given the fact that we have seen the ceasefire violation across the LC last evening, and also, the attempts to, in fact, attack some sort of military infrastructure. So this press conference is going to be very, very important, Christine, because we'll get to know the details of Operation Sindoor further.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And just a short while ago, Akash, you were also getting us crucial details of what the government continues to maintain, that this particular agreement is weirdly about an understanding that the two sides have reached upon. It's not a legal binding agreement. So give us a sense of what the government maintains as far as this conversation between the two is concerned.
It is quite obvious, given the fact that everyone knows the intentions of China, intentions of Pakistan, and in fact, the developments that have happened in the past few years. Specifically, we see the history. Even in Kargil, it was maintained that now the countries will abide with the sort of agreement, and in 2003, then ceasefire understanding, in fact, agreement happened. But even then, Pakistan continued the sort of firing. At the line of control, both in Kashmir and in Jammu as well. And now, when in 2021 there was a renewal to that sort of understanding and agreement, then the conversation was at a DGMO level. We have seen that since then, no major incident happened. But yes, violations were happening even then. One or two violations per year. Now, when we say that we are reaching to an understanding, it means that both the sides have agreed to the understanding. But if it will be violated, that India will retaliate as well, and that option is open. And that's the reason why the wordings are, these words are very, in fact, carefully crafted. That this is understanding and not some agreement, because we have this, communication, and in fact, the meeting that is going to happen on 12th of May between the two DGMOs, and then. The preconditions, post conditions, and what would be the sort of condition for the ceasefire would be discussed.
Okay, all right. Akash, stay on with us. There's another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. We're also being joined by defense experts in the studio. But before that, here's what you must know, viewers. After violating ceasefire, Pakistan now tries to play the victim card by pinning the blame on India. Pakistan is alleged that it was India that fired BrahMos missiles over several locations across the international border, and Pakistan was forced to retaliate. So Pakistan, playing the victim card, says India was the one to initiate military action using BrahMos. I do want to go across to Akash on that note. Once again, a detailed statement coming in from Pakistan through its official channels. Akash, throw some more light.
Yes, they are saying, in fact, alleging that BrahMos was used, and in fact, we have reported that how there were a variety of weapons that were used initially. If or not BrahMos was used, we have no confirmation, but this is for fact, Christine, that we had scrambled our three, frontline jets: Mirage 2000, Su-30 MKI, and Rafale. We know about the Hammer and Scalp, missiles, but then our Su-30 MKI are also equipped with BrahMos. Our sources have not indicated if or not BrahMos was used, but then we know that Su-30 MKI was airborne at the time when the operation was happening, when these strikes were carried out. BrahMos is used, for the precision strikes, and is known for precision. It's a supersonic weapon that has never been used till now. but is one of the most potent weapons that India has. Now Pakistan is claiming that BrahMos was used. We will, of course, wait for some sort of clarity from Indian government and Indian armed forces. But till now,
Akash,
we have
one is Pakistan
no
alleging
info
that
if or not.
BrahMos was used. We're going to wait for an official confirmation on that. So far, nothing has been shared by the Indian side. But Pakistan, more importantly, and this is what shocking says, it was in response to the firing of BrahMos missiles over several locations across the international border that Pakistan was constrained to retaliate. So they're trying to flip it over. They're trying to pin the blame solely on India for the kind of military action we saw late last night after that press conference where we heard the foreign secretary say till the 12th, till the next level of DGMO talks, military action will not be witnessed.
Oh yes, Pakistan has always tried that. Between I was focusing on the BrahMos aspect, but they are saying that there was some sort of violation on of the international norms, and across the border some sort of launches were there from India. But it has been made quite clear by the Indian side that initiating something is not our cup of tea. In fact, we waited for your sort of action as to what you are going to take after Pahalgam, and then only we carried out these strikes. Even after strikes, these strikes were not escalatory in nature, given the fact that military infrastructure was not targeted. But then you tried to attack us, and that's why we retaliated. So Pakistan is trying to say that they retaliated after the aggression by India. However, the truth is that after the initial strikes on the terror camps, Indian side categorically said, and in fact clarified, that we are not going to escalate it further, because we wanted to take action against those who plotted and carried out the sort of attacks that happened in Pahalgam, and that's it. However, after that, we saw that in the morning, on the next day, how they in fact tried several sort of drones and weapons against the Indian sides, to which in retaliation to which their air assets, their air radars and air defense systems were destroyed. Then in the evening, once again, they starting from Jammu, they initiated attacks on several military infrastructure and stations here in northern India and western India, to which retaliation was there, and India carried out other strikes too. Then further, yesterday, in fact, we have seen that how they have sent the drones. Whether or not retaliation was there, of course, on line of control, we know that retaliation was there. India army retaliated to the sort of artillery fire that was coming from the other side. But then, if if at all we have retaliated to the sort of drone attacks that were attempted, we still don't know, and that's why we are waiting for the
Yes, and the foreign secretary did make it amply clear that that Pakistan should wait for a retaliation, should expect a retaliation if indeed it attempts to attack India. And that's exactly what happened. So this is yet another script that Pakistan is replaying for the world. It's attempted to do that in the past as well. Akash, I'll come back to you. Thank you for joining us with that bit of breaking news update that's come in. Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert, is with us in the studios, along with Colonel Rohit Dev, defense expert. General Kochar, first to you. This is part of the same old script. We've seen Pakistan be the aggressor, play the victim time and again. The foreign secretary made it amply clear in the presser he held late last night, and there was no reason for him to address the media unless Pakistan went ahead with this kind of aggression. So they're trying to flip it over once again.
You see, Christine, in the fog of war, truth is the biggest casualty. We have seen this happening in the Ukraine and the Russian war. And also the ceasefire when Hamas and Israel defense forces negotiated the ceasefire. Pakistan has known to play this dirty game since a very long time. And if you remember, the ceasefire agreement we had initially with Pakistan was in 2003. And in spite of the agreement, Pakistan continued to violate it, small arms fire. Then slowly Pakistan graduated to heavy fire. And in 2021, we had to sit across, the DGMOs had to sit across and work out a confidence building measure to ensure that the ceasefire gets sustained. So it's just a past track record. And I think what Pakistan was waiting is that there are two factors involved into this assessment, that why Pakistan has violated the ceasefire. One is, before the ceasefire was declared, India had the last strike. And after that, a ceasefire came into being, and Pakistan doesn't want its local audience, its people, especially the military, to have a feeling that it is because of their initiatives and their weaknesses, and because of the Indian strike, the ceasefire has come about. The second important aspect is, I think China is playing a double game here, because this ceasefire was negotiated by the United States. China was not mentioned in any of the parleys or discussions, and we know that this war is being sustained by Pakistan at the behest of China. The kind of support Pakistan is getting from China is phenomenal. There are 1 lakh drones with Pakistan today from Turkey and China. They can sustain this drone warfare for months, for years. So they've hardly expended 2% of their drones. So we see a pattern emerging here. And China is playing the scene behind the lines, and they could have been a pressure from China also to reconsider this ceasefire. It is too early to say this, but I seem to believe that in case there is no retaliation now, or escalation, I would say that, from Pakistan's side, because it's been now 10 hours, we have not heard of any violation in this 10 hours period. So I presume that in case there is no further violation by Pakistan, we may be able to sustain this ceasefire. Again, let me reiterate the last point of mine, that this ceasefire has always been fragile. It will remain fragile. And for the benefit of the viewers, Pakistan has taken this opportunity to launch a terrorist attack in Nagrota last evening, in which one of our army units was targeted. So you can see the pattern emerging in this entire thing, and definitely Pakistan has violated it. India will never, on moral ground, the way India actually works, our policies work on morality and sincerity. We will never like to violate an agreement once we get into it.
Yes, and Major General Kochar, I'm glad you said that, because in a part of what Pakistan has said through the statement also talks about how India is apparently attempting to externalize its internal issue, which is the Kashmir issue. But you spoke of the terror attack. So it's very clear for everyone what Pakistan is trying to do and how Pakistan tries to continue and meddle in India's internal affairs. I do want to go across to Siddhant Mishra on that note. Siddhant, can you take that point forward? Interestingly and ironically, Pakistan has also called for international, mediation. It's sought more international sympathy from global players through the statement.
Well, yes, that's their plan, Christine. In fact, if you see yesterday that India on one end has, in a very, very dignified manner, announced that this agreement between India and Pakistan has been reached bilaterally. Perhaps India wanted to keep things in a bilateral manner. Perhaps it happened also bilaterally. But you see how Shehbaz Sharif conducted his press conference. Perhaps he thanked all the world leaders. Thank you for mediating. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for staying in touch, etc., etc. Since the independence, the Kashmir issue, perhaps the plan of Pakistan has always been to make the issue, the crisis, the escalation international. And yesterday also Shehbaz Sharif did exactly the same. Perhaps instead of condemning the intrusion by the Pakistani army, instead of speaking about how Pakistani army has violated has done ceasefire violation, he chose to thank world leaders, General Asim Munir, and he in fact claimed victory over India. Perhaps that was his victory speech. For the first time, a leader who has lost is giving a victory speech. So it's kind of a narrative building which Pakistan is doing at this point in time. And in fact, in the same series, we have this release which has come from the Pakistan Foreign Office. And in fact, this release says that recent development in ceasefire between India and Pakistan and India have agreed to reach. So this release confirms that there has been a ceasefire understanding which has been made between the two sides. This release also says that in response to the firing of BrahMos missiles over several locations across the international border, Pakistan was constrained to retaliate to the unprovoked and unlawful Indian aggression in exercise of its right to self-defense under UN Charter. So Pakistan is saying that India has fired BrahMos missiles. This is for the first time that we have the confirmation officially that BrahMos missile has been fired by the Indian side, and this is not India which is saying this. This is what Pakistan is making claiming. In fact, Pakistan also went on to say that without a shred of evidence and disregarding Pakistan's offer for a neutral, transparent and credible investigation, India launched multiple strikes during the nights of 7th to 10th May. Perhaps this thing we have been saying from a very beginning that this neutral investigation is a false bogey, which Pakistan comes out each time around after a terror attack in India. They followed same script when 26/11 happened. They followed same script when Pathankot happened. In fact, 26/11, the cases which were going on in Pakistan perhaps has reached no conclusion. This time around also they wanted to trap India in this investigation thing, but India decided to go ahead with Operation Sindoor, and perhaps India did not fall in Pakistan's trap. Now, if the dastardly aggression during the intervening night of 6th and 7th May breach of Pakistan's sovereign space to firing of missiles and consequent human and material losses were already not there, India further endangered. So Pakistan is alleging that India endangered regional peace and stability by sending additional waves of killer drones in large numbers across the length and breadth of Pakistan. Now, the fact is between the original and the only escalation was 22nd April Pahalgam attack. Point number one. Point number two is India, when launched Operation Sindoor, perhaps that was not on Pakistan's military installations or civilian population. It was to target the terror camps in POJK and POK. When Pakistan that particular night attempted to target India's key military installation, perhaps that was the moment when India responded to punish them back. India decided to hit them back even more harder, and the drones and the missiles were launched. So each time around, the original escalation was of Pakistan. Perhaps after that also they had put their nefarious designs in place by attempting to destroy our air defense systems, and by sending drones, and that was, and India had responded in self-defense. What Pakistan has been. So
and every step of the way, Siddhant, every step of the way since Operation Sindoor, India, through its official communication, has maintained that it is not looking to escalate the situation any further. Kaldev, isn't that true? Every step of the way, we've heard India maintain very clearly that our target was terror infrastructure on Pakistani soil, and that's exactly what we've done through Operation Sindoor.
Yes, so I think India has been very mature in handling this situation. The casus belli provided by Pakistan after the Pahalgam, attack led us to only strike terror, headquarters and camps. The only good thing which we, extended our so-called delivery to Pakistan was that we also targeted 3 locations in Pakistan itself and not only POK. This was very significant, Kritzbeen, because I think for the first time, after a long time actually, we had some kind of a missile attack going into deep Pakistan. If you recall how Pakistan army mobilizes, and they mobilized after Pahalgam very fast, fearing an attack. So all these areas like Muridke, Sialkot and Bhavalpur, they are the areas where jointly they plan future of operations. That means there is Pakistan army there, there's ISI there, and there's also these terrorists who are camping there in their own headquarters. So I firmly believe that those strikes not only killed some terrorists, they also killed some Pakistani officers, and that is why you saw that state funeral in which there were too many, army personnel of the Pakistan Army and ISI trying to give state honors to terrorists and announcing to the world that they have cultivated, nurtured, and groomed these terrorists on their own soil. So that was the first evidence which came to us. Thereafter, when they again went back to the Jammu region to target our civilians, which they normally do, and for 3 to 3.5 decades, when they have done this, we have retaliated only with some indirect fire going to their defensive positions and their locations. But we have never struck any command control center or any location which is military in nature, which was actually trying to support this mission. So this time we targeted their AD assets and from where the drones were coming. And if that was not message enough for Pakistan that the thinking in this country, Bharat has changed, they further went ahead and they again launched a proper military strike. And no matter whether it's an aircraft or a missile or just a drone, the potency of a drone today to strike our targets and incapacitate our operational capabilities is very high. So in the milieu of the swarm drone techniques being used today, I think it is very, very capable for either side to go and just hit an airfield and all the assets and radars, and something will burn and something will get a cater formation done there so that the planes can take off on time. And that is war. And what happened was also that their defense minister spoke those three cute words, that it's an all-out war. I don't know where we missed it. And today, when Shehbaz Sharif went tom-tomming last night and told the world media that they have, sort of had a victory, it's something that, this notion of victory, Pakistan always try to create as a narrative. Only fault is the maturity level. So even if I think personally that Trump administration was pretty much, off the block early and little immature in announcing to the world what was going to happen in the next hour.
Yeah.
It was not something which the country of Bharat sought from US as an intervention or mediation or brokering. And let me be very clear, it was only when this escalation happened last morning, when Pakistanis bombed our military assets. We had a small posturing of our Indian Navy, and we were very, very keen to now go after the strategic target list in Pakistan through indirect fire, through sea, and through air. And that is the time when Pakistan also panicked. And that is when, from the political realm, the military realm also approached the United States and tried to seek some kind of a peace. So India didn't give any soft hand or extend any hand of peace. It only said that we'll cease fire. Ceasefire is not an agreement. It's just, if you say in English terms, it's a comma, not a full stop currently. It's a viram, not a poon viram, the way the viewers would probably like to understand. And that is where India's maturity has been. And look at our MEA. For the first time, after a long time, after Doklam, the MEA and the military are talking in such a mature way. Just 2 or 3 lines of a brief in which it was very clearly mentioned that the Pakistani DGMO wanted a talk to ease the tension, and we obliged them to give that small pause. It contained nothing else. But on the other hand, the Pakistani Prime Minister, who actually feared war, his income was cut off from the Middle East. Even UAE told them to mind their business right now when they tried to escalate. The US told them probably that no more assistance will come to them in terms of money or weapons, because Pakistan for long has been staying on the deep state and the democratic structure of US, but the Republicans are not the same. So while we are trying to rebuild the trust, the only thing which has gone wrong is Trump administration announcing it first. That's about all. I think now what Trump must do is come on air when he wakes up this morning, or his vice president or Rubio, and they should tell how this entire process was gone through. It has to be very sure, because you can appreciate there was a little bit of angst in the Indian public yesterday that as to how the country had brokered some kind of a peace. We have brokered no peace. So what happened last evening after the ceasefire was again violated after being signed off? The MEA put it very clearly that they have let the Indian armed forces decide what's to be done next to punish Pakistan. I'm quite sure as we speak, I will be very happy to learn probably later in the afternoon that something has happened. You have a press brief coming at 11. I'm 100% sure that press brief is not there to come and tell you about what Pakistan did, because that the MEA has already told you last night. It will be something about to caution and put a caution into Pakistan's ears again, and not with going into any step of any warmongering here. Let me also very politely say, Pakistan days are numbered. They are numbered geopolitically and economically. They will be cut off so hard and bad now, because even if President Trump has used Rubio to come and speak to India to give a soft hand right now to the US to deal with Pakistan, I'm quite sure the assurances for the next 3.5, 4 years have been guaranteed by the US. And that is where Pakistan is going to feel the pain. The second thing which has importantly happened is, I quite agree with General Kocher when he's talking about China in a fashion while we think of China like that. But China is under a huge, huge constraint. The constraint is it's in a trade war with the United States of America. The United States of America in the last 20 years has given too much to China to grow into a level and a devil of the military nature. And that is where now I feel China is trying to propose some kind of bonhomie to the Indian state. And that is where they made those overtures before the strike a month ago as well, twice or thrice. Their entire quality of talk, even their spokesperson and their ambassador talking in India today is quite different from what was there a year back. So I think the pressure is on China to economically engage with India. So if you see both these powers, India is the center bed which holds the market value of growth. So no matter some country does not like India to grow faster, but you can't help stop and see 1.45 billion people trying to drive the world market, especially in the China plus one situation. So I think from that perspective, India is going to gain. we will be able to now communicate. And I could see the body language of our MEA, secretary when he spoke for the ceasefire. And that time I was making a statement to somebody on Twitter and saying, Trump has just jumped the gun. Yeah. And I think that jumping the gun needs to be corrected in course. And Pakistan can tom-tom because notion of victory is something which they can take out even after they have gone into their graves.
Jumping the gun pretty much did lead to egg on the face moment for Donald Trump. So that's going to be watched out for, and how US responds to this kind of a violation will have to be seen as well. Gentlemen, stay on with us. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Heading into a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back with lots more. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defence Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation within Indian authorities have in fact been saying? I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11.
Welcome back. We keep a sharp focus on the big story. Pakistan turning back on its word. Pakistan, hours after confirming to a ceasefire agreement with India, could be seen clearly violating the ceasefire, attempting to attack several parts of India along the LoC, across the IB. I do want to go across to Anshul Singh, my colleague, joining us live from Pathankot. Anshul, Jammu, Pathankot, these are areas that have seen a lot of military action at Pakistan's behest the last 2 to 3 days. Tell us what really happened late last night. So much news coming in. We've put out visuals as well of the manner in which, once again, Indian air defense systems were in action. They were retaliating to Pakistan's military attack. What really transpired in Pathankot, and what's the situation as we speak?
Well, largely over the last 24 hours out here in Pathankot, the situation has remained absolutely normal. Remember, once the Pakistan violated the ceasefire, it was along the LoC, in various sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. But out here in Pathankot, which is actually connected to Pakistan through an international border, the situation has remained peaceful. Yes, there were drone sightings that are being reported from Amritsar, but yesterday, specifically about Pathankot, there has been no drone sighting that has happened over here. The situation has remained peaceful. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here that life is slowly getting back to normal. Shops are opening up. People are getting back to their work. So somewhere or the other, peace can be seen prevailing over here in Pathankot. But for how long is this peace sustainable is something that only time will tell. How much trust can we as a country do on our rogue neighbors of Pakistan. This is something that remains to be seen. But tomorrow the DGMO level talks are supposed to happen. It remains to be seen if at all till that time will Pakistan adhere to the understanding that has been reached between India and Pakistan, or yet again they'll backstab and yet again will try to launch ammunition towards our country.
Okay, Anshul, you're absolutely right. Drone sightings were largely limited to Jammu and Kashmir along the LoC last night in terms of that violation on part of Pakistan. But what about blackouts? Did you witness a blackout in Pathankot yesterday? Because we've seen, even though drone sightings were limited to Jammu and Kashmir, along the IB as well, we've seen parts of Gujarat also witness a blackout late last night.
Well, as a precautionary measure, the entire border, the entire Punjab border that is connected to Pakistan, in that entire area, there was a blackout that was maintained since approximately 8:30 p.m. Last evening to 4 a.m. This evening. Places like Bhatinda, Amritsar, Pathankot, all these places, Taran Taran, all these places were actually under blackout once the ceasefire was violated from Pakistan. Like drones were actually seen in places like Rajouri, which is in the Jammu district. Once that news came out, it was the local district administration took this decision that as a precautionary measure, we will have an entire blackout across the border states, and that is something that was seen yesterday as well. But thankfully, nothing untoward happened. In Pathankot, there were no drone sightings that were seen in Pathankot yesterday. But yes, the next 24 hours are going to be very, very crucial. The guard of the Indian Defence Forces is still up, because definitely no one in this country has any sort of a belief on this rogue nation of Pakistan, and it is expected that even tonight there will be ceasefire violations that could happen from across the borders.
Oh, yes. Many thanks, Anshul, for that quick update. We'll keep coming back to you. Anvit Srivastav also joins us from Jaisalmer. Anvit, give us a sense of what's happened the last few hours. We did see Jaisalmer also maintain blackout every now and then. All bordering states in India are currently on high alert. Give us a sense of what you've picked up.
Yeah, see, we were in Jaisalmer 2 days ago. We had then, because following developments in Pokhran, we are now in Pokhran, and you can see life has almost returned to normal in Pokhran. The traffic has been resumed. Past 2 days, all the shops were shut. No business was done here. The traffic was minimal. People had been told to be on roads, but use vehicles without switching on their headlights. Pokhran was the main site. It was a very sensitive site where also 8 drone sightings were reported last night, and the blackout, which was planned from 11 p.m. It was rescheduled and was preponed to 9:30 p.m. just because following the developments. And earlier yesterday, 3 missile parts or drone parts had also fallen in 3 areas, be it Sadar, Jamla, and Pokhran. No damage, however, to the lives were reported. But Jamla one, the missile that was intercepted in the air, is what the eyewitnesses told us. There was a huge blast in the air, and the missile parts fell in between residential areas. However, no damage to any civil architecture or lives were reported. But keeping the sensitivity of the matter, government had taken due precautions. Blackouts was announced, and this particular area where we are right now was under complete lockdown. And not far from here are also some sensitive installations. So keeping that in mind, last night there was a strict blackout. However, that was
strict
after
blackout
the
in
drone
Pokhran
sighting.
last night as well. Thank you, Anvit, for that. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Need to shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. As we were discussing, the first statement by US President Donald Trump is here. Despite the ceasefire violation by Pakistan, US President Donald Trump has once again claimed credit. He's hailed India and Pakistan's leadership. A detailed comment that's come in from Donald Trump. He's taken to a social media account. He says, "I'm very proud of the strong and unwaveringly powerful leadership of India and Pakistan for having the strength, wisdom, and fortitude to fully know and understand that it was time to stop the current aggression that could have led to the death and destruction of so many and so much." He then goes on to say, "Millions of good and innocent people could have died. Your legacy is greatly enhanced by your brave actions. I'm proud that US was able to help you arrive at this historic and heroic decision." So that's the comment that's coming from Donald Trump. And this is exactly what we were talking about. General Kochar, Colonel Dave, this is what we were discussing. Has Donald Trump really missed the gun? Has he forgotten what's happened the last few hours? He continues to hail India and Pakistan's leadership and continues to claim credit, whilst perhaps forgetting what really has happened and how Pakistan once again has crossed the line, General Kochar.
You see, what is happening here is that Trump uh, failed in his ceasefire attempts with Ukraine and Russia. So here was an opportunity for him to strike it and to send a message that relevance of United States as the policeman of the world. United States over the years, as we have been observing, is slowly losing its relevance onto the world geopolitics. You know, we have observed that there are strong players now. It's not a unipolar world any longer. So, being into the multipolar world today, there are a number of power centers which have come up, and I think China is the main competitor as far as the United States is concerned. Now, looking at Pakistan and India, you see what Trump is pitching here is a very interesting statement I just saw that we will increase trade with India and Pakistan. He's trying to club this entire thing as some sort of a package, which may have come out in a discussion with Pakistan, because Pakistan today needs United States more than United States needs Pakistan. And that is one of the reasons possibly Trump would have succeeded in listening to Pakistan, because Trump is looking for markets. He's a businessman. He is looking to expand from where the inflows can come, financial inflows can come to the United States. Tariff, as you are aware, was one of the strategies which he has adopted. Unfortunately, it's not getting that traction, the kind of traction he wanted it to get. So he has exploited this situation between India and Pakistan, because there are vulnerabilities between India and Pakistan today. And he has been able to exploit that and come to this understanding. One important point I wanted to make is about the military strengths. We are talking of a war situation, or it would have actually developed into a war situation. See, what is India's strength? You must pitch our strength against the weakness of Pakistan. Only then we can have a decisive, victory. And our strength is a conventional warfare. Pakistan is not geared up to fight a conventional war with India. Pakistan knows it. There is a disparity in the holding of the military equipment. You can take tanks, you can take aircrafts, especially the Navy, maritime power. It's 3:1 as far as India is concerned.
Yeah.
So Pakistan's strategy has been very, very simple. It has been orchestrated by China. It is on technology. Today, China has built an artificial intelligence headquarters in Pakistan. This headquarters is manned both by PLA and Pakistan officers. Pakistan officers have gone for training to China. So this technology, we are seeing the shape of this technology now in terms of drones, in terms of missiles, because Pakistan was to restrict this war to the domain of a drone warfare. Today, you are aware that Pakistan has got 1 lakh drones. It has hardly spent 3 to 4% of these drones so far. So that is the strength, and we should not confront Pakistan with his strength. We must hit him with his weakness, and his weakness is his air defense today, which almost 30% of his operational capability of his air defense has been sorted out.
Okay, General Koja, I'm gonna have to interrupt you there. Apologies. I'll come back to you in just a few seconds. I do want to go across to Siddhant as well, and we need to keep touching upon what Donald Trump is trying to do here. Siddhant, what Donald Trump said last evening, even before India officially confirmed to agreeing to a certain terms with Pakistan on how no military action will be witnessed till 12th, till the next round of DGMO level talks take place. The tone and tenor of Donald Trump's statement is just the same, as if nothing has happened in between these last few hours.
Well, since yesterday, there is no doubt that America has been trying to snatch away the credit
of the understanding that has been reached between the two countries. In fact, if you see, then yesterday, ahead of the press conference of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, perhaps Donald Trump comes up with a tweet confirming that both countries have reached an understanding, and this has been done after USS's efforts. Perhaps J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio spoke to both sides, etc., etc. Things were said. So America at this point in time trying to snatch away the credit of this understanding, but the fact is that after the damage that Pakistan had incurred yesterday, in which in fact India successfully destroyed their air bases. Perhaps we have been told that there is excessive damage which Pakistan incurred, and this was one reason that a DGMO level call was initiated by Pakistan, to reach an understanding with India. And in fact, the same was said by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in the press briefing. Point number one. Point number two, as far as USS's role is concerned, indeed, US was in touch with both sides. In fact, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia was here in the national capital. He in fact met EMS Jaishankar, then he went to Islamabad. So there is no doubt that these two countries have been giving efforts to de-escalate, or rather, to make sure that both countries come to an understanding. But the understanding which was built yesterday, perhaps, is only and only because of the strikes that India conducted in Pakistan, which perhaps had broken the morale and given them a befitting reply. They have understood that they cannot sustain in this way against India, and this was the reason that the DGMO calls were initiated from Pakistan. Now, this is the second social media post of Donald Trump. In fact, he says that I'm very proud of India-Pakistan relationship. Millions of good and innocent people could have died if this had escalated. Your legacy is greatly enhanced by your brave actions. I'm proud that USA was able to help you arrive at historic. Again, taking a credit that we did it, while not I'm going to increase trade with both nations, etc., etc. Perhaps something which I find objectionable is Donald Trump writing that I will work with you both to see if after 1,000 years a solution can be arrived at concerning Kashmir. Yes. So basically, perhaps he has mentioned Kashmir, which could bother the Indian side, because there is no Kashmir issue anymore. The only Kashmir issue is the illegal occupation of Pakistan of Kashmir, and other than that, there is no Kashmir. Kashmir is an integral part of India, so that could attract strong reaction from the Indian side. Otherwise, as I was pointing out before, President Donald Trump have been looking for ceasefire from a very long time since he became the president. He couldn't get it in Russia. He couldn't get it in West Asia. Perhaps now he wants to take a claim what the understanding which both countries arrived yesterday, by snatching away the credit and saying that we got it done. So, it's a typical and a very regular Uncle Sam script which has been put in place by United States. I'm not saying that United States was not involved. I'm not saying that they have not given effort or Saudi Arabia has not given effort. Indeed, they were in touch. In fact, yesterday Marco Rubio spoke to Asim Munir. Perhaps that was a direct phone call which was initiated from his side to speak to Asim Munir. Having said that, but if it hadn't been for the setback which India gave to Pakistan yesterday by destroying its air bases, air defense system, Pakistan had never initiated the GMO level talks.
Okay. Colonel Dev, I also, thank you, Siddhant, for that. I'll come back to you in just a bit. Colonel Dev, I also want to touch upon what was said by General Kochhar, and very interesting because he says that Pakistan has a lot more to gain from US, not the other way around. US has very little to gain from Pakistan, and that US is trying to maintain across. So there is limited scope for United States in siding with Pakistan. What do you think is the reason then that United States has constantly maintained this neutral position, and more worryingly, not importantly, more worryingly, is wanting to now meddle into the Kashmir issue as well, still recognizing it as an issue?
See, let me put it into a different perspective and thought. The United States is not interested in what happens to Pakistan. The United States is not even interested in what Pakistan is doing otherwise, unless it is harming the US interest. The US interest is to take up trade, economy, ties with India. That is the bottom line. So if you see our growth patterns with the United States, we are developing from the last year with an increase of nearly 7.6% of our trade with them. The entire CAGR for the last 30 years with trade has been about 10% plus. And Their interest is that India does not get embroiled in some petty wars, and that is India's interest as well, that we don't want to talk to Pakistan even. So we are at that stage. Even if you see the dynamics, and let me put it into perspective again because of this angst coming up. Pakistan has thanked US for whatever US has done, as they think, in brokering this ceasefire.
Right.
The US president has thanked the maturity of both states. Has India thanked anybody? So you can understand who's the center of attraction here. Center of attraction is never going to be Pakistan. The center of attraction here even is not the United States of America. The center of attraction is India. So that's a gain point from this entire fiasco. The second point I want to make is that there has been an era of trust and mistrust between us and the United States, and that also echoes in media houses. It also echoes in people-to-people connect when we see it happening. It also now is very amply amplified in the social media as well. Now, leave aside 1980s to whatever happened till Hillary Clinton talked about snakes in the backyard and did nothing about it. There was an era of Pakistan, India, and US engagement when President 1.0 was in charge. And that time, there was no visible siding of anything to do with Pakistan. But today, Trump has come back to 2.0, and his aim is to revive his own economy, which is so debt-ridden in terms of their GDP versus debt ratio so high today that he cannot afford to antagonize or not trade with Bharat. That's the bottom line. To take care of that, if he has to throw some breadcrumbs towards Pakistan and even talk, is fine. I mean, even if he has said that, Rubio said last evening that they're going to be a neutral venue for talks. I mean, India has not even spoken about any talks.
Yeah.
Leave aside any neutrality. It's not a IPL match going on that, we have to hold it in Dubai. It's not going to happen. India will never talk to Pakistan unless the terms and conditions of India as a state are met. And our current state remains. Op Sindoor is on. There is a temporary stoppage of fire called ceasefire. But our stand remains that we will not speak to Pakistan till it harbors and promotes terrorism from its soil. And that condition has not gone. So,
yes,
even if there's going to be a little trade, and I'm going to tell you what kind of trade, what does Pakistan was.
But do you also think China has a role to play? Do you think
so?
US doesn't want or cannot afford an enemy nation neighboring China, and hence it also wants to, in that sense, maintain amicable relations with Pakistan? Do you think that's also?
It's not amicable. What is sounding is different. What is going to go on the ground is different. Sounding is very nice. So any power, even if it's a global power or a medium power, when they're talking about two countries, they may put a rap on the knuckles of one of them, but still in the public domain say, good that you both were intelligent, and let that fool on the other side in Pakistan also think that they were intelligent. That is the entire gameplay. It's like two small children. One is a like and one is a nalayak, right? So what do parents do? They do that balancing act. And they prompt, and then they tell the like also, okay, no, never mind, he has taken your cycle today, he'll give it back to you tomorrow. That's the same condition. Pakistan immaturity, kiddishness is being also exploited by US on the world stage. They're not talking on those terms, but I'm very pretty sure behind doors, behind communication lines and cables. And if someday, I mean, this administration or next administration, somehow we come to know what was spoken and how Munir and Shehbaz approached the Trump administration, it will be hilarious to understand what Pakistan is.
The sense one Colonel Dev gets is US has played a limited role in this.
Absolutely.
It may claim as much credit. What it's done is essentially opened a military channel of communication between the two nations.
It is not even claiming. Now see the change in position.
Yeah.
Yesterday was mediation. Today is happy to help, right?
Right.
And by next 15 days, they're going to tell Pakistan again, behave yourself. So it's going to happen.
Okay. Let's wait and watch out for that one. Stay on with us, gentlemen. We need to shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update coming in. And politically speaking as well, reactions have started to trickle in. This is P. Chidambaram of the Congress praising Narendra Modi. He says Modi wisely chose a calibrated military response limited to selected targets. On the 7th, under Modi, there have been 3 major incidents of terror, Uri, Pulwama and Pahalgam. After each incident, the government has responded in a guarded manner. Government has learned to speak and act more candidly and transparently. And in a smart move, he says the government fielded 2 young women officers to brief the media on live television. I would want to say, though, they come with a lot of experience, not quite young as P. Chidambaram might want to claim. But I do want to go across to Sharon on that note. Sharon, Give us a sense of what you make. It's a detailed statement he's given out. This is an editorial in the print that he essentially has written. So what essentially is P. Chidambaram trying to highlight here? For a change, all praises for Narendra Modi and how he's gone about the post-Pahalgam scenario.
Well, this is an op-ed by the former Home Minister P. Chidambaram, where he is in fact praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi over his approach as far as the escalation between India and Pakistan is concerned. And Christine, this is a very different approach that we are seeing at the moment, because since last night, there has been a number of Congress handles who have in fact been criticizing Prime Minister. So on social media, we have been seeing that Congress leaders are in fact highlighting how the steps taken by Indira Gandhi has been very different from the steps that has been taken at this point, but a very different opinion that is coming in from P. Chidambaram at this point, where he is in fact went on to say in this particular article that military wisely chose a calibrated military response limited to selected targets on May 7th, and under Prime Minister Modi, there has been 3 major incidents of terror: Uri, Pulwama and Pahalgam, and after each incident, the government has responded in a very guarded manner, and the government has learned to speak and act more candidly and transparently. He also went on to say that in a smart move, government fielded 2 young women officers to brief the media on live TV. He further says that the government of India has cleverly lobbed the ball in Pakistan's court and signaled, if you want a war, we are ready. So that's the kind of approach that Prime Minister Modi has done as far as the escalation between India and Pakistan is concerned. And that's the right approach, is something that is being highlighted by P. Chidambaram here.
Okay, many thanks, Sharon, for joining us with all those details. Tracking the several political reactions on the manner in which India has decided to take this forward as well. Heading into a quick break for now. We'll be right back with lots more. Stay tuned.
They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
You try to target our bases, you try to target our capital, or you try to target our cities, we will hit you so hard that you will not be able to fly your machine. News coming out that nervous Pakistan is seeming to wave the white flag. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, this piece of information that Pakistan wants to de-escalate.
As we slip into evening on May 10th, Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire.
Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire.
Brought to you by
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs, for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defense Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be made by him?
I'm assuming that Defense Minister, won't speak because it's a virtual event, but definitely, this aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow is going to be very, very important. And you rightly pointed out, this is, one public event that he will be a part of. We have seen him, speaking at the BRO soon after the strikes, and then
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defense Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be made by him?
I'm assuming that Defense Minister, won't speak because it's a virtual event, but definitely, this aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow is going to be very, very important. And you rightly pointed out, this is, one public event that he.
Welcome back, viewers. We continue to talk about the post-ceasefire violation scenario. Remember, this announcement came in last evening, but Pakistan launched a series of missiles and drones across the LoC. We saw a few blackouts also being maintained along the IB. So there are bordering states that continue to be on vigil. But yes, this indeed has triggered fresh tensions. While Indian forces thwarted the attack, the situation continues to remain tense. We quickly take you through the day's big updates. In a CNN-News18 exclusive news break, we've learned Pakistan is now begging for a ceasefire, and this was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense systems completely shattered. Top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand exposed. Despite the ceasefire violation, US President Trump has once again claimed credit, hails India and Pakistan's leadership. Trump says US will significantly increase trade with both the nations and work with India and Pakistan to see if a solution to Kashmir can be arrived. After violating ceasefire, Pakistan now tries to play victim card by pinning the blame on India. Pakistan alleges it was India that fired BrahMos missiles over several locations across the IB, and Pakistan was forced to then retaliate. Department of Military Affairs will brief the media likely at 11 a.m. at the National Media Center. This comes after Pakistan violated the ceasefire late last night. Amid India-Pakistan tensions, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has recalled the exceptional effort of our scientists that led to the successful Pokhran test in 1998, calling it a defining moment in India's history. Security forces and the SIA launched a series of coordinated raids across multiple locations in Shopian in connection with terror-related activities. And continuous rainfall in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi. Indian authorities opened several gates of Salal Dam on Chenab River. This has raised concerns over potential downstream flooding in Pakistan. So yes, viewers, a lot of developments have come in ever since the big announcement first came in from the United States of America, then stood confirmed both by Pakistan and the MEA here in India. It was Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, who addressed a press conference and spoke about how India is going to be taking this forward. He did not use the term ceasefire, but he did speak of how India has also agreed to stop or put a halt to military actions till the 12th. That's when the next level of DGMO talks will take place. Now, Pakistan did not only violate the ceasefire agreement, they also tried to go ahead with a counter narrative. They've now essentially pinned the blame on India. Pakistan has pinned the blame on India, has said it was India that went ahead with a military assault, and Pakistan was then forced to retaliate. But the escalation took place on part of Pakistan. It occurred shortly after India announced a ceasefire agreement, and this was reached between the two nations following Islamabad's initiation of ceasefire talks. Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation issue, said that the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in a strong manner. Department of Military Affairs, like I said, will be briefing the media at 11 a.m. at the National Media Center. But after this particular violation, Pakistan has now tried to play the victim card. It's pinned the blame on India, has alleged that it was India that fired BrahMos missiles over several locations across to Pakistan, and Pakistan was then forced to retaliate. We've also, in the latest, just the last few minutes, picked up another reaction from President Donald Trump, who has claimed credit once again for the discussions that have taken place between the two nations. He's also vowed to increase trade with both India and Pakistan, and this is where it gets a little tricky. He's even said that US will help reach solution for Kashmir. It comes at a time, viewers, that we've already heard from government. Top sources have informed that the ceasefire is out of an understanding and not a legal binding agreement. So we've heard from the government. This is essentially what the government maintains. We've also been talking about what Vikram Misri, the foreign secretary, has maintained through those two crucial addresses. He spoke once after United States came out with that bit of information that the two nations have decided to halt military action, and two, when Pakistan violated ceasefire. He said India and the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate with equal force. We're learning there's a bit of breaking news update that's just come in, so let's quickly shift our focus to that. But before that, listening in to what Mr. Misri had said late last night. Listen in.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
And shifting our focus to the latest reaction that's come in from Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. He's recalled the exceptional efforts of our scientists that led to the successful Pokhran tests in 1998, and he's called it a defining moment in India's history. Now, this, of course, has led to people reading in between the lines, because do remember, it takes us back to what we've heard from Pakistan time and again. Akash Sharma joins us with more details. Akash, even before we heard from Rajnath Singh, Pakistan on multiple occasions, without India provoking, India's purely restricting its arsenal to taking down terror infrastructures in Pakistan. Pakistan was quick to talk about a nuclear war or a possibility of the same. And comes this reaction from Rajnath Singh. How do we read into this? And what do you make of what he said in its entirety?
Message is loud and clear, and emphasis is on technological and military capabilities of India, which can be interpreted as signal of strength towards Pakistan, because as far as India is concerned, as far as this particular day is concerned, the National Technology Day of India. So the Pokhran test reminds us the Operation Shakti on May 11 and 13, Christine, if I'm not wrong, was the time when India emerged as a nuclear armed state, and at that point in time, we have, we had seen that how the entire world, was against India, and how there was, an altering to the balance in South Asia. Even and because of that test only, Pakistan, it in fact prompted Pakistan, for its own nuclear tests later that happened after it. So in this particular tweet, Rajnath Singh is somewhere, giving a larger message that if you are, having some sort of capability, that doesn't mean that we don't have anything to counter, or that doesn't mean that, India will, sit silently and, sit blindly to the sort of actions that you have been taking at the LoC, at the, in the hinterland, and also these sort of terrorist activities that you have been conducting. He is, of course, saluting the scientists and engineers and technicians, of course, because of the important day. And in some time from now, we are going to have, his, address where he's going to inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow. It will be important to see as to how Rajnath Singh, would address, given the fact that Pakistan has now said that BrahMos was used and a lot of developments are there. This speech is going to be very, very important. But ahead of it, this tweet is sending a larger message, Christine.
Okay, thank you for that, Akash. Taking it across to our experts who continue to stay with us here in the studio, Major General Rajan Kochar, along with Colonel Rohit Dev. Major General Kochar, how do you read into that statement? It's a big statement indeed. The difference between India and Pakistan, though, being India in its individual capacity at a different time, while talking about its achievements on National Technology Day, has decided to reflect on the nuclear test it successfully conducted.
It's very interesting. I think a messaging is going from here because if you remember, Pakistan, I think yesterday, the National Command Authority of Pakistan, which is a body which takes care of the nuclear decisions, has met. They have met after 6 years. The last meeting which was recorded was 2019. Why have they met? And what kind of messaging was being given to India? Because we have seen this rhetoric from Pakistan since the start of this conflict of a nuclear strike. And according to some information which was also filtering in from Pakistan, I tend to understand that Pakistan was considering keeping its nuclear warheads in a state of readiness. Because, see, there are no red lines for Pakistan. The Pakistan nuclear doctrine, if you see, after 1998, Pakistan has changed it to a full spectrum usage. Earlier, it was limited spectrum. So, Pakistan will always use this nuclear bluff to try to pressurize India from not going into a conventional war, because Pakistan, as I told you, has no red lines. It can exercise this nuclear option, and if that madman Jal Munir, if I can call him that, if the authority is given to him, in all probability, he will take this authority from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So that is also a factor we need to consider when we address Pakistan. On our side, we have a nuclear doctrine which calls for a second strike. It is no first use, which Pakistan has a doctrine of the first use. Now, what happens in the second strike is we have around 180 warheads. Pakistan has 170. So you can say it is a comparable strength. However, if you analyze these warheads, our warheads are of a higher tonnage, tonnage or potency than Pakistan, because Pakistan has focused on tactical nuclear weapons, TNWs, because they have a concept in Pakistan that in case they will go nuclear, they will use tactical nuclear weapons onto the Indian armed forces. They will target those forces in the battle area, in the operational area with their TNW. So this is one nuclear bluff or a nuclear bogey which Pakistan will continue to play. And that is why America, all these nations are worried, because in the South Asia, these two nuclear powers, if they go to war, there will always be a possibility of Pakistan using its nuclear weapons in case of an unfavorable situation. If I will just give you a hypothetical example.
But don't you think, General Kochar, Pakistan must be put out of a position that it finds itself in, that it can conveniently resort to nuclear blackmailing? Why is it that Pakistan feels so comfortable in doing that at the word go? I mean, an IMF bailout is being given to Pakistan. You have America also, to an extent, showing sympathy to Pakistan. There are several others who continue to play according to Pakistan's rule or given to that particular set of rules. So, when and how should we get Pakistan out of that very comfortable position that it can resort to this time and again?
See, I would like to dictate a policy which India has to adopt is on covert means. We have to get into this act of ours. See, the fault lines in Pakistan have to be exploited. Baluchistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh is a problem today because of the Indus River. There was a canal project in Pakistan called the Cholistan Canal Project, where the water from Sindh was being diverted to Punjab. And there was an agitation in Sindh because already there is a shortage of water in Sindh. So we need to exploit these fault lines in Pakistan. And unless we exploit it to the extent of creating an internal situation, which Pakistan is creating in Jammu and Kashmir. So I would like to recommend, though, of course, I don't think it will be done in an overt manner. It would be done in a covert manner, but it should be done so that these fault lines are exploited. Because let me tell you, Baluchistan is very, very dear to Pakistan strategically. Pakistan may not consider that as an area for development or for giving them aid or improvement of infrastructure. But by virtue of its strategical location, the CPEC also is going through it. Gwadar Port is a part of it. Border with Afghanistan, the Durand line issues. And one last point is we need to have an overreach with Afghanistan now, because Pakistan will become extremely vulnerable if we have a strong military linkage with Afghanistan. We should start giving aid to Afghanistan. We must start giving them sustenance, so that their present crisis we can resolve and get into a sort of a strategic agreement with Afghanistan that will hit Pakistan more than anything else. You see, Indus water is one thing. Yeah. It will take some time, but definitely it's a master stroke by India. It's a surgical strike by India. But at the same time, I think Afghanistan needs to be got into a fold. Baluchistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Sindh. These are the fault lines in Pakistan, and we need to exploit it.
Okay. General Kochar, appreciate you with joining us with that perspective. Stay on with us. Colonel Dev, if you allow me, can I please go across to Major Namrata Daswana, who's just joined us in the studios. A very good morning to you, Major.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Lots has happened the last few hours, and we've already discussed it here with the two gentlemen. What's your take on the big announcement that came in yesterday? Pretty unhappy, especially, the Indian population wanted to hear it first from the Indian authorities. So there's a little bit of a dissent there. Yeah. But nonetheless, Donald Trump has come out with a second comment. He says that he's glad he was able to get the two nations together to this agreement. But the Pakistanis have violated the ceasefire that they'd spoken of last evening.
So first and foremost, I really don't consider Donald Trump to comment anything on this stance. Because J.D. Vance has clearly said that USA has got nothing to do with India and Pakistan relations. And now if Donald Trump is trying to take all the glory by intervening in between just because his business deal visit with UAE is due, I think the hypocrisy is seen. So let the narrative warfare be modulated as per the, or not narrative warfare, but then the correct information should be modulated as per the stance of India, as per the requirement of India, and as per the interest of India. Then the second most disappointing thing which happened was the IMF bailout to Pakistan. Now, certainly, one has to read all these aspects between the lines, that why everything is happening. How much % US is having in the veto of this IMF? The managing director of IMF is always of the citizenship of America. He's always American. And 16 to 19% veto is there of America. So again, the entire stuff of the bailout and the financial aid to Pakistan during this hour is again something very disappointing, upsetting, or I may say, I will not hesitate to say that that things should be opened and narrative should be set in a very clear things that we need not to expect anything from any of these foreign powers, and we need to set things very, very bluntly that America is no one to intervene or to speak anything on this thing and take any kind of credit. Now, why IMF? I'll just focus on this aspect of IMF, because why Pakistan is able to get this. One, is US really interested in mitigating or eliminate terrorism? The US only and only wants to manage the terrorism so that his business of manufacturing of the entire defense, ammunitions and weapons, which India is still India is still into a consumer base. We are still working on our Make in India. So our dependence on purchasing these kind of deals from with the US or with any other countries is still dependent. So the entire game of financial deal or economic deal is played by the USA, and which is where Pakistan is able to take that kind of advantage. Second, the entire nuclear power. I'll not hesitate to say the entire game of nuclear power, where Pakistan tells USA very, very clearly that the entire terrorism game, which was started by USA historically, if USA does not aid or help Pakistan during this time, the entire black market will start against this nuke market. The entire generals, the entire military of Pakistan will create the black market of nuclear, and which will go again against the USA. And then the entire game of terrorism will start affecting this South Asian market, and the business of USA will collapse. They will not be able to have the business deals with this entire region, with this
But
entire
terrorism, Major, is not the only issue at hand. If India is looking at boosting its defense manufacturing, boosting its defense capabilities, there's also a territorial conflict that we're engaged with Pakistan, with China. So nonetheless, we're going to have to keep procuring to whatever extent we are.
Yes, we have to keep procuring, but then we also need to put an emphasis upon how much Chinese weapons were, they were successful, but then they were failures also. They are not always right. Make in India, manufacturing in India, certainly it has started and we are making it. But then the entire game, how much foreign powers are intervening, be it USA, be it China, because Pakistan is just a puppet. It plays very, very smartly with the USA when it has to ask for a financial aid, that if you don't give us a financial aid, China will come to us. We'll go with the China. And if you don't, don't give us, then we'll go as per the China. So either we take away this entire POK with us, where this CPAC is there, and the entire trafficking stuff, lot of illicit thing happens in that belt is happening, which is again in the favor of in the favor of Pakistan at a bigger game, when we say, and when we are able to read between the lines. It's going against us as well.
So you're saying that the United States is also going at it with an intention, and it's looking at its own economy. It's looking at building more money for itself, and it must stop. So USA, must call out wrong for wrong.
USA is just like Agarwal and Agarwal company. It only talks about business. They only talk about their economic gains and business deals.
Okay, Colonel Dev, your quick comments on this.
So let me just touch upon both the issues. One you started with nuclear, and one was the IMF part. So when the defense minister has talked about the Pokhran test, it is just an indication to Pakistan that we also have a lot of capabilities in terms of tactical nuclear weapons, and whatever skirmish you want to engage with us may start with the nuclear threshold being broken. It's just a warning, and coupled with that is what the statement was made to reiterate what happened during Mr. late Parrikar's time, that we also shed the no first use quote. And that was also reiterated, and that is what got Pakistan into a frenzy, because when US approached us on behalf of Pakistan, probably we went ahead and told them that we'll be using our missiles for a strategic strike on 8, 9, 10 locations, and we didn't name them actually, but a couple of them which were named got the eye of Pakistanis. In terms of the IMF part, I think there is a different catch which is developing with IMF. Now understand the state of United States itself. Trump has come on an economic weakness, like I mentioned earlier, with the GDP to debt ratio is very high. But Trump has to revive. And the problem in reviving is that its own Congress, the Democrats, are trying to block things. Their entire tussle with Ukraine, funding, non-funding, Trump is against. Similarly, when it comes to IMF, there are 3 loans in the talk. One was given of 1.3, I think it was climate change much ago. Then a ball was set for a 7-year payout for this bailout, which meant 1 billion USD per annum. That one was revived this year as well during the current sanction. The third tranche, which is about 1.3 billion, is coming for resilience and sustainability, and that's what Pakistan was asking for. Now, when you see this entire payout, it has been announced. You understand the relationship between the IMF head and president himself, the US president himself. So IMF is not getting along. President Trump has made a lot of hue and cry about shedding WTO, WHO, IMF. He's done all that. So if you understand who's putting this proxy behind Pakistan through IMF, it's the deep state and maybe the Democrats of Pakistan USA, who were earlier involved in propping up Pakistan and making it the snake it is. So I think there is a divide there which President Trump has to manage. It is for not us to probably call out that initially. Even if there's an advantage, you can't do much. You can at best abstain, but it's a collateral collection of money which goes through IMF. It's difficult to control that pretext. But the caution which now India has to put and now encash through US is that you have to tell them that this money has been going to nefarious conduct by Pakistan and terrorism. There are ample reports within the US. So if you see the American Enterprise Institute's report, which came up just before this payout, and it also quoted Transparency International, wherein a detailed database has been also supplied in that particular research article to say how money has been siphoned off for boosting terrorism through the soil of Pakistan. And it is not only affecting India. I mean, if you actually take 10 strikes happening around the world, there will be some Pakistani involved in at least 9 of them. So I think that particular report and what has happened, the owning up of, critically, even Pulwama, they said they were not there. It was our own internal grown thing. Yesterday, the spokesperson of the Pakistani establishment has also spoken about it. Then coupled with that is people attending the state funeral of terrorist. And then the terrorist who's Osama bin Laden's relative rising to become the ISI chief. I think this is creating a beautiful dossier for India to be able to now positively interact with the US. I'm telling you quite frankly, nothing is going to happen on Kashmir from US standpoint in any which case. It's just a word spoken. It's gone. It's going to the dustbin. Trump admission will be cautioned by the Modi government, maybe already cautioned, or maybe then they wake up this morning that you will not speak about this anymore. And you're going to see that happen because India has said very categorically, and especially after suspension of Shimla agreement by Pakistan, I'll tell you what we can do. We can actually reclaim the territories which we own legally along the LC. And that's, something acts in the foot which Pakistan has put itself by, trying. I don't know how they extrapolated the Indus Treaty to Shimla Agreement. It was in their benefit, right? So they have opened that box as well.
But interesting point you raise. How does that happen at a time that India is not looking at escalating? At a time that India is saying that we're only going after your terror infrastructure. So there's a little bit of a duality there that we need to address. But Colonel Dave, I'll come back to you on that. I do want to quickly go across to my colleague Akash Sharma, who joins us live from Jammu. Akash, a lot of forward-looking developments. There is a Department of Military Affairs press conference slated for close to 11 a.m. There is also Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who will be inaugurating a BrahMos testing facility. Parallelly, we've picked up a reaction from Pakistan as well as far as late-night ceasefire violations are concerned. But give us a sense of all that you've witnessed in Jammu. I'll talk about all of these 3 crucial aspects, but the latest you've picked up in the last few hours.
Right. So as far as DMA press conference is concerned, so it has been postponed, Christine. Okay. And, we will be getting the new time very soon. And as far as, the facility, the Lucknow facility is concerned, so yes, Rajnath Singh will be virtually inaugurating it. And we are expecting, an address from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh during that particular event. This address would be very important because till now, we had only, only Foreign Secretary talking about the sort of understanding that has happened yesterday. But for the first time, Raksha Mantri may speak on the sort of understanding and also the future aspects of this sort of conflict that has happened. As far as developments and the activities here in Jammu area are concerned, so I'll try to show you some visuals. Rajesh ji will show you the normal vehicular movement here. You see, Jammu was the place that was in fact targeted yesterday. But here the movement is normal and, some sort of trust factor is working. Because, Crispin, you see, people have that sort of trust on their armed forces
that we have seen the sort of escalation, and even after escalation, Pakistan was unable to breach, in fact, and was unable to, attack any of our infrastructure, any sort of property. Yes, there were some damages to the civilian property at one or two places, but these, in fact, damages are possibly because of the fact that our AD guns were thwarting, the sort of projectiles that were coming. So the parts can, go to the places and can fall at any place. Armed forces at this point in time, are very much capable, and it has been proven, time and again in the last 3-4 days, where Pakistan has tried, and retaliation was in fact there, where we have destroyed their air defense systems, radars, and everything else. Propaganda is also working, and I want to highlight it, Kisween. Pakistan is saying, and in fact the media is reporting, some international media is there, in fact they people are reporting that some Air Force pilot is in their custody. This is baseless and false. Air Force is categorically saying that all our Air Force pilots are safe and are within the country. No Air Force pilot is with Pakistan, especially specifically if we, if we go with the sort of claims that are being made by the social media handles and in fact the media there in Pakistan. So they are saying that they have one female pilot with them. It is not true. I cannot reveal the name, of course, the pilot, but that pilot, one of the decorated, fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force, she is very much safe and is very much within the territory, within the country. Also, as far as the developments are concerned, so everyone is looking forward to the sort of DGMO level meeting or the sort of communication that is going to happen tomorrow. Christine, we have been discussing about ceasefire. In fact, I was listening to the experts there in the studio. They have been talking about ceasefire and these sort of developments that have happened in the past few years. So we know that one cannot trust Pakistan. One thing is, we are very sure of. Secondly, a number of agreements, understandings and meetings have happened. In fact, every Tuesday, even during the sort of conflict after Pahalgam also, DGMOs were in contact. In fact, their offices were in contact. For the first time when violation happened on 23rd of April, then it was, short-arm fire. And in fact, they were using, in fact, rifles, small arm fires. In fact, they were using rifles, they were using light machine guns, and Indian Army was retaliating. For the very first time after the attack that was carried out, in fact, the Operation Sindoor, when it was carried out for the first time, it was then, that Pakistan used the artillery and it was retaliated. Yes. Retaliation is there. In fact, the intensity is double and triple, and that's why we have videos of Indian Army destroying their posts, destroying their, facilities, their ammunition storage facilities, and, other military infrastructure. As far as capability is concerned, so we are very sure of the capabilities, and it has been mentioned time and again. Now the developments are what is going to happen in the DGMO level meeting that is going to happen tomorrow. What would be the condition? Because India has categorically said that we are not going to tolerate the sort of incidents that you have been orchestrating, and that you have been carrying out in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes. We have seen incidents in 2023,
bluffs have been called out at every step of the way, Akash. It's been, that charge has been led by our foreign secretary, who was quick to give it back to Pakistan in that press conference he held late last night. And, in minutes from now, whenever that press conference happens of the Department of Military Affairs, we're surely expecting some big word on the version that's being shared by Pakistan. Pakistan, once again, going ahead with a bluff. It maintains India was the one to provoke, to which Pakistan retaliated last night. Thank you for that, Akash. I'll come back to you. We need to head into a very quick break. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
Brought to you by
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defence Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be...
Welcome back. Political reactions flying thick and fast on the developments taking place between India and Pakistan. Do remember, there is a ceasefire violation that's been agreed upon. Pakistan has violated the same. Pakistan's gone back on its words. But politicians here in India also reacting to the developments, commenting on the comparison between Indira Gandhi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor says 1971 was a great achievement, but the circumstances were different. Bangladesh was fighting a moral cause and liberating Bangladesh was a clear objective. However, it's peace that is necessary for us. So that's a safe comment, if I may say, coming in from Shashi Tharoor, because there are several in the Congress who have drawn a direct comparison. They've taken it back to 1971 and things as they stood. But let's listen into what exactly has been said by Congress's Shashi Tharoor.
I think 1971 was a great achievement of our history. I'm proud of it as an Indian. Indira Gandhi ji rewrote the map of the subcontinent, but the circumstances were different. Today's Pakistan is a different situation. Their equipment, their military equipment, the damage they can do, everything is different. And the circumstances of Bangladesh, we were fighting a moral cause to actually bring people to freedom and liberation. That was a completely different story. This is a different story. If Pakistan did not escalate, we would not have escalated. Pakistan did, we also did. It was getting to a point where if it continued like this, we would needlessly have been caught into a long drawn-out war without a clear objective at the end of it. Liberating Bangladesh is a clear objective. Just keeping on firing shells at Pakistan is not a clear objective.
CNN-News18's Pallavi Ghosh joins us with more details. In light of the statement that's come in from Shashi Tharoor, Pallavi, give us a sense of the several Congress reactions you've heard of so far and on which line of this comparison do they stand?
The interesting part is, yet again, Shashi Tharoor is towing a different line from the official Congress line. Yesterday, when you noticed the so-called ceasefire understanding came about between India and Pakistan, immediately the Congress social media handles, Pawan Khera, all of them started tweeting pictures of Indira Gandhi, and they put out a picture of that understanding in 1971 when the War of Liberation took place, to show that in comparison to the iron work done by Indira Gandhi, to use the word of the Congress, the present government has actually sold out to Pakistan. So that ceasefire certainly ended between the Congress and the BJP. But again, you have a Shashi Tharoor who's speaking the language which is clearly spoken by the BJP leaders yesterday. One after another, the BJP leaders responded to the Congress, by saying that 1971 is very, very different from 2025, apart from the reasons listed by Mr. Tharoor. The other fact is that we are working in a nuclear regime. So the situation is also very different. And therefore, to compare the two, to bring about Indira Gandhi is again a false policy. But Mr. Tharoor's words may not go down well with the Congress, but it certainly speaks what the BJP has been speaking. It also raises a larger question. It's less than 24 hours before the understanding has taken place. We saw few ceasefire violations by Pakistan late last night. Is this the right time for the Congress party to start attacking the BJP?
Okay, many thanks, Pallavi, for joining us with that quick update. Politics aside, getting back to the several developments that have trickled in, I do want to go across to our guests on that note once again. Colonel Dev, you were briefly mentioning about how this is the right time to go about several military decisions, if I may say, which look at a long-term scenario which will end up favoring India. Please complete your point, and then I go across to Major General Kochhar.
So before I get there, I just in about sentence, let me tell you, I'm probably the only one on earth who trusts Pakistan 100%. And I trust Pakistan to be what it is, a terrorist state. I trust Pakistan to be the dreamer of the Islamic Caliphate and make fools of their own citizens and get them into an abyss of terrorism and economic poverty. I trust Pakistan to keep, irking India year on year and to no end. And I trust Pakistan to actually drain itself out into a country which is non-existent in the next 15, 20 years. So I quite trust them. Having said that, what we need to do is over long term. So there are two scenarios which we see. One is ceasefire violation scenario, and one is a non-ceasefire violation scenario. Hoping like hell that Pakistan maintains this ceasefire for a few days or months. That in that scenario as well, India has got a lot to do. Apart from the economic geopolitical strides which we will undertake to undermine Pakistan, probably get them back on the FATF list if Trump administration also pushes for it, if we put them under some kind of economic sanction, all that will ensue. In any which case, you see our strength today. I mean, I was just listening to Indira Gandhi versus current. In 10 years, we have been able to cut off the financial taps which used to flow from Middle East quite freely into Pakistan. And that endeavor was started by late Shri Sushma Swaraj at that time. And today you have UAE even, wrapping the knuckles of Pakistan. That's a change. When you see in the future, we also need to see military angle as well. So I will not say what we need to do in terms of our own preparedness, but we also need to look at one very important thing. The delineation of the line of control and the Shimla agreement being suspended by Pakistan is an opportunity. So no matter whether we are in ceasefire or non-ceasefire era, we should slowly stake claim and capture or nibble territories along the LC, which gives us an improvement of our defensive posture and which bring our country to a level that the next time when you interact with us, we are already on higher dominating grounds. That's I'm talking about the ground level forces first. We should be able to take that edge away back from and rest the initiative. One good thing, which is a terminating point of this current so-called ceasefire, is the end state which is currently visible. What's the end state? They put Pahalgam, we reacted. They killed our civilians along the LC, we reacted. They hit our bases, we reacted. And this was the exact time when the military action was supposed to take place, when you address the military installations of the opposite country, that the initiative was supposed to be seized and wrested by Bharat.
So you're saying this could be, if the ceasefire continues, this could be an opportunity lost.
So once you have wrested the initiative, if the ceasefire is not honored by Pakistan, the initiative is now here. A. B, very, very clinically, and for the first time, the government of India has said that any act of proxy war or terror act into the soil of India emanating from Pakistan will be taken as an act of war. So what does it do? It reduces the OODA loop cycle in favor of India. When I say OODA loop, I hope people understand what I just say. It's basically observing, orienting, deciding, and acting. So the first three steps till now, what we have done, we had been trailing in the OODA loop very, very maturely. Not that we couldn't hit Pakistan, but very maturely to make the right geopolitical signals, the right military signals, and to tell both sides of the population that that is the criminal who's acting first. But now when the initiative comes to your side, if Pakistan violates ceasefire, this particular point, you are at full liberty as a country to ensue and hit as per your target list which you have accumulated, whether it's Karachi port getting invested, whether it's any other strategic asset, it will all be done. I'm not too sure that Indian Navy is going to pull out. We are not going to pull out. So I would say, and dare I say, that the Indian armed forces must keep the Arabian Sea threat alive for the next 2 or 3 months till substantial effort is made. Pressure is put by the United States, which thinks it was a mediator, to make sure that the terror hubs and funding and everything is negated and gradually brought down. India should now command on its own terms, because we never asked any mediation. You came to us, you told us that we are a great economy, both of us, and let's interact. So now the onus is on you as America to make sure that this puppet you created in 1980s in the Cold War era is handled by you in the correct manner. For India, let me just pinch one more hole into Pakistani thought process. You see a dog on the street, a stray dog which can bite. There are 3 ways to make irk it. One is you shout from far and it comes running at you. Probably Pakistan may not. The other way is to irk the dog, is to push something at it. It will probably start barking at you. And third is you probably nudge or kick the dog, and the dog will come whole hog at you. So to turn this ceasefire into a no ceasefire, what Pakistan did for 3 hours after the ceasefire was called off at 5 p.m. was what? They generally did that because they thought India would retaliate by indirect fire. And then they have a funny United Nations mission there, UNMOGIP, which is currently not beyond the headquarters where they're plonked in Delhi and Srinagar in India. We give them no liberty to go and patrol our areas. But what Pakistan does is it fires in the sector in your residential area. Obviously, India will respond somewhere else. And that is where they're going to tell the UN, see, they are provoking us. So this, sort of very lame, stupid tactics will fail now. And India has got enough capability to create the situation which it warrants to punitively punish Pakistan in the future. So I think that's where the Pakistani mind should work. What can happen next?
But when have they lived up to a ceasefire?
Never.
Anyway?
So I trust
them.
That's the problem. I trust them fully.
Yeah.
They cannot.
No, but again, India has decided to respond with as much force at every step of the way. We said that if you provoke, we're going to retaliate. Right. If you don't live up to the ceasefire, we're going to retaliate. But where does it stop? And how do we put a full stop to this? This is going to be never ending otherwise. I'm coming back to you, sir. I have to shift our focus to another ground report that we've accessed, and then to General Kochhar as well. India, remember, avenged Pahalgam. That's when Operation Sindoor saw the light of the day. And we've seen a lot of celebrations with regards to Operation Sindoor. One such visual set we're picking up from Jaisalmer, where locals could be seen celebrating outside the Jaisalmer fort. Here's a ground report on the same. Take a look.
जैसलमेर में देर रात तकरीबन 6 धमाके हुए, और वो भी तकरीबन आधे घंटे के अंतराल के अंदर। अभी इस वक्त शांति है। कल जैसलमेर का पूरा बाजार बंद था, अब धीरे धीरे खुलना शुरू हुआ है। यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि जैसलमेर फोर्ट के आसपास अभी इस वक्त लोग नजर आ रहे हैं, और लोगों के अंदर क्या सोचते हैं वो इस वक्त आप बताइए कि रात को जिस तरीके से धमाके हुए थे, डर लगा?
डर तो लगा ही, क्योंकि जिस तरह से शाम को 6 बजे जैसे न्यूज आई कि युद्ध विराम होने वाला है और सीज फायर होने वाला है, तो लोगों को थोड़ी राहत।
सीज फायर तो हो ही गया था,
घोषणा हो गई थी, तो लोगों को थोड़ा राहत मिल गया था। फिर उसके बाद रात को वापस जब धमाके हुए तो लोग वापस दहशत में आ गए। और ये पाकिस्तान की आज की नहीं, पहले की भी यही हरकत है उनकी। जब भी कोई ऐसी चर्चा होती है या कोई समझौता होता है, ये उसका उल्लंघन जरूर करते हैं।
आपको क्या लगता है कि ये पाकिस्तान पे भरोसा किया जा सकता?
नहीं किया जा सकता भाई साहब, बिल्कुल नहीं। इसमें विश्वास करने का मतलब विश्वासघात है। ये बदमाशी करेगा कभी भी। अब मोदी जी को चाहिए कि इसको पूरा करके ही दम लेवे।
इसका फायदा नहीं है।
फायदा इस चीज कोई मतलब ही नहीं है साहब। वो बोलता है क्या, करता है क्या। उसने सीज फायर किया, अमेरिका ने कहा यस ओके सब माने, लेकिन वापिस उसने रात को 6-7 बजे के बाद में जो है जैसलमेर, पोखरण और अन्य जगहों पे जो है बमबारी की है इसने। तो इनके लिए तो सुधार कार्य इनको ठोक के ही करना पड़ेगा जी, बस यही है हमारी इच्छा।
आपको क्या लगता है, जब धमाके हुए थे कल, जब से सीज फायर की घोषणा हो गई, लगा होगा कि अब शांति होगी, फिर धमाके हुए, डर मन में,
दहशत तो भाई साहब नहीं है। हमें हमारी पूरी डिफेंस सिस्टम पे, एयर डिफेंस पे पूरी तरह भरोसा है।
All right, another bit of breaking news update coming in. There's movement at the Prime Minister's official residence. That is 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. We're learning that the 3 services chiefs are currently at his official residence. So another high-level meeting that's currently underway at Prime Minister's residence at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg in the national capital. So you have the 3 chiefs of the armed forces at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. Now we've seen these updates the last few hours, the last so many days, in fact. And I do want to go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who joins us live for a quick update. Ananya, do tell us about the movement that you witnessed outside the PM's official residence.
Well, all the three chiefs of the armed forces, the Air Force, the Indian Army, and in fact the Indian Navy are here at the 7 local landmark, the official residence of the Prime Minister. And, we've been seeing these movements taking place, these meetings taking place. But this one seems to be very, very significant because this is, in fact, a development that comes after a ceasefire was announced with Pakistan. And the three service chiefs coming in and meeting the Prime Minister is something that becomes very, very significant. Though what happens in the meeting is something that we'll get to know soon after this meeting actually gets over. All the three chiefs of, in fact, the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force are here at the 7 local landmark, and they will be meeting the Prime Minister. Is what we can understand from, in fact, the kind of movement that has taken place. What happens next is something that only time can tell us. But at this particular point of time, this meeting seems to be very, very significant as far as this comes, almost a day after a ceasefire was actually announced between India and Pakistan after heavy military action that had taken place for the on the borders, for the past few days.
Okay, thank you for that, Ananya. Going across to Akash as well. Akash is joining us from Jammu. But Akash, the last few days, we've seen several such high-level meetings take place at the Prime Minister's residence. We're learning that all the three chiefs of the armed forces currently at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Any update that you have? We also have not picked up a word as yet on when the Department of Military Affairs presser will take place.
As far as this meeting is concerned, Prithween, Tri-Services Chief, are very much there at 7 LKM. Ananya is reporting from there as far as this meeting is concerned. So very important also because of the fact that, even after the briefing of the Foreign Secretary, we have seen several sort of activities from Pakistan. And how to deal with the situation, what is going to be the next step can be the agenda of this particular meeting. We were learning that Raksha Mantri will also be taking part, but Ananya has been reporting that he hasn't arrived yet, or maybe it's only the meeting between the service chiefs and Prime Minister. Between these meetings, these marathon meetings are also important because Prime Minister is, keeping an eye on everything, every happening of this particular mission, Operation Sindoor. We know that how he's closely monitoring as to what is happening, and we have been told that he is someone, who has in the past, given certain instructions directly to the service chiefs so that it can be ensured that those who were behind the Pahalgam attack, can be in fact neutralized there within the territories of Pakistan. This meeting, of course, we'll get to know as to what was the agenda after the meeting, but very important. Ananya has been reporting. In fact, we have been seeing the visuals. The Indian Army Chief, General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Force Chief, and the Navy Chief as well, are very much there at the residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it is ahead of the crucial meeting of the DGMOs that is going to happen tomorrow.
Okay.
How things will pan out from now onwards will somewhere decide the future aspect of this conflict, these tensions. No one wants escalation. It is very clear, and it has been categorically mentioned not just by the armed forces but also by the foreign ministry and in fact by the leadership. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh also said that we have, we had these selective targets and it was precision hit because of the fact that we did not want any collateral damage. We did not want to send out any message that we are targeting any
Right.
civilians.
And speaking of
We did not
Rajnath
want
Singh,
to
he
send
too
out
will
any
be inaugurating a BrahMos aerospace testing unit in Lucknow today. So we're awaiting for a response from the Raksha Mantri as well. For now, thank you, Akash, for joining us with all those details. Heading into a very short break. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
Mahi sir, how
Hello, Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs, for being with us on this exciting journey. connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defence Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of any sort of statement that will be made by him?
I'm assuming that Defence Minister, won't speak because it's a virtual event, but definitely, this aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow is going to be very, very important. And you rightly pointed out, this is, one public event that he will be a part of. We have seen him, speaking at the BRO soon after the strikes, and then, once again at a different event as well. But this time around, Rajnath Singh would be taking part in this virtual inauguration. There are less chances that he would speak, but then if he is going to speak, then what is the thing that he is going to address? And
within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding or the temporary pause that we are seeing, this is the first time that Defence Minister will in fact be in public. Is there an expectation of...
Good morning, viewers, and Jai Hind. The Tri-Service Chiefs, along with the CDS, are currently meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. Things are fluid. We are building up to the 12th of May. Whether or not, what's the conversation that's going to happen? As of now, it's an understanding. It's not an agreement for ceasefire. It's a stoppage that's going on right now. But this morning is Abbas Begos. There are articles all over the place which talk about what Bharat pressed into service to damage about 5 major air bases, including one which perhaps had a huge dent on Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. So there are a lot of speculations going on. The Pak Foreign Ministry has also raised these questions. And even as we speak, there is the inauguration of the BrahMos facility in Lucknow, a production and manufacturing facility. Right now, sitting right next to me, live here on this broadcast, is the Chair Emeritus of DRDO and the former CEO of the entire CEO and MD of the BrahMos program, a distinguished scientist himself, Dr. Sudhir Mishra. Sudhir ji, namaste. Thank you very, very much.
Good morning. Jai Hind to you.
Sir, let me ask you, did we or did we not use the BrahMos missile in Operation Sindoor?
Yeah. You see, it's difficult to confirm by me, but the TV channels, news media, they all have reported that BrahMos has been successfully used against Pakistani ground assets. And if our Air Force has used it, I am very proud of it. And I feel that I have repaid my duties to India.
Just tell us about the BrahMos now, whether or not it's happened or not. We'll wait for an official confirmation. But the Pak Foreign Ministry said that BrahMos missiles was used, cruise missiles was used. But the Pakistanis also used the Fateh 2. So let's try and understand, compare, contrast the Fateh 2 and BrahMos. How did BrahMos happen and what are the capabilities of the BrahMos?
You see, BrahMos is a cruise missile and its range varies from 300 to 800 kilometers. We have different applications of different versions of the BrahMos. We have land-to-land version, we have land-to-ship, we have ship-to-ship, ship-to-land, and we can launch BrahMos from Sukhoi 30 aircraft also against land targets and sea targets. What Pakistani have used is a strategic missile. It is a ballistic missile having a conventional payload, and it is reported that it was headed towards Delhi. And our air defense system has proved that they can deny any air attack to our adversaries.
We'll get to the gradients of the air defense system because many have been taken by surprise of that because of that in a bit. But let's talk about BrahMos, the payload that it has as a cruise missile. Are there various gradients, and how did the whole process of developing the BrahMos happen, or is this the first time that it's also been pressed into service if it has been used?
First, I would like to tell you that we have conducted more than 130 tests of BrahMos in various configurations. It includes development test as well as the flight test for users validation. Apart from this, BrahMos is a cruise missile. Cruise missile means it can take a trajectory like an aircraft. It can go for low-high trajectory. It can go for low trajectory. It can go for low trajectory. And being a cruise missile, it can fly over the surface of water about at the altitude of about 5 to 10 meters.
10 meters. So then it's very difficult to be detected by radar.
Yes, it's very difficult for any ship-based radar to detect it. In fact, what happens because of the curvature of the Earth, enemy ships can see the BrahMos only about 2 to 3 kilometers away. It gives them about 12 to 15 seconds to react. We always say that we always give some time to our enemy to say their final prayers. We call it jokingly. But the BrahMos has a capability to reach anywhere. And the beautiful thing about this missile is it's very accurate. It's accurate to the pinpoint level. And it is different than the ballistic missile in the sense, ballistic missiles means the way you throw stone in the air and it comes down to the enemy territory. The trajectory it follows is called a ballistic trajectory. This, the one which was coming towards Delhi, Fateh 2, which Pakistanis have fired, it was a ballistic missile. And coming to the air defense, what happens?
We'll talk about air defense in a bit. I just want to talk a little more on BrahMos. On BrahMos, you said it's a cruise missile. So what are the speeds and what is the distance that it can cover? So if, let's say hypothetically, that the Noor Ali Khan Air Base was struck by a BrahMos missile, from where, what is the distance it would have traveled and at what speeds would it have traveled?
Yes. The BrahMos
hypothetically is the operative word.
Yes. The BrahMos missile is having a range from 300 kilometer onwards. Now, what happens if you integrate Sukhoi 30 MKI, then the range is immaterial because the Sukhoi can fly up to 3,400 kilometers. And if you do the fueling, refueling, then the range goes to 5,500 kilometers. So when it comes to the BrahMos range it depends upon the range of Sukhoi 30 MKI. Now, coming to the warhead, it uses a conventional warhead. It is not nuclear.
It's
not nuclear. And this missile can destroy. I want to give you an example.
Right.
If you take a ship, we have taken a discarded ship of Indian Navy while testing our missile, and it was about 4,500 ton of steel.
Okay.
Within 4.5 minutes, we could reach to around 300 kilometers. And on impact, the ship was broken into 2 pieces and got sunk in about 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. So you're
this
saying,
is the power of missile.
So that means they should be traveling at what? 3.5 Mach speed?
It travels at the speed of 2.8 Mach.
2.8 Mach. So just below 3 times the sound of speed. Mach
Yes.
is the sound of speed, the sound barrier.
Yes.
So 1 Mach or Mach 1 is at the speed of sound. Mach 2 is twice the speed of sound. 2.8 is nearly 3 times the speed of sound. That's the speed that the cruise missile takes.
Yes.
And you said that 4,500 tons of steel was split into 2 on impact.
Yes.
So if such a missile, one missile like this were to impact, say, an airbase, what is the kind of destruction that it can inflict?
It can cause huge damage to the runways. All the air bases are having command and control centers. They have radars, they have power generation units, and they have the assets to house the aircrafts. So all these can be destroyed by this missile.
No. Okay, how easy or difficult is it to transport this missile? Is it very heavy to put to cart, to ship, and also to mount? You said it can be mounted on a Sukhoi, that is, so there is air to surface. It can be carried or launched off a ship. So it is, say, sea to surface, sea to air. So how easy or difficult is it to move this?
You see, although the weight of the missile is about 2,800 kilograms, but for Sukhoi 30, it's about 2,200 kilograms. We have all the material handling equipments to load the missile onto Sukhoi, and it doesn't take more than 10, 12 minutes to load a Sukhoi with a fresh missile. And you see, the material handling is not an issue. The main issue is engaging a target, reaching there successfully, and ensuring that the destruction take place. So the data of the target is already fed by the pilot, and once he reaches in the desired position, and then he releases the missile towards the target. And once a target is engaged, locked, then the missile will go on its own to the target.
Now, can it be intercepted?
You see, the BrahMos is a supersonic missile. It cannot be intercepted by the air defense system of Pakistan and to the extent by China. But it all depends upon the future. In future, we may develop a radar, a quantum radar, which would be able to, but we are still 10, 15 years away from that. It cannot be intercepted by any known air defense system.
So you're saying now, for a person who really does not understand common parlance, you said that Pakistan launched the Fateh 2. It's like when I throw a stone. So if I throw a stone, it will go into a trajectory up, and then it will come down.
Yes.
So it has got to have a trajectory. So where I'm throwing something and it goes. So that's the ballistic.
Yes.
The cruise is that once I lock the target, it can fly, it can float, it can glide.
Like
an aircraft. Like an aircraft. So this is superior technology, far superior technology.
A cruise missile follows a very, very difficult technology. I think we are the first in the world to master this. And in fact, the United States also undertook the development of this technology in the 70s and 80s. But looking at the complications and the cost involved, they have discarded it. And now they are working on the hypersonic, but they don't have any supersonic missile, liquid supersonic cruise missile. They don't have.
They don't have. So
No,
Bharat
nobody.
is one of the only in the world to
Yes,
have a liquid supersonic cruise missile?
Bharat and Russia.
Bharat and Russia are the only two who have a liquid supersonic cruise missile.
Yes.
Now, are there gradients to it in terms of the payload that the BrahMos carries? Are there different versions of the BrahMos?
No. The versions differ by the range, not by the payload.
Okay, so range is from minimum 300 kilometers to
onwards. Yes.
And what's the maximum that we have? Are you at liberty to reveal that?
You see, let me say onwards.
Onwards. Okay.
Let me say onwards.
So we'll pause it at onwards. But Bharat is the only one outside of Russia to have a liquid cruise missile to be and perfected. And this is totally indigenous?
It's completely indigenous. We produce BrahMos Aerospace in India. And the BrahMos Aerospace is headquartered at New Delhi. And we have our production units at Hyderabad, Nagpur, Pilani, and Thiruvananthapuram.
There's one more in Lucknow that's getting inaugurated by the Raksha Mantri.
Yes. In fact, today is National Technology Day. And I would like to congratulate all the Indian brothers and sisters. Today is the day when we have conducted the nuclear test. And today is the day when we are having the inauguration of BrahMos' new facility at Lucknow in the UP Defense Corridor.
Now, this is for production purposes because of domestic needs, or is there also a big international order that now Bharat is now going to have to fulfill?
You see, our existing facilities are working almost overtime to meet the requirement of Indian Armed Forces, but there is an increased demand. So we needed a new facility to meet that requirement. Apart from that, we have got export order from the Philippines. So that order also has to be met. Then there are possible orders from Indonesia, Vietnam, Middle East, Africa, and Americas. So to meet the increased demands, we needed a facility. So the Lucknow facility would be meeting the requirement of BrahMos production. Apart from that, we have also undertaken the design, development, and production of BrahMos NG. BrahMos NG is a BrahMos new generation.
Okay.
So this NG would be completely designed, developed, and manufactured in Lucknow facility.
Now, what is BrahMos NG?
BrahMos NG is a very interesting development. It's a, as you know, that the current BrahMos is developed in 1980s and 90s, and over a period of time, the new technologies have come up. We also have the requirement of more missiles in the available space. So we thought, why not we come out with a new missile? Meanwhile, we have developed an engine which is equally powerful as the present BrahMos, but having a smaller in size. So this miniaturization and has resulted into the reduced diameter of the missile, reduced length of the missile. So BrahMos NG range would be 300 kilometers. It will perform the similar functions, but it will be much smaller in the size and weight. So the BrahMos NG weight is about 1,200 kilograms. So in the present Sukhoi, we have integrated only one main BrahMos. But the BrahMos NG, we would be able to integrate 5 into the Sukhoi 30.
Sukhoi 30.
Plus LCA.
So chota packet, bada dhamaka, that's what you're saying the BrahMos NG is. Has it been tested? Are we very close to inducting it into the armed forces, manufacturing it?
We have developed the subsystems. We are in the process of integrating all these subsystems into the main systems. And then we also need to develop the peripheral systems to support the launch of the missile. But these all are under development. And what we feel that within 12 to 18 months, we would be able to successfully deliver this missile to our users.
So 12 to 18 months, BrahMos NG will also be in production and it should be there for our users. The other question is, I'm coming back to hypothetically, if an airbase has been struck, was one missile enough, or did Bharat fire multiple BrahMos missiles towards multiple air bases? If they did, to destroy an airbase or to perhaps neutralize it or render it defunct?
Let me assure you that BrahMos can disable any the uses of the assets. So if we launch the BrahMos towards the enemy airbase,
it's a big if.
We can create a lot of damage, and this damage will disallow the adversary to use their systems. So that's what is the objective.
So inability to use their machines or certain capabilities, even if nuclear, can be possible if a cruise missile lands on an airbase or an installation that carries such abilities.
Yes, it can certainly cause the disturbances.
It can certainly cause
the disturbance.
Now let's try and understand the other aspect, Dr. Sudhir, the air defense system. Everybody has been taken pleasantly by surprise by the way Bharat has not allowed a single missile, projectile, drone to land on any of the targeted installations. Majority of them, 98-99% of them, have been neutralized in the skies. How was this possible? Is this again indigenous, or is it a lot of S-400 that has done the work? Please clarify this.
You see, many people underestimate the air power of Bharat. Bharat is not the Bharat of 90s, 2000, 2010s. It is a new Bharat. And this Bharat has got the tremendous capability to attack and to defend. This war, why I'm calling this 2-3 days event as a war is that we were attacked by Pakistan by using drones, by using the missiles, by using aircrafts, and we have defended against all these attacks. We have used L-70 air defense gun against the drones. We also have used Akash missile against the air attacks. I'm sure we must have used MRSAM also, which we have indigenously developed in the country. And S-400 is the ultimate weapon to defend against any aircraft, against any incoming ballistic missiles, which the whole world has learnt, whole world has seen. That we are very strong in the air defense. Nobody can touch.
So if you were to explain the gradient of what will be used at what level in terms of air defense systems. So first come the air guns, the 23 mm or the L-70s.
Yeah.
When you have these drones, the small
First-
low-flying drones.
Yeah, first comes the air defense guns and the shoulder-fired missiles. So they are having the range of 2 kilometer to 7-8 kilometers.
Okay.
Then comes.
But they can lock on the target, lock on a moving
They
target.
can lock. You see, the gun, air defense gun cannot lock onto the target, but there you can fire continuously towards the target, and it can bring down the drones, because drones are they are dumb.
Okay.
They are not intelligent as of now. When you attack them, they're dumb. They know the target, they go towards it.
Okay.
And in future, maybe the AI will also come when they fly. But as of now, AI is used only to identify the targets. But they are dumb. So L-70 gun is able to bring them down. Shouldered fire gun can be used against the drone and aircraft also, if it is close by.
Right.
Then comes the aircraft which are 15-20 kilometers away. So we can use the Akash missile. Akash is indigenously developed by DRDO, produced by Bharat Dynamics Limited and Bharat Electronics Limited. And this missile, our army and Air Force both are having in plenty. So they assure our airspace that not even a mosquito can enter without
So
getting
if there is an
firing.
Akash missile defense system placed, what is the circumference or the range that one particular installation can protect?
Any direction up to 25 kilometers
25
of radius.
kilometers. So across the western border, you're saying that multiple places
Yes.
Akash has been installed across all our borders.
Yes.
So Akash came into play. What's the next level?
The next level is a MRSAM.
MRSAM.
Medium
or the
range,
Barak?
medium range surf. No, I will
No,
not
Barak
call it
is
a Barak. That is a different. That is used by the Indian Navy. We have MRSAM, medium range surface to air missile,
Missiles,
which
MRSAM,
DRDO has developed in collaboration with IAI of Israel. And this missile is already delivered to our users.
Okay.
It's having a range up to 70 kilometers.
270 kilometers. So
Yes.
were MRSAMs used more to bring down, say, enemy aircraft and enemy missiles?
It can take down both.
It can take down
it
both.
can take down both. It can take down incoming missiles. It can take down aircrafts. It can take down, to the limited extent, even the ballistic missiles also, incoming ballistic missiles.
So it can take down incoming ballistic missiles. The
Yeah.
other thing is, was S-400 used? What did we press in the S-400 missile defense systems? Because it's something that that battery is something that we bought from the Russians. We've got 3 batteries. The second has come, third is yet to be delivered. So the S-400 battery, when did it come into play? Did it come into play this time around?
It is reported that S-400 has been used to bring down the Fateh. S-400 is like a Sudarshan Chakra. You use it to bring down the incoming aircrafts, take down the AWACS, which are 200, 300, 400 kilometers away from our territory. You can also use it to bring down the incoming ballistic missile, which we have used in the Fateh incident. And it can be used to bring down any nuclear tipped missiles also coming towards us.
Right. So that means that is not something that will be pressed into place based on what Pakistan attempted initially in the first 2-3 days. It would have come once the whole turn happens towards nuclear tipped missiles or long range ballistic missiles.
My common sense tells me that S-400 cannot be used against the drones. It must have been used against the aircrafts, fighter aircraft, JF-17, AWACS, and the ballistic missile Fateh. So I'm sure it must have been.
Okay,
used
one
against
more thing I want to understand from a scientist's point of view, and since you're working with technology, today, modern day, do we have the conventional Top Gun-like dogfights? Because there are a lot of international media which are saying that there were dogfights between Bharat and China, beg your pardon, Bharat and Pakistan, with the French and the Chinese planes having a dogfight. Maybe sometimes the Falcon also, that is the F-16s.
You see, nowadays dog fights don't happen the way you see it in the movies. It used to happen earlier. In the 1970s, we have seen the dog fight of Net versus Pakistani aircrafts. But nowadays, they are hundreds of the kilometers away from each other. The simple reason is, if any aircraft is a aircraft missile, anti-aircraft missile, this missile will lock on to the enemy aircraft. And once a aircraft is locked, it's very difficult to evade. So the idea is to be away from each other by 50 kilometers, 70 kilometers, sometimes 100 kilometers, and avoid any eye-to-eye contact.
This is more a tech-driven dogfight from a distance rather than them getting within into smelling space of each other in terms of the aircrafts today. So the nature of the dogfights have also changed.
You are very right, Mr. Anand. This is dogfight away from each other by hundreds of kilometers, and you have to avoid the electronics war. You also have to avoid the radars which are on the enemy aircrafts. So you try to be away from each other as much as possible.
Right. So you have SAMs which are there. That is the surface-to-air missiles. You have what the enemy aircraft would also be, having 4.5 generation, 5th generation crafts would have such certain capabilities. So a head-on dogfight within feet of each other or inches of each other is perhaps a thing of the past. My last question: how indigenously capable are we? Because this may be a temporary stoppage. Many people realize that this is going to be perhaps a continuous engagement. दुश्मन वापस इस तरफ से भी आएगा, and there are those on the other side जो देख रहे होंगे कि हमारी capabilities क्या है. So how good are we in terms of developing our own indigenous capabilities?
I would like to make one single statement. When it comes to missile, Bharat is a superpower, and we have access. We have developed our own technologies to meet any kind of requirement of Indian armed forces. So we are very capable, very powerful when it comes to the missile technologies.
Sudhir Mishra ji, thank you so much. Proud of what the DRDO is doing and what you have been able to do. Let's hope that BrahMos increases its capabilities. Look forward to the BrahMos NG also coming in and getting inducted into our armed forces very, very soon. Thank you so much for your time and for speaking with us. Jai Hind, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Jai Hind.
Well, on that note, I'm going to hand it back to Prithvi.
Thank you for that, Anand. Quickly shifting our focus back to the big story we're tracking from the national capital. Do remember there is a meeting that is currently ongoing at the Prime Minister's official residence, which is 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. So let's quickly get you details first up of what's transpiring in the national capital. We speak at a time that Pakistan yesterday violated ceasefire yet again. And so there are these high-level security meetings that are currently underway, of which this is what we're learning from the national capital. Tri-services chiefs at Prime Minister's official residence, 7 LoC Kalyan Marg. And this is yet another meeting. We've seen several such meetings, viewers, in the past few days at the Prime Minister's residence. In attendance have been NSA Ajit Doval. We've also seen the CDS in attendance. But this one with the 3 services chiefs at the Prime Minister's residence. Now, there are a few developments expected. The big development to take place tomorrow is once again the DGMO level talks that will take place between India and Pakistan. Yesterday, the first word was broken by the United States. It was Donald Trump who took to social media and spoke of a ceasefire agreement that's been reached upon. India making it amply clear that this is only in the realm of mutual understanding. If Pakistan decides to breach the same, as it did last night, there will be retaliatory action. So there was an exchange of military action that we saw yesterday after Pakistan violated ceasefire. India resorted with equal force, and shortly after we did hear from the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Vikram Misri, say that expect such retaliation in case Pakistan continues to violate ceasefire. So now we have this meeting taking place at the Prime Minister's official residence, 7 LoC Kalyan Marg, the Tri-services chiefs in attendance at this meeting. Whether or not there is the presence of NSA Ajit Doval, other security heads, we're going to have to wait it out for a while. But for now, what we can tell you is that the Prime Minister is meeting the chiefs of the 3 armed forces, the Air Force, the Navy, the Indian Army. They're at the Prime Minister's official residence to perhaps discuss what next. Because these are developing times. We're seeing developing situation. We are seeing developments take place almost on an hourly basis, and whether or not there will be an official communication from the Indian Armed Forces or the government in the next few hours, we're going to have to wait it out a little. But for now, a meeting that's currently ongoing at the Prime Minister's residence. Ananya Bhatnagar joins us with more details. Ananya, what I was meaning to ask you is whether or not you've seen any other vehicular movement apart from the 3 services chiefs, the Tri-services chiefs, any other security head in attendance?
Well, the Raksha Mantri is here, the three services chiefs are here, the CDS is here, and in fact, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Doval, too, is in attendance as far as this meeting is concerned. This high-level meeting taking place, very, very significant one, because it comes, right after the ceasefire was announced last evening. And today, this meeting is actually taking place at the PM's residence, most probably to decide the future course of action, to decide and to take stock of the situation at the international borders and the line of control across the borders of India. And that is something that becomes very, very significant. All the security heads here at, in fact, the PM's residence meeting the Prime Minister. What happens next is something that only time can tell us. But at this particular point in time, it's a very, very significant meeting because this is this ceasefire was understanding and not an agreement. So very, very clearly, the future course of action has to be decided by, in fact, the Prime Minister, not only at the governmental level, but also at the military level as well. And that is the reason why, this meeting is taking place. The PM is taking stock of the situation and also, would be deciding about the future course of action. So very, very crucial meet happening at the PM's residence, more significant. It becomes more significant because it is happening, post the ceasefire was actually announced. So what happens next is something that we'll have to wait and watch for.
Okay, the ceasefire announced, the ceasefire also violated by Pakistan. Ananya, thank you for that. I'll come back to you in just a bit, going across to Akash Sharma as well. Akash, Ananya tells us that apart from the Raksha Mantri, the CDS and also NSA Ajit Doval are in attendance. So this is a high-level security meet that's currently underway at Prime Minister's residence. What are the official communications we can expect next? Anything we've heard from the government or the Defense Ministry so far?
So possibly we are not going to have anything officially after this meeting, Prithvi, because these are the meetings, these are the high-level meetings where some sort of operational details, are discussed. What happened, what is going to happen, how we are going to retaliate, what is going to be our next course of action, how Indian Army is going to react now, what if Pakistan is once again violating the ceasefire, what is going to happen in DGMO, and everything related to that. All of these aspects must have been discussed in this particular meeting. And since we have all three service chiefs, CDS, NSA and Raksha Mantri, so we can assume that this is somewhere related to the sort of security situation that we have in the country today. As far as Raksha Mantri is concerned, so we have seen his two public speeches after the initial strikes, and it has been categorically mentioned by him that we targeted the terror camps in Pakistan, and in fact he talked about the sort of practice that we follow. He gave example of Lord Hanuman, that how the one who is disturbing us, we are only targeting him, or the places from where we are getting the sort of destruction, or the places which are used for the sort of attacks that are happening here, we are only targeting those places. So message was loud and clear by Raksha Mantri. In fact, today we have seen his tweet, where he is congratulating the scientists, technicians and all others who are involved in Pokhran because of the kind of day we have. Is also sending a larger message, because it's not the Pakistan that has got the nuclear capabilities. India also has got the capabilities, and we of course will not use it first because of the kind of policies we have, the declaration we have, but then we also have that sort of capability. It is something that is conveyed through that particular tweet. Also, Krithwin, in some time from now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is going to address, and it is going to be an important address given the fact that Pakistan has said that India has used BrahMos missile against Pakistan, and that's why they launched the operation on us. We are also getting this sort of information that BrahMos was likely used. BrahMos was likely used by India, but then we are waiting for an official confirmation, because these are sensitive things, and we'll of course be
and
going
if at
with,
all BrahMos was used, when was it used? If it was used in retaliation to Pakistan's misadventure, then we will hear about the same from the government. But thank you, Akash, for getting us that quick update. We'll keep coming back to you. With me in the studios, Major Namrata and Colonel Rohit Dev. We'll go across to them in just a bit, right back after a very quick break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
Within Indian authorities have in fact been saying. I request you, Akash, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input at this point. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate the BrahMos facility in Lucknow at 11 a.m. virtually. Let me go back to my colleague Akash Sharma on this. Akash, this will be a very significant event that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. because after the understanding.
Welcome back. We continue with our non-stop coverage on the several meetings that are underway in the national capital. Also, what's lined up next? In a few minutes, we're to hear from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He will be inaugurating a BrahMos testing facility. So whether or not he comes out with an important word as far as ongoing developments are concerned, watching out for that. Colonel Rohit Dev continues to stay on with us here in the studio. Colonel Dev, we've been discussing what explains Pakistan's notorious military attempts late last night. Ceasefire announced, admission of the same by not just India and Pakistan. The United States, was quick to claim credit. It's been going ahead with a lot of posturing itself. But what explains this move by Pakistan? They're trying to pin it on India, solely on India. It almost is suggestive of the fact that this is an attempt to build that same old narrative that you were the ones to act, we were the ones to react, which is false.
Right. So what happened the last evening was that Pakistan is under tremendous pressure internally to prove something to its own people. And Munir is under a threat himself within the military, and he's not taken very keenly to by the Pakistani citizens anymore. And this declining political crisis in Pakistan, actually they wanted to continue, but they were rapped on their knuckles and they were told to calm down. Now this entire barrage of firing, even 2 to 3 hours after the ceasefire was supposed to come in force, and they knew it very well, was conducted for expectation of a retaliation which generally happens along the LC at least. And they thought that they'll be able to capture those moments of Indian firing and then showcase us as the violator of this ceasefire. And that probably didn't happen at all. And that is why now they're in a current soup that how to reignite this, because while they may have claimed victory over a telecast media, but they have not actually done anything on ground for their people because their air bases have been stuck. The fire is on their side, the smoke is on their side, and their people are seeing that smoke. So somehow or the other, in their media and everywhere else, it will crop. It'll not be like Pulwama that you speak after so many years that we did it. It's going to be maybe tomorrow or day after they're going to talk about the destruction caused by the Indian armed forces. The second part I want to highlight is this ongoing meeting which is happening right now in LKM. The idea is to get a sort of a handle on what next, and it's May. It's peak infiltration time for Pakistani to send their terrorists across the border to create more chaos, to get the OGWs coming into action, because 3-4 years they've been denuded of all kind of that fame that they're doing something for Kashmir. And now suddenly Munir has spoken about Kashmir. He has spoken about the religious part, how it dissects us from them, and it's gone into an attack into Pahalgam. They have to do Pahalgam plus or minus kind of activity throughout this season. Otherwise, they lose the coin in their own territory. So now when that's going to happen, and India has said that any act of war any act of terrorism will be taken as an act of war. Now India has to decide that A happens, B happens, C happens, where is which threshold and what is going to be done. So I'm quite sure the Prime Minister has called the 3 chiefs, and you also earlier saw individual chiefs going to the Prime Minister for the first time. It has not happened. Earlier, even in the times of General Manekshaw, only Manekshaw used to speak to the Prime Minister. Now you have 3 chiefs going. The idea is when Parakram happened, we mobilized, we took our own time, we went through. I mean, I can also say we went in, but we also came back because of whatever the government said at that time. But if you see Kargil is a test bed case of Indians' preparedness. So a lot of, Jasba and Josh went into it, a lot of sacrifice went into it. We did very well to thrash Pakistan, but we had 800 plus casualties. Why did that happen? Do you think that the Prime Minister at that time did not see how to ease tension on the northern front by opening the western and southern front? The answer is he did. But we were found woefully short of war fighting capabilities owing to a very, very kind of lackadaisical political attitude, who also reduced our war wastage from 40 days to 15 days, and they blame it on their economy. How can a booming economy like India go back to those days and reduce your own WWR? Do you expect only to fire for 14 days? The answer is no. Then why should you hold more? The IOCL holds 120 days of reserve for fuel for Indian Navy, Air Force, and Army. So I think that is where we need to see, and we need to see more of these politicians, more of these bureaucrats. And I will make a recommendation that at least at the core level and above war games when we have in the country, come and sit there to assess what's being planned, whether it's feasible, whether you can geopolitically interact with the country to get us those weapon parts and equipment, whether you can get the finance in for a skirmish, for a war, for whatever systems you want. I think a holistic approach needs to be developed. And that is why it is critical that the chiefs meet the Prime Minister to tell him what needs to be done, what action plans can be made, what is doable, what needs effort, what needs geopolitical handling, what needs finances. And I think that is where the entire slate after today's meeting will be drawn from LC to the area of Jaisalmer and looking towards the Ramir Khan place to see what next. And I'm telling you, small mistakes by Pakistan in terms of doing a terrorist attack or even crossing the LC will get punitive action beyond a threshold it can imagine. And all this bogey about the envelope, you mentioned about the BrahMos missile. Yeah. Most certainly it could have been launched against the Fatah missile that was coming in, because are the supersonic got a very good internal guidance and also terminal guidance that may have been used probably here in our own territory.
What they're trying to suggest is that this missile was fired late last night after the ceasefire. That's what they're attempting to suggest, and hence they're justifying their so-called retaliation.
It will come in the briefing.
Yeah.
And if they're talking about after the ceasefire being done, so even if, and it's a very, very hypothetical if, and I'm not making any claim to it, even if a BrahMos was fired, it would have been fired to some place from where the violations of ceasefire occurred last evening, primarily from Pakistan first. And you are at liberty. You are at liberty to hit at a radar system or anything else while you are doing it, because those radars and systems are guiding your drones into our territory, killing civilians. You launched a terror, so-called a scare or attack yesterday in a place near Pathankot. So I think it will get punitive action from us. So let's not be too naive and politically correct to say which system. You have chosen the path. We will choose the time, place, and the type and quantum of punitive action which we have to take against you. So I think that's very clear. So let's not get defensive. Even if the armed forces have fired a missile system into probably any place like Peshawar to last night, who cares? Who cares?
Pakistan is rattled. They're rattled because some of their air bases have been taken.
So if you're rattled, what are you doing about it? Nothing, right? So I want to see Pakistan doing something, because
walking up
all
to
this
US and seeking
all this Gidar Bhabki, I'm telling you, a nuclear attack is not so easy. You just heard the DRDO ex-chairman to talk about what is ballistic and what is cruise, right? A ballistic missile which takes off from Pakistan with nuclear warhead to come into India, 99.9% chances today are that we will strike it in the Pakistani territory itself. So I don't know what they're talking about, and it's not a loose cannon world where you can say something and get away.
Yeah.
You said all out war, where are you in preparedness? You said you will nuke, where are your nukes? You said you will do this, that, the other. If India does, India has done what it wants. India actually has put you down by at least $7 billion in just 1.5 days. Where are you, Pakistan, to put that pressure on us? What have you hit? You have hit nothing. So you're going to revive your economy. You're going to now blame India and seek assistance to make up all these raw assets, air bases and weapon systems. You will get the cement for your air base, but you will not get the weapon system and ammunition which you now deserve or you want to from anywhere across the world, including Turkey.
It's a problem of plenty and in a negative way for Pakistan, and it's going to take a while to recover, especially given the diplomatic strikes that India has unleashed at Pakistan. Major Namrata, I do have a follow-up question, but before that, we need to quickly put out this ground report. Situation in Jammu limped back to normalcy today with no major drone spotting or reported attacks from Pakistan's side. Shops have reopened, traffic resumed. Locals are welcoming this agreement between India and Pakistan, though some feel Pakistan should have been dealt with more sternly. Take a look at this report.
भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट के बाद अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, जम्मू सिटी की बात करें, तो कल शाम से यहाँ कोई भी न तो कोई धमाका सुनने को मिला, न कोई ड्रोन उस हिसाब से दिखे, और ना ही यहाँ पे कोई ब्लैकआउट हुआ है। और आज सुबह से नॉर्मल लाइफ यहाँ पे अभी तक हो रही है, पूरी शांति बनी हुई। अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, और इस जम्मू की अगर हम बात करें तो थोड़ा मैं तस्वीर दिखाना चाहता हूँ। ये बिजी जीवल चौक एरिया है, और इस जीवल चौक में सुबह सुबह का टाइम है, संडे है, इसलिए लोग कम दिखेंगे आपको। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात है कि दुकान जो है, दुकानदार जो है, दुकानें सब खोल के बैठे हैं। अब कस्टमर्स का इंतज़ार हो रहा है, लोग भी अपनी आवाजाही में मस्त हैं। दुकानदार सुबह से ही अगर आप देखें तो दुकानदारों ने दुकानें खोलना शुरू कर दी हैं जम्मू के हर एक बाज़ार में। और थोड़ी तस्वीर भी दिखा देंगे कि जो कस्टमर हैं वो भी अब यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं अपनी ज़रूरत ज़िंदगी जो चीज़ें हैं वो लेने के लिए। ये माहौल कल नहीं था, परसों नहीं था, यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा खौफ था। लेकिन अब जब कि सीज़ फायर एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, हालांकि जम्मू के जो सटे आईबी इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के इलाके हैं वहाँ पे फायरिंग कल शाम को हुई, लेकिन जम्मू सिटी में नॉर्मल लाइफ रही। और इसी को देखते हुए लोग उसी का फ़ायदा उठा के अब जो दुकानदार हैं, लोग हैं, वो दुकानदार अपनी दुकानें खोल रहे हैं लोग, और लोग जो है वो अपनी ज़िंदगी में मसरूफ़ हो गए हैं। जी, आपका नाम?
जी, कमलेश कुमार।
अब आपने आज दुकान खोल दी?
जी जी हाँ, खोल लिया। ठीक है, सुना है आपकी ठीक हो गया था, आपसे खोल ली।
पिछले 3 दिन से तो दुकान बंद
नहीं, कम ही था काम, तो फिर जैसे सिचुएशन ऐसी थी तो ऐसे शोर था भाई। अब ऐसे है कि अब नॉर्मल लग रहा है, सब ठीक है। तो वैसे पहले दहशत तो थी कि कभी हुआ भी जहाँ जम्मू में काफ़ी थोड़े बहुत काफ़ी जगह वो हाँ दहशत थी, वो पड़े थोड़े शेल वगैरह, तो नुकसान भी हुआ थोड़ा सा, तो इसलिए फिर थी दहशत। फिर अब ठीक है, फर्स्ट क्लास, अब तो ठीक है, नॉर्मल लग रहा है सब, इसलिए खोल कर
आप होप करते हैं कि ये शांति आगे भी बनी रहे?
नहीं, शांति बनी रहे, पर हम अपनी शर्तों में शांति बनाए। आप
All right, a quick break. Right after a short break, we take this conversation ahead with our defense experts in the studio. Be right back.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto. Long night? You have no idea. I got you. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. Keeping our sharp focus on the latest developments. Pakistan, remember, violated ceasefire late last night after having agreed to a ceasefire with India. In the wake of the announcement made by United States President Donald Trump, Marco Rubio reiterated that big claim. We've heard it from Donald Trump once again today, but the focus is on the several meetings taking place in the national capital. 7 Lokalyan Marg, there is a meeting that the Prime Minister is chairing with the Tri-Services chiefs. What we're also focusing on is what's lined up for Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. In fact, shortly expecting him to speak as well, as there is the BrahMos facility, Akash, that is going to be inaugurated. The testing unit is going to be inaugurated by the Raksha Mantri. Give us a sense of what's happened so far on that front.
Right. So in some time from now, it is expected that Raksha Mantri would be inaugurating this facility. This is one integration and training facility. Integration, of course, is quite clear that how the parts of the BrahMos missile would be integrated here. We have several sort of facilities like such, and specifically, if we talk about this sort of facility that is in Lucknow, it's been, so to the best of my understanding, it is a facility that is spread in 200 acres, and this is one among those facilities that are dedicated for BrahMos NG, that is next generation lightweight, better precision, and better seeking capabilities and AI capabilities as well. So a big boost to India's Atmanirbharta approach, given the fact that BrahMos is one of the potent missiles that India has. It's a joint venture between India and Russia. We know that, and we have several sort of facilities for the integration. Lucknow is going to be the one that will be inaugurated by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh in some time from now. We are also expecting him to address because there are a number of things that would somewhere be clear, given the fact that there are several sort of allegations by the Pakistan. There are a number of developments that have happened since yesterday after Foreign Secretary spoke last night. In fact, addressed a press conference last night. So a number of things would be made clear possibly by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and that's the reason why we are waiting for his address. Remember, he's meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as of now, and in fact, along with him, we have three service chiefs, CDS, NSA, and in fact, Prime Minister is chairing the meeting, possibly to take an update on what is happening on Operation Sindoor. And importantly, it will be important to see as to if they are still saying that Operation Sindoor is on, or if it will be some sort of signaling related to the current operations.
Yes, because there is a temporary pause that India certainly is adhering to in case Pakistan decides to breach it again. India has made it amply clear, Akash, that we're going to retaliate with equal force. Thank you for that quick update, Major Namrata. What I do want to ask is, given that we're talking about this post-ceasefire announcement, don't you fear, or isn't there a fear that this could also be a time-buy tactic for Pakistan? Pakistan's got everything but to lose. Pakistan clearly is failing as far as its military capability is concerned. Pakistan clearly rattled at this point in time, is why it perhaps sought a United States intervention, is why the DGMO level talks took place. And going by the official version that we've picked up so far, it was the Pakistan DGMO who reached out to his Indian counterpart. What if this is Pakistan attempting to refuel its arms and ammunition?
Yes, that's something very interesting, and Pakistan certainly wants an honorable exit from this after they have, initiated things at Pahalgam. Now, there's a couple of things to it. Then I'll just come to your question. First, Pakistan, and people keep worrying about the Pakistan's nuclear capability. The amount of the kind of debt that Pakistan is under, be it UN, be it IMF or America, which is not even there in the open source, Pakistan will never be able to operate its nukes. Nukes are not jokes without the permission of United States. So Pakistan, heart of the heart, knows their own capabilities, and that's the reason why today they're rattled. Now again, Trump visiting to UAE, he certainly wanted to have a little pause till the time he completes his deals or his visit with the UAE counterpart, and gets back to his location. And third here is the bailout amount that Pakistan has got. Again, where does it go? It goes in the businesses which Pakistan Army runs in Pakistan. And meanwhile, Pakistan is getting time for its own recovery and buying its time. That's what you said. So certainly Pakistan is rattled. Pakistan is not able to understand what to do. But here what I want to bring about is that why do we always keep leaving the opportunity? Why do we always have to worry about the escalation? Pakistan is a proxy. Pakistan does not have anything on its own when it is under debt of so many international nations, be it China, CPEC, or be it US. Pakistan works only and only. And then the thing is, after the partition, the Pakistan's birth of Pakistan is only on the basis of hatred towards India. Unfortunately, it is our neighbor, and it will always remain a shadow threat. We know this. It's been so many years. We can't. 1971 war was a compass. Now things have absolutely changed. The Chinese have even created the entire capability of technological warfare in Pakistan. They have trained things in Pakistan for all these kind of stuff. So now buying this kind of time is certainly going to refuel them or to plan things in other way. Now, again, even if you talk about ceasefire, who stops them to use their own to use their technological warfare and to start with some kind of interception in any of our military establishments? So again, will that be counted in the ceasefire? Ceasefire is only about the ground air or the air or the air warfare or in the naval warfare. So that is what is the thing we need to understand, that we don't have to be reactive all the time. It was an opportunity for us to actually launch a massive attack on any of the military establishments, and if not military establishment, but the strategic establishment, which could have affected the business and the economic influences to many of their foreign counterparts.
But three to four airbases have been hit. And again, that came as a retaliation. So the message has been sent out already, Major Namrata.
Yeah, but then I'm talking about the strategic and the economic interest, because US is also looking for the mineral diplomacy with Pakistan. So this is where we have to think much, much, much ahead and just not be restricted on the ground, air and land warfare all about. We have to think much beyond on the economic interest, on the business deals, the kind of business deals that the foreign nations keep having in the entire belt of South Asia, and where Pakistan and India where Pakistan is getting affected.
Okay, Colonel Dev, how do you view this? Because most certainly seeking a ceasefire was nothing that India wanted or expressed its desire for. It came from the other side. Clearly, Pakistan wasn't as prepared, or perhaps it wanted some more time. If we're giving into this particular demand that they're working around in order to refuel, in order to reassess their military strategies, how is it going to play out for us eventually?
Right. So, Prithvin, I'll talk about two things here. One is the ideological, distinguishing of the Pakistani state. That entire build-up. I will, exhort you as a journalist and many others who are aspiring to become, think tank. Please read a book called The Quranic Concept of War by Brigadier S.K. Malik, written in 1970s under the tutelage of Ziaul Haq. Now, when you read that, it's a typical phase in war where you are getting hammered, or there is an exponential threat to your existence or getting harmed. It's a typical, in English, you can convert it into whatever verse, but it basically means that you buy time, you blackmail or you buy out people to get your things done, and then you build up till you can fight again. So Pakistan is somebody who will never let that ideological difference with India go away. Given the situation that they initiated Pahalgam, their media, their people are against them. They tried to become extra smart by striking our military installations, and they got hammered for it. Today, the situation is that they'll be asked many hundred more questions in the next 3-4 months about what they are doing, because 70 years of Kashmir has failed with abrogation of 370. While India was trying to grow economically and tourism was getting a boost, they have done a very, 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 naive act of not only killing innocents, but killing based on a radical religious principle. So I think that is where it is all stemming from. And also these, so-called drones going over the Guru Amrit Sahib in Amritsar and other religious places are typically, solidifying the ideation of Pakistan, the ideology of Pakistan, which needs to be guarded against. So anything called ceasefire is basically build-up time for Pakistan. The good part, like I said earlier, is that we now retain the initiative when to turn off that ceasefire and when to act the way we want. So it will now be from a position of a lot of strength, which we withdraw. We will actually decide when that is to happen. So I think, insofar as Pakistan is concerned, their days are never numbered in terms of their existence, because they can be an X economy, they can become a Y, and they can go to oblivion, but they will still exist. A primitive, race on Earth also existed. Yeah. So it is just that they're going there. The only difference is their generals are billion-dollar industry holders. They are entrepreneurs. They have businesses abroad. Any general whose family today is in Pakistan, with them in just 3 days of crisis, you name one general or army commander whose family is in Pakistan.
But parallelly, what we must strive for, Colonel Rohdev, is also to quash this two-pronged strategy that they're resorting to. One is, of course, projecting to the world that we are the victim, projecting to the world that we have been hit and hence we are retaliating. And the other is, of course, this constant re-emphasis on how we only are seeking peace in the
Yes.
region. You know, we are holier than thou. So
You're
that
right,
kind of
you're right, Kritzwin. See, when you say you're a terrorist state, what is the data sheet which Pakistan shows? We are the worst affected by terrorism. Now, if you only cultivate terrorists, obviously the strikes will happen with you also, because there is this much of a differentiation between people living good, people living bad. Terrorists are not multi-million dollar people holding a gun. Those multi-million dollar are masterminds. They may be operating out of some other country, maybe even residing in India. That third state we have in our own India, or on our own soil. So I think from that perspective, let's not give too much to the Pakistani establishment currently, because what we are doing is these dossiers which we say, and people mock at us at times that India only prepares dossiers, but you don't understand that dossiers have got database, they have got data points, timelines, and they have got a lot of meat in them. It's basically a routine activity which the diplomats keep on pestering with the friendly states and not so friendly states as well to make a point. You remember when Balakot happened?
No, but I'm only trying to make this point because the world is being able to see through this propaganda. India is making it a point that the world sees through it, but they're not acknowledging it. Not everyone is acknowledging it.
Not everyone. I agree with you. I agree. No. But the point is, till 20 years back, before we took even across the LC attack, we used to be very sure that we had certain people and segments of the West on our side. Today, we're not looking at it. Today, we can do what we want and then create on the narrative, because we have all the documents and dossiers ready to showcase thereafter. That's a huge difference. Whereas Pakistan does not have that kind of a handle with anybody today. So today, when they come begging for this ceasefire, and which they have violated on their own violation, I think they are on the back foot. So they can say BrahMos, they can say tomorrow S-400 also came to some other place. Who cares? Point is, we are a strong nation who can dictate our own terms of engagement and national interest, and we have adequate national power. The only thing is how much we want to do, and obviously we don't want to get into pigsty battle with the Pakistani, as a country, because we have a different path for growth of our own country economically. We have to look after the lifestyle of our own citizens. It's a bigger deal. There's healthcare, there's infrastructure, there's an energy sector to look after. Who's going to waste even?
And I think India's made it amply clear we're going to be the ones to set the terms this time around. Not just this time around. That's been our vision for a while now. I think we're hell bent on following that vision. Colonel Dave, Major Namrata, appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Viewers, we've also been talking about the several areas, states across the LoC, along the LoC, across Jammu and Kashmir and along the international border, including Rajasthan. Pokhran also did spot a few drones from Pakistan, and life slowly is now returning to normal. We've seen Pokhran market area slowly return to business as usual. CNN-News18's Anvit Srivastav, in fact, gets us this report on what the situation on ground is like. Take a look.
We are in Pokhran right now, close to the international border between India and Pakistan, and more than 48 hours later, you can see the life of people in Pokhran is returning to normal. The traffic you can see on the roads is, after 2 days, there's so much traffic the local residents have seen on the roads. The shops are now open after more than 48 hours. For past 2 days, there was a complete lockdown that was being observed. From 6 p.m. there was complete blackout. People had been abiding to these rules very diligently because it was a matter of national security, and police were also patrolling these streets very regularly, making announcement that anyone who steps out or violates the blackout or the said lockdown, they will certainly be facing legal actions, because it was certainly a grievous matter. We also have people with us to talk about how the life has returned to normal after 2 long days. सर 2 दिन बाद यहाँ पे दुकानें वगैरह खुली हैं, 2 दिन से बनती है. 2 दिन कितने लंबे रहे, क्या क्या रहा है?
बहुत ऐसा लगा जैसे कोई कोरोना के टाइम में लॉकडाउन एक बार शुरू हुआ था ना, वैसा लग रहा था. बहुत मार्केट पूरा बंद, सुनसान जैसा हो गया. लोगों में भयावह स्थिति आ गई थी, डर का माहौल आ गया था. जिस हिसाब से ड्रोन वगैरह अटैक हो रहा था ना, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे इंडियन आर्मी पे नाज है. तो हमारे ऐसा कोई हुआ नहीं कि कोई भी एक रॉकेट नीचे गिरा या ड्रोन वगैरह नीचे गिरा, तो सब ऊपर हवा में उड़ा.
आसपास कुछ जगहों पे मिसाइल के पार्ट्स भी गिरे हैं, कुछ ड्रोन्स वगैरह भी गिरे, एक आध जगह बम डिफ्यूज भी करना पड़ा. तो आप लोगों को क्या निर्देश थे सरकार से और क्या सबने पालन किया उसका?
बस घर में रहना, सुरक्षित रहना, रोड पे नहीं आना, लाइटें बंद रखना, यही चल रहा था. बाकी हमारे को कोई दिक्कत, वो डर ऐसा लोगों में फैला हुआ था, लेकिन फिर भरोसा पूरा था कि यहाँ होने वाला कुछ नहीं है.
और 2 दिन से दुकानें सब बंद थी, ट्रैफिक पूरा?
हाँ, पूरा बंद था, पूरा ट्रैफिक बंद, लाइट बंद, सब पूरा ब्लैकआउट था।
ये जो 2 दिन में आप लोगों ने बिजनेस नहीं किया, जो धंधा नहीं हुआ, सर गाड़ियां नहीं चली, थोड़ा तो नुकसान हुआ होगा।
हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत हुआ है। अब जो रूटीन में चलता है वो लॉस तो वही है थोड़ा, लेकिन अब पहले देश है।
सही बात।
और हमने इंडियन आर्मी बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रही है, और जितने भी पाकिस्तान ने हमले किए जो हवा के अंदर ही उसको नष्ट कर दिए।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hello, and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Valia. Viewers, our top focus story is the ceasefire agreement, which was announced last evening, which was breached by Pakistan, violated by Pakistan. Pakistan launched a series of missiles and drones across the LoC late last evening after the ceasefire announcement. While Indian forces thwarted the attack, situation continues to remain tense, or rather closely watched. There's a meeting that's currently underway at 7 LKM. We'll talk about that and much more. First up, the top updates so far. After Pakistan violated ceasefire yesterday, Tri-Services chiefs currently at Prime Minister's official residence for a key meeting. CDS also in attendance. In a CNN News 18 exclusive news break, we've learned that Pakistan is now begging for a ceasefire, which was not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. Pakistan's air defense systems completely shattered. Top sources say their rapid response capabilities stand completely destroyed. Despite the ceasefire violation, US President Trump has once again claimed credit, hails India and Pakistan's partnership, says US will significantly increase trade with both the nations. After violating ceasefire, Pakistan now tries to play victim card by pinning the blame on India. Pakistan alleges it was India that fired BrahMos missiles over several locations across the border. Pakistan was then forced to retaliate. Amid India-Pakistan tensions, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh set to virtually inaugurate BrahMos facility in Lucknow. Security forces and State Investigation Agency, or the SIA, launch a series of coordinated raids across locations in Shopia in connection with terror-related activities. Amid continuous rainfall in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi, Indian authorities opened several gates of Salal Dam on Chenab River, raises concern over potential downstream flooding in Pakistan. Starting with a big breaking news update, there is indication from sources in the Defense Ministry that BrahMos was indeed used against Pakistan. This comes after the Indian Armed Forces, in the press conference yesterday, spoke of how they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. So this is the latest indication in retaliatory precision strikes on Pakistani military bases. Remember, this goes back to Saturday early morning. The armed forces learned to have used the latest missiles, guided munitions, loitering munitions, and we've been talking about all that as shared by the Indian Armed Forces. But now we're learning that, as was being speculated, there is a possibility that BrahMos was very much part of India's arsenal. The sites targeted, remember, were Pakistani bases, but this was in retaliation to the drone and missile attacks which were carried out by Pakistan. And now highly placed sources in the defense speaking of how BrahMos was indeed used or likely used in the retaliatory strikes early Saturday morning. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more details. Akash, the Indian Armed Forces did drop a hint, but tell us what you're learning as far as this big breaking news update is concerned, and the communication that you've received so far.
BrahMos was likely used against Pakistan. This is what has been indicated by defense sources. And being a responsible channel, Kritsween, I want to mention it categorically that there is no official acknowledgement till now. We will, of course, wait for the official acknowledgement because these are sensitive issues. BrahMos is, of course, the supersonic missile, that is very capable of precision hitting. And in fact, it has been categorically mentioned by the armed forces yesterday that how they have used a variety of precision weapons and air launched weapons. We know that how Su-30 MKI, the frontline aircraft, is very much equipped with BrahMos, and as far as capabilities of BrahMos are concerned, we have the confirmation from the tests and in fact the indications from the sort of details that we have got from the testing of missile in the past few years, that how precise it is. When it is about India, so it has been categorically mentioned that we did not carry out any sort of attack initially. We only retaliated. And now it is confirmed by the defense sources that BrahMos was one of those weapons that were used against Pakistan. In fact, it is likely because official acknowledgement will, of course, take some time. And this is a sensitive issue. And that's why, air precision weapons which were used against, Pakistan. We know about Hammer. We know about Scalp 2000. In fact, we know about some sort of other weapons as well. But now there is an indication that BrahMos was indeed used. But again, there is no official confirmation. And defense sources are indicating that BrahMos was one of the weapons that was used against Pakistan.
Okay, BrahMos, a supersonic cruise missile. And I do want to, on that note, quickly take it across to our experts who are joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, Akash. We'll keep coming back to you as and when you have an official update for us. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, defense expert, with us in the studio, along with Major General Rajan Kochar, who continues to stay on with us as well. Lieutenant General Chaturvedi, I want to first up start with you. Give us a sense of BrahMos. When we talk about BrahMos, what comes into the picture? My colleague was just breaking down details of how we've already had so much discussion around Hammer, Scalp being used by the Indian Armed Forces, but BrahMos indeed is a game changer. And there is a lot of speculation how this was in retaliation to the Fateh 2 ballistic missile, which was fired by Pakistan. But if indeed this were to be believed, if this were true, what does that tell us about our strike at Pakistan?
BrahMos is a very potent weapon system inducted into the Indian Armed Forces around 2005. It is in all three verticals, that is land, sea and air. It is supersonic. It has a range of 290 kilometers declared, but it is capable of increasing its range beyond that also. Very high precision capabilities it has. I have seen its firing in Balasore. It went through just 10 by 10 meters and bang in the center. So it's a weapon system which any country will be proud of. These weapon systems, every country has. It is meant to be used at the right time. And though there is no official confirmation, I wouldn't like to guess. But if it is done for effect. We did not fire like Pakistan. We did not fire with those Chinese missiles and Chinese aircraft, which hardly functioned. This 90 hours, or you can say 4 days conflict has proved beyond doubt that what China has given to Pakistan is all outdated and very low credibility weapon system and ammunition system both. If in Bharat has used these BrahMos, I am very proud of it because they must have destroyed at Sargodha, Chaklala, Sakur. These airfields must have been made non-operational, and I think it'll take about a week or 10 days to make them operational again. So that's a very, I will love to hear that it has been employed, but one will have to wait for something coming officially from the armed forces. Till then, it's only a guesswork.
Okay, okay, we'll wait with the guesswork for a while then. General Chaturvedi, stay on with us. Major General SVP Singh, former ADG Artillery Regiment and 1971 war veteran, is also with us in the studio. Very good afternoon, sir. I will come to you in just a bit. Jai Hind. We also need to shift our attention in the meanwhile to another bit of breaking news update that we're just getting. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. Pakistan begging for a ceasefire, not from a position of strength, but sheer vulnerability. As per highly placed sources, we're learning after boasting about teaching India a lesson, the reality on ground has flipped. India's precision strikes on the 10th targeted key Pakistani air bases. And we've been talking about some of those, including Noor Khan, which is a crucial air base or a crucial air asset of Pakistan, exposing deep cracks in Pakistan's defense system. These bases weren't just symbolic. They were strategic hubs for VIP fleet movement, drones, also fighter jets. The fact that they were breached shows how penetrable even Pakistan's most heavily guarded installations are. India's strikes degraded Pakistan's forward operating capabilities, exposed the gaps in radar coverage, air defense coordination, and command control. So the fact that we were able to get to some of these crucial air bases in Pakistan becomes extremely crucial. And that's where conversation around India's arsenal comes into play. The fact that if at all BrahMos missile was indeed used, that's going to be a huge impact. That's going to be a big story. And we're going to try and decode the exclusive bit of information that we've just accessed here on CNN News 18. Of course, Strategic Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta getting us these crucial inputs. We will take it across to our defense experts as well. But for now, going across to Akash Sharma for a quick update. Akash, we were just discussing how in all likelihood BrahMos missile was indeed used. This is as per sources. So we're going to wait it out for a little while longer. But piece this entire exclusive update for us, Akash.
Right. So there is a reason why Pakistan was begging for ceasefire. And this is what Manoj Gupta has been reporting for us. How we have penetrated in their systems, how their air defense systems got failed after in front of these sort of weapons that were fired, and how there was a sort of destruction to their important air bases. We know about the runway at Noor Khan, and in fact in Murid also we know that how the place from where they were carrying out their drone operations was destroyed. So Manoj Gupta has been telling us that this is actually the reason, because they have got their lessons that in war with Pakistan, with India, in fact, between India and Pakistan, in conventional warfare, at least they cannot win. And this is the reason why, they tried, in fact, DGMO Pakistan, called here. And in fact, it was tried that some sort of ceasefire understanding should happen between the countries. And that's when we saw that both the sides, had a communication and conversation about it. And then subsequently, it was agreed upon that now we will communicate further. And in fact, we'll meet on 12th of May. Also, as far as the air defense systems of Pakistan are concerned, so we know that how they're using HQ-9, which is from China, and the entire family of HQ-9. They have got several, surface-to-air missiles, long range, short range, medium range. But all of these systems, you see, the destruction that we intended to, do, we were successful in it. Whatever they tried got failed. Our Akash Tir, our AD guns, our S-400, played an important role. And then we have a sort of integration among, these systems. So all of it, worked in our favor. On the other hand, they got failed. And in fact, Raksha Mantri, you must be remembering, pointed out that how quality is important. Quality matters the most. And that's why we focus on quality. We are, of course, focusing on Atmanirbharta in the defense sector. In the last few years, we have seen that how several indigenous platforms have been inducted in the Indian Armed Forces. But then specifically, we talk about air defense systems. So Akash, air defense system is something that forces relied on, and it has worked pretty well, and it has taught lessons to Pakistan.
Okay. Akash, it's also important to put in perspective why India had to go ahead with this kind of retaliation. So before taking this conversation forward and talking about this exclusive that we've just picked up, give us a sense of which Pakistani attack are we talking about? This is the day when 300 to 400 drones were hurled within India, and this is not just Jammu and Kashmir, parts of several other states across the IB as well. Akash.
Yes, day before yesterday night, the last night and the last to last night, in fact, the attack happened. We know that how they tried, more than 40 places, 40 locations. In fact, 40 attacks were there. Barrage of drones came, barrage of missiles came, and in fact, we know that how they in fact tried to target New Delhi, where this missile was intercepted and was destroyed. At that point in time, a retaliation was there, and then we know that how their air bases were targeted. There are at least 4 air bases, their radar systems and important places where they have placed their weapons, and in fact the ammunition across along the line of control were destroyed. We know that how simultaneously it was happening that they have been firing on the LC with artillery. In fact, they have placed their artillery in the civilian population just to showcase that how India is targeting the civilian population. And in fact, they were firing from those locations. From artillery, it was happening at LC. From drones, it was happening in the hinterland where they were firing drones. And when they realized that they are not able to penetrate in our system using drones, they in fact fired the ballistic missiles. And this is when the retaliation happened, and retaliation in such a way that we distracted there at least 4 airbase stations, in which one we have got a confirmation that it was runway, at one Air Force station, from where they have been, operating their, JF-17 and in fact the transport aircrafts. In fact, one Air Force station which is very crucial and important for them. In fact, from where they have been operating their C-130, Hercules. In fact, that was targeted and successfully targeted, we have been given to understand. And this is the reason why, Pakistan was forced to make a call and, was forced to, beg for ceasefire.
Okay, Akash, many thanks for getting us all those details. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is, all right, before I come to you, General Kochar, these are visuals that we are picking up of the meeting that was underway at Prime Minister's official residence. Not quite sure if that meeting is concluded, but these are visuals that have come in of Prime Minister chairing this all-important meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg with the Tri-Services Chief. You see Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh seated right next to him. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also in attendance. NSA Ajit Doval also can be spotted very clearly. So yes, a high level security meeting that has been ongoing at the Prime Minister's residence. Now we've seen several such snippets, Akash. The past few days, we've seen these meetings take place at regular intervals. What are you learning from highly placed sources on what can we expect next? It's not necessary that after each such meeting, we've heard from the government communicate officially to the masses on what's next, what's happening in the latest. So a formal communication cannot be expected, but there's a lot of brainstorming that is currently underway.
Yes, and in fact, we have been seeing, I'm sorry, these meetings on a regular basis, Christine, from last, I should say 10 to 15 days, starting from 23rd of April, when, it was just one day after the attacks that happened in Pahalgam. We know that how Prime Minister, came back from his Saudi visit. In fact, he cut short his, Saudi visit, and was a very part of the important meetings, happened here. CCS first, and then high-level meetings, individual meetings with the service chiefs and with Raksha Mantri as well. And, it has been going on since then. We have been seeing that how Raksha Mantri is meeting the service chiefs, CDS and NSA, and a number of meetings have happened in the last few days. Even before the operation, the Operation Sindoor, when it was launched, the midnight, just before that also, NSA met with Raksha Mantri and Prime Minister, and possibly a call was taken as to in what design and, in what circumstances this operation will be launched, with what intensity possibly. And now today also, when we have developments that Pakistan has agreed, in fact, Pakistan and India, both countries have agreed on the sort of, in fact, there is an understanding that they won't be continuing the military activities, and Pakistan will not be involved in the sort of firing. Then also, last night violation happened, and Foreign Secretary, in fact, came out in public and said that how Pakistan is not abiding with what has been agreed upon. Now, importantly, this meeting is also very important given the fact that we don't know as to, which side we are moving towards. whether or not this is further escalation that we are going towards, or it is something that is related to the sort of communication that is going to happen tomorrow between the DGMOs. Of course, call was taken by the leadership on the basis of the sort of facts that are not there in the public domain. Of course, we know that how there are operational things that will not be discussed and will never be discussed, in fact. But yes, these meetings are sending a larger message to anyone. We are a democracy, and everything is decided on the basis of due deliberation between the armed forces and the
Yes, and
government. Of
Akash, a
course,
certain level of uncertainty is also coming with Pakistan violating ceasefire late last night. So perhaps deliberations on and discussions on that front as well. I do want to go across to CNN News 18's Payal Mehta as well. Payal, this also comes a day before the DGMO level talks are set to resume.
Well, of course, Christine, the men who are there in the meeting along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi are of extremely importance. Given the fact that Videsh Mantri, Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar is there, he can be seen taking notes while the Prime Minister is speaking. Of course, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is a very, very important person. But the most important person who knows many things about Pakistan and the way Pakistan really operates is NSA Ajit Doval. And of course, the armed forces who are the actual workforce on ground as well. So, like Akash has been reporting that India is very, very convenient, has very, very confidently told the world that this is probably a pause, but it is not the final decision. So where are we going? Which way we are going? We'll soon come to know, because Pakistan, despite the fact that they went with a begging bowl to the IMF, wanted a loan to be sanctioned to them, begged before the US to intervene. And once the US has intervened, Pakistan still didn't stop at tricks. So obviously Pakistan is getting trolled before the entire world, essentially saying that, this is a country which nobody can trust. This is a country that even the US should have been very, very careful to trust. But these series of meetings that are taking place at the Prime Minister's residence are of great significance. Clearly, all for all those naysayers who probably thought that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had eaten humble pie, the truth of the matter is something else as well. We should, we should trust our own forces, we should trust our own government, and we should stay away from any false narratives or any implications that are being made. That's the loudest message, because the leader of the country, the Prime Minister, is a very, very hands-on Prime Minister, and he's keeping a very, very close watch on what's really happening, both diplomatically, most importantly, and also now.
Okay, many thanks, Payal. We'll come back to you as and when we learn more. Thank you for joining us with all those details. I do want to go across to General Kochar and the others who've been waiting very patiently. General Kochar, first to you, what we were reflecting just a short while ago. Of course, these are important visuals of the day, of the kind of important meetings that have been ongoing. But that's what my colleagues have been sharing. These meetings have been ongoing almost on a daily basis, and they come with a lot of importance, something that's beyond the domain of discussion. What is one trying to identify at the moment is that given the Pakistani military action we saw after having agreed to the ceasefire, in fact, after having demanded ceasefire as per highly placed sources, is that they went ahead with a provocation. Given that we've seen in the past India respond in a way it has to the effect that some of their air bases have been badly hit, it speaks volumes of how weak or penetrable their air defense systems are. But tell us a little bit about the importance overall that comes with attacking these kind of air bases, important military installations. Noor Khan, very closely located to the headquarters.
Christine, is extremely important that this short war, I'll actually call it, because in case this ceasefire sustains itself, it will be a 3-day war, we can call it. This 3-day war has tested our strategic capabilities. It's extremely important to understand that why strategic capabilities are important today for any army or the armed forces of the world. Today we have a large number of equipment which is not battle hardened. For example, Chinese, we talk about Chinese equipment. It's not been tested in battle, so the efficacy was demonstrated here in this 3-day war. Important aspects you mentioned about airfields. All airfields are strategic targets, and you cause a great dent in the enemy's war waging capability in case you target these airfields. What this war has proved to us is we have the capability to target his strategic assets in a manner in which he will not be able to use those assets for a reasonable period of time, because once you damage a runaway of the airfield, it can be off-road from 12 hours to 2 or 3 weeks. So this much of capability we have actually demonstrated, and you have just given an instance of the kind of weapon platforms we have used, right from scalp, hammer, BrahMos. We have been able to identify which weapon system was most suitable for which target. So this is an exercise which we normally do in peacetime, but we don't know the result of this exercise. So this is the first time we have done the weapon selection, the target selection, and we have been able to carry out a damage assessment on each target. So that has been one great takeaway. A second important takeaway is our effectiveness of our own air defense systems. Today, we are having, starting from S-400 onwards, 600 kilometers, it can start engaging a target, and at 400 kilometers, it can carry out the destruction of the target. Then we have the Barak 8 system. Then we have the Akash system. And then we have our Iglas and OSAIKs and other systems. So we have proven to the world, we often talk about the Iron Dome of Israel. We have proven to the world that we have such an effective air system, which is, I think, much more effective than the Iron Dome. This opens up a great possibility for exports. I want to link it up with our export orientation here, because the Prime Minister has given us a target for exports. We will be able to achieve those targets because the world knows we have got world-class systems with us, like the air defense system, like Akash. For example, Akash is already being exported to a few countries, but I think now we'll get more export orders. And lastly, we have exposed the air defense system of the Pakistan armed forces. We have been able to easily penetrate BrahMos. For example, is a supersonic missile, 3 Mach speed, up to 350 kilometers in all its variants. We have been able to carry out strikes without being interfered by the enemy air defense system. I think that is a very key takeaway. And I think Pakistan, why it went for a ceasefire is because of the degradation of its strategic infrastructure, like the air bases, because no armed forces can fight a war in case its air force has been badly degraded. So these are, I feel, the key takeaways in this war.
Okay. General Singh, would you want to come in on that? Do you think Pakistan, in that sense, is relying on the ceasefire on the long-term or short-term basis? Because one concern that I spoke of a short while ago is also, what if this is Pakistan seeking more time, General Singh? What if this is Pakistan wanting to amp up its ammunition once again? We've been seeing the kind of artillery shelling that they've been going ahead with. Apart from drones, loitering munition, we've seen how they've resorted to artillery shelling, and that's caused a significant damage right across the LoC as well, in terms of damaging certain houses as well, civilian casualties. But do you think this could be one possible reason too?
The most important thing is that it reinstates our impression and assessment of the nature of the state of Pakistan, the DNA of Pakistan, which is mischievous, deceitful, and for that, our lessons, relearned lessons, I would say is be cautious. And now with the willpower, the nation's willpower, the projection of our power, the proactive doctrine, the comprehensive national power, all this combines that we should be in a proactive domain. We should not get stalled by any sort of ceasefire, because Pakistan is playing the ploy of time and space they're getting to reorganize, to replenish. And they got their friend China, and they got the Turkey state which has emerged. So they will get their little bit. Now, and you see the IMF loan which has come, it encourages them to no end. And I only hope that the IMF holds it back as a geopolitical weapon over them and gives it to them only in tidbits. So now, another lesson which has come out very loud and clear, I will just dwell on what General Kocher said, and I will say the biggest lesson of these 3 days is that the air defense is the shield of any nation's armed forces and national security. And the shield of India, how our air defense system has provided us the payoffs, shows that our integrated command and control system of the air defense is not only fully intact, but not only it has got the ability to engage targets, but our control and reporting system and the integration of the grid is there, starting from SMERCH right down to our air defense brigades. There's a grid, so automatic return of fire is right on ball for us. Now, other lesson which has come out, which is of course the world is practicing also, is the non-contact warfare. These 72, 96 hours have got to front play that non-contact warfare, the use of missiles, use of drones, use of long-range artillery guns and rocket systems, they are there to stay. So for what we have to do, our Atmanirbhar should go forward with higher killer drones, kamikaze drones. We need them because that is the warfare. And we are going to train on drone warfare, anti-drone warfare, because that is the one. I am not so much worried on this Pakistan front, but we have to take care of the big brother there, China. You see, not only the northern borders, but the complete northeast and east. So we have to take care of them. They have got a technological advantage over us right now, and we have to make it up. The next point is, what a great thing has happened is that last few years, after the creation of the appointment of Chief of Defense Staff and the process and thought of theaterization, I think these days from 22nd April onwards, the meeting of the service chiefs right at the highest executive authority, the Prime Minister, and the many meetings which have taken place, it is now a well-oiled machinery. They know what has to be done in planning. They now know targeting has been confirmed. What Indian Air Force has done is a commendable job. I think others have to learn a lesson. They will now like to know how we went in for such targeting and how we put into effect this scalp and hammer missile bombs. Yeah. You know, it is a fantastic
and targeting
show.
Not just their air bases, also Operation Sindoor. The precision strikes carried out during the operation, it was absolutely splendid to have reported through and through. General Singh, we'll have to pause for a little while.
Just like to add one point.
Okay.
That is that today, I think we have been able to not only war game, we have practiced the theaterization, and theater commands now, I think, get a springboard from this action.
Okay, General Singh, and like you rightly pointed out, the bigger dragon to watch out for is sitting right besides Pakistan. And as for Pakistan, I think the late night ceasefire violations are indicative of how, or rather have reaffirmed our belief of how Pakistan cannot be trusted. Gentlemen, I'll come back to you in just a bit after a very quick break.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey. connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned. These are conversations that are taking place, remember, a day after ceasefire was agreed upon between India and Pakistan. As per highly placed sources were learning, it was Pakistan that reached out to India's DGMO. Those talks to resume once again tomorrow. 12th is when those talks will resume. And as we speak, an important high-level meeting currently underway at 7 LoC Mark. Prime Minister's official residence. In attendance are the 3 services chiefs along with the CDS, also NSA Ajit Doval, Raksha Mantri and External Affairs Minister in attendance as well. With me in the studio, we have our panelists, our experts, defense experts. I do want to go across to Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi on that note. General Chaturvedi, we've been talking about what's happened so far, what can possibly happen. India weighing in on all possibilities at the moment. What's been the loudest message so far as per you? India's made it clear, we're not going to strike first, but we will strike back and perhaps in a more effective way.
You have very correctly stated that the future is very, very clear now. We have laid down the Lakshman Rekha. We have said that any attack of terror will be taken as an act of war. We have also said that when it comes to retaliation against such terror attacks, there are no boundaries. Earlier, there was clear cut that we were not going across the international border. This time we have done it. When it comes to terror, we will go wherever the terrorists are or those who are supporting the terror. We will hit them. Third is the resolve of the country to ensure the safety and also the territorial integrity of the nation. The people are very important. If anybody tries to do what they did at Pahalgam, most inhuman, unethical, dastardly, heinous crime that these people caused to our people, the retaliation will be very, very harsh. We have proved it. We did take 14 to 15 days time, basically to tell the world. There were a lot of pressures from the world to not to go, but here was a strong political leadership which took the decision in the national interest. It was a very difficult decision, not easy to take. It can lead to anything can happen. And he had full faith in the armed forces. The armed forces delivered. You see, it is Air Force, of course, did the major targeting part. But let me tell you, a lot is not known. The unsung heroes are also there. There are many of them all across. The artillery was firing and they fired with total dedication. And it was so strong, barrages of artillery fire, that Pakistan has suffered very, very heavy damages in Northern Command, which will come out after a few days. I'm sure it will come. We fired precision-guided ammunition. We fired for effect. We ensured that there was no collateral damage. There was no damage to the civilians and other religious places. But where these people were hiding, they were training, they had logistic supports. We hit them hard. So we have all the names of those terrorists who have been neutralized. From my whatever experience that I have, I can say it is beyond 100. And many most have been injured, who will also find the place that they deserve to go. Another point, air defense has already been brought out, is extremely important. I am sure the leadership, both military, will definitely take note of it. Also, artillery, the sensor shooter links, which needs to be now improved. I have no doubt a lot has been done. We have the weapon system, we have the Pinaka, we have the Smirch, we have the BrahMos, we have the Pralay. All these long-range weapon system, we must now utilize. Earlier, we used to say it can be only by crossing the IV or by air, crossing the airspace. Today, we don't need to do those crossings. We don't need to cross the airspace, but our weapons will do the job. We must have very, very good intelligence. That is another lesson that we have learned. What happened in Pahalgaon there could have been a better intelligence. We could have reacted faster. Those are the things which we need to learn. For the future, Pakistan cannot be trusted. What we have gone through yesterday, the ceasefire was announced with effect from 5 o'clock. They continued to fire beyond 8 o'clock also, till about 10:30 they were doing. This is the true nature, the DNA of Pakistan. They are ill-disciplined armed forces, very poorly led. They are all the generals and all, they are extremely corrupt. They are politicized. They hardly know professional soldiering. You can see it from the that lecture of the chief of their, Asim Munir, that lecture to the Pravasi Pakistanis, where he talked about Hindu-Muslim two-nation theory. It is unbecoming of a chief. I have not heard of any soldier in the world talking in the manner.
And that's being seen as a catalyst to Pahalgam
Yes,
attack as
that
well.
is,
That's the
that
kind of
definitely,
mentality that Pakistan continues to peddle, and that's what they're trying to feed into all of these, the youth they're essentially trying to radicalize. Gentlemen, stay on with us. We have another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. The Indian Air Force has successfully executed its assigned tasks in Operation Sindoor with precision and professionalism. The operations were conducted in a deliberate and discreet manner aligned with national objectives. Since the operation is still ongoing, a detailed briefing will be conducted in due course, is what we're learning. The Indian Air Force urges all to refrain from speculation and dissemination of unverified information. So that's a statement coming in from the Indian Air Force, once again urging the need to exercise caution. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more. Yes, Akash, tell us more.
Right. So Indian Air Force coming out in public and confirming that the Operation Sindoor is, in fact, the operation is still on, and with precision and professionalism, the operation. With precision and professionalism, this operation was conducted, and Indian Air Force is somewhere maintaining that one should not speculate as to what happened and what are the details of the operation, because once the operation is over, they will of course come out with operational details as to what happened in what design. Remember, there is a number of fake narratives, that are in fact being floated on social media, where people have been talking about one Indian Air Force pilot allegedly being in custody of Pakistan, which is not true. Then they are also saying that Indian Air Force doesn't send its female pilot on a combat mission. That is also not true. And a number of other theories are there. And that's the reason why there was a need to this tweet where Indian Air Force is categorically saying that they have executed their assigned tasks in the Operation Sindoor. And, since the operation are still ongoing, they cannot come out, immediately for a briefing, but they will, of course, will come out with a briefing, of the sort of details that are that should be out in public domain.
Okay, operation still ongoing. That's the key takeaway. Many thanks, Akash, for joining us with that bit of breaking news update. Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, former DG Infantry, is with us on the broadcast as well. Very good afternoon to you, sir, and Jai Hind. General Rajendra, what's your assessment? We've tried to piece this together so far of what's transpired, what's to come. There's a meeting that's currently underway at 7 LoC Kalyan Marg, like several such meetings in the past as well. But what do you think is the strategy here? Pakistan almost proposing this ceasefire, then violating it, and we're trying to decode it here only because Pakistan cannot be trusted, General.
No, you're very right. Firstly, I would like to tell all your viewers that it has been a fabulous performance of the Indian Armed Forces over past about 72 hours. I think we have not only been able to strike them initially on their 9 terrorist camps and killing nearly 90 to 100 of the terrorists over there with 100% accuracy. It has never ever happened. And I think this speaks volumes of the kind of professionalism that Indian Armed Forces have displayed. Our Air Force did a marvelous job. We also struck with our missiles. We struck with our aircrafts. We also struck with whatever other weapon systems like drones, etc., which we had. and we went as deep as 100 kilometers in Bhavalpur. Now, consequent to this, Pakistan resorted to striking us all along the international border, right from Kashmir to Bhuj. Now, they utilized nearly 400 plus of drones. Their intention was to overwhelm our defensive system. They failed miserably. It has never ever happened. More than 100 of their drones were down by our own air defense system. Over 100 were disabled by our electronic warfare units. And what we were able to do was that the rest of them were forced to withdraw back. The second day, the same story continued. But what we did, and our Air Force and our armed forces did, was firstly reply resolutely to the Pakistan's efforts in the amongst the line of control or along the line of control, and also strike their air defense systems deep in the enemy territory, strike their radars, and disable virtually their eyes and ears, which could allow them to trace any of our missile or air incursions. We were able to do this. The icing on the cake was the final strike, which we did towards Peshawar and many other, Skardu and many other Air Force bases. Yeah. Now, this forced Pakistan, and also it raised hackles in United States to exert pressure on Pakistan to come to terms. And they asked for cessation of military actions. It is not a ceasefire. It is only cessation of military actions. The rest of the measures that our government had taken continue to remain. Both economic sanctions and your suspension of Indus Water Treaty continue to remain. Now, after this thing happened, the beauty another important thing which really happened was it created a certain kind of turmoil in the minds of the Chinese. And they not only came out with the statement that we fully stand by our friend Pakistan, they also rang up their foreign minister, rang up the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and it seems he also expressed great concern over this ceasefire, so-called ceasefire that Pakistan has gone in with India. So at their behest, it seems that at their behest, they were forced to violate the ceasefires early in the evening yesterday. And when that happened, India seems to have it struck again, which really brought the military minds in Pakistan to their senses. And they were forced again to come to terms and declare, and contacts were made. And it seems that they promised that the cessation of military actions will continue. Situation as of now is that it is continuing. But there are 2-3 things which we need to bear in mind. First is the fact that China is a big factor in this. It continues to remain a big factor. It is not in the interest of China to have peace here along India-Pakistan border. The reason is it wants the situation in India to remain volatile, so that the industries which were thinking of moving away from China and relocating to India have second thoughts. Second thing is that the international community seems to have realized that allowing or not exerting pressure on Pakistan is not a good strategy at all.
Okay, very important points there, General Rajendra. Sorry for the interruptions. Apologies. We need to cut across to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath speaking live. I'll come back to you, sir. Listen in.
आप अनुमान करिए कि क्या स्थिति होती होगी, लेकिन मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा उस समय हमारे औद्योगिक विकास मंत्री श्री सतीश महाना जी थे और यूपीडा के सीओ श्री अवनीश अवस्थी जी थे। इन लोगों ने कहा कि हमें फ्री में लैंड देनी चाहिए। रक्षा मंत्री जी का एक महत्वाकांक्षी अभियान है विकास के लिए भी और डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाने का भी। और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इसके कारण तमाम एंकर यूनिट आएंगी। साथ साथ ब्रह्मोस अगर फुल कैपेसिटी के साथ जब कार्य करना प्रारंभ करेगा तो उसकी जीएसटी से ही इतना पैसा आ जाएगा कि हमारी जमीन की सारी समस्याओं का समाधान होगा। तो मैंने उस समय अवस्थी जी को कहा, मैंने कहा जाइए जमीन देख करके आओ कहां जमीन मिल सकती है। और तब वे यहां आए थे। एग्रेसिव तरीके से उन्होंने लैंड को जिला प्रशासन की मदद से उस समय अधिग्रहण करने की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाया और आज ये 200 एकड़ का जो क्षेत्र हम लोगों ने उस समय ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल के लिए उपलब्ध करवाया था, उस से अब ये उत्पादन कार्य प्रारंभ हो रहा है। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के मेक इन इंडिया के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने, रक्षा मंत्री जी के लखनऊ में इस महत्वाकांक्षी योजना को लाने के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने और देश की रक्षा सेनाओं को रक्षा उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने का एक अभियान का हिस्सा है। ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है। आतंकवाद के प्रति प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि कोई भी आतंकी घटना अब युद्ध जैसा होगा। और याद करना, आतंकवाद को जब तक हम पूरी तरह कुचलेंगे नहीं तब तक समस्या का समाधान होगा भी नहीं। अब समय आ गया है जब इसको कुचलने के लिए हम सबको एक स्वर से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे भारत को, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश को मिलकर के इस अभियान के साथ जुटना होगा। आतंकवाद कुत्ते की पूंछ है जो कभी सीधी होने वाली नहीं, जो प्यार की भाषा मानने वाली नहीं है। उसको उसकी भाषा में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार होगा और इस दिशा में भारत ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से दुनिया को एक संदेश दे दिया है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो 6 के 6 नोड डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर के हमारे विकसित हो रहे हैं, इन 6 के 6 नोड पर हमारा कार्य तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। इससे पहले हम लोगों ने कानपुर में वहां पर रक्षा सेनाओं के लिए जो गोला बारूद बनता है उसके उत्पादन के एक केंद्र का वहां पे शुभारंभ किया था। बहुत बड़ा केंद्र बना, आप जाएंगे अत्याधुनिक केंद्र है। अब वे अपने एक्सपेंशन के लिए भी उन्होंने और लैंड मांगनी प्रारंभ की। लखनऊ में भी आपने देखा होगा कि ब्रह्मोस को जैसे ही 200 एकड़ लैंड दी गई तो पीटीसी भी यहां पर आया है। पीटीसी के कार्यों को आपने देखा होगा कि न केवल ब्रह्मोस के लिए बल्कि एरोस्पेस से जुड़े हुए उन सभी कार्यों के लिए उनके द्वारा एक एंकर यूनिट के रूप में यहां पर उत्पादन कार्य अपना प्रारंभ भी किया गया है। लगभग 7 यूनिट यहां पर ब्रह्मोस से जुड़ी हुई एंकर यूनिट भी इसके अगल बगल लग रही है। ये चीजें दिखाती हैं कि जो कभी 2013-14 में भारत के अंदर भारत का जो निर्यात था रक्षा उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में, आज हम उससे कई गुना ज्यादा यानी कई 100 गुना ज्यादा रक्षा उत्पादन निर्यात भी कर रहे हैं और आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ साथ दुनिया के तमाम अपने मित्र देशों को इसको निर्यात करके उनकी सुरक्षा की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति करने का काम भी कर रहे हैं। किसी भी स्वावलंबी देश के लिए आवश्यक होता है कि अपनी रक्षा आपूर्ति के लिए वह दुनिया के अन्य देशों पर निर्भर होने की बजाय स्वयं उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करें। आज पूरी दुनिया के अंदर आप देख रहे होंगे युद्ध अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में हो रहे हैं, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में हो रहे हैं। उन क्षेत्रों में अगर आप देखेंगे कि अगर जिन देशों के पास अपनी स्वयं की रक्षा उत्पादन की क्षमता नहीं है, वे देश इस प्रवर्तमान अभियान के एक अलग थलग पड़े हुए दिखाई देते हैं। लेकिन जिनके पास अपनी आत्मनिर्भरता है रक्षा उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में, वे दुनिया के अंदर पूरी धमक के साथ आगे बढ़ करके अपने कार्य को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, अपनी सुरक्षा भी कर रहे हैं, अपनी संप्रभुता की रक्षा भी कर रहे हैं। आपके सामने इजराइल का उदाहरण है। इजराइल सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया। उसने अपने अगल बगल के दुश्मन देशों को नाके चनो चबाने के लिए मजबूर भी किया। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 2014 में भारत के सामने जो लक्ष्य रखा, डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर और ये ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल उसी अभियान का हिस्सा है। बीडीएल झांसी में आ रहा है। झांसी में उसका कार्य भी बहुत तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ चुका है। 2021 में हम लोगों ने एक कार्य यहां प्रारंभ किया। आज ये अपने लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ते हुए एक नई गति के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत आज जिस दिशा में आगे बढ़ा है, रक्षा उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में सर्वांगीण विकास के जिन लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में आज भारत आगे बढ़ा है, यह निश्चित ही एक नई दिशा को प्राप्त करेगा। जो हमारा लक्ष्य था उत्तर प्रदेश में कि 6 डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉरिडोर में हमें यहां पर 50,000 करोड़ रुपए का निवेश कराना है, 1 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार भी देना है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि अब तक हमारे साथ जो 2020 में आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने डिफेंस एक्सपो लखनऊ में आयोजित किया था, डिफेंस एक्सपो के साथ ही देश के अलग अलग भागों में, दुनिया के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से भी जो हमारे पास अब तक 57 MOU मिसाइल बनाने के इस बड़े कार्यक्रम को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath making a very firm address over there, saying that there is going to be no space for terrorism in the country. India's defense exports have also increased significantly, is a point that he rightly highlighted. He's also gone on to say that any act of terror will be seen as an act of war, and India will deliver a befitting response to the enemy across the line of control. Everyone has in fact spoken up, and Yogi Adityanath has in fact fronted India's stance when it comes to fighting terrorism, congratulating all 3 forces for Operation Sindoor. He's also gone on to highlight how under the aegis of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there has been an increase in defense procurements and exports. And he's also gone on to underscore the importance of the BrahMos missile, talking about how it is the BrahMos missile which has come to India's rescue in delivering justice when it came to delivering a strong and firm response. Let's also listen in to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister again.
लेकर के खुश हैं कि उन्हें अपने ही प्रदेश में, अपने ही जनपद में, अपने ही क्षेत्र में नौकरी और रोजगार की गारंटी मिली है। उनकी ट्रेनिंग कराई गई। आज वे यहां पर रह करके इस अभियान के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। और यही तो उत्तर प्रदेश की डिफेंस एंड एरोस्पेस की पॉलिसी भी इसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ाई गई है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज इस दिशा में एक बड़े लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने की दिशा में कदम बढ़ाए हैं। हम लोगों ने प्रदेश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में 2017 के पहले का उत्तर प्रदेश क्या था, ये किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं, ये वही प्रदेश था जहां सरकार के पैरेलल माफिया गैंग्स सत्ता का संचालन करते थे। न बेटी सुरक्षित थी, न व्यापारी सुरक्षित था, निवेश का तो कहीं अता पता नहीं था, पुअर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था, हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन एक दंगा होता था, अराजकता चरम पर होती थी, बेईमानी और भ्रष्टाचार चरम था, कोई पॉलिसी निवेश की नहीं थी। इन 8 वर्षों में सरकार ने लग करके 33 सेक्टर की 33 प्रकार की पॉलिसीज तैयार की और एक्सपर्ट के साथ मिलकर के पॉलिसीज के अंतर्गत आज प्रदेश के अंदर हमने देश के ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश को इन्वेस्टमेंट के एक केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। आप सोचिए, जिस प्रदेश में कोई निवेश नहीं करता था, अब तक हम लोग 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के निवेश के प्रस्ताव को जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने में सफल हुए हैं। लगभग 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इन इन्वेस्टमेंट के माध्यम से रोजगार और नौकरी उपलब्ध करवाने में हमें सफलता प्राप्त हुई है। एंकर यूनिट के रूप में परंपरागत जो यूनिट यहां पे एमएसएमई की थी, उसको टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अपग्रेड करते हुए
All right, so important to highlight the significance of this entire event. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister is making that key address in a significant development, that too keeping the timings in mind as far as the tensions between India and Pakistan are concerned. This is going to be a BrahMos missile unit, which will oversee the production of the world's most powerful supersonic cruise missile, and that is the BrahMos, all set to begin in the Uttar Pradesh capital of Lucknow. Let's listen in again.
हो रहा है आज वहां पर एमएसएमई यूनिट एक एंकर यूनिट के रूप में बेस तैयार कर रहा है। पहले पीटीसी, एलएनटी, गोदरेज या बीएटीएल को आने में समस्या होती थी क्योंकि पॉलिसी नहीं थी। ये कंपनियां पॉलिसी के अंदर ही अपने निवेश कर सकती थी। सुरक्षा का अभाव था। जब व्यक्ति ही सुरक्षित नहीं तो पूंजी कहां से सुरक्षित होने वाली है। और आज व्यक्ति भी सुरक्षित है, पूंजी भी सुरक्षित है और देश की सुरक्षा की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए भी हम मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज एक रिच इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे पास है। देश के अंदर हमने देश के अंदर कनेक्टिविटी को, इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी को 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ा है। सर्वाधिक एयरपोर्ट वाला राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश। 4 इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट वर्तमान में हमारे क्रियाशील हैं। 5वां एयरपोर्ट इस वर्ष हमारा क्रियाशील होने जा रहा है, जो एशिया का सबसे बड़ा एयरपोर्ट होगा। और यही नहीं, देश के अंदर एक्सप्रेसवे का सर्वाधिक नेटवर्क यूपी के अंदर, रेलवे का सबसे ज्यादा नेटवर्क यूपी के अंदर, मेट्रो सर्वाधिक यूपी के अंदर संचालित हो रही है। देश की पहली रैपिड रेल यूपी की, इनलैंड वाटरवे की पहली सुविधा उत्तर प्रदेश से हल्दिया के बीच में, वाराणसी से हल्दिया के बीच में प्रारंभ हुई। आज यह जीवन के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को, आत्मनिर्भरता के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में भारत आगे बढ़ा है। और उसी लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए रक्षा क्षेत्र में भी हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए आज भारत ने एक लंबी छलांग लगाई है। डीआरडीओ का केंद्र ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल के साथ साथ एंकर यूनिट के रूप में पीटीसी की उपस्थिति और अन्य महत्वपूर्ण रक्षा उत्पादन के लिए किए जाने वाले निवेश में अन्य महत्वपूर्ण एंकर यूनिट की उत्तर प्रदेश में उपस्थिति इस बात की गवाह है कि उत्तर प्रदेश इस दिशा में भारत की रक्षा आवश्यकताओं की आपूर्ति करने में पूरी मजबूती के साथ एक ग्रोथ इंजन के रूप में अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन करने के लिए तैयार है। बहनों और भाइयों, ये वही उत्तर प्रदेश है जो बीमारू राज्य कहा जाता था। आज बीमारू राज्य नहीं है, बीमारू राज्य नहीं है। अब यह उत्तर प्रदेश देश का रेवेन्यू सरप्लस स्टेट है। यह उत्तर प्रदेश देश की इकोनॉमी का ग्रोथ इंजन बन रहा है और यह उत्तर प्रदेश देश की रक्षा उत्पादन की आत्मनिर्भरता में अपना योगदान देने के लिए पूरी मजबूती के साथ खड़ा है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि यहां पर अभी डीआरडीओ को या फिर ब्रह्मोस जैसे रक्षा उत्पादन से जुड़े हुए अन्य कार्यक्रमों के लिए अन्य जितनी भी लैंड की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, अन्य जो भी सहयोग की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार पहले की तरह इसमें भरपूर मदद करेगी, क्योंकि आपका कार्य देश के लिए है, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए है, देश की सुरक्षा की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए है और उत्तर प्रदेश इसमें बढ़ चढ़ करके भाग लेगा, अपना योगदान देगा। उसी योगदान का निर्वहन करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रति और रक्षा मंत्री जी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए आज हम सब यहां पर उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं एक बार फिर से रक्षा उत्पादन के एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश का चयन करने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का, डीआरडीओ का, ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल से जुड़े हुए और बीडीएल से जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारियों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश में रक्षा उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में अपने एंकर यूनिट लगाने वाले या महत्वपूर्ण निवेश करने वाले उन सभी निवेशकों का भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं जो उत्तर प्रदेश में आकर के भारत की रक्षा क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में बढ़ चढ़ करके भाग ले रहे हैं। मैं बधाई दे रहा हूं उन सभी नौजवानों को जिन्हें यहां पर ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल के कार्यक्रम के साथ, डीआरडीओ के साथ, पीटीसी के साथ और उत्तर प्रदेश में हुए इन सभी निवेश में अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने का एक अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। उनके लिए, उनके अभिभावकों के लिए भी एक स्वर्णिम अवसर है और मैं इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं यहाँ के विधायक जी को भी। विधानसभा उनकी है, उनकी विधानसभा में इतना बड़ा निवेश हुआ है तो उनके इस निवेश के लिए भी, क्योंकि इतने नौजवान रोजगार भी पाए हैं और ये नौजवान रोजगार पाएंगे तो उनके लिए अगल बगल के क्षेत्र में उन्हें आवासीय सुविधा भी उनको ढूंढनी पड़ेगी, उन्हें सुविधा भी यहाँ देनी चाहिए। इस प्रकार की सुविधा में भी उनका एक सकारात्मक योगदान प्राप्त होगा। एक बार फिर से डीआरडीओ, ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल से जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारियों को हृदय से बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हुए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लिए मैं तीनों सेनाओं के बहादुर जवानों को उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को भी हृदय से अभिनंदन व्यक्त करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Right. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath congratulating the DRDO for the role that BrahMos missile has played in this ongoing war between India and Pakistan. As we've seen, the role that BrahMos played, especially when it came to destroying all those critical air bases and their army installations in Pakistan. At the same time, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has highlighted the role that the Modi government has played, that the Yogi government has most critically played in Uttar Pradesh since 2017. He also directed a jibe at the opposition in Uttar Pradesh, especially the Samajwadi Party, when he said that prior to 2017, the state was known as a Bimaru state, or also for the role that mafia was playing. But contrary, cut to 2025, and Uttar Pradesh is now known not just for the production of BrahMos, that is now going to be a unit which will be set up in Uttar Pradesh, but also the way Uttar Pradesh has seen the setup of critical expressways, being a state that houses the maximum number of expressways, even railway lines, the metros, the rapid rail, inland waterways as well. Let's try and get in some more perspective on all those developments. And for that, let me quickly bring in CNN News 18's Manmohan Rai, who's joining me on the broadcast with more details. Manmohan, what can we now make of the fact that the way India is increasing or ramping up its defense procurements on one hand, on the other hand, the focus on indigenous production, and that is what BrahMos is going to do once this unit is going to be set up in Lucknow.
Yes, you're right. BrahMos production will start. Testing and production of the supersonic missile BrahMos will start at the Lucknow unit from today. The newly manufactured missiles has come out, and Yogi Adityanath said that this unit would also export to neighboring countries, friendly countries, and help improve India's defense might as well as economic might, because they will export defense equipment. But the point, I think, which is more important, what Yogi Adityanath spoke was about the use of BrahMos during Operation Sindoor. At the time when there is a lot of chatter whether BrahMos has been used or not, there is a lot of speculation on both sides whether BrahMos missile has been used yesterday during Operation Sindoor. This is the first indication by a senior political functionary, Yogi Adityanath, who said that पाकिस्तान को ब्रह्मोस की ताकत का कल पता चला होगा. He said that he indicated that BrahMos has been used and Pakistan would have got a taste of its might, of its power, and that is, I think, a significant statement coming out of Uttar Pradesh. Obviously, CM Yogi is the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. He is not part of the decision making regarding the standoff with Pakistan, regarding the defense apparatus. He is not part of that decision making, but he has made that statement.
All right, we'll have to leave it at that. Many thanks to you, Manmohan, for bringing us those details and adding perspective. In fact, breaking news coming in, the opposition now preparing with its own line of attack, as what we are learning is that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is demanding a special session of the parliament, and in that letter Rahul Gandhi says that it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and ceasefire that was first announced by the US president. And perhaps that also gives us a sense of what is going to now be up for discussion in that special session. Pallavi Ghosh joins me live on the broadcast. Pallavi, so clearly the opposition, especially the Congress party, now preparing its line of attack, and the beginning is with that letter.
Akanksha, as a leader of the opposition, that's an official demand which is now being made by the opposition parties. Congress is, of course, speaking on behalf of the rest of the opposition parties. So the ceasefire we may have seen, which has taken place between Pakistan and India, if you want to call it that, that ceasefire also has ended now between the opposition on one side and the government and the BJP on the other. Since yesterday, relentless attacks coming in on the BJP. And this important point is that why was the announcement of this so-called ceasefire understanding, as we prefer to call it, was actually announced by the American president? Why didn't that word come in from India first? And that's the point which Rahul Gandhi writes in his letter to our Prime Minister, that there's an urgent need for a special session of Parliament because, one, we need to know the details of the operations, how things stand, what is going to be our policy next. But I think that line which he writes in that letter is very significant, which essentially gives us an idea that that's going to be the crux of the opposition's attacks on this government, is that why did Donald Trump first announce it? Why does he talk about mediation? Because India's line has always been against any third-party mediation, as Kashmir is an internal matter of India. So full mood on within the opposition parties to take on the government and a demand for a special session of Parliament. As of now, the government is not talking about it. Remember, the moment Operation Sindoor was going on, there was an all-party meeting which was called by the government. And Akanksha, however, the absence of the Prime Minister in the all-party meeting was raised by the opposition parties. Okay. But now with Rahul Gandhi writing the letter, the onus is on the government to agree to a special session of Parliament.
Absolutely. Going to request you to continue staying with me, and let me also shift focus over to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Ananya Bhatnagar is currently live with us. Ananya, give us a sense of what's happening at the Prime Minister's residence. Till yesterday, we've seen how he's been hosting key meets, he's been chairing all of those security meetings. And now with the opposition preparing its line of attack, demanding for a special session be brought in, give us a sense of what's happening.
A meeting, a high-level meeting was actually going on at the PM's residence, where the Tri-Services Chief, the CDS, the National Security Advisor, along with the Raksha Mantri and also the Foreign Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, were there. And that meeting was continuing. The RM has just left. His convoy has just left the PM's residence, followed by, in fact, the Air Force Chief as well, though the other members are still inside. So we'll have to wait and watch as to whether what has happened in this particular meeting, what has been the line of discussion as far as things are concerned. But at the same point of time, this is a very, very significant and a crucial meet, because this meet, including the RM and the Foreign Minister, comes in after the ceasefire was actually announced yesterday. And while the opposition is raising all its guns, why Donald Trump actually announced the ceasefire, that could have been a point of discussion in this particular meeting. However, the operational details of this meeting, or what happened in the meeting, is something that we'll get to know in a while from now. Some other members are still inside. It's only the Raksha Mantri and, in fact, the Air Force Chief who's left at this particular point of time. Their convoys were seen leaving. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out and what has been, the crux of this high-level meet that continued for at least 2 to 3 hours.
Absolutely.
It began almost around 11. Yeah.
Let's also put out the facts over there, Ananya, because remember, even though the strikes are currently not on from India's side, the fact of the matter remains that India's made it amply clear that Operation Sindoor is very much on. The Prime Minister, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, even though when the ceasefire was first not violated and arrived upon, had made it amply clear that their fight against terrorism emanating from Pak soil will continue.
Well, definitely, this is something that the Air Force is very categorically clarified, that Operation Sindoor is still,
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, Ananya. We're getting in some inputs, and let's listen into what the Raksha Mantri has to say.
युग पुरुष भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व में देश हित के लिए खुद को बलिदान करने वाले माननीय रक्षा मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के सानिध्य से हम सभी अनुग्रहित आपका हृदय से स्वागत करने पर एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियों से आइए अभिवादन करें। राष्ट्र रक्षा में पल पल खुद को समर्पित करने वाले हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का सबसे पहले मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से आग्रह करता हूँ सम्मान नामक वर्ल्ड डिफेंस अपील 2025 के 14वें एडिशन का अनावरण करें। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री महोदय और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों से मेरा आग्रह कृपया इस सम्मान में सभी शिरकत करें। जोरदार तालियां, आपकी तालियों का जय घोष यहाँ से माननीय रक्षा मंत्री तक जाना चाहिए। रेडियो सदन मैं बताना चाहूंगा ऐसी मैगजीन है जो सभी बच्चों के बारे में उसकी जानकारी होती है। मुझे याद आता है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी के शब्द, जिन्होंने हमारा हमारे की पसंद आदर्श और उनके धर्म पालक माननीय रक्षा मंत्री और उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के अनुसार श्रोमणी नदी अगर कोई छेड़ेगा और बेचारों का लोग आज नापाक दुश्मन अपनी रहम की नहीं हमसे मार रहा। और अब मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय रक्षा मंत्री और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से कि इन परियोजनाओं का कथन दबाकर सबसे पहले ब्रह्मोस एरोस्पेस इंटीग्रेशन में इंटरेस्टिंग टेक्नोलॉजी कॉम्प्लेक्स का उद्घाटन करें माननीय रक्षा मंत्री महोदय एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय। तालियों का घोष रुकना नहीं चाहिए। देवी और सज्जनों, एक ऐसा गौरवशाली पल जो आने वाली पीढ़ियों को युगों तक प्रेरणा देगा, विकसित भारत का मार्ग प्रशस्त करे। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय रक्षा मंत्री महोदय एवं उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का। समय है उस उपलब्धि से हम सबको बेसब्री से इंतजार है। लखनऊ के अपने लाडले माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी से आग्रह करता हूँ कि कृपया अपने आशीर्वचनों से हम सबका
उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी एक्टिव एवं इफेक्टिव चीफ मिनिस्टर श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, यूपी के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री केशव प्रसाद जी मौर्य, श्री ब्रजेश जी पाठक, यूपी के एनआरआई एवं इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन मिनिस्टर श्री नंद कुमार जी गुप्त नंदी जी, मेंबर राज्यसभा श्री ब्रिजलाल जी, विधायक सरोजनी नगर डॉक्टर राजेश्वर सिंह, विधानसभा और विधान परिषद के सभी सम्मानित सदस्यगण, हमारे डीआरडीओ के साइंटिस्ट और यहाँ मौजूद अधिकारीगण, देश भर के मौजूद सारे टेक्नोक्रेट्स, देवियों व सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं कि अपरिहार्य कारणों से चाहते हुए भी मैं समय से उपस्थित नहीं हो पाया। मैं जानता हूं कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी को बहुत ही आवश्यक कार्यक्रम से गोरखपुर जाना था, लेकिन केवल इस कार्यक्रम की महत्ता को समझते हुए इसमें उनको विलंब हुआ है, फिर भी वो यहां पर मौजूद हैं। साथियों, आज लखनऊ में ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर के उद्घाटन के शुभ अवसर पर मैं आप सबसे बातचीत करते हुए बेहद प्रसन्नता की अनुभूति कर रहा हूं। मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि मैं स्वयं उपस्थित होकर आप सबके बीच मैं रहूं, आप सबसे मैं सीधा संवाद करूं, पर मैं क्यों नहीं आ पाया यह बात आप सभी जानते हैं। अभी जिस परिस्थिति से हम गुजर रहे हैं उसे देखते हुए मेरा दिल्ली में रहना यह अति आवश्यक था। इसलिए मैं वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से आप सभी से जुड़ रहा हूं। मैं भले ही आपके बीच नहीं आया, लेकिन अपने उत्साह के माध्यम से आप मुझ तक जरूर पहुंच गए हैं। यह अपने आप में एक संदेश है, चाहे हम किसी भी परिस्थिति में रहें, यह देश चलता रहेगा और हमारा काम नहीं रुकेगा। किसी भी स्थिति में हमारा संवाद नहीं टूटेगा। साथियों, आज का दिन हमारे शहर लखनऊ और हमारे राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश और हमारे पूरे देश के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज का दिन मैं समझता हूं उस शक्ति की आराधना का दिन है जो हमारी सेनाओं को संबल प्रदान करती है, जो हमारी सेनाओं में निहित होकर दुश्मन पर कहर बरसाती है। आज का दिन मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि मैंने अपने शहर लखनऊ के लिए एक सपना देखा था कि मेरा शहर भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर को मजबूत करने में एक बड़ा योगदान दे। वह सपना अब पूरा हो रहा है। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन इसलिए भी महत्व रखता है क्योंकि आज का दिन बहुत ही खास है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि आज नेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी डे है। आज ही के दिन 1998 में श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने पोखरण में परमाणु परीक्षण करके दुनिया को भारत की ताकत दिखाई थी। और वह परीक्षण हमारे साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर्स, डिफेंस पर्सनल और कई अन्य स्टेक होल्डर्स के अथक प्रयासों का ही परिणाम था। यह हमारे वैज्ञानिकों तथा इंजीनियर्स को मान्यता देने, उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करने और उनके कंट्रीब्यूशन को एक्नॉलेज करने का दिन है। मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है जब मैंने इसका शिलान्यास किया था, उस समय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी भी थे। उस दौरान मैंने यह इच्छा जाहिर की थी कि जितनी जल्दी हो सके इस प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा कर लिया जाए। और मुझे यह देखकर बेहद खुशी हुई कि आप लोगों ने मेरी भावनाओं का सम्मान रखा और महज 40 महीने में इस प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करके दिखाया। आज हमारे आसपास जैसी परिस्थितियां हैं उसे देखते हुए यह बेहद जरूरी हो जाता है कि हम अपने लक्ष्यों को ऐसे ही समयबद्ध तरीके से पूरा करते रहें। इस मौके पर मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विशेष आभार प्रकट करता हूं। यदि इतने कम समय में ब्रह्मोस की इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी की स्थापना हो सकी तो इसके पीछे योगी जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। मैं डीआरडीओ, हमारे वैज्ञानिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स और इस प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति और संस्था को मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। आप लोगों ने दिन रात मेहनत करके इस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी को खड़ा किया है। देश भर के वैज्ञानिक, इंजीनियर्स और युवाओं का योगदान हमें इस फैसिलिटी सेंटर में देखने को मिलेगा। मैं आपकी मेहनत और लगन को नमन करता हूं। साथियों, हमारी सरकार जब उत्तर प्रदेश में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ी थी तो उस समय हमारे सामने अनेक बड़े लक्ष्य थे। उन तमाम लक्ष्यों में से हमारा एक उद्देश्य यह भी था कि हम उत्तर प्रदेश को एक बार फिर देश के प्रोडक्शन सेंटर के रूप में डेवलप करें। यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर लखनऊ सहित कानपुर, झांसी, चित्रकूट, आगरा और अलीगढ़ से होकर गुजरता है और ये सभी नोड्स आने वाले समय में विकास के नए केंद्र बनकर उभरेंगे। साथियों, एक उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने रखूं तो आप में से बहुत लोगों को पता होगा, एक समय कानपुर और आसपास का क्षेत्र प्रोडक्ट्स की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए जाना जाता था। आर्थिक रूप से यह क्षेत्र बहुत ही समृद्ध था। इसे मैनचेस्टर ऑफ द ईस्ट कहा जाता था। लेकिन आजादी के बाद अनेक कारणों से आर्थिक प्रगति की राह में यह क्षेत्र पिछड़ता गया और कहीं पीछे छूट गया। मैं उन कारणों में तो नहीं जाना चाहूंगा, पर कहना यह चाहता हूं कि यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के निर्माण के बाद यह क्षेत्र फिर से एक बार अपने पुराने वैभव को प्राप्त करने की ओर आगे बढ़ चला है। मुझे इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है कि कानपुर विकास की उन ऊंचाइयों को छुएगा जो दुनिया के विकसित क्षेत्रों के लिए अनुकरणीय होगा। कल को वेस्ट में कोई क्षेत्र जब बहुत अधिक प्रगति करेगा तो उसे कानपुर ऑफ द वेस्ट कहा जाएगा। इसी प्रकार डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के सभी नोड्स को डेवलप करने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से कमिटेड हैं। मुझे यह भी बताया गया है कि अभी उत्तर प्रदेश डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में एयरक्राफ्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, यूएवी, ड्रोन्स, एमिनिशंस, कंपोजिट एंड क्रिटिकल मटेरियल्स, स्मॉल आर्म्स, टेक्सटाइल तथा पैरासूट आदि में मेजर इन्वेस्टमेंट किए गए। एक अच्छी बात यह है कि इस डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में हमें पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर दोनों की ही बड़ी अहम भागीदारी दिखाई दे रही है। साथियों, जब मैं प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भागीदारी की बात कर रहा हूं तो मुझे यह बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि लखनऊ में ही पीटीसी इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड द्वारा टाइटेनियम एंड सुपर एलॉय मटेरियल प्लांट्स की शुरुआत की जा रही है। इसके अलावा 7 एडिशनल क्रिटिकल प्रोजेक्ट्स की भी नींव इस समय रखी जा रही है। यह निश्चित रूप से रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता की गति को और तेज करेगा। मैं इसके लिए श्री सचिन अग्रवाल को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं। हमारा सपना है कि उत्तर प्रदेश दुनिया के टॉप डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में जाना जाए। आज जो ब्रह्मोस फैसिलिटी शुरू हो रही है, मैं समझता हूं वह यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का यह गौरव होगा। यह सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश का ही नहीं बल्कि देश का सबसे बड़ा ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर है। यह रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रयास को भी मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। साथियों, जहां तक ब्रह्मोस का प्रश्न है तो आप सभी यह जानते हैं कि ब्रह्मोस दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। ब्रह्मोस सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है। मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। मैसेज हमारी बॉर्डर्स की सेफ गार्डिंग के हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का है। साथियों, पोखरण परमाणु परीक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देने वाले मिसाइल मैन और हमारे पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर एपीजे अबुल कलाम ने यह कहा भी था कि अनलेस इंडिया स्टैंड्स अप टू द वर्ल्ड, नो वन विल रेस्पेक्ट अस इन दिस वर्ल्ड। फियर हैज नो प्लेस, ओनली स्ट्रेंथ रेस्पेक्ट्स स्ट्रेंथ। अर्थात दुनिया कमजोरों का नहीं बल्कि शक्तिशाली का सम्मान करती है। उनका विजन था कि हमें अपनी ताकत को और मजबूत करना होगा। जब तक कोई देश ताकतवर नहीं होगा, दुनिया उसका सम्मान नहीं करेगी। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली राष्ट्रों में से एक है। हम लगातार अपनी ताकत और बढ़ा रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो फैसिलिटी सेंटर शुरू हो रहा है, यह भारत की शक्ति को और मजबूत करने में सहायक होगी। साथियों, यह केवल एक फैक्ट्री का उद्घाटन भर नहीं है, बल्कि मैं समझता हूं कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। उत्तर प्रदेश डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनने के पश्चात उत्तर प्रदेश के इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट का एक नए सिरे से श्री गणेश हो चुका है। इस डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में अब तक कुल 180 के लगभग एमओयूज साइन किए जा चुके हैं, जिसमें 34,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोज्ड है। आपको यह जानकर खुशी होगी कि अभी तक इस कॉरिडोर में 4,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया भी जा चुका है। साथियों, टेक्नोलॉजी डे के दिन इस हाई टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म फैसिलिटी को इनागुरेट करना अपने आप में एक लैंडमार्क डे है, परंतु इसके साथ साथ यह भारत की नई इनोवेटिव एनर्जी को भी दिखाता है, जिसको हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में गति देने का प्रयास किया है। हम सब जानते हैं कि इस समय टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, खासकर क्रिटिकल हाई एंड फ्रंटियर टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में बड़ी तेजी से बदलाव आ रहा है। चाहे सिविल सेक्टर हो या डिफेंस सेक्टर, आज रोज नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी सभी प्रकार के प्रोडक्ट्स या सर्विसेज में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन ला रही हैं। हमारे जीवन का कोई भी ऐसा कार्य क्षेत्र नहीं है जहां टेक्नोलॉजी हमें डिसरप्टिव तरीके से प्रभावित न कर रही हो। दुनिया के हर क्षेत्र में इस टेक्नोलॉजी क्रांति ने एक ऐसी उथल पुथल मचा रखी है जहां पुराने सारे अब तक के स्थापित जो नोशंस हैं, धारणाएं हैं, वह तेजी से बदल रही हैं और ऐसे नए परिवर्तनों का आगाज हो रहा है जिसके बारे में पहले हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे। ऐसे में नेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी डे एक खास महत्व रखता है और इस खास दिन पर डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में एक हाई टेक्नोलॉजी फैसिलिटी को उद्घाटन करना मेरे, आपके और हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस भारत और रूस के हाईएस्ट डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी का एक संगम है। जिस तरह हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश प्रयाग स्थित संगम के लिए दुनिया भर में जाना जाता है, उसी तरह आने वाले समय में लखनऊ भी इस टेक्नोलॉजी के संगम के लिए जाना जाएगा और यह संगम कई अनेक विशेषताओं को अपने अंदर समाहित करता है। आने वाले समय में यह रोजगार के सीधे यानी डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट अवसर पैदा करेगा। मुझे यह भी विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में यह क्षेत्र एक ग्रोथ पोल के रूप में उभर कर सामने आएगा। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम की एक खास विशेषता होती है और यह सिस्टम अनेक प्रकार के सब सिस्टम, कंपोनेंट्स और पार्ट से बने होते हैं जिन्हें किसी भी एक जगह पर निर्मित करना संभव नहीं होता। यह सभी अलग अलग पार्ट्स इतने विशेष होते हैं, स्पेशलाइज्ड होते हैं, इनमें से हर एक को बनाने के लिए हाईली स्किल्ड मैन पावर और हाई टेक्नोलॉजी वाले हथियार, औजार, टूल्स की आवश्यकता होती है। आपको मैं यह बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर देश भर में, चाहे वह डीपीएसयू हो या प्राइवेट सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स हो या जहां भी स्थापित होती हैं, वहां अपने साथ साथ एमएसएमई यानी छोटी औद्योगिक इकाइयों का एक एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्रियल बेस भी निर्मित करती है और इन एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्रियल बेस से पूरे इलाके का एक सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास होता है। मेरा मानना है कि यह फैसिलिटी सेंटर भी वही भूमिका निभाएगा। और साथियों, जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं, चाहे भारत सरकार हो या राज्य सरकार, हमारी नीति एकदम साफ है। मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉरवर्ड। हमारे लिए रक्षा क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता का अर्थ बहुत व्यापक है। हम इस विचार के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि हमें खुद के लिए तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट बनाना ही है, साथ ही साथ में पूरी दुनिया को एक्सपोर्ट भी करना है। साथियों, दुनिया की मिलिट्री मार्केट में अपार संभावनाएं हैं। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था। उसमें उन्होंने यह बताया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में बढ़कर $2,718 बिलियन हो गया है। आप सोचिए, आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट का इतना बड़ा मार्केट हमारी राह देख रहा है। इसलिए हमें बेहद मजबूती से भारत को दुनिया के लिए एक अट्रैक्टिव डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट हब के रूप में विकसित करने की ओर आगे बढ़ना ही होगा। आज का दिन उस विचार की तरफ बढ़ाया गया हमारा एक और ठोस कदम है। इन सारी चीजों ने मिलाकर उत्तर प्रदेश में डेवलपमेंट का एक इकोसिस्टम तैयार किया है। इसी कारण हम उत्तर प्रदेश में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का भी निर्माण कर पाए। हमने लखनऊ में डिफेंस एक्सपो का भी आयोजन किया। हमने डीआरडीओ के टेस्टिंग सेंटर DTTC की भी स्थापना की। और आज जिस ब्रह्मोस फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन यहां हो रहा है, इस फैसिलिटी की शुरुआत से ही लगभग 500 डायरेक्ट और 1000 इनडायरेक्ट रोजगार सृजित होंगे। यह भी कहीं ना कहीं उस इकोसिस्टम के कारण ही संभव हो पाया है जो श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने यहां डेवलप किया है। यानी हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश में खेल से लेकर खेत तक, कल्चर से लेकर कनेक्टिविटी तक, पुलिस से लेकर पॉलिसी तक और टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर टूरिज्म तक हर क्षेत्र में विकास कर रही है। इसलिए मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को पुनः बधाई देता हूं। हर तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश और भारत के डेवलपमेंट को लेकर हमारा संकल्प, हमारा समर्पण और हमारी प्रतिबद्धता और भी मजबूत होती जा रही है। साथियों, 11 मई को पोखरण से जो आत्मविश्वास प्रारंभ हुआ था, आज लखनऊ में वह और मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, अपनी बात समाप्त करने के पहले मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई। और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया। मैं एक बार फिर से ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर और इस प्रोजेक्ट में शामिल सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मैं साथ ही पीटीसी इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड को भी उनके एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट पर हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। इन तमाम प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत पर मैं लखनऊ और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता को भी बधाई देता हूं जो इस ऐतिहासिक पहल का हिस्सा बन रही है। अंत में मैं आप सभी का आभार प्रकट करते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करना चाहता हूं और आप सभी से मैं खेद भी व्यक्त करता हूं कि निर्धारित समय पर मैं इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित नहीं हो सका, लेकिन देर आया दुरुस्त आया। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Honorable Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh over there inaugurating the BrahMos production unit in the Uttar Pradesh capital of Lucknow, and he was doing that inauguration virtually. But most importantly, he's talked about how Lucknow is going to now be this host to the production facility for the BrahMos. At the same time, he's talked about how Uttar Pradesh is now going to be a key defense industrial corridor, where the Uttar Pradesh government, under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi's double engine ki sarkar, under Yogi Adityanath as Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, is ensuring that various defense nodes are now spotted across Uttar Pradesh. And it's not just going to be Lucknow, but also Kanpur. He's talked about how defense in India is going to be a very important message. BrahMos missile is going to be a very critical message being sent out to the enemies. And India will now look up to not just ramping up its own production in terms of fortifying its own defense, but also it will be looking at exporting its own defense makes. Akash Sharma joins me with more inputs on this very critical development that's taken place, given the timing that India and Pakistan are going through the kind of tensions. Let me bring in Akash. Akash, if one were to shed more light on this very key development that's taking place, tell us the importance of the Raksha Mantri's message when he's not just talked about how BrahMos missile is at the moment a message to the enemy, but India is now also going to look at it as becoming a very significant defense provider, because we're also going to target exporting the BrahMos missile.
Right. So, three things. First of all, before talking about the facility that has been inaugurated by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh today, Akanksha, message is loud and clear that India is following a zero tolerance policy, against terrorism. And Raksha Mantri is mentioning about Operation Sindoor, that how our armed forces carried out operations, with precision. He's in fact saying that after Uri, attack, forces conducted a surgical strike. After Pulwama, we saw the airstrikes, and now after Punch incident, the world is witnessing India's multiple strikes deep inside Pakistan. Ghar mein ghus ke marenge is something that we have heard, from politicians, in fact, in the past few years. And this operation is somewhere an example to that. We have had, a discussion about BrahMos. Whether or not it was used, we have no official acknowledgement or confirmation from the Indian Armed Forces. Operation is ongoing, and we will, of course, wait for some sort of official confirmation. But then there is a clear indication that BrahMos was also used.
Yes.
And in fact, yesterday it was categorically mentioned in the press conference that how a variety of air-launched weapons were used for precision. Also, as far as this facility is concerned, Akanksha, so this facility is spreaded in around 200 acres. There we have the integration and training, for BrahMos NG, that is next generation, version of BrahMos missile. It is lightweighted, can work on the basis of artificial intelligence, has got indigenous seeker and a number of things. We know that how BrahMos is a joint venture between India and Russia, and is one of the potent missiles of the world. There is no, air defense systems. There is no air defense system till now which can detect BrahMos missile. And there were claims till now, but the world has seen now that how, if BrahMos was used, then how it has penetrated, to the defense air defense system of the enemy, and how it has conducted, precision strikes in Pakistan. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh somewhere not confirming the use of BrahMos, but telling the world about the capabilities, about the Atmanirbharta approach of India, and about the sort of practices and in fact the operation Sindoor that was carried out by Indian Armed Forces.
Right. And Akash, even though there has been no official confirmation, the emphasis that's being laid on the role so far that BrahMos has played, I think, is made it amply clear that India is very confident BrahMos will, in fact, come to India's rescue as perhaps it has in the ongoing tensions. Stay with me, Akash, as I also bring in our honorable guest. I'm also joined in by Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, who is the former DG Infantry of the Indian Army. General Singh, thank you for joining in. If I could bring you in on, I mean, even before we begin, it's important to highlight the fact that, yes, there's no official confirmation on the use of this precision missile, BrahMos, but the inauguration that's taken place and the emphasis that the Raksha Mantri has today placed on the indigenous development of this missile, even though it's in collaboration with Russia, would be, I think, safe to say that we have demonstrated the role that our own precision missiles are playing after the destruction of those air bases in Pakistan.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, that's what it looks like. I am not aware of the exact details of these operations, like you have mentioned earlier. But the fact remains that we have a very, very potent weapon system in BrahMos. It's a potent weapon system. As far as its utilization in current operations is concerned, the indications are that it was used, and it was used successfully, very, very successfully. But what is the bigger point was in the speech of Honorable Raksha Mantri that these current operations have really proved to the world once and for all that India is not going to tolerate any strike on its integrity by the terrorists. And it is not going to only target the terrorists within the confines of our territory. It is going to strike them in their bases, which are in Pakistan. And that's what we did. And we have done it very, very successfully. Pakistan's bogey has been called. We have proved to the world once and for all that India is a potent and powerful entity in this part of the world. And we are not going to allow any nation like Pakistan to export terrorism into our country. What is indeed very, very heartening is that we achieved 100% accuracy in the initial strikes on 9 terrorist targets. It speaks we had outstanding intelligence. It speaks very high of the quality of intelligence that was provided by our intelligence agencies. The second thing which it proved was that our Air Force and our armed forces are fabulous to be able to complete a mission. I'm told in those 9 strikes, all 3 services were involved. And of course, it was dominated to a very large degree by the Air Force, but it was done fabulously. The coordination was very good, and we were able to achieve our aim 100%. 100 odd terrorists were killed in that. Thereafter, we were also able to degrade the Pakistan's air defense system. We were able to degrade their forward air bases. We actually put a fear of God into the minds of the so-called radical journal of the Pakistan Army Munir. Now, after they were trying to swamp us with a lot of drones, none of which was successful, actually proved the quality of air defense systems that we have evolved for ourselves. Of course, a number of lessons would be learned after these operations are over. I think our planners, particularly in the armed forces and in Ministry of Defense, will take a stock of the situation, see as to where all we have to plug our gaps, see as to where all we have to strengthen ourselves, how the challenges are coming up in strategic and tactical battlefield. And I think we are going to further strengthen our ability. But suffice to say that the current operations which were launched actually have achieved the aim fully, 100%. And the credit for this goes to our political leadership, led by Prime Minister Modi. And it also goes to the Indian Armed Forces, the brave soldiers of the Indian Armed Forces, our officers and men.
And the DRDO.
And to all other agencies which are there.
Yes.
This Make in India concept is an excellent concept. Our DRDO has been doing a good job right from the beginning. And I think it was at one time led by our former president, Abdul Kalam. And DRDO, if it continues the way it is continuing now, I think is going to be a great source of strength.
Oh, absolutely, because I think it's worth mentioning, General Singh, and I'm sure you will agree, that the Prime Minister, when he had in fact dared that andar ghus ke marenge, that is exactly what has been achieved through the strikes that we have seen at their air bases. Because remember, we have penetrated deep into enemy territory, whether it is the airbase in Murid or the other ones, Nur Khan, all of them have in fact borne testimony of our own precision strikes that have the ability to go deep into enemy territory. Going to request you, General Singh, continue staying with me. It's time for me to slip into a quick break, but we'll very much continue with this discussion as far as India's military might is concerned. Stay tuned to CNN-News18.
CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital.
All right, now, as we've been telling you about the inauguration of the BrahMos production unit in Lucknow, our honorable guests have all been highlighting the role that the Make in India emphasis has played in fortifying, in also ramping up our own defense production. And that, of course, is also being fronted by the DRDO, and Dr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra, who's the ex-DG of DRDO, in an exclusive conversation with CNN News 18, has explained how BrahMos is a game changer for India and has boosted the country's defense capabilities to a great extent. Listen in.
Sir, let me ask you, did we or did we not use the BrahMos missile in Operation Sindoor?
Yeah. You see, it's difficult to confirm by me, but the TV channels, news media, they all have reported that BrahMos has been successfully used against Pakistani ground assets. And if our Air Force has used it, I am very proud of it. And I feel that I have repaid my duties to India.
Just tell us about the BrahMos now, whether or not it's happened or not. We'll wait for an official confirmation. But the Pak Foreign Ministry said that BrahMos missiles was used, cruise missiles was used. But the Pakistanis also used the Fateh 2. So let's try and understand, compare, contrast the Fateh 2 and BrahMos. How did BrahMos happen, and what are the capabilities of the BrahMos?
You see, BrahMos is a cruise missile, and its range varies from 300 to 800 kilometers. We have different applications of different versions of the BrahMos. We have land-to-land version, we have land-to-ship, we have ship-to-ship, ship-to-land, and we can launch BrahMos from Sukhoi 30 aircraft also against land targets and sea targets. What Pakistani have used is a strategic missile. It is a ballistic missile having a conventional payload, and it is reported that it was headed towards Delhi. And our air defense system has proved that they can deny any air attack to our adversaries.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs, for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, coming out of Punjab is what we are learning is that in a significant breakthrough, the Punjab police have apprehended 2 individuals for their alleged involvement in espionage activities linked to a Pakistani official posted at the High Commission. This is the big breaking input coming in. He is accused of leaking sensitive information. These 2 individuals who have been apprehended. Let's quickly go across to Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who brings us those breaking inputs. Tejinder, that the Pakistan High Commission has been using people to spy on India and get them sensitive information is an open secret. But what is it that you can tell us with regards to this recent apprehension that's taken place of these 2 individuals?
So far, the Punjab police has not disclosed the identity of these 2 people, but the Punjab Police Director General says that this is a significant move and they have busted a nexus wherein the secret military information was being passed to the Pakistani High Commission. So these 2 individuals who have been apprehended by the Punjab Police, they were passing on the sensitive information regarding Indian Army's movement to their Pakistani handlers via the Pakistani High Commission. They say that first 1 individual was arrested, and during his interrogation, he revealed about the identity of the other individual, and he too was arrested. The police says that 2 mobile phones have been recovered from them, and these mobile phones have all the details about the information they had passed, and FIR has also been registered. Yes.
All right. Many thanks to you, Tejinder, for bringing us those breaking inputs. With that, in fact, we need to quickly slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest news and updates. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Mahi sir. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey. Connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड
Welcome back. More breaking inputs coming in. This one, in fact, coming in from Kashmir, is what we're learning is that the Baramulla police has issued a critical safety notice requesting citizens living in border villages not to return until official clearance is provided by them, citing numerous munitions scattered throughout private and public areas. A very critical safety notice being issued by the Baramulla police over there. The breaking inputs coming in from Ishan Vani, who joins me on the phone line with more inputs. Ishan, we've all seen how Baramulla has been at the front line of those attacks coming out of Pakistan. But give us a sense of what are the Baramulla police's concerns at the moment.
Well, the concerns are that there shouldn't be any accidental overstepping over these, shells or any bombs which could be lying in the vicinity of residential area. This notice has been given to the citizens to refrain from moving into the border areas who have been particularly displaced after the ceasefire violation. There are many places in Baramulla where shells are scattered, particularly in the Uri subdivision and areas close to the line of control. Since there's a lot of displacement that has taken place, so authorities don't want any accidental overstepping over shells which could result in loss of lives. What we were also given to understand through the notice is that the J&K police's bomb disposal squads are in action and they are trying to sanitize those areas.
Many thanks to you, Ishan, for bringing us that latest piece of information. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest news and updates. With that, we're slipping into another quick break. Stay tuned to CNN-News18.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey. Connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
I come to you, General Kocher. These are visuals that we are picking up of the meeting that was underway at Prime Minister's official residence. Not quite sure if that meeting is concluded, but these are visuals that have come in of Prime Minister chairing this all-important meeting at 7 Lokalyan Marg with the Tri-Services Chief. You see Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh seated right next to him. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also in attendance. NSA Ajit Doval also can be spotted very clearly. So yes, a high level security meeting that has been ongoing at the Prime Minister's residence. Now, we've seen several such snippets, Akash. The past few days, we've seen these meetings take place at regular intervals. What are you learning from highly placed sources on what I come to you, General?
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Thank you for tuning in to our live and rolling coverage on the tensions between India and Pakistan. In fact, let's dive into this segment with our top focus on the headlines this hour. As the Defence Minister or the Honourable Raksha Mantri confirms strike on Rawalpindi, the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, while inaugurating a defence facility in Lucknow, said that India's might was visible till Rawalpindi and was not just limited to the border areas. Prime Minister Modi has held a key security meet with the Tri-Services Chief and CDS at his residence earlier today. This comes after Pakistan violated the ceasefire yesterday, soon after the two countries arrived upon an understanding. There's an indication from defense sources that BrahMos was used against Pakistan. This comes after Indian Armed Forces in the press conference yesterday confirmed that they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. And Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has hailed the BrahMos and Operation Sindoor. He reiterated that future acts of terror will be considered as an act of war against India and hailed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's strong action against Pakistan. After Pakistan violated ceasefire, Rahul Gandhi has written to the Prime Minister demanding a special session of the Parliament. In his letter, the leader of opposition has said that it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and the ceasefire, why it was first announced by US President Donald Trump. A significant breakthrough. The Punjab police have apprehended 2 individuals for their alleged involvement in espionage activities linked to a Pakistani official posted at the High Commission. Now, hours after the United States President Donald Trump claimed credit for ceasefire between India and Pakistan, Pakistan resorted to its violation along the international border and the line of control. Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in a strong manner. And Prime Minister Modi held a key security meeting at his residence, which was attended by the Tri-Services Chief, even the CDS. The Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has even recalled the exceptional efforts of our scientists that led to the successful Pokhran tests in 1998, emphasizing that the date is critical given that it is on this very date that India has inaugurated the BrahMos production facility in Lucknow. On the other hand, even Pakistan violated their ceasefires, and President Donald Trump again claimed credit for ceasefire and has vowed to increase trade with India and Pakistan. He even said that US will help reach solution for Kashmir. It comes as a pertinent point that the government sources have informed that the ceasefire is out of understanding and not a legally binding agreement. At the same time, the Indian Air Force has already announced that Operation Sindoor is still very much on. On that note, we have some breaking inputs coming in. CNN-News18 has accessed details of how India decimated Pakistan in the last night's strikes, as top government sources have told us that India's strikes hit Pakistani air bases in an operation even bigger in scale than Operation Sindoor. Within 90 minutes, India hit the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot, Murid Air Base in Punjab, Sukur Air Base in Sindh, the Sialkot Air Base, the Pasroor Airstrip, Sargodha Air Base, even the Bholari Air Base near Karachi and Jakokabad Air Base as well. The Chunya radar installation was also taken out. India fired its BrahMos missile and Hammer and Scalp missiles from Rafale at these big air bases in its biggest set of attacks and Pakistan has ever faced from India in the last few decades. Aman Sharma brings us more perspective to that information that's come in. Aman, India, through those very critical attacks or strikes on these air bases when they were completely razed down to a state of rubble, has proven its ability to strike and penetrate deep into enemy territory.
Well, yes, Kanksha, and you just heard the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh say that the strikes by India were not just near the border of Pakistan, but the dhamak of the Indian Army was heard by Pakistan in its headquarters, its army headquarters, Rawalpindi. That is a very, very significant statement. And the inside story on how this ceasefire came about is also very fascinating. Between Friday night and Saturday night, we are told by top government sources that the big escalation was on late Friday night by Pakistan when it fired a ballistic missile towards our military base in Sirsa as well as another military station in Punjab. Both these missiles were brought down, but then India decided that it has to reply in bigger measure because this seems like a full military attack with ballistic missiles being targeted at India. The Prime Minister approved this big strike in which 10 air bases of Pakistan have been targeted. The most important one being the Noor Khan Air Base, which is near the Rawalpindi headquarters of the Pakistan Army, a very key logistical base. Near that also is the Nuclear Command Center of Pakistan. It was this particular strike, along with the other strikes, the bases you have listed, the Rafiq Air Base, the the other air bases that we have attacked, but the Noor Khan Air Base, and the Defense Minister also was mentioning that how Rawalpindi mein dhamak sunai di Bharatiya misailon ki. India targeted these air bases with BrahMos, with Scalp missiles, which are there on our Rafales. This big attack which happened is the one that has panicked Pakistan because taking out these big air bases showed India's capability to hit deep, to hit strongly. Within 90 minutes, the air defenses could not stop these strikes. And that is why we hear that the first call from Secretary Marco Rubio, which went to Asim Munir, that unprecedented call was made to Asim Munir after India, the US discovered that Pakistan had fired ballistic missiles at India. And after that, after the India strike, it has emerged that Mr. Vance got together and called up both sides to de-escalate because there was a serious chance, Akanksha, that this could escalate into a nuclear confrontation. And that is why we see that US intervened and this ceasefire for now has been brought about.
Oh, absolutely, Aman. I'm sure you will agree that these sites that India struck, all of those air bases, even one of them being an airstrip, were very consciously identified and thought over, and then that decision to strike them was taken. And remember, all of these air bases are critical to their army installation. While one was providing a refueling facility, which was at the Noor Khan Air Base, some were serving as the command and control quarters as well. But having said that, the larger message that's gone behind, I think, has already been elucidated by the Honorable Raksha Mantri today as he was inaugurating the BrahMos missile facility, the production facility that's going to now be kicking into action in Lucknow.
Absolutely, Akanksha, and I am also told by government sources that this call that J.D. Vance made to the Indian Prime Minister asking India to de-escalate, it was made very clear to the US as well by India that, look, we never wanted to target the military sites of Pakistan. Operation Sindoor on May 7th was only against the terror infrastructure, but that was also tremendously successful operation because the headquarters of Jaish, LET, Hizbul Mujahideen were targeted by India. It is Pakistan which started off by first trying to attack our military installations with drones and then ultimately with ballistic missiles on the night of Friday. India had to retaliate, and India has also specifically made it clear before this ceasefire announcement came of the big policy change India has made that any future act of terror against India will be seen by India as an act of war and will be responded accordingly. This was also made very clear to the US. Of course, there's now a ceasefire because India had accomplished its objectives with Operation Sindoor. It's only due to Pakistan's escalation of attacking our military sites that India had to take this big step. Akanksha, this has not even happened in earlier wars when India has targeted the air bases of Pakistan deep inside territory of Pakistan, not just the border sites, as Rajnath Singh was just saying in his address to the Lucknow BrahMos facility event. So this is very, very significant. That is the inside details. And India right now is also, Akanksha, I would tell you, in a verify approach. We will not trust Pakistan totally. We will verify, re-verify everything. Our air defenses, our Operation Sindoor is still very much on. Yes, there's a ceasefire, but if Pakistan does anything, we will respond with equal double measure if that case arises. The US has managed to achieve a ceasefire, but India has not let us guard down.
All right. Many thanks to you, Aman, for bringing us all those latest inputs. With that, let me also introduce our honorable guests on the broadcast. I'm joined in by Lieutenant General KJ Singh, who is the former Army commander, Major General Shashi Asthana, who is a former DG Infantry at the Indian Army. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. If General KJ Singh, if I may begin with you, I'm sure you will agree that the attacks that India carried out on the interim night between the 9th and 10th of May, as it pulverized those air bases in Pakistan, were a defining moment, not just in the tensions or the messaging going out there for Islamabad, but in the trajectory of tensions that we've seen so far between India and Pakistan.
Akansha, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
And thank you for having me on your platform. See, firstly, it started with Pahalgam. The response was in terms of destroying their terror hubs. We got to Markaz-e Taiba, Markaz-e Subhanallah, Mehmoon-e-Joya, all three of LET, Jaish and Hizbul. Pakistan responded by going into our military installations and civilian areas and even religious places. They were indiscriminate. Somewhere along the line, Pakistan also decided to use ballistic missile, Fateh 2, which is not advisable by a nuclear-armed nation. Very little to discern difference which missile is nuclear and which is non-nuclear, unless it is declared so. So here Fateh is fired at our air bases. We managed to successfully neutralize it. So in calibrated response to that, measured response to that, we had to deliver a message that if you do this, then nothing is beyond targeting for us. And accordingly, we went to their key bases like Rahim Yar Khan, Rafiki, Murid, Noor Khan.
Right.
And in that, the proximity of these bases. See, earlier also, we had destroyed their AD headquarters right at Lahore. Our drone had also gone and demonstrated the capability at the stadium in Rawalpindi.
All right.
But then they are slow learners.
I also want to bring in quickly Professor Brahma Chalani, who I can see has also joined in on the broadcast. Professor Chalani, we spoke on the night when these air bases were being destroyed. We speak at a time now after the ceasefire has been violated, that too at a time when an entire credit-taking war has broken out globally. How do you assess the current developments?
Akansha, there are many questions that have arisen since yesterday's announcement by the Indian government that it has agreed to a ceasefire. The ceasefire agreement was reached rather abruptly at a time when India had the upper hand militarily. As you point out, that India had pulverized Pakistani air defenses. Having degraded Pakistan's air defenses, India should have taken that advantage, exploited that advantage by inflicting high punitive costs on the Pak military, which is the sponsor of cross-border terrorism. Instead of pressing home their advantage, we abruptly announced a ceasefire that took even Modi's key members of his team by surprise. Everybody was stunned that suddenly, after just 3 days of a military operation, we agreed to a ceasefire. Now, if you look at military history, I can't think of any military operation anywhere in the world which was abruptly terminated after 3 days, because no military operation can yield results in just 3 days. It takes usually the shortest military operation that I've known in modern world history that was successful was a 6-day war that Israel waged by surprise and grabbed West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights. That was the most successful, shortest military operation in modern world history. But in 3 days, no nation has been able to achieve anything in 3 days of military operations. So when we launched Operation Sindoor, we knew what our end objective is. The objectives had been laid out in public by Prime Minister Modi. Then we agreed suddenly after 3 days under US persuasion to end military operations. Now there are international ramifications of what India has done.
Professor, one short intervention over there. Including CNN are claiming that India approached the United States and Saudi Arabia for this intervention. How do you weigh in? There has been no confirmation on that, but these reports that are doing the round, what does it speak?
Well, what the American media outlets are all reporting, including the Washington Post, the New York Times, yes, the CNN, for example, they're saying that what proved crucial was J.D. Vance's phone call to Modi. He persuaded Modi to agree to a ceasefire. Now, the issue is this, that by agreeing to a ceasefire after just 3 days of military operations, India now is drawing international attention to the Kashmir dispute, not to Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. After all, what triggered the present crisis? It was not the Kashmir dispute, it was Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. But Trump, playing into Pakistan's hands, says he wants to mediate a Kashmir solution while completely ignoring the core issue of cross-border terrorism. And the international media outlets, all of them, are now harping on the Kashmir issue, not cross-border terrorism. The Operation Sindoor was supposed to open the eyes of the world to Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. Instead, it has revived India-Pakistan hyphenation and spawned a false equivalency between the victim of cross-border terrorism and the perpetrator. So there is this unfortunate international fallout.
Right. I think, Professor, you've made a very critical point over there, and I couldn't agree more, especially in terms of the way this has, the recent past 24 hours of developments have shaped the ongoing political narrative of this entire conflict. I'm going to request my guests to continue staying with me as I have to slip into a quick break. We'll continue with that very important discussion in just a few minutes.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
Long night? You have no idea. I got you. Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
I come to you, General Court.
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive as we have accessed details of why Pakistan's Army, ISI, and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare, and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority, like the scale or India's larger army, advanced S-400 systems, economic strength as well. Let's quickly bring in Siddhant Mishra of CNN-News18 to shed more light on the details that we are learning. Why the nuclear threats coming out of Pakistan? If you could shed more light, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, that Pakistan's nuclear threats against India reflect a mix of strategic desperation, domestic instability, and geopolitical posturing. Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mask systematic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare, and deter India retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like scale or India's large army, advanced S-400 systems, and economic strength. Nuclear threats act as a great equalizer, deterring India from exploiting this imbalance. Pakistan has developed short-range CNWs like Ghaznavi, Shaheen missiles to counter India's cold start doctrine. These missiles facilitate rapid conventional strikes by threatening battlefield nukes. Pakistan aims to restrict India's army options. Pakistan's economy, Akanksha, we all know, is in a free fall with a $7 billion IMF bailout failing to stabilize inflation and debt. The army establishment uses nuclear brinkmanship to rally nationalist sentiment and deflect blame. Baloch separatists and Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan and political opposition like Imran Khan's imprisonment threaten the military's grip on power. Escalating tensions with India create a rally around the flag effect. The Pahalgam attack linked to the Pakistani Army ISI by a former commander of Pakistan Army and encrypted Chinese telecom equipment suggests Pakistan's use of proxies like Lashkar-e-Taiba to destabilize Kashmir.
Many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing us all those latest inputs. With that, let me quickly bring our guests back onto the broadcast. Major General Shashi Asthana, if I could bring you in on that very valid point that was being shared by Professor Chelani over there. Do you think that by agreeing upon that ceasefire, which again was violated by Pakistan, has India dehyphenated the entire Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, especially when it comes to the issue of Kashmir, and shifted focus over to the conflict in Kashmir?
See, the outcome, every engagement is judged by outcome. And as far as the outcome is concerned, I agree with what Dr. Brahma Chelani has said. And also I agree with the other panelists, although the views are slightly different. So let me now put everything in context as I perceive things. See, there is no doubt that the Pahalgam attack was to be a punishment was to be given, and that was appropriately given on 7th of May. Now, thereafter, Pakistan did what it did in terms of drone warfare and followed by missile warfare. India, instead of the drone swarms, did successfully destroyed all the drones, but we went for an effect-based operation. And the most significant, taking on all the effort, but the most significant was the one which we took it in near Rawalpindi, which thought perhaps which was too close to the nuclear installations too. Now the point is that there is no doubt if we had to look at the war in totality, can you finish terrorism once for all? The answer is no, you can't, because if America couldn't do it in 20 years, there is no way that India will also be able to do it. Now, did we give sufficient message to them? Yes, we gave sufficient message. But did the shall I say, the negotiations, did they play in our favor? Answer is no. There I agree with the professor totally.
Okay.
Because if we were to expose Pakistan's terrorism and we landed up with America talking about the mediation of Kashmir issue, then I think there is something wrong somewhere. Because at some point of time, see this, my last word.
Sure.
This decision of American brokered ceasefire will invite criticism for quite some time. And certainly, if we were to go for ceasefire, we should have gone it on our own terms.
On our own terms.
And therefore, we should have called and stopped on our own terms and not on American behest. That I
Lieutenant
think
General
is
KJ Singh, how do you weigh in on the point that Major General is making over there? Because as we've always maintained, the terror and talks will not go hand in hand, and that Kashmir is a bilateral issue. And right now, the build-up has happened since the barbaric act of that massacre that took place in the meadows of Pahalgam on 22nd of April. And as Professor Chelani has rightly highlighted, that why should it take focus away from Pak-sponsored terrorism?
See, my perspective is a combination of both views. Both are right in their own ways. And I have a third view to supplement that. Firstly, we should have not launched this strike on 9 targets so early. We should have let Pakistan remain in a psychologically dislocated state, made them react, made them scramble and get their forces in order, keep flying their aircraft and keep building pressure. And in the time period, we would have also, because we did it on 14th day. So suppose we had done it after, say, 5 or 6 weeks, it was possible to keep the entire focus on the terror-related issue. And then, when it came to calling off, I think probably we could have stretched it a little further, because nuclear bogey has been called off. Because the fact is that if you can hit Lahore and he doesn't react with nukes, and if you can hit, you know, we must realize.
Lieutenant General, to that, my question, a counter question that I have is that what is one's plan going to be? And our retaliation was very much justified, not to forget the fact that we also had to down their own missile that was directed towards New Delhi and was downed in Sirsa.
No, I am not saying that night's action were perfectly in order. My thing started off with this. Our initiation of this round could have been delayed. We could have kept Pakistan in a psychologically dislocated state, trying to figure out when will we strike, how will we strike, and in trying to scramble their forces, they would have incurred very heavy costs.
I'm sure I'd like to take that forward with Professor Chelani as well. Lieutenant General Singh, stay with me. I also have to slip into a quick break right now. Unfortunately, all our breaks are piling up due to this live and rolling coverage. I'm going to continue with that very deep discussion that we are having right now. Stay tuned.
चलो बेटे टाइम हो गया
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
I come to you, General Kochar.
Welcome back. Now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath inaugurated the BrahMos Supersonic Cruise Missile Production Unit at the UP Defence Industrial Corridor in Lucknow. Built at a cost of 300 crore rupees, the facility will manufacture the BrahMos missile, which is a precision strike weapon with a range of 290 up to 400 kilometers and a top speed of Mach 2.8. The missile can be launched from land, sea, or air and follows a fire and forget system. Calling it a symbol of strength, Rajnath Singh said, and let me quote, BrahMos is a message to our enemy. The world respects power and we are building it. This missile is a fusion of India-Russia tech and pride of the defense corridor. In fact, reports indicate that the BrahMos was used in recent precision airstrikes against Pakistani military bases, marking its first ever combat deployment. The strikes targeted various Pakistani air bases, as we've been discussing, and radar sites, reportedly causing significant damage and impacting Pakistan's ability to coordinate air operation.
भारत की शौर्य गाथा की कहानी कहती है ये ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल जब अभी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, जब वाद विवाद हो रहा है, जब मिसाइलें और ड्रोन अटैक हो रहा है भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच में, ऐसे में पाकिस्तान ये क्लेम कर रहा है, ये दावा कर रहा है कि भारत ने ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल पर से उसके ऊपर अटैक किया। हालांकि कोई ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन नहीं है, भारत की तरफ से कोई ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। हालांकि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से बार बार दावा किया जा रहा है। तो ये देखिए, ये जो शौर्य गाथा भारत का ये कह रहा है ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल, जरा इसकी मानक क्षमता के बारे में कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि खुद पड़ोसी मुल्क जो दुश्मन मुल्क पाकिस्तान है वो इसकी मानक क्षमता की कहानी लगातार दावा कर रहा है। हालांकि कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। जरा यहाँ देखिए एक बार, ये है ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल और ये लखनऊ में है। लखनऊ में अब ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल का निर्माण किया जाएगा और आज से इसका निर्माण कार्य शुरू हो गया है। और जिस तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह इस कार्यक्रम में जब मौजूद थे, तो रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने साफ तरीके से कहा कि अब हिंदुस्तान यानी भारत केवल बॉर्डर पर ही हमला नहीं करता, बल्कि आतंकवाद को जवाब देने के लिए रावलपिंडी तक हमारी मिसाइलें पहुंच जाती हैं।
ब्रह्मोस दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। ब्रह्मोस सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है, बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है। मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। मैसेज हमारी बॉर्डर्स की सेफ गार्डिंग के हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का है। डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम ने यह कहा भी था कि अनलेस इंडिया स्टैंड्स अप टू द वर्ल्ड, नो वन विल रेस्पेक्ट अस इन दिस वर्ल्ड। फियर हैज नो प्लेस, ओनली स्ट्रेंथ रेस्पेक्ट्स स्ट्रेंथ। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली राष्ट्रों में से एक है।
आतंकवाद के प्रति प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि कोई भी आतंकी घटना अब युद्ध जैसा होगा। और याद करना, आतंकवाद को जब तक हम पूरी तरह कुचलेंगे नहीं, तब तक समस्या का समाधान होगा भी नहीं। आतंकवाद कुत्ते की पूंछ है जो कभी सीधी होने वाली नहीं, जो प्यार की भाषा मानने वाली नहीं है। उसको उसकी भाषा में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार होगा।
All right. So Yogi Adityanath delivering that very firm message at the inauguration of the BrahMos facility, which, remember, the production unit was inaugurated today in the Uttar Pradesh capital of Lucknow. Let's also tell you that this is a jointly developed missile by India and Russia and is difficult for defense systems to detect, which is why it said that fire and forget. It can be launched from submarines and aircraft and is a shortened version of the existing one. Its specifications include 6 meters in length, 50 centimeter diameter, and weighs around 1200 to up to 1500 kgs, with a warhead weighing 200 to 300 kgs. Its operational capabilities include a range of 290 kilometers, a max speed of 3.5, solid initial acceleration, and lesser radar cross-section. Now, remember, India is looking at producing it and also getting into exports of the BrahMos. Here's how the BrahMos NG is significant. Firstly, BrahMos NG enables supersonic precision strikes, thereby granting strategic edge to our forces. Secondly, it boosts offensive power of Tejas, Rafale, and naval fleets, therefore acting as a force multiplier. Thirdly, it's export ready, and the Philippines order has signaled global interest in BrahMos NG as well, and it's future ready too, with range extension up to 450 kilometers plus on the cards. I go back to guests who continue to stay with us. And I want to bring in Professor Chelani on that note. Professor Chelani, before we deep dive into the significance of BrahMos right now, I want you to also finish that point that we were making, because important to highlight that at the outset of any war, since you also quoted the second shortest war that was embarked by Israel for 6 days, at the outset of any war, nobody knows how long the fighting is going to take place. But I want you to weigh in on that entire aspect of, could those airstrikes against those Pakistani air bases, could that have waited?
If we had intended to carry out a military operation only for 3 days, we would have been better off by not launching Operation Sindoor. Instead, we could have kept Pakistan under sustained military pressure, because sustained military pressure from April 22nd onwards it lasted nearly 2 weeks, maybe 15 days before Operation Sindoor was launched. That military pressure was imposing costs on Pakistan. It was a drain on their resources, keeping forces on high alert. The Air Force even had to keep some of its warplanes airborne on a continuing basis. So if our intent was to conduct an operation only for 3 days, we would have been better off not launching Operation Sindoor, but keeping Pakistan under sustained military and diplomatic pressure, especially military pressure, taking it all the way up to the winter, when weather conditions are more favorable for launching offensive ground operations.
Okay.
So a 3-day operation was certainly not what the Prime Minister had in mind when he said, when he laid out the objectives that India had in mind. See, India's goal was not, Akansha, India's goal was not to end terrorism once and for all.
So, Professor Chelani, what is one to make of the fact that the IF has made it amply clear that Operation Sindoor is still very much on, even though the strikes are not at the moment?
That's a good question, Akansha, and let me be frank. Because the government is facing tremendous pushback from the public here in India over its abrupt ceasefire. So it's seeking to save face. It has asked it asked the Indian Air Force to issue a statement saying that Operation Sindoor is still continuing, but that we know is just PR, public relations.
Okay.
When you agree to a ceasefire and you issue a statement saying that you have ceased all military operations, obviously there is no Operation Sindoor in practical terms.
Okay.
So are you keeping Operation Sindoor alive symbolically?
I think it will go beyond just the mere symbolism of this, Major General Shashi Asthana, because we've seen the ceasefire violations already taken place. It doesn't seem like the enemy sitting across the LoC has learnt their lesson. And as we've been debating this throughout, that there's not going to be an overnight solution to terrorism. What is one to make of the solution? But having said that, take a moment to also reflect on what the Raksha Mantri's message while inaugurating the BrahMos production facility at Lucknow was, when he said that the BrahMos is not just a missile, it's a message.
Certainly, BrahMos is not just a missile, it's a message of the Indian robustness in defense manufacturing, Indian capabilities in cruise missiles of varying degree and varying potential and varying ranges. So there's no doubt that BrahMos is a weapon which I'm sure the world would have taken note of, and Pakistanis would have certainly taken note of. That's one part of it. Now coming on to what Professor was saying, I agree with him, but except for the first part, see, we couldn't have waited for this Operation Sindoor because of the public pressure. There was tremendous amount of public pressure that something was to be done, and I think 15 days We did wait for 15 days, and after 15 days, I think the government was coming under a lot of pressure for doing nothing. So therefore, something was to be done, and therefore that operation was launched. Yes, this abrupt end, I also don't agree with it for very simple reason, because the end state has not gone in our favor. The problem is every operation and every engagement is judged by what was your aim and what did you achieve. Now, if the aim was to give us a resounding message that a terror act will have a very heavy cost, that was the message. You can't finish, as you rightly mentioned, you yourself mentioned, that you can't finish terrorism, it's there in the mind, and it's a longer affair. So therefore, this message was important, this message was given. But we were certainly not looking at internationalization of Kashmir issue.
Yes, I completely
now you
agree.
look at the other side. Pakistani's intention was very clear: launch a terror attack, the Pakistani army was under doldrums, and they came back to limelight again. Kashmir was not becoming a cause with so much of tourism, that came to limelight again. And as far as they are concerned, they knew that we will launch a terror attack, and with the smaller engagement.
Right.
The moment India means business, we will go to USA and ask for mediation, and that will happen. And Indian state, which keeps saying non-escalatory strikes, will oblige. So I think next time we should not use this word non-escalatory. We should say measured response, but eliminate this word non-escalatory, because that is giving a softer message to rest of
True, and I also personally observed that they had stopped using it after the operation was launched. That de-escalatory in nature. In fact, non-escalatory in nature. They said that it's focused, measured, and non-escalatory was used only till the day it was launched, Operation Sindoor. But Lieutenant General KJ is saying, I want to bring you in on the kind of catch-22 situation that has arrived for India at the moment. Because on one hand, you have the entire global community talking about de-escalation and that kind of ceasefire violation, as some of us have been highlighting, has not just happened between India and Pakistan. That ceasefire violations also happening in terms of domestic politics. The leader of opposition is already demanding a special session be brought in to justify what calls for the announcement to be made by the US President A. Are we now also falling into or falling prey to this kind of foreign intervention, which, mind you, also needs focus in terms of China? And that aspect I will take with Professor Chilani, but I want you to talk about the catch-22 for us.
See, Akansha, it's a great opportunity for me to be on a panel with Professor Brahma Chalani. We read him and we take him as an expert on this subject. So through you, let me ask and resolve a dilemma that I have been facing. We talk of escalation ladder. Ladder has two legs to it. But here what has happened is inevitability of influence of USA and China just cannot be wished up. So to my way of thinking, this ladder is really a multi-pronged matrix which has come into being. See, when Pakistan said we are walking out of Shimla agreement in response to our holding IWT in abeyance, it appeared that we are getting into this dangerous territory of these influential powers now stepping in. And our problem is Russia is no longer so relevant. It is not a prong as such. So maybe there is a very, very difficult situation for us.
All right, I need to thank my guests, but before I do that, I just want to quickly give 10 seconds or 15 seconds to Professor Chalani. Professor Chalani, the current situation and the threat of foreign interventions at the moment, not just from Washington but also Beijing.
I think India now has its task cut out. We, of course, are close partners of the United States. We have a friendly administration in Washington. We need to step up our diplomatic engagement with the Trump administration, correct the picture that has been distorted by Trump. J.D. Vance is a person with which Prime Minister Modi has a good equation. Mr. Modi should speak with Mr. Vance, tell him that what is being put out is actually not just harmful to India's interests, it actually distorts the entire picture, because India's fight against Pakistani terror is a fight that also advances Western security. It is, and India should work with the with Vance and company to correct the picture. And of course, we cannot change China's thinking or China's policy. But I think the equation with the US is very important, and we have come. We agreed to J.D. Vance's persuasion, and J.D. Vance was doing it on behalf of Donald Trump. At least now, the least that Trump and Vance can do is to put things in the right perspective.
Thank you for putting that out there in public domain. And I'm sure we all collectively agree that there cannot be different yardsticks when it comes to addressing terrorism for a 9/11, for an October 7, and for an April 22nd. Many thanks to you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure speaking to you as always. Now, India has confirmed using BrahMos missile against Pakistan. Dr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra, who's the ex-DG of DRDO, spoke exclusively to CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan, who talked about how BrahMos cannot be detected by any defense system and has the capability to reach anywhere to the pinpoint level. Listen in.
Let's talk about BrahMos, the payload that it has as a cruise missile. Are there various gradients, and how did the whole process of developing the BrahMos happen? Or is this the first time that it's also been pressed into service, if it has been used?
First, I would like to tell you that we have conducted more than 130 tests of BrahMos in various configurations. It includes development test as well as the flight test for users validation. Apart from this, BrahMos is a cruise missile. Cruise missile means it can take a trajectory like an aircraft. It can go for low-high trajectory. It can go for low trajectory. It can go for low trajectory. And being a cruise missile, it can fly over the surface of water about at the altitude of about 5 to 10 meters.
10 meters. So then it's very difficult to be detected by radar.
Yes, it's very difficult for any ship-based radar to detect it. In fact, what happens, because of the curvature of the Earth, enemy ships can see the BrahMos only about 2 to 3 kilometers away. It gives them about 12 to 15 seconds to react. We always say that we always give some time to our enemy to say their final prayers. We call it jokingly. But the BrahMos has a capability to reach anywhere. And the beautiful thing about this missile is it's very accurate. It's accurate to the pinpoint level. And it is different than the ballistic missile in the sense, ballistic missiles means the way you throw stone in the air and it comes down to the enemy territory. The trajectory it follows is called a ballistic trajectory. This, the one which was coming towards Delhi, Fateh 2, which Pakistanis have fired, it was a ballistic missile.
Mahi sir, how much?
I come to you, General Kocher. These are
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से।
I come to you, General Kocher. These are visuals that we are picking up of the meeting that was underway at Prime Minister's official residence. Not quite sure if that meeting is concluded, but these are visuals that have come in of Prime Minister chairing this all-important meeting at 7 Lokalyan Marg with the Tri-Services Chief. You see Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh seated right next to him. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar also in attendance. NSA Ajit Doval also can be spotted very clearly. So yes, a high level security meeting that has been ongoing at the Prime Minister's residence. Now, we've seen several such snippets, Akash. The past few days, we've seen these meetings take place at regular intervals. What are you learning from highly placed sources on what can we expect next? It's not necessary that after each such meeting, we've heard from the government communicate officially to the masses on what's next, what's happening in the latest. So a formal communication cannot be expected, but there's a lot of brainstorming that is currently underway.
Yes, and in fact, we have been seeing, I'm sorry, these meetings on a regular basis, Christine. From last, I should say.
I come to you, General Kochar. These are visuals that we are picking up of the meeting that was underway at Prime Minister's official residence. Not quite sure if that meeting is concluded, but these are visuals that have come in of Prime Minister chairing this all-important meeting at 7 Lokalyan Marg with the Tri-Services Chief. You see Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh seated right next to him. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar also in attendance. NSA Ajit Doval also can be spotted very clearly.
Welcome back. Pakistan and India have agreed to reach a ceasefire understanding, but politics has already erupted over the announcement made by US President Donald Trump. Earlier today, the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, wrote to Prime Minister Modi demanding a special session of the parliament to discuss Pahalgam's terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and the ceasefire announcement. Congress's Mr. Chidambaram even questioned the timing of the ceasefire announcement. The Grand Old Party has held a press conference saying that the announcement should have come from Prime Minister Modi himself. Alleging outside interference, Congress has questioned if government accepted outside interference in Pahalgam and Kashmir issue. Several other political leaders have questioned Trump making this entire announcement, and Sena-UBT's Sanjay Raut has said that an all-party meeting must be convened and an explanation must be given by the centre. Meanwhile, after social media buzz comparing Indira Gandhi to Prime Minister Modi, Congress's Shashi Tharoor has said that it is not right to compare the two as the circumstances during 1970s was different than today.
You're talking about the 1971 and everyone from the Congress is talking about Indira Gandhi days, but your own two leaders, Mr. Shashi Tharoor and Mr. Chidambaram, seem to be having a line where they say we actually praise the government and 1971 is very different from 2025.
Let me say this much. Every war that happens is not something India ever wanted. We are not an aggressor. We have never went out and sought trouble from anybody. But when our supreme national interest is at stake, we must act decisively. This time, killing of innocent tourists in Pahalgam was an act of war, I feel, on the Indian state. And we had to respond appropriately. The Congress and the opposition, the entire country became united and supported the government. And we still do. Our armed forces are second to none. They have done a tremendous job. We are proud of their valor and their strength that they have displayed. Moving forward, the ceasefire being announced from Washington was something that's unprecedented. It has never happened before. And I think it's a departure to have Kashmir being discussed at a neutral site, as the US Secretary of State has mentioned. These things need to be clarified. That's why we have sought a special session of Parliament. So all these things can be discussed. An all-party meeting where the Prime Minister himself sits and takes into confidence all those people who've supported him from April 22nd.
But Mr. Violet, the BJP reaction has already come in. You're going to have a special session where you're going to attack the government and therefore you're going to embolden Pakistan.
Let me be very clear. This is not a question of attacking the government. The government of India has got unwavering and unprecedented support from all quarters. And I speak as a congressman, as a citizen. When it comes to our national security, our integrity, our borders, there's no compromise. No matter who's in government, India stands one. And make no mistake, for the entire world, India remains one and we will be one. But the way that the ceasefire announcement was done by the US president, the way that they're talking about discussions on Kashmir and an attempt to hyphenate India and Pakistan, that's something that needs to be clarified.
All right, I bring in Pallavi Ghosh with more perspective on that news story. Pallavi, as you were rightly highlighting earlier during the day that the ceasefire being violated between India and Pakistan also now seems to be happening between the centre and opposition.
That's right. And in fact, we know the letter which has been written by both Mr. Rahul Gandhi as well as by Mr. Kharge, and they want a special session of the parliament. Now, whatever call the government finally takes on the special session, we'll have to wait for that, Akanksha. But it's very clear that whether it's inside the parliament or whether it's outside, the Congress is going to be and has already begun to make a big issue about the fact that why did the news of the first ceasefire actually come in from the American president? Why is it that Donald Trump is repeatedly talking about a mediation and the Indian government has not yet come out with a rebuttal? Because our traditional position always has been that Kashmir is an internal issue. We do not want any third-party mediation. This is something which can only be sorted if Pakistan accepts that terror acts in our country have actually been stoked by Pakistan and originates from there. But political parties have also ended their ceasefire. They have also decided now to attack the BJP. And the sequence of events since yesterday, despite the fact that DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan happened much before Mr. Trump actually tweeted about it. But the Congress party is not going to let that issue be, and they have made it very clear that we really want to know that this is an alarming situation. Why is it that Donald Trump was the first one? Why is he talking about mediation? And if indeed that mediation took place, then what are the terms of agreement which has been tied up? And what is it that America is going to get from India in exchange?
Many thanks to you, Pallavi, for shedding light on that news story. We will keep coming back to you as and when more developments take place. Reactions still continue to pour in. Remember, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has said that it is unfair to draw comparisons between Indira Gandhi's actions in the 1970s and Prime Minister Modi as of now. Listen.
I think 1971 was a great achievement of our history. I'm proud of it as an Indian. Indira Gandhi ji rewrote the map of the subcontinent, but the circumstances were different. Today's Pakistan is a different situation. Their equipment, their military equipment, the damage they can do, everything is different. And the circumstances of Bangladesh, we were fighting a moral cause to actually bring people to freedom and liberation. That was a completely different story. This is a different story. If Pakistan did not escalate, we would not have escalated. Pakistan did, we also did. It was getting to a point where if it continued like this, we would needlessly have been caught into a long drawn-out war without a clear objective at the end of it. Liberating Bangladesh is a clear objective. Just keeping on firing shells at Pakistan is not a clear objective.
And that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. Do stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage on the India-Pakistan tensions.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey. Connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
I come to you, General Kochar. These are visuals that we are picking up of the meeting that was underway at Prime Minister's official residence. Not quite sure if that meeting is concluded, but these are visuals that have come in of Prime Minister chairing this all-important meeting at 7 Lokalyan Marg with the Tri-Services Chief. You see Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh seated right next to him. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also in attendance. NSA Ajit Doval also can be spotted very clearly. So yes, a high level security meeting that has been ongoing at the Prime Minister's residence. Now we've seen several such snippets.
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Thank you for tuning in to our live and rolling coverage as far as India-Pakistan tensions are concerned. It's 3 p.m. roughly, and let's now bring you up to speed with all that's making news. We are actually learning that Raksha Mantri has confirmed the strikes on Rawalpindi. The defense minister, while inaugurating a defense facility at Lucknow, said that India's might was visible till Rawalpindi and was not just limited to the border areas. Prime Minister Modi held a key security meet with Tri-Services Chief and CDS at his residence earlier today. This comes after Pakistan violated the ceasefire yesterday. There's an indication from defense sources that BrahMos was used against Pakistan during the key strikes of May 9. This comes after Indian Armed Forces in the press conference yesterday confirmed that they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has hailed the BrahMos missile and Operation Sindoor. He reiterated that the future acts of terror will be considered as an act of war against India and hailed Prime Minister Modi's strong action against Pakistan. He even said that Pakistan has finally seen the might of BrahMos. After Pakistan violated ceasefire, Rahul Gandhi has written to the Prime Minister demanding a special session of the Parliament. The leader of opposition in his letter said that it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and even the ceasefire, why it was first announced by US President Donald Trump. Also, in a significant breakthrough, Punjab police apprehended 2 individuals for their alleged involvement in espionage activities linked to a Pakistani official posted at the High Commission. Now, hours after the US President Donald Trump claimed credit for ceasefire between India and Pakistan, Pakistan has resorted to its violation along the international border and line of control. And India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in strong manner. And Prime Minister Modi also held a key security meet at his residence, which was attended by the Tri-Services Chiefs and the CDS. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh also recalled the exceptional efforts of our scientists that led to the successful Pokhran testing in 1998. It was on this very day, and today also happens to be critical since the Raksha Mantri inaugurated the BrahMos production facility in Lucknow. On the other hand, even after Pakistan violated their ceasefire, President Donald Trump again claimed credit for ceasefire and has vowed to increase trade with India and Pakistan both. He even said that US will reach a solution for Kashmir. It is extremely pertinent to note that government sources have informed the ceasefire is out of understanding between India and Pakistan and is yet no legally binding agreement. And so Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath inaugurated the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile production unit at the UP Defense Industrial Corridor in the Uttar Pradesh capital of Lucknow. This comes after the strikes targeted various Pakistani air bases, even radar sites, reportedly causing significant damage and impacting Pakistan's ability to coordinate air operations.
We've seen the drone war between India and Pakistan. How do you see that? And how do you see the anti-drones that was deployed by India yesterday?
See, first of all, I think what we need to understand when we talk about a drone is that it is like any other aircraft. The counter-drone part of it has also come into play in terms of jamming and other things would have been used. Of course, we don't see that in the visuals, but that would have been used to kind of control the attack capabilities of these drones. But one of the things that India has been good at, thanks to a lot of incursions by the Pakistanis over the last 2-3 years, we're using drones, is that we've always tried to improve our counter-drone capabilities, and that is what is, I think, standing us in good stead as far as yesterday's incident was concerned. But I think we also need to start testing the other side of it by, trying to do similar acts on the Pakistani side of it, and rather, go and test their capabilities to defend against the similar kind of swarms that they're sending us. And I think that is something that the Indian Army is cognizant of and would be looking at deploying in the...
We've only, so far, we only spoke of, anti-drone technology in light of, Pakistani dropping IDs at Jammu airports or drugs and arms in Punjab. But our armed forces are at par with global drone technology. Would you say that?
Yeah, in terms of, as I mentioned earlier again, in terms of adoption, yes, we are quite quite a bit on par with the global level in terms of adoption of the technology. In terms of actually making that technology and actually being at the manufacturing end of the technology and at the deep end of the technology, there we are still at I would put it as a kind of a nascent stage, and we need to kind of put a lot more emphasis on growing an Indian ecosystem, an Atmanirbhar ecosystem for drones, starting from the autopilots, components, and etc. Because this is a supply chain, and few months back there has been a lot of talk about the Indian ecosystem being dependent on the Chinese supply chain. So that has to change.
All right, to add more perspective, I'm joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston, who's a defense expert as well. Major General Meston, thank you for joining in. If I could draw your attention to a very critical day, because we are also looking at the inauguration of the BrahMos production facility in Lucknow. Yes, there's been no official confirmation coming in from our forces if BrahMos was used or not, but the emphasis that's been laid on this missile and its production, not just by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, but also the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, goes on to highlight our own defense capabilities, also our own offensive capabilities, and the role that the indigenous makes like BrahMos are playing, of course, in collaboration with Russia as well.
Akansha, very true. See, the fact of the matter is that today India is totally going indigenization. We are doing Atmanirbhar Bharat, and of course made in India. Now this BrahMos facility, production facility, which has come up in Lucknow, is in tune with the the defense industrial corridors which has been set up in UP. And obviously there are a few things required. One is of course land, then the money, and I think the will. That is the most important. So everything has happened, and the UP Chief Minister has given all the land and all allied facility. And as rightfully pointed out by the Defense Minister, ecosystem and ancillary systems are very, very important, because any of the missiles or even drones, they require large number of components. And if they are available close by, being developed by MSMEs, etc., I think it augurs very, very well, because everything is close by. Operation logistics is sorted out. Logistics supply chain is very, very good, and therefore everything is available. And even mid-course corrections can be done. Supposing you are assembling this missile, and any part or any component you feel could be changed, so that can be redesigned. So all the advantages are there, and of course the tools etc. are required. So very high grade tools are required, and of course the most important is the man behind the machine, the production facilities. It is the skilled workers, and of course the skilled scientists who are there and doing this.
Major General Meston, I also want you to highlight how Uttar Pradesh is becoming this rising power as far as the defense production corridor is also concerned. Not to forget that just days ago we were talking about the Ganga Expressway, how it was serving as a night landing airstrip as well. And in fact, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister also highlighted how the maximum number of expressways which are also providing this facility happen to be in Uttar Pradesh. And now you're looking at the BrahMos production facility, not to forget the railway lines also he spoke about. But the focus that the Raksha Mantri has also happened to place on Lucknow and Uttar Pradesh, not to forget Lucknow being his constituency, but even the Raksha Mantri talked about how he hopes to make that entire region into the Manchester of East, which was a term that was for the longest time used for Kanpur, but that sort of ended for some decades.
Very true. See, UP as a state has got a lot of potential. Now it has, of course, got the defense industrial corridor and I would also say religious tourism. We have got now 3 centers of religious tourism. So UP has always, been, I would say, very bluntly, since I was also from UP, I was born here. So it was quite, I would not say a very developed state. But today, the way things have shaped up, firstly, I told you everything starts with a political will and a resolve. The intent has to be understood, the national intent. So here the national intent has been understood. that we require indigenous facilities for defense production, and not only that, we have to be exporting also. So this is another facility as highlighted today by the defense minister. We are going to produce 100 BrahMos missiles per year, which is a huge capacity. And mind you, this production facility has been established in 40 months, which is really a record time it has come up. So it will give employment and everything. So, when all these things happen, defense industrial corridors are there, and all these cities are connected, Kanpur, Lucknow, Aligarh, etc. And of course, the good road network. And not only for when you mentioned, the aircrafts have landed on the Ganga Expressway. So all this they have taken off from here. So all this shows, the reliability, the some noise came. Yeah.
All right. No, please go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay. So obviously it is all leading to self-reliance and growth and development. So in the near future, one feels that perhaps UP would be a very developing state, and I think it's the right direction. I think some disturbances.
I'll request my team to look into it, but let me also bring your attention to the fact that there has been no official confirmation yet in terms of the role that BrahMos particularly played on the night of May 9, when those critical air bases in Pakistan were pulverized, razed to a rubble. But what does it speak of our own precision capabilities, especially when it comes into penetrating deep into enemy territory?
I just totally missed because two people are doing some crosstalk. So now it is
All right.
gone to.
I'll request my team to look into that. Team, please
Yeah, now
look
you
into
can repeat. Now I can hear
Major
you.
General's
You can repeat. Yes.
audio. All right, I think that's taken care of. Major General, our ability to strike deep into enemy territory using all of these missiles, whether BrahMos, even Scalp and Hammer.
Yeah, very true. See, after all, why we are designing these systems, and they are the best in the world, one of the best in the world. Why are we designing? Obviously, the intent is we have got two major adversaries. One is China and one is Pakistan, and they have a collusivity. So it is basically for that, and also in the near future we are going to export. Many countries have already demanded, like Philippines, Indonesia, etc. Even Chile. So most of the countries are now asking for the buying of the BrahMos missile. So the fact of the matter is that these missiles are being produced so that we can take care of of our adversaries. And today, these adversaries are such that they are one of them is promoting terrorism, and the other is, of course, trying to do land grab. What has happened in Galwan, of course, we retaliated. So both are not good adversaries, and one of them, since 1948, has been just promoting terrorism and, of course, conventional wars and everything. And what has happened in Pahalgam. So the intent has now been very clear. Now, rather than using ground forces, first and foremost, these are our strategic assets: BrahMos missiles, these drones, and the Scalp missiles, which has been, of course, used by the Air Force, the Hammer missile. All this combination has made a tremendous impact. See, that is how the Pakistan DGMO has called our Indian DGMO for a ceasefire. Which side bends first? The party bends first, which is weak and which is being hit strongly. And they know they cannot carry this war forward. So that is why they requested for the ceasefire. Of course, they violated again. And because of that violation, they got a big hit in Peshawar, Sargodha, etc. And of course, in the POK. So because of these hits, they again stopped the trans-LC firing and these sending of the drones. But the real issue is we have to sort out terrorism, and terrorism, of course, we have sorted out the strategic targets of terrorists, that is the 9 training bases. But more than that, it is the Pakistan army, which is being run by Asim Muni, and of course, their DGISI, who is now the NSA, Malik. So we have to sort out these people. Once they are sorted out, the message will be very clear.
All right.
And I'm glad that whatever missiles, and even there is a rumor that BrahMos was used. Now I think the Pakistan army chief and others would be very, very clear that they can also be targeted anytime through these missiles.
Oh, absolutely. As the Raksha Mantri said, that BrahMos is not just a missile, it's a message. And I respect if the armed forces don't want to reveal what missiles were used for the sake of our own national security. And that's also very critical information. But having said that, Major General Mesrin, I want you to take in a moment to weigh in on what happened on the night of May 9th. Many are saying that it was even more critical than the launch of Operation Sindoor on May 7th. There, in fact, do you think that this is going to be one defining moment for the Indian Armed Forces, just like the way the capture of Tiger Hill back in 1999 was to Kargil War?
Yeah, I would totally agree that this was a turning moment or the defining moment, 9th May, especially in the midnight, whatever attacks we made. And most of them, we sorted out their 8 air bases, including most of them were in Pakistan, Punjab. And Pakistan, Punjab is the heartland of Pakistan. And this is where everything emanates. The GHQ headquarters is in Peshawar.
Right.
And we hit there all air bases all around Punjab and some, of course, in Sindh also. And then in Gilgit-Baltistan, the Gilgit-Skadu. So what I'm trying to say is that this has actually sent the biggest message, and it's been the turning point. That has actually brought them to the knees. Otherwise, every day before that, the 2 days, they were only making us react. And frankly, I myself was quite perturbed that why we are not reacting in a massive scale. But when this happened, it was great. And that has sent a very, very clear-cut message, because it proved 2 things. Firstly, their air defense systems were highly incapable. They were targeted. Their radars were targeted. Their joint systems were targeted. The air bases were targeted. The aviation bases and, of course, the drone bases were targeted. And they before that, they were trying to target about 15 of our cities and military air bases and air force bases. Everything was repulsed by our very successful integrated air command and control structure.
Their refueling station and their weapon storage areas, their command and control headquarters as well. Requesting you, sir, to continue staying with me. I'm getting in some more breaking inputs. In fact, what we are learning is that the BrahMos missile booster has been found near Bikaner. This is a missile booster that's been found near Bikaner, and this piece of critical information we are just receiving. If I could quickly bring in my guest who continues to stay with us, but before I bring him in, let me quickly go across to Akash, who's bringing us those breaking inputs. Akash, could you shed more light on what does this indicate if a missile booster was found near Bikaner?
Right. So till morning today, Akanksha, we were discussing that how there was in fact a likely use of BrahMos missile in the entire operation. In fact, yesterday we know that how in the press conference it was categorically mentioned that some air launched precision weapons were used by the Indian Armed Forces. And now this the particular object, that is the cylindrical object, which as per experts look like a discarded booster of a BrahMos missile, has been found in Bikaner, in fact, which is in custody of the agencies now, and the further investigation will reveal as to if it is actually the booster of BrahMos. But experts, and I can confirm that 2 experts have independently confirmed that it looks like a discarded booster. Booster is something that gives the missile initial thrust to achieve that, because BrahMos is a supersonic missile. So to achieve that sort of supersonic speed, booster gives you that initial thrust. So it seems like a discarded booster that has been found, and we have been told that since there is a possibility, because Indian Air Force and in fact the armed forces are somewhere confirming that they carried out the particular attack, in fact the retaliation with precision weapons. We know that how several weapons have been discussed in the past. We know about kamikaze drones,
Yes.
or other category of drones. But then now, these images are further confirming and somewhere, strengthening the fact and the theories that BrahMos was indeed used in the operation.
All right. Many thanks to you, Akash, for bringing us those inputs. In fact, let me quickly bring in Major General Meston, who continues to stay with us. Sir, if I could use your expertise and your insights on this, what does this appear to be to you now that reports are indicating that this is very much a BrahMos missile booster?
Yeah, probably it appears to be a BrahMos missile booster, and the purpose of the booster, as highlighted by a reporter, is also, that firstly, it's a supersonic cruise missile. And the best part is it flies at a very, very low altitude, anything above 10 meters. So that targeting, the alignment of the speed, etc., everything is decided, already pre-decided. And it goes at a tremendous supersonic speed, and it's a cruise missile. And this is basically to avoid any radar detection, because the lower you go, it becomes extremely difficult for the enemy radars to pick it up. So the purpose of the booster is that because since it's a cruise missile and a supersonic cruise missile, the speed has to be solid. So and everything starts at the initial stage. So the initial stage, the thrust and the momentum is required. So it's given such a propulsion, and the moment the fuel is over, because after a particular distance, the fuel is consumed, and therefore it is of no utility, and therefore it is just discarded. So I feel it is exactly this, like something what you have drop tanks in aircrafts. When the aircrafts also go for a long distance, they sometimes carry drop tanks, and that is again to carry more fuel. But in this case, it is to give a boost. Whereas in the drop tank, it is just to enhance the range of the aircraft. So once the fuel tank is empty, it is simply just dropped from the top. And it is also ensured it is fired from such areas that when it is dropped, or even in this case, the booster, it is generally fired from such open areas that even this booster, because it has to have some weight and it is metallic, so it should not cause injury to anyone. So this shows our capabilities of even firing it from correct places. And since it is a very, very important strategic asset, obviously it cannot be fired from an area where people can watch. So this has been fired from such a place, even the terrain reflects that it has been kept highly concealed and secretive, which reflects our deception and of course our high standard of training, that no civilian should be injured even with the fall of a booster.
Absolutely. An indirect indication that the BrahMos missile has been perhaps very much used and deployed by the Indian Armed Forces. Many thanks to you, Major General Meston, for joining in on the broadcast. On that note, let me now bring a very special guest I have with me on the broadcast. I'm joined in by Israel's former Prime Minister, Mr. Ehud Olmert. Many thanks to you, sir, for joining in on CNN News 18. Let me begin by the situation at the international border between India and Pakistan and the LoC. There's an uneasy calm after Pakistan violated the ceasefire yesterday. How do you assess the situation that currently Islamabad and New Delhi are in right now?
Well, I definitely hope that it will be controlled and that the Pakistanis will hold their fire and will not try to provoke India to respond in a powerful manner. I know from my own personal past experience surprisingly dealing with these issues in the past, that the Pakistanis were always very careful not to do anything that can force the Indians to respond. India is a lot more powerful, much stronger, and certainly can cause Pakistan lots of difficulties and troubles and inconveniences. So I hope that the Pakistanis will not allow any extremist, fundamentalist, nationalist, Islamic forces within Pakistan to try and to change the balance which has existed for so many years between India and Pakistan in the borders.
All right.
We don't need a war there. And I know what the outcome of the war will be. There is no question about it. India will prevail easily. But why should there be any victims, any casualties, any damages unnecessary?
Mr. Olmert, many experts in India believe that India, by agreeing upon that ceasefire, has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Would you agree? Because we were very close to victory and we were very close to destroying terror camps. We have several, and we have delivered a very stern message by attacking their very critical air bases. Having said that, if India's motive was to destroy terrorism emanating from Pakistan's soil, what will now ensure after this ceasefire that Pakistan ends terrorism?
I must admit that my up-to-date knowledge is not sufficient to offer an opinion about the current decisions of the Indian government regarding this confrontation. I can talk in more general terms, and I think that the Indian victory is guaranteed if Pakistan will try to violate the understandings and the balance that has existed for a long time. So better a ceasefire and a control of fire at the present time than a quick victory, because the quick victory will take place if necessary, if unavoidable, if it will become a certain of emergency for the very security and of India, there will be Indian victory. If we can avoid now a military confrontation, it may be better. But again, I must say, I'm not familiar with all the facts. And I think it will be somewhat presumptuous on my side to offer a comprehensive observation about the wisdom of the Indian decision. I trust Prime Minister Modi. He's a very smart and experienced person, and he knows that he enjoys the support of the international
So when you talk
community,
about
of the
comprehensive
United States
facts,
and of Israel.
when you talk about comprehensive facts, Mr. Olmert, let me remind you that it was when it all began on 22nd of April in Pahalgam, where 26 innocent tourists, one being from Nepal, were attacked in the most barbaric manner by these terrorists, 4 of them, also identified on the basis of their religion. That's when India decided to launch Operation Sindoor. And prior to that, we used our own diplomatic and economic efforts to corner the country. So as somebody who's always called for an end to the war in Gaza, do you believe that India right now is in need of a more sustained pressure campaign against Pakistan?
You insist on bringing me back into the specifics of that event. And as I said, I'm talking from the Indian side. I'm not objective. I support India and I respect India and I respect the wisdom of Prime Minister Modi for decisions that he makes.
But the reason why I'm bringing you here is because your country has borne the brunt of terrorism as much as India has, and eerie similarities have been drawn between the Hamas planned attacks of October 7, and there have been similarities which have in fact been drawn with 22nd of April attack in Pahalgam. So as somebody who's seen the kind of result that terrorism can have in destroying a country, what is your view?
Please, let me, don't interfere while I speak. I want to say this. The events on the 7th of October are unparalleled, unforgettable, and unforgivable. And even then, my opinion was that we could have stopped the war a year ago after devastating Hamas, killing more than 55,000 people in Gaza and destroying most of Gaza. The event on the 22nd of April between of what the Pakistani perpetrated were different. They were absolutely unacceptable. They were atrocious. But the size, the proportion, the number of casualties and victims is entirely different. India responded in a very powerful manner, in a very decisive manner. And Iran is not a threat to the existence of India, will never be. And I think at any point in the future, if the Pakistanis will try to violate the balance between Pakistan and India, India will have all the necessary measures and means to respond to Iran, to Pakistan in such a way that Pakistan will live to regret that they ever started. So without drawing any comparisons and without analyzing all the specific details of which I'm not familiar with, I say I trust the strengths, the wisdom and the power of the Indian government to take the necessary measures if indeed it will reach the point where there is no option but to respond in a military way.
Mr. Olmert, I would like to bring you up to speed with how terror attacks in India have become a repeated course, whether it was the Mumbai 26/11 terror attacks, whether it was Pulwama, Pathankot, Uri, it all goes back to when India's parliament was attacked in 2001. So when you say that if it has to come to a military solution, let me break it to you. Unfortunately, it has come to a military solution where India is done with diplomacy and dialogue. So what is the solution then?
Again, I say, look, you refer to events which took place at the beginning of this century. We are now 20 odd years away from it. I don't say that the only possible solution is a military solution. I say that if it will arrive at a point where there will not be any other options but a military option, I trust that India has the power, the determination, the leadership, and the vision to make this military solution decisive and very clear. Whether or not we are at this point now, I'm not sure. Whether or not what we need now is a comprehensive confrontation between India and Pakistan that can draw the entire region into military violent confrontations with millions of people affected by it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Mr. Olmert, there's one last question I'd like to pose, which is now becoming a moot question for all Indians after Donald Trump took credit for bringing in that ceasefire. Many are asking if the United States stopped for a ceasefire or, for peace, had they not hunted down Osama bin Laden all the way to Abbottabad, or Israel destroyed the Hamas infrastructure in Gaza. They have, in fact, almost nearly destroyed the entire Hamas leadership. So should India stop at this point?
I really am, I will be hesitant to provide you a decisive answer. I have to trust the judgment of Prime Minister Modi. If Prime Minister Modi agreed with President Trump that for the time being, at this junction, it's good to reach a ceasefire, then I have to accept it and support it. However, and that's something that's very important, and I hope that many Indians will understand it. You don't lose your right to respond in a military manner, in a decisive, powerful military manner, if the Pakistanis will again violate the ceasefire as agreed between the two sides. You may gain more international support to do it if they will violate it.
All right.
So you don't have to look at what happened now as a turning point in the history of the relations between India and Pakistan. This is a parking point which will provide you with enough opportunity to examine
All right.
how things develop, and if necessary, you will know how to use your political and military power to make sure that the interest and the safety of the people in India are entirely guaranteed.
Sure, Mr. Olmert, as the Indian forces have already announced that the operation is still not over, it is very much on. I was hoping that there's perhaps a sustained pressure campaign from the Indian side as far as ending terrorism in Pakistan is concerned. Many thanks to you, Mr. Ehud Olmert, for joining in on CNN News 18. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you for sharing those insights.
Thank you very much.
With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we continue to bring you leading voices as far as the ongoing situation between Islamabad and New Delhi is concerned. Stay tuned.
CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, sources are telling CNN News 18 that Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters at Bahawalpur was hit the hardest and the most potent weapon was used. Jaish-e-Mohammed was created by ISI. Remember, it was an important message being delivered by India. And this is the big breaking input we are bringing to you. As remember, the Jaish Bahawalpur headquarters were hit when Operation Sindoor was launched on 7th of May. And this is the big input that we're bringing to you, that this was the headquarters that was hit the hardest and most potent weapons have been used. We'll find out what weapons are we talking about. Remember, indications now coming in that the BrahMos missile has been an integral part of India's armed forces, the weaponry that was deployed not just on 7th of May, but also on 9th of May, when all of those critical air bases in Pakistan were completely pulverized and razed to the ground. I quickly go across to Akash Sharma, who brings us those breaking inputs. Akash, what is the information that you're learning?
Rajnath Singh was talking about, sort of message to the entire world, not just to Pakistan, but for the entire world, that if you will, try to carry out any sort of activity that is affecting the civilians, that is affecting India, then you will be given a befitting reply. And this time around, we are learning that, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur of Pakistan. We have been reporting it since the day the operation was carried out, and we have been learning that was hit by the most potent weapon. Now, whether or not it was BrahMos, we are not sure, because again, it is, the operation, and all of these details of the operation are still not out. As far as Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned, so it was created by ISI, and it has in fact carried out a number of attacks here in India, including both on civilians and on armed forces, and we have in fact received casualties because of these attacks. And this time around, it was a big message from India, where not just this but others sites of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba were destroyed.
All right. Also, at a time when we are debating on whether or not the BrahMos missile was used, has there been any indication, Akash, of what kind of missiles and weaponry was deployed during these operations, not just on 7th of May, but also 9th?
Right. So, as far as the operation that was carried out on 7th, we have been given to understand that since Rafale was very much there, in fact, we had our sources confirming that how Scalp missile was very much used. We have confirmation on Spice 2000 as well. We have confirmation on several sort of drones that were used and in fact employed by Indian Army. Now, whether BrahMos was used on the initial day or it was in fact used after the sort of attack, in fact the attempt we saw on the armed forces, and after that in retaliation it was used, it is not clear. And in fact, of course, it is because of the sort of operation that we had conducted, and as armed forces have been mentioning that this operation is still on, this operation is ongoing because it has not been in fact concluded yet, and we haven't got any sort of confirmation on it because understanding is there, Kanksha, but in technical terms, whenever you're not calling off an operation or you're not concluding an operation, it will be considered as an ongoing operation. And that's why Indian armed forces are very clear that they will be coming out with all the details. But as of now, since operation is ongoing, so they are not clarifying on the sort of platform, sort of weaponry used, or sort of UAVs that were employed for the missions.
Many thanks to you, Akash, for bringing us all that latest information. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest news and updates. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
जब जियो हो
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Access details of why Pakistan's army, ISI and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like the scale or India's larger army, advanced S-400 systems, economic strength as well. Let's quickly bring in Siddhant Mishra of CNN News 18 to shed more light on the details that we are learning. Why the nuclear threats coming out of Pakistan? If you could shed more light, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, that Pakistan's
Welcome back. The Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath inaugurated the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile production unit at the UP Defence Industrial Corridor in Lucknow, built at a cost of 300 crore rupees. The facility will manufacture the BrahMos missiles, which is a precision strike weapon with a range of 290 up to 400 kilometers and a top speed of Mach 2.8. The missile can be launched from land, sea or air and follows a fire and forget system. Calling it a symbol of strength, Rajnath Singh said BrahMos is a message to our enemy. The world respects power and we're building it. The missile is a fusion of India-Russia tech and pride of the defense corridors. In fact, reports indicate that the BrahMos was used in recent precision airstrikes against Pakistani military bases, marking its first ever combat deployment. The strikes targeted various Pakistani air bases and radar sites, reportedly causing significant damage, even impacting Pakistan's ability to coordinate air operations.
भारत की शौर्य गाथा की कहानी कहती है ये ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल। जब अभी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, जब वाद विवाद हो रहा है, जब मिसाइलें और ड्रोन अटैक हो रहा है भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच में, ऐसे में पाकिस्तान ये क्लेम कर रहा है, ये दावा कर रहा है कि भारत ने ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल पर से उसके ऊपर अटैक किया। हालांकि कोई ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन नहीं है, भारत की तरफ से कोई ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। हालांकि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से बार बार दावा किया जा रहा है। तो ये देखिए, ये जो शौर्य गाथा भारत का ये कह रहा है ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल, जरा इसकी मानक क्षमता के बारे में कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि खुद पड़ोसी मुल्क जो दुश्मन मुल्क पाकिस्तान है वो इसकी मानक क्षमता की कहानी लगातार दावा कर रहा है। हालांकि कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं है। जरा यहाँ देखिए एक बार, ये है ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल और ये लखनऊ में है। लखनऊ में अब ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल का निर्माण किया जाएगा और आज से इसका निर्माण कार्य शुरू हो गया है। और जिस तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह इस कार्यक्रम में जब मौजूद थे, तो रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने साफ तरीके से कहा कि अब हिंदुस्तान यानी भारत केवल बॉर्डर पर ही हमला नहीं करता, बल्कि आतंकवाद को जवाब देने के लिए रावलपिंडी तक हमारी मिसाइलें पहुंच जाती हैं।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई, जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई। और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की है।
आतंकवाद के प्रति प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि कोई भी आतंकी घटना अब युद्ध जैसा होगा। और याद करना, आतंकवाद को जब तक हम पूरी तरह कुचलेंगे नहीं, तब तक समस्या का समाधान होगा भी नहीं। आतंकवाद कुत्ते की पूंछ है, जो कभी सीधी होने वाली नहीं, जो प्यार की भाषा मानने वाली नहीं है। उसको उसकी भाषा में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार होगा। ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
Now, as India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack from Pakistan, celebrations also erupted in Jaisalmer. Locals have celebrated outside the Jaisalmer fort, even hailed Prime Minister Modi's precise strategy.
जैसलमेर में देर रात तकरीबन 6 धमाके हुए, और वो भी तकरीबन आधे घंटे के अंतराल के अंदर। अभी इस वक्त शांति है। कल जैसलमेर का पूरा बाजार बंद था, अब धीरे धीरे खुलना शुरू हुआ है। यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि जैसलमेर फोर्ट के आसपास अभी इस वक्त लोग नजर आ रहे हैं, और लोगों के अंदर क्या सोचते हैं वो इस वक्त आप बताइए। कि रात को जिस तरीके से धमाके हुए थे, डर लगा?
डर तो लगा ही, क्योंकि जिस तरह से शाम को 6 बजे जैसे न्यूज आई कि युद्ध विराम होने वाला है और सीज फायर होने वाला है, तो लोगों को थोड़ी राहत।
सीज फायर तो हो ही गया था,
हाँ, घोषणा हो गई थी, तो लोगों को थोड़ा राहत मिल गया था। फिर उसके बाद रात को वापस जब धमाके हुए तो लोग वापस दहशत में आ गए। और ये पाकिस्तान की आज की नहीं, पहले की भी यही हरकत है उनकी। जब भी कोई ऐसी चर्चा होती है या कोई समझौता होता है, ये उसका उल्लंघन जरूर करते हैं।
आपको क्या लगता है कि ये पाकिस्तान पे भरोसा किया जा सकता है?
नहीं किया जा सकता भाई साहब, बिल्कुल नहीं। इसमें विश्वास करने का मतलब विश्वासघात है। ये बदमाशी करेगा कभी भी। अब मोदी जी को चाहिए कि इसको पूरा करके ही दम लेवे।
इसका फायदा नहीं है।
फायदा इस चीज कोई मतलब ही नहीं है साहब। वो बोलता है क्या करता है क्या, उसने सीज फायर किया, अमेरिका ने कहा यस ओके सब माने, लेकिन वापिस उसने रात को 6-7 बजे के बाद में जो है जैसलमेर, पोखरण और अन्य जगहों पे जो है बमबारी की है इसने। तो इनके लिए तो सुधार कार्य इनको ठोक के ही करना पड़ेगा जी, बस यही है हमारी इच्छा।
आपको क्या लगता है जो जब धमाके हुए थे कल, जब जैसे सीज फायर की घोषणा हो गई, लगा हुआ है कि अब शांति होगी, फिर धमाके हुए, डर मन में, दहशत?
दहशत तो भाई साहब नहीं है, हमें हमारी पूरी डिफेंस सिस्टम पे, एयर डिफेंस पे पूरी तरह भरोसा है। और जब इस बॉर्डर पे बैठे हैं तो फिर डर और दहशत का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता, जो होगा देखा जाएगा। बट ये तो पूर्ण तरह से निश्चित था कि वो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन करेगा ही करेगा, उसकी फितरत में है। उन्होंने पहले भी ये चीज़ कर चुके हैं और ये फिर से वो कल दोहरा दी। तो तकरीबन यहाँ पे आप देख लीजिए कि 9 से लेके 11 बजे के करीबन यहाँ पे बाड़मेर में, जैसलमेर में 4-5 धमाके, ड्रोनों की आवाज़ और वो सब यहाँ पे सुनाई दी। और सिर्फ उन्होंने सीज फायर का पूर्ण से उल्लंघन किया। और एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम का, इस भारतीय सेना को हम सैल्यूट करते हैं, जिन्होंने हमारी पूरी रक्षा के लिए तत्पर है। और उनके लिए भी हम पूरी तरह तत्पर है। जैसलमेर का हर एक वासी, हर एक परिंदा जो वो चाहे सेना के लिए करने को तैयार है।
A complete blackout was enforced in Pathankot last night after Pakistan reached the ceasefire, and CNN-News18 brings you a ground report from the city.
After skirmishes at the border late last night, this morning, the entire nation has woken up to some sort of a peace. There has been no reports of any sort of an untoward incident that might have been done from the side of a neighbor, Pakistan. But remember, late last night, there were several instances of ceasefire violations that were in fact done by Pakistan in several sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. But as a precautionary measure over here in Pathankot as well, which is right next to the Pakistan border, it was made sure that precautions were maintained over here. A blackout was announced last night, and the blackout ended at approximately 4 a.m. This morning. Now, life is slowly coming back to normalcy. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here how the shops are open at this point in time, and people are actually working on their getting out of their houses and are working, getting back to their work. So definitely after the ceasefire that has been announced, the tension that was in the air, that is somewhere or the other subsiding at this point in time. It remains to be seen till when this ceasefire will continue at this point, or this understanding that has been reached between the DGMO of Pakistan and the DGMO of India will remain. But at this point in time, the manner in which ceasefire was violated yesterday from the side of Pakistan in several sectors of Jammu and Kashmir, it remains to be seen how much will this ceasefire hold.
And while everybody is contemplating on whether or not the ceasefire will hold and for how long, if it will at all, life is slowly returning to normal in Pokhran's market area, where CNN News 18's Anvit Srivastava walked through the lanes, capturing visuals of resumed businesses and locals who look forward to peace. As remember, they've also been taking the hit for quite some time now.
We are in Pokhran right now, close to the international border between India and Pakistan, and more than 48 hours later, you can see the life of people in Pokhran is returning to normal. The traffic you can see on the roads is after 2 days. There's so much traffic the local residents have seen on the roads. The shops are now open after more than 48 hours. For past 2 days there was a complete lockdown that was being observed. From 6 p.m. there was complete blackout. People had been abiding to these rules very diligently because it was a matter of national security, and police were also patrolling these streets very regularly, making announcement that anyone who steps out or violates the blackout or the said lockdown, they will certainly be facing legal action, because it was certainly a grievous matter. We also have people with us to talk about how the life has returned to normal after 2 long days. सर 2 दिन बाद यहाँ पे दुकानें वगैरह खुली हैं, 2 दिन से बनती है, 2 दिन कितने लंबे रहे, क्या क्या रहा है?
बहुत ऐसा लगा जैसे कोई कोरोना के टाइम में लॉकडाउन एक बार शुरू हुआ था ना, वैसा लग रहा था। बहुत मार्केट पूरा बंद, सुनसान जैसा हो गया, लोगों में भयावह स्थिति आ गई थी, डर का माहौल आ गया था। जिस हिसाब से ड्रोन वगैरह अटैक हो रहा था ना, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे इंडियन आर्मी पे नाज है, तो हमारे ऐसा कोई हुआ नहीं कि कोई भी एक रॉकेट नीचे गिरा या ड्रोन वगैरह नीचे गिरा, तो सब ऊपर हवा में उड़ा।
आसपास कुछ जगहों पे मिसाइल के पार्ट्स भी गिरे हैं, कुछ ड्रोन्स वगैरह भी गिरे, एक आध जगह बम डिफ्यूज भी करना पड़ा। तो आप लोगों को क्या निर्देश थे सरकार से और क्या सबने पालन किया उसका?
बस घर में रहना, सुरक्षित रहना, रोड पे नहीं आना, लाइटें बंद रखना, यही चल रहा था। बाकी हमारे को कोई दिक्कत, वो डर ऐसा लोगों में फैला हुआ था, लेकिन फिर भरोसा पूरा था कि यहाँ होने वाला कुछ नहीं है।
और 2 दिन से दुकानें सब बंद थी, ट्रैफिक पूरा?
हाँ, पूरा बंद था, पूरा ट्रैफिक बंद, लाइट बंद, सब पूरा ब्लैकआउट था।
ये जो 2 दिन में आप लोगों ने बिजनेस नहीं किया, जो धंधा नहीं हुआ सर, गाड़ियां नहीं चली, थोड़ा तो नुकसान हुआ होगा?
हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत हुआ है। अब जो रूटीन में चलता है वो लॉस तो वही है थोड़ा, लेकिन अब पहले देश है।
सही बात।
और हमने इंडियन आर्मी बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रही है, और जितने भी पाकिस्तान ने हमले किए जो हवा के अंदर ही उसको नष्ट कर दिए।
All right, now the situation in Jammu has limped back to normalcy today with no major drone activity or attacks reported from Pakistan's side. Shops have reopened, even traffic resumed. Locals have welcomed the Indo-Pak ceasefire, though some do feel that Pakistan should have been dealt more sternly.
भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट के बाद अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, जम्मू सिटी की बात करें, तो कल शाम से यहाँ कोई भी न तो कोई धमाका सुनने को मिला, ना कोई ड्रोन उस हिसाब से दिखे, और ना ही यहाँ पे कोई ब्लैकआउट हुआ है। और आज सुबह से नॉर्मल लाइफ यहाँ पे अभी तक हो रही है, पूरी शांति बनी हुई। अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, और इस जम्मू की अगर हम बात करें तो थोड़ा मैं तस्वीर दिखाना चाहता हूँ। ये बिजी जीवल चौक एरिया है, और इस जीवल चौक में सुबह सुबह का टाइम है, संडे है, इसलिए लोग कम दिखेंगे आपको। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात है कि दुकान जो है, दुकानदार जो है, दुकानें सब खोल के बैठे हैं। अब कस्टमर्स का इंतज़ार हो रहा है, लोग भी अपनी आवाजाही में मस्त हैं। दुकानदार सुबह से ही अगर आप देखें तो दुकानदारों ने दुकानें खोलना शुरू कर दी हैं जम्मू के हर एक बाज़ार में। और थोड़ी तस्वीर भी दिखा देंगे कि जो कस्टमर हैं वो भी अब यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं अपनी ज़रूरत ज़िंदगी जो चीज़ें हैं वो लेने के लिए। ये माहौल कल नहीं था, परसों नहीं था, यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा खौफ था। लेकिन अब जब कि सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, हालांकि जम्मू के जो सटे आईबी इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के इलाके हैं वहाँ पे फायरिंग कल शाम को हुई, लेकिन जम्मू सिटी में नॉर्मल लाइफ रही। और इसी को देखते हुए लोग उसी का फ़ायदा उठा के अब जो दुकानदार हैं, लोग हैं, वो दुकानदार अपनी दुकानें खोल रहे हैं, लोग जो है वो अपनी ज़िंदगी में मसरूफ़ हो गए हैं। जी, आपका नाम?
जी, कमलेश कुमार।
अब आपने आज दुकान खोल दी?
जी हाँ, खोल लिया। ठीक है, सुना है आपकी ठीक हो गया था, आपसे खोल ली।
पिछले 3 दिन से तो दुकान बंद
नहीं, कम ही था काम, तो फिर जैसे सिचुएशन ऐसी थी तो ऐसे शोर था भाई। अब ऐसे है कि अब नॉर्मल लग रहा है, सब ठीक है। तो वैसे पहले दहशत तो थी कि कभी हुआ भी जहाँ जम्मू में काफ़ी थोड़े बहुत काफ़ी जगह वो हाँ दहशत थी, वो पड़े थोड़े शेल वगैरह, तो नुकसान भी हुआ थोड़ा सा, तो इसलिए फिर थी दहशत। फिर अब ठीक है, फर्स्ट क्लास, अब तो ठीक है, नॉर्मल लग रहा है सब, इसलिए खोल कर।
आप होप करते हैं कि ये शांति आगे भी बनी रहे?
नहीं, शांति बनी रहे, पर हम अपनी शर्तों में शांति बनाए। आप
माही सर,
CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs, for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
Access details of why Pakistan's army, ISI and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like the scale or India's larger army advanced S-400 systems, economic strength as well. Let's quickly bring in Siddhant. Welcome to our live and rolling coverage on India versus Pakistan. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's get started with the top headlines this hour at 4 p.m. India's Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh has confirmed the strike on Rawalpindi as the defense minister did so while inaugurating a defense facility in Lucknow, said that India's might was visible till Rawalpindi and was not just limited to the border areas. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a key security meeting with the Tri-Services chiefs and the CDS at his residence earlier today. This comes after Pakistan violated the ceasefire yesterday. There's an indication from defense sources that BrahMos was used against Pakistan. This comes after Indian Armed Forces in the press conference yesterday confirmed that they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. Amid speculations of India using the BrahMos missile against Pakistan, a likely BrahMos' discarded booster has been found in Rajasthan's Bikaner. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has hailed the use of BrahMos against Pakistan. He has reiterated that future acts of terror will be considered as an act of war against India and hailed Prime Minister Modi's strong action against Pakistan. After Pakistan violated the ceasefire, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has written to Prime Minister Modi demanding a special session of the parliament. In his letter, the leader of opposition has said that it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and the ceasefire, why it was first announced by US President. In a significant breakthrough, the Punjab police has apprehended 2 individuals for their alleged involvement in espionage activities linked to a Pakistani official posted at the High Commission. The Indian Air Force has clarified that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing and a detailed briefing will be conducted in due course. Hours after the United States President Donald Trump has claimed credit for the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, Pakistan resorted to its violation along the international border and the line of control yesterday. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in a strong manner. Prime Minister Modi held a key security meeting at his residence, which was attended by the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS as well. On the other hand, even after Pakistan violated the ceasefire, President Donald Trump of the United States again claimed credit for ceasefire and has vowed to increase trade with India and even Pakistan. He said that the United States will help reach a solution for Kashmir. Meanwhile, amid speculations of the BrahMos missile being used against Pakistan, the Raksha Mantri has inaugurated a BrahMos production facility in Lucknow and said that the BrahMos is a key message to the enemy, not just a missile.
ब्रह्मोस दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। ब्रह्मोस सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है, बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है, मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। शुरू हो रही है। मैं समझता हूं वह यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का यह गौरव होगा। यह सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश का ही नहीं, बल्कि देश का सबसे बड़ा ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर है। ब्रह्मोस भारत और रूस के हाईएस्ट डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी का एक संगम है। जिस तरह हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश प्रयाग स्थित संगम के लिए दुनिया भर में जाना जाता है, उसी तरह आने वाले समय में लखनऊ भी इस टेक्नोलॉजी के संगम के लिए जाना जाएगा।
But remember, it is the interim night of May 9th and 10th, which has played a very critical role. So let's quickly take you through how India decimated Pakistan. Firstly, India hit 10 Pakistani air bases on the interim night between 9th and 10th of May. India's BrahMos response to Pakistan's Fatah missile. That is another very critical one, because remember, it was this Fatah missile that was intercepted by India in Sirsa, which was originally directed towards New Delhi. India has used BrahMos, Hammer, and Scalp missiles. Remember, in Bikaner itself, a BrahMos booster has been spotted, indicating that BrahMos has most likely been used. And as the Raksha Mantri said, it's not just a missile, it's a message to the enemy across LoC. Pakistan's nuclear facilities were on the line, as we all have been talking about how critical targets on May 9th included those air bases, which were also housing the refueling station, the control and command center, also their radio communication centers, apart from the ammunition depots, also the role that they were playing. Now, as far as the attacks are concerned, this was the biggest set of attacks that Pakistan has faced in the longest time, especially since the Kargil war. On May 10th, the strike even took place on a scale that's larger and the largest as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. The day when Operation Sindoor was launched on the 7th of May is now being compared to the strikes that took place on the interim night between 9th and 10th of May. They're saying that it was these strikes on 10th of May that were the turning point for Operation Sindoor and for India's offensive capabilities as far as tensions with Pakistan are concerned. Let's also take you through all of these air bases that were targeted by Indian forces that day and how India decimated each one of them as they were raced to the ground. Noor Khan Air Base happens to be one very critical one. At the same time, you have the Rawalpindi Rafiki Air Base, the Shorkot Murid Air Base in Punjab, the Pakistan Sukur Air Base in Sindh, the Pasroor airstrip in Sargodha, the airbase and the Skardu airbase, the Bolari airbase near Karachi, Jacobabad airbase, the Chunya radar installation, a host of those locations. Remember, what's very critical, as I was highlighting, was all of these airbases had one particular role to play. As Noor Khan was playing the role of a refueling station, some were playing the role of being an arms and ammunition depot. At the same time, some were playing the role of a communication headquarters as well. So all of them now being pulverized, a very strong message going out there. On that note, let me also bring in our guest. I'm joined in by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, who's a former Indian diplomat, Major General A.K. Sivach, a defense expert. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Major General Sivach, if I could bring you in, when we talk about the 10th of May, those attacks that took place, as I've been highlighting, there's always a very critical juncture in every war that is fought, like we had the capture of Tiger Hill in July of 1999. How would you look at the interim night of May 9th and 10th for India?
You're very correct, Kancha. See, initially when we launch an attack and able to hit those 9 targets of terror camps and terror infrastructure, which including 3 headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. The surprise factor was with us. When will we strike and where will we strike? But on 9th and 10th, the surprise factor wasn't there. The Pakistani was expecting that something big yet to come. And that is where, the air defense system of there was completely alert. But we will able to sort of compromise that their air defense system. We made sure the air defense system not able to detect our BrahMos missile as well as other drones which we have utilized, and we hit on the 8 airfields of Pakistan, which were their main airfield. Noor Khan airfield is next to Rawalpindi General Headquarters. So we have displayed that India has now capability of hitting in Pakistan anywhere and everywhere. And we are very successful in achieving our aim. So the advantage and also the outcome of what we did on 9/10, that we displayed to the world that our accuracy is 100%. Our BrahMos is, one can say, the best cruise missile available with a speed of almost 3 Mach and also the range of almost 400 to 450 kilometers. And this cannot be detected. It can't be intercepted, and it will 100% hit the target. And that's what we displayed. In spite that there was no surprise factor because Pakistanis were expecting, but Pakistanis couldn't do anything.
Right.
And 8 airfields were neutralized almost 60 to 70%, and Pakistani almost morale was down. That was the moment where Pakistani lost the battle. And then you find that the system start coming down, and they felt that they will not able to sustain long as far as India is concerned, and then they will start asking for a ceasefire. Akansha.
All right. Some good points made by you over there, Major General Sivach. Ambassador Dayal, if I could bring you in to expand this further and take it forward in terms of the strategy of the Indian military and the way we strategized in identifying those very targets which are known to be critical air bases for Pakistan. And at the same time, each of them have a very critical role. If one is playing the role of a weapon storage site, the other has been a refueling station, one is a command and control center. So if you were to look at India's offensive capabilities, especially to penetrate deep into enemy territory, I think what India has displayed and has lived up to is a statement that Prime Minister Modi had made was कि तुम्हारे घर के अंदर घुस के मारेंगे.
Absolutely right, Akansha. The Prime Minister had said that tumhare ghar mein ghus ke marenge, and the Indian Armed Forces have shown that they are capable of doing that. General Srivastava was absolutely right in saying that the Indian forces have inflicted very heavy losses on Pakistan. Now, President Trump has said that he has brokered the peace, etc. He's entitled to think so. But the fact is that the Pakistanis would never have listened to President Trump if their scale was heavier. That is to say, if they held the advantage. The fact of the matter is that they realized that they were getting a solid hammering. And our defense minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, whom you quoted a little while ago, said that the roar of the Indian forces was being heard in Islamabad. So the fact of the matter is that had this message not gone across to the Pakistanis, that India is capable of hitting them repeatedly, relentlessly, and very, very hard, and that this sort of thing would destroy them completely. Had this message not gone, the Pakistanis would not have agreed to a ceasefire. The fact that their DGMO called our DGMO and conveyed the message from his higher ups, which is, of course, General Munir, that they want to have a ceasefire, shows that they realized that they couldn't sustain the war. There are many factors. First of all, the capability of the Indian Armed Forces in terms of the equipment that it has is far superior to that of Pakistan. Of course, the Pakistanis gave a lot of lies. They gave lots of fake output through their media, social media also, that they were bringing down Indian Rafale jets, they were destroying the Indian S-40 anti-aircraft missile systems, etc. That was only fake propaganda. In fact, everybody has started calling Pakistan Fakistan, because they have been faking information.
But one thing that they couldn't fake, Ambassador, was the attack that India made was confirmed by their DG ISPR also, that we managed to strike and pulverize their air bases. Hold on to those thoughts, Ambassador. Hold on to those thoughts. Getting in some breaking inputs, very critical information with regards to the significance of the attack that was directed by India towards the Noor Khan Air Base on 10th of May, which was an ultimate insult to Pakistan and a signal that Pakistan is captured. CNN-News18, in fact, with the help of inputs from our security affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, has decoded why Pakistan felt insulted after the Noor Khan attacks. Noor Khan, remember, serves as the headquarters of Pakistan's Air Mobility Command. And to expand more on that, let me quickly bring in Akash, who'll shed more light. Akash, everybody has talked about how out of all of those attacks that took place, each of them being extremely significant, but the one that stood out was the attack against the Noor Khan Air Base.
Right. Noor Khan Air Base is in Chaklala of Rawalpindi and is very close to, the army headquarters there. And the reason why this particular, attack is significant and important is because when we say that we have, gone inside Pakistan, and have attacked, in fact, have carried out these attacks on their critical air assets. We mean what has been done there, at Noor Khan is something, the evidence. And in fact, we have seen the satellite images where the destruction is quite visible. And Akanksha, when we talk about this sort of attack, so we know that how Chinese systems have failed detecting, the projectiles or the weapons, that were used by India.
True.
Specifically, HQ-9, the air defense system of China, that Pakistan has been using, and they were quite confident. I was, in fact, just few months back, I was seeing the reports and, in fact, the confidence of Pakistani Air Force, where they were comparing HQ-9 with S-400. This time around, S-400 has shown its capabilities,
Yes.
but at the same time, HQ-9 has failed, and this has, in fact, resulted in the sort of, the developments where common people, in fact, are not very happy, and there is a backlash, in fact, within Pakistan, where people are in fact asking questions on the sort of capabilities that you have.
Absolutely.
You can, of course, send drones. You can, of course, send your jets and every other weapon. But then India has S-400, India has Akash system, India has Bharat missiles, and other weapons and other AD systems.
True. Some critical points being made by you, Akash, over there. I'm going to have to quickly take that with the guests as well. Let me bring in Major General A.K. Sivach. Sir, some very significant points being made over there by Akash when he said that, there are two achievements over here for India. Not only have we displayed our own offensive capability, but also exposed their inability to defend. Their weak defense capabilities also we managed to expose on the night of 10th of May.
Akanksha, the biggest achievement which was there in this dual fight of 4 days was our air defense system. A multi-layered air defense system which we made was starting with S-400, then also Akash missile, Barak missile, then you have Ju-23 barrel, jo Pinaka, and L-70, which were old weapon system we modernized, and then anti-drone, kinetic and non-kinetic. Now, this system looks after from 600 kilometers to bang on 400 meters. Now, any item, whether it is a rocket, missile, or drone, cannot penetrate through that. And what happened is that when the drone came, we did not use S-400. We use anti-drone kinetic, non-kinetic. The reason is that drones are very small, difficult to be detected. They are very cheap. If you use a missile which is almost 10 to 12,000 costlier than that, you are losing a battle. Okay. And that's how the battle was lost by Israel on 7th October against Hamas, because Hamas used so many drones and Iron Dome system got saturated. We learned a lesson and we were very, very effective. And I must compliment our system of this. Now compare it with Pakistan. Pakistan has taken HQ-9, the Chinese air defense system, which was linear, which was not multi-layered. And therefore, it's not able to detect, not able to intercept. And that's why this was the biggest achievement and victory of Indian forces, that we could hit 87% of target and they could only hit 11% of target. Now, the vast difference which has been there, that has proved to be very good. So, three things which have happened in this time are S-400 has to be found very effective, or Rafale, which has got scalp missile, which can go up till 400 to 600 kilometers, again proved to be very effective, that it is beyond visual range. Without crossing the line of control and IB, we could hit the target deep inside Pakistan.
And a word, Major General, for our own BrahMos missile as well.
100%. BrahMos missile, you see, it is the best cruise missile in the world today, jointly produced by India and Russia. Today, the Indonesia one, Philippines one, Vietnam. The biggest thing is, after this war, no one is buying MQ-9. No one is buying PL-15 missile, which has been now caught by India. We have given to Americans now to investigate and find out as to how Chinese have made it, because they are known for reverse engineering. So in this 4 days of this war between India and Pakistan, our achievement have been so much that we feel so much proud. And the Chinese weapon and equipment system has been exposed completely. That's the greatness of this war. And very rightly you said, BrahMos is the best cruise missile and hit the target 98%. That's what is been displayed, that wherever BrahMos was used, it was 100% almost.
All right.
And they have
I'm
not
sure.
only
I'm
hit
sure
that.
it's also come up. This entire attack was also a realization for Pakistan in terms of how much can they rely on the Chinese makes yet again. Going to request you, gentlemen, to continue staying with me, getting in more breaking inputs with regards to the ceasefire violation that have taken place yesterday, consequent to the ceasefire and airspace violations on the interim night of 10th and 11th of May. General Upendra Dwivedi, the COAS, has reviewed the security situation with the army commanders of the western borders. And this review is bound to be a very critical one, given that India still remains alert, as soon after the ceasefire was struck upon, it was also violated by Pakistan, and India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri already made it amply clear that this breach of understanding was violated by Pakistan, not India. And so today what we can tell you is that General Upendra Dwivedi, who's also now reviewed the security situation with the army commanders. Let me take that with Ambassador Dayal, who continues to stay with us as well. Ambassador Dayal, that brings us to the critical question. Now that so far, even after it was violated, there has been an uneasy lull at the border as far as a ceasefire is concerned. What will it take for this ceasefire to stick?
Well, one can't be sure whether the ceasefire will stick or not. But, and this is a fundamental but, India has to remain on high alert, because the policy of the Pakistanis has not changed. They continue to be extremely hostile to India. And given the chance, they would fulfill their aspiration to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. They have been saying that repeatedly, and that is drilled into their system. So we have to remain on alert, and our defense capabilities have to be further strengthened because of the fact that the need will always arise. You know, we never wanted to have a war with Pakistan. We only wanted to strike at their terror bases. Now, terrorism has been attacked, but it has not yet been wiped out. Pakistan will continue to abet terrorism, and there will be terrorist attacks against India from Pakistani territory. This remains a possibility at all times. So, of course, we have to do everything possible to try and
And
eradicate.
Ambassador Dayal, I'm sure you'll also agree that when the ceasefire was violated by Pakistan was on expected lines, and I'm sure that the Indian armed forces were not really surprised by the act.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, the Indian forces were not surprised. Of course, India had warned Pakistan that if you dare to escalate, we will retaliate, and that will be heavy for you. And that has turned out to be the case.
All right. Hold on to those thoughts, because Akash, who's our defense correspondent, is joining me with more inputs on this piece of breaking input that I've just shared with our viewers. Akash, give us a sense of what was the agenda of the security review by General Upendra Dwivedi.
So though it's a routine process, but at such a time when you have tensions at the borders, it plays an important role where all the commanders from all the important we can say commands interact with army chief and give him a sort of update of their commands as to what is the sort of situation that they are facing or they are dealing with. At this point in time, we know that how in the western front and in fact in Jammu and Kashmir, we have been seeing a violation of ceasefire from Pakistan. In fact, even after the DGMO level conversation that happened yesterday, last night we saw that in Kathua, in Rajouri, in Poonch, and in fact, in Samba as well, in Mendhar as well, we had this ceasefire violation. And not just in Jammu subdivision, but also in Kashmir in some areas initially, it was reported. And that's why, Indian Army Chief has granted full authority to army commanders for counteraction. It means that if violation is happening, you're free to counteract on that particular violation, which means that artillery is coming to you. You can also fire artillery. And we know that it has been happening also. The kinetic domain, in fact, is very important and crucial in any sort of, conflict or war. We know that how LC has remained like that in the past a few weeks. Initially, it was, the rifles and the LMGs, not artillery. But after, the action taken by India, they in fact started artillery fire. Used to happen before 2021, before the ceasefire understanding between the DGMOs, and this time around, once again, it is happening. Even when the DGMOs in fact spoke yesterday, then too it continued. But this time around, orders are very clear that respond to it and counter action can be taken, and full authority has been given to army commanders, specifically in the Western Command, at the Western borders, that you can, reply to any sort of aggression, in the borders with a kinetic energy.
Stay with me, Akash. More breaking inputs coming in. In fact, what we are learning that CCTV footage has been accessed. This at a point when a Pakistani projectile was targeting the civilian population that hit a residential house in the Rehari area of Jammu city. This is the latest breaking input that we are bringing to you right now. That CCTV footage of that moment when that projectile was targeting the civilian population in the Rehari area of Jammu city has been accessed. Akash continues to stay with us. Akash, all right, in fact, breaking inputs coming in from Tejinder. Let me quickly bring in Tejinder on that note. Tejinder, this is direct testimony and now video evidence of how Pakistan is the one targeting civilian population in India and not India targeting their civilian population.
Indeed, what else proof the world community would want to see how the Pakistan targeted the civilian population in Jammu and Kashmir. After Operation Sindoor, the Pakistan army resorted to unprovoked firing towards the Indian civilians, and this is the testimony. The CCTV footage which News 18 has exclusively accessed clearly show how a projectile that was fired from the Pakistan side hit a residential house in the Rehari town, Rehari neighborhood in the Jammu city. So this place is several kilometers, like 50 odd kilometers from the international border, which clearly indicates that the Pakistan army chose civilian targets. And in this place, if you see Rehari, you will not find any single Indian military establishment nearby. It clearly indicates that Pakistan wanted to target the civilian population, especially in the Jammu region. We saw how Pakistan army targeted civilians in Poonch, wherein 17 to 18 civilians, they lost their lives in Pakistani aggression. Luckily, in this strike in the Rehari area, there was no casualty reported, but some people received injuries. But clear indication and clear proof that Pakistan violated all international norms during this conflict by targeting the civilian population, hitting residential houses across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Yes.
Right. Many thanks to you, Tejinder, for bringing us all those inputs. On that note, I quickly go back to my guests, Major General A.K. Sivach and Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, who continue to stay with us. All right. Major General Sivach, if I could begin with you and take this forward with Ambassador Dayal as well. What do you make of this civilian targets that have been set as agenda for Pakistan and the kind of misinformation that they have been carrying out, which a lot of Western media is also believing? But you have evidence over there, and that too videographic evidence. What does it speak of Pakistan's targeting of our own civilians?
No, Akansha, this is nothing new. Pakistan is known to do of targeting the civilians. See, I commanded a brigade on line of control in Machal sector in Kupwara, and I still remember what they used to do. We used to always target their military installation, but they used to always target the civilian because they wanted to show to the civilian that in case if this firing going on, that they will be targeted. In fact, they wanted to lower down the morale of the civilian population our side. Now, not only that, what will they do? They will also place their gun position in the villages. In case we fire a counter fire on their gun position, there will be a civilian casualty toward Pakistan side. And then they will show that the Indians are firing on a civilian area. So the track record of Pakistan army is such, they do not believe on human rights. They always attack the civilian. They always attack Indian villages. And this is nothing new, and they have been exposed time and again. But what has been done this time is, on line of control, obviously we used to respond them straightway. But this time the permission has been given, and freedom of action was given by the army authority to the army commander down to a formation commander, that they are free to take action of whatever measure it is required. So in case Pakistan has used a RT fire, we have responded with a heavy RT fire, and they did not realize it, that our response was twice stronger than the Pakistani. And that's why within 3 to 4 hours, that ceasefire violation stopped. This is what it shows, the might of Indian Army, Indian armed forces, that if you violate ceasefire, we will respond to you so much that you will not know what is your next step. And that's what is happening on the line of control and IB.
I'll have to quickly bring in Ambassador Dayal on that note. Ambassador Dayal, as the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, very firmly reiterated that every act of terrorism will be seen as an act of war from Pakistan's side. And that's how I want to bring you in on that note, that now that the ceasefire has taken place, but the violation was done with a very deliberate calculation from Pakistan's side. But there are several experts in India who believe that perhaps India should not have settled for this ceasefire yet, because suddenly with the United States calling for a mediation on Kashmir, the overall focus of this entire Operation Sindoor to address cross-border terrorism has suddenly shifted to the conflict in Kashmir.
Well, let me say that many of the people who are saying that India should not have accepted the ceasefire are sitting far away from the border and the line of control. They are sitting in their comfortable armchairs, and they don't know the sort of suffering which people at the border can have to go through. So if the government decided to accept the ceasefire offer from Pakistan, then it was a good thing, and the government made a decision keeping in mind the different circumstances which obtain in the matter. However, the mischievous tendencies of the Pakistanis are not going to end. They are wedded to terrorism, and they will continue to utilize terrorism against us. We have to, of course, strengthen our forces. We have to identify the sleeper cells, because this sort of terrorist attack could not have taken place without the support from local sleeper cells. There are reports that the Pakistanis have made tunnels, and those tunnels emerge inside homes here in the Indian Jammu and Kashmir state. So we have to identify how is this infiltration taking place. But, and this is a fundamental but, this escalation has cost Pakistan heavy. As it is, their economy is in shambles, and having to spend on escalation is going to be very expensive for them. I expect that Pakistan as a nation will weaken, that the internal dissensions will increase, and that the rebellions which are being carried out by the Balochis and the Pashtuns will strengthen. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future, in the foreseeable future, Pakistan breaks up. And that indeed seems to be its destiny.
Stay with me, Ambassador Dayal. I'm going to quickly bring in some more breaking inputs, which in fact is a very critical one, because sources are telling CNN-News18 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while giving a free hand to our forces, has also delivered a very clear message, clear directions coming in for the armed forces, that wahan se goli chalegi, to yahan se gola chalega. That is, if they fire a bullet, we will fire a shell. The turning point, remember, was the attacks on the air bases of Pakistan on 10th of May. And India has made it amply clear that every act of terrorism will be served with a befitting response and will be treated as an act of war. I quickly go back to Major General A.K. Sivach on that note. Major General, what do you in fact make of this very firm message that has come, much needed for our Indian armed forces as well? Yes, go ahead.
Akansha, no doubt about it. Our response will be much more robust than what Pakistani will do. Now, the point which you asked earlier, should we have carried on, or it was the right time to call off a ceasefire, have a ceasefire? See, the point is, now we have already made a new normal, that any act of terrorism will be considered an act of war. That's a new normal. That Pakistan will realize it. And the second thing is, as far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, we not only keeping it in abeyance, we will reconvene it, we will redirect it, and we will make it in a manner that is much more approachable toward Indian side. and beneficial to us rather than Pakistan. Now, the point which is coming is, if this war would have continued, what impact it would have on our economy. See, we are the fourth largest economy. We have already overtaken Japan. If we have to become a third largest economy, we can't be fighting a war, because war costs money to us also. See, the what China is trying to do is, the supply chains are now shifting from China, and they're likely to come to India. China is interested this war should continue, because if the war take place, you will find it that the investors will not invest money in India, because no one will like to invest the money where the war is taking place. It wouldn't have been better for us. As on today, you have achieved your aim. You have destroyed Pakistani infrastructure of terrorism. You have made it new normal as far as terrorism concerned. It become an act of war. You have shown to Pakistan that will hit you anywhere and everywhere in Pakistan.
Right.
Third thing is that you will be now renegotiating as far as Indus Water Treaty is concerned. Having achieved everything, continuing this war would have gone against your economy. You want to grow economically, because investment will only come in India if there is a peace which is prevailing. If the economy supply chain has to shift for China, which is on the process, you must have a stable economy and a stable environment.
Absolutely. Prior to May 7th was this very, multi-pronged effort from India's side that was ensuring that we keep the Pakistanis buckling under pressure. I would like to quickly bring in Siddhant Mishra of CNN-News18, who's also joining me live on the broadcast with more inputs on that big breaking we're bringing to you of Prime Minister's statement. Siddhant, how do we break this down? Prime Minister has always been very firm ever since that attack of 22nd April that the forces deserve a free hand, and this message is reiterating that point.
Well, that's right. In fact, America has no role to play as far as this understanding is concerned. Perhaps, it was only made when DGMO of Pakistan reached out to DGMO of India at 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon. And at 1 p.m., the Indian DGMO was busy in meeting. So Indian DGMO called back at around 3:35 p.m. and perhaps after which the understanding was made between the two sides. Point number two, India did not inform US about the understanding being reached between the two sides. From where did US get to know? We have no clue. Indians have no clue. Perhaps, in fact, when they announced, there were a series of social media posts which came from President Trump, then Vice President Vance. Perhaps India was not taken in loop. It was done by them. And since there was a press conference of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, which was scheduled at 6 p.m. in the evening, ahead of that, perhaps I think 15 to 20 minutes ahead of that, these social media posts came announcing, or rather, in a way, taking credit for the understanding reached between the two sides. Now, we'll add more context to it. India did not India did not reach out to the United States. The first time Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Trump was when he was in Jeddah, right after the Pahalgam attack. And in fact, at that time, President Trump extended full support. In fact, he expressed solidarity with the people of India. And that was the only conversation. After which, in between, there was a conversation which took place between EMS Jaishankar and Secretary of State Marco Rubio on 1st of May, if I'm not mistaken. And in that meeting, Minister Jaishankar made things very clear to Marco Rubio that we are going to hit them. India is going to hit Pakistan harder, and this hit will be on their terror camps, not on some military installations or civilian locations. In fact, what we are getting to know at this point in time, this is in context with what Western media is reporting. Perhaps what Western media is reporting is a half truth. Yes, there was a contact which was established between Vice President Vance and Prime Minister Modi on 9th May. This was in the night, this communication was established. And in fact, both leaders spoke about how to de-escalate, how to off-ramp. Perhaps that was the concern of Americans.
Right.
Prime Minister at that time made it very clear that in fact Prime Minister Modi told Vance, if Pakistanis do it, they will get a response more forcefully, and it's going to be devastating for
Right.
them.
And
Perhaps that was the
Siddhant,
response, a very clear
one more
message
clarification
which
I
Prime
want
Minister
you to
Modi
put out there for all our viewers, given that Western media has been reporting that it was India who approached the United States and Saudi Arabia to usher in a ceasefire. What is the truth, and what is it that you are learning from your sources?
That's what I was explaining to you, Akanksha. That Prime Minister Modi's message to JD Vance was very clear. That if they will hit us, if Pakistanis will hit us, we will hit them even more harder. And in fact, the next morning, Pakistanis came back. In fact, they attempted at 26 different locations. Perhaps that was the turning point for Operation Sindoor. And India launched attack on 8 Pakistani bases, and perhaps the details of those bases are already in public domain. And massive destruction took place on those bases. In fact, that became a turning point when I say this, because after which, perhaps this is an assessment that Pakis reached out to Americans again. Perhaps, they made a crying call to Americans, asking for their help, because this was the first time that in fact BrahMos was used, and the precision strikes were done by India. And after which, we also reported that how Marco Rubio and Asim Muni spoke to each other. And after which, Marco Rubio again dialed EM S. Jaishankar. And again, the response from EM S. Jaishankar was that if they will hit us, we will hit them back. If they will stop firing, we will stop firing. Perhaps that was the only conversation which happened between India and United States. It's very important to put records straight.
Yes.
Given the kind of material, given the kind of stories that are being published in the Western media. Having said that, Akanksha, not just US, Emiratis, Saudis, they all were in touch with India, and India's message was very clear to these countries. अगर वो हमें गोली मारेंगे तो हम उन्हें गोला मारेंगे. Perhaps that in common man's layman's language, that was the message which India gave to the world. And India was very clear that these are the measured, responsible strikes on the terror camps. So, since yesterday, we have been getting these stories, plants that the US government and is doing with the Western media. Those things are half truth. Indeed, they were in touch, but there was not a one single moment or a telephonic conversation where India sought United States help to mediate. India was only telling United States its position. Back to you.
Many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing us all those extensive inputs on that breaking piece of information. I'd like to take that forward with Ambassador Dayal. Ambassador Dayal, if you were to break down that entire breaking input that was shared by Siddhant right now, how do you assess these details, keeping in mind the kind of misinformation also that Western media, like the New York Times, Washington Post, they all have been publishing reports about how India was the one to be approaching the Saudis, the United States. This is for Ambassador Dayal. Ambassador Dayal, at a time, I think Prime Minister's message has been very clear that this is going to be a bilateral matter, and we've also struck upon whatever understanding after the DGMA shared that phone call yesterday.
Akansha, many sections of the Western media have a mischievous agenda as far as India is concerned. They want to play down India's successes. They want to project India in a totally wrong fashion. But I must say, not all sections are like that. There have been a number of Western news agencies, television channels, and newspapers which have correctly projected how India has dealt with the situation and how Pakistan is reeling under the impact of the attack which India launched in retaliation for Pakistan's escalation. Now, if India said कि वो गोली मारेंगे तो हम गोला मारेंगे, Indeed, that has happened. The Gola has been struck and it has hit them so hard that is why the DGMO called our DGMO and sought peace. He asked for a ceasefire. Now, let me also mention the two polities are completely different. In our case, the entire opposition stood behind government. There was total unity. The country came together as a whole. Pakistan is a divided house. Its political unity is non-existent. The leader of the largest party in Pakistan, Imran Khan, is in jail. One of the members of parliament in Pakistan in the assembly calls the prime minister Gidar, that is a jackal. And I wouldn't be surprised if the day soon comes when people in Pakistan start calling their army chief Gadha or an ass, because he had brought so much of misery on Pakistanis. You know, Pakistan's economy was in shambles. And after this sort of a combat with India, a war with India, their economy will take a very big hit.
Right.
And who will suffer? The common man will suffer. So the common man, as it is, doesn't trust the army. The common man feels that the army exploits the resources of the nation. It enriches itself. And the distance between the common man and the rulers.
Ambassador, since you made a very critical point, Major General Sivach, I want to bring you in on that point that Ambassador has just made about how the conflict with India and reaching that situation or you know, till the brink with India is not going to paper over the divisions that Pakistan's army has within itself.
Absolutely. See, the Pakistani army is, having a problem of they are morale is down. There is almost 50% officers are not with Jana Asim Munir. There is desertion, there is overstay of leave and absent without leave. You see, the problem in Pakistan is overall, you see, political instability, economic crisis, and increase of terrorism, both at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well as in Balochistan. So the result will happen. The Pakistan is having an economic crisis that they have got basically debt more than $180 billion. Their economy is so bad that their investment is totally stopped. Their export of, one can say, textile industry is also on the verge of completely collapse. Their imports are increasing. And the result is their economy is so bad that the IMF, though of course has given a loan due to the pressure of US, but no one is going to give them further loan, bailout loan. Now, there is a chance of a civil war taking place in Pakistan, and Pakistan then breaking into four parts: Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, Sindh, and Punjab. And POJ and Gilgit-Baltistan joining India. This is very much possible because situation in Pakistan is extremely fragile. And you find the rift which is going on between the army as well as between the civil authorities. And since Imran Khan is the most popular leader, is in jail, he's also calling
that all explains why the army is so rattled over there, and so is General Asim Munir. In fact, stay with me, gentlemen, getting in some breaking inputs. Expect more information to pour in. As in breaking inputs, what we can tell you is that a media briefing is all set to happen on Operation Sindoor. And this will be presided over by Director General of the Military Operations. His equivalents from the Indian Navy and Indian Air Force will also be joining in. And this entire press conference is going to be conducted today at 6:30 p.m. IST. Bringing me those breaking inputs is Akash, who joins me with more details. Akash, what are you learning?
There are a number of speculations that have been ongoing related to Operation Sindoor. And we know it for a fact that how armed forces have been conducting press conferences almost on a daily basis, where they have been briefing on the kind of operations that are undertaken. Today, at around 6:30, we are learning that this important press conference is scheduled where no one else but DGMO, in fact, is going to address the press conference. Lieutenant General Rajiv Bhai from Indian Army, who is the DGMO, DG Air Ops, Marshal A.K. Bharti, and also DGNO, Navy Operations, that is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod. All three officers will be sitting and will be breaking down the sort of details that countrymen, in fact, want to know. We know it for a fact that how, even on news channels, there is a lot of misinformation, given the fact that not many things are clear because it's an ongoing operation.
True.
But today, we are going to get a number of details, crucial details of the sort of operations that have been undertaken by Indian Armed Forces in the last few days. Attack, in fact, attempts by Pakistan, retaliation by India, and in fact, on a number of things, platforms used, a number of weapons used, and also the sort of practice that will be implemented from now onwards, given the fact that both the countries have reached to an agreement where they will stop firing. They have stopped firing, and in fact, all the sort of violations, in fact, are expected to stop. But last night we in fact saw the violations. Today, what is going to happen, and ahead of the crucial meeting that is going to happen tomorrow between the DGMO and also DGMO Indian Army and DGMO Pakistani Army. So ahead of it, a very crucial press conference at 6:30 today.
Absolutely. Many thanks to you, Akash, for bringing us those breaking inputs. I need to slip into a quick break. We'll be back with more breaking inputs coming in. Remember, information now trickling in terms of what exactly happened on the interim night of 9th and 10th of May. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we continue to bring you all the latest breaking inputs on the India-Pak tensions.
CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN News 18 makes sense.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto. CNN News 18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our CNN.
Welcome back. Staying with our top focus on India versus Pakistan, getting in breaking inputs as CNN News 18 through government sources is learning that Operation Sindoor has not been concluded as yet. It is a stoppage of firing in military operations. And as Prime Minister has very firmly said that wo goli chalayenge to hum gola chalayenge, not only to Americans or the Emiratis, even the Saudis were in touch, as the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar also communicated the same message that if they do not end firing, we will not end the firing from our side, and that it will take place on a full-scale proportion. Remember, New York Times has carried out a story after the Pakistanis were hit by India and that they were hit badly. They first called the United States at 1 in the afternoon since DGMO was busy. So we replied at 3:35 p.m. evening time, Indian Standard Time. This is the information that we are picking up from our sources. But what stands out is that it was their DGMO that called the Indian DGMO. And Siddhant joins me with more inputs on that news story. Siddhant, as India has very firmly maintained, and India's External Affairs Ministry has firmly maintained that all the work that's taken place has been arrived upon strictly after talks between the two parties.
Well, that's right. The position is very clear, and in fact, before the DGMO calls from a day one, since EM S. Jaishankar was in touch with foreign ministers of several countries. In fact, he received many calls from various foreign ministers expressing solidarity, extending support. Perhaps in each call, he made India's position very clear that India is going to hit the terror camps in Pakistan. And this message was very clear. It's not that India has done something out of sudden or perhaps has not kept word in the loop. India has had given a very clear message to the world that India will be hitting back on the terror camps, terror launch pads in POJK and Pakistan. And in fact, this time around, this operation was not conducted somewhere near LoC. Perhaps, this operation was conducted deep into the Pakistan POJK, and this message was already conveyed to the world leaders. So India has kept things very transparent. In fact, in the very beginning, when there was a UNSC meeting which was expected at that point in time, also India did reach out to the countries, and in fact, on the basis of the UNSC statement, in that context only, Operation Sindoor was launched by India, where 9 of the terror facilities, terror camps were destroyed by the Indian armed forces.
Also, the fact that it was the Pakistani DGMO that called the Indian DGMO, what does it speak of, the army's role right now? Perhaps also explaining why the ceasefire violation took place, since the US administration had been reaching out to the Pak administration, the civilian government. But having said that, the role that the army has played so far, and what will it take in terms of possibilities to hold the ceasefire?
Well, yes. So it's a stoppage for Indian side, a stoppage to military operations. Perhaps India has not yet used the word ceasefire. In fact, yesterday also at the press briefing, nowhere Foreign Secretary called it a ceasefire. The turning point of this Operation Sindoor was the time Pakistan attempted to hit 26 places, locations in India. Perhaps that became the turning point. And after which, India launched massive strikes, and 8 of the military installations, air bases of Pakistan were destroyed by the Indian armed forces. Perhaps the worst ever destruction faced by Pakistan in the history of two countries, where India had penetrated deep into the air bases like Saroda and Bhowali, and that, because what Pakistan did on 10th morning became a turning point. And when their air bases were hit, perhaps they decided to reach an understanding with India. And what they did, they called up Americans, and
Right.
they cried to Americans, perhaps to help them bring out of this situation. And after which, Secretary Rubio spoke to Minister Jaishankar. But at that time also, Kanksha, it is very important to highlight, Mr. Jaishankar told Secretary Rubio very categorically, very clearly, that if they will stop fire, we will stop fire. If they want to go off ramp, we will go off ramp. That was the message. So there is no mediation. Point number one, there is no assistance that India sought. There is no, one-to-one briefings which perhaps India gave to America, etc.,
Right.
etc., as being
Right.
reported by the Western media. And after which, when DGMO call was made, Pakistani DGMO called up
Sure.
Indian side, then only understanding was reached between the two countries.
All right, running short of time. I'm afraid we'll have to leave it at that. But thank you so much, Siddhant, for sharing all those details. Remember, at that very significant press conference that will be taking place at 6:30 p.m. roughly IST, we can expect more details to trickle in terms of how India has carried out Operation Sindoor on 2 critical nights. Remember, 7th of May, when we targeted those terror camps, and on the interim night of 9th and 10th of May. We'll learn a lot more about it. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we will keep bringing you all the latest information. Thank you so much for bestowing your trust in CNN News 18. It's a wrap from my end. Access details of why Pakistan's army, ISI and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like the scale or India's larger army, advanced S-400 systems, economic strength as well. Let's quickly bring in Siddhant Mishra of CNN News 18 to shed more light on the details that we are learning. Why the nuclear threats coming out of Pakistan? If you could shed more light, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, that Pakistan's nuclear threats against India reflect a mix of strategic desperation, domestic instability, and geopolitical posturing. Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mask systematic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare, and deter India retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like scale or India's large army, advanced S-400 systems, and economic strength. Nuclear threats act as a great equalizer, deterring India from exploiting this imbalance. Pakistan has developed short-range CNWs like Ghaznavi, Shaheen missiles to counter India's cold start doctrine. These missiles facilitate rapid conventional strikes by threatening battlefield nukes. Pakistan aims to restrict India's army options. Pakistan's economy, Akanksha, we all know, is in a free fall with a $7 billion IMF bailout failing to stabilize inflation and debt. The army establishment uses nuclear brinkmanship to rally nationalist sentiment and deflect blame. Baloch separatists and Tehrik-e-Taliban.
Access details of why Pakistan's army, ISI and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, and we get you all the latest that you need to know on the entire situation unfolding between India and Pakistan. Let's begin with a quick check of the headlines first up. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, while inaugurating BrahMos facility at Lucknow, has said that India's might was visible till Rawalpindi and not just limited to the border areas. Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds a key security meet with Tri-Services Chief and CDS at his residence earlier today. This comes after Pakistan violated ceasefire last evening. Defense sources indicate BrahMos was used against Pakistan. This after Indian armed forces in the press conference yesterday said that they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. Amid speculations of India using the BrahMos against Pakistan, a likely BrahMos discarded booster has been found in Rajasthan's Bikaner. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hails the likely use of BrahMos against Pakistan. He reiterated that future acts of terror will be considered as acts of war and hailed Prime Minister's strong action against Pakistan. After Pakistan violated ceasefire, Rahul Gandhi writes to the Prime Minister, demands a special session of Parliament. Rahul in his letter says it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor and ceasefire, first announced by US President Trump. Consequent to the ceasefire and airspace violations on the 9th of 10th and 11th May, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, reviewed the security situation with army commanders of the western borders. Indian Air Force has clarified that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing and a detailed briefing on their actions will be conducted in due time. CCTV footage of a Pakistani projectile targeting civilian population in India has been accessed. In this footage, a projectile hits a residential house in Rehari area of Jammu city. According to sources, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given clear directions to the armed forces. In the meeting, he is said to have said, "Wahan se goli chalegi, yahan se gola chalega." Let's get to the latest that we're tracking at this hour. Hours after United States President Donald Trump claimed credit for the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, Pakistan resorted to violation along the international border and even the LoC. Now, Foreign Secretary, while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in a strong manner. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also held a key security meet at his residence, which was attended by the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS. General Upendra Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff, has also reviewed security situation with army commanders on the western borders. On the other hand, even after Pakistan violating ceasefire, President Donald Trump again claims the credit for this arrangement and has also vowed to increase trade between both India and Pakistan. He has even gone on to say that US will try to help reach a solution for the Kashmir issue, which he once again reiterated has been going on for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, back home in India, there is speculation that India's indigenously produced BrahMos was used against Pakistan as a deterrent last night or yesterday. Defense Minister, in fact, inaugurated a BrahMos facility in Lucknow, his constituency, earlier today, and said that the BrahMos is a message to the Indian enemy.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई, जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की।
आतंकवाद के प्रति प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि कोई भी आतंकी घटना अब युद्ध जैसा होगा। और याद करना, आतंकवाद को जब तक हम पूरी तरह कुचलेंगे नहीं, तब तक समस्या का समाधान होगा भी नहीं। आतंकवाद कुत्ते की पूंछ है जो कभी सीधी होने वाली नहीं, जो प्यार की भाषा मानने वाली नहीं है। उसको उसकी भाषा में जवाब देने के लिए तैयार होगा। ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
Let's just break down the areas where Pakistan tried to violate the ceasefire within hours of its announcement last evening. So these, of course, included a lot of places across the LoC, but even beyond that as well. But certainly, as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, we had Srinagar, Udhampur, Rajouri, Samba, Jammu and Akhnur all reporting drones once again being fired from the Pakistani side. And of course, some were witnessed along the international border as well. But let me also tell you, more importantly, the action that India conducted yesterday. This was not in retaliation to the ceasefire, but earlier, when last night Pakistan was bombarding Indian western border once again. So these are the air bases of the Pakistani Air Force that were targeted in precision retaliation by the Indian Air Force, and the kind of damage that India managed to do is actually the biggest story right now, because it has evaporated certain contentions that both our neighbors and maybe even the world community had. So let's talk about the Noor Khan Air Base. This is supposed to be the most important air base of Pakistan. Noor Khan Air Base is the heavily guarded one from Pakistani. It's a VIP hub which is very heavily guarded. And strike here proves that even the best of fortified bases of Pakistan can be hit by India without them ever realizing, because there's absolutely nothing that the Pakistani armed forces or their ground support could do as far as even realizing that these missiles were about to hit them. Let's also talk about the Murid Air Base. This is the hub for their drone operations. So certainly extremely important that India hit this. Its fall also crippled Pakistan's drone strategy, which is why in this scenario, given what India and Pakistan were facing at the international border, in this scenario, what India was facing was a drone swarm attack with some missiles here and there. This Murid Air Base became extremely important for India to take out. But this was not it. There's also the Rafiki Air Base, which is home to the Chinese JF-17 and Mirage fighter jets. This is where it would really hurt the Pakistani pride and possibly some of their weapons suppliers as well. Its fall really gutted Pakistan's rapid response abilities. And it's really the shattering of this illusion that Pakistan was somehow equal to India, and not, in some cases they suggested it's better, but they thought that they would be able to match to India's prowess, both on the ground as far as the anti-missile, anti-drone defense is concerned, and in the skies. All of that was put paid by what happened as far as this story is concerned. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go across to that. CNN News 18's Manoj Gupta is getting us this exclusive input that Amrullah Saleh, the former Afghan premier, has decoded Operation Sindoor. The ex-vice president of Afghan compared both the operations of India and Pakistan. He spoke exclusively to CNN News 18, saying that India did not seek sympathy from the UNSC. The ceasefire saved Pakistan's skin. No flights were cancelled in India and no missile landed in Delhi. As opposed to, of course, damages that Pakistan has been left to lick their wounds with in major cities of theirs, including Rawalpindi, even Islamabad. Let me go across to my colleague Akansha Swaroop, also joining us with more on this. Everybody can see this, and of course, the Afghanis can see this. Pakistan tried very much to turn the Afghanis against Indians during their misinformation campaign, but everybody can see, the entire world can see that Pakistan didn't even see anything coming.
Absolutely, and most importantly, Shivani, Amrullah Saleh, who is the exiled Afghan president, has drawn comparisons between the Indian operation and the Pakistani operation, which they have called Operation Bunyan al-Marsoos. And he's gone on to say that he has seen very little or no visuals of that operation that the Pakistanis have conducted. And it's perhaps not even taken off the way it's being propagated by Pakistani media, also with the help of several Western publications. So what Amrullah Saleh is very rightly highlighting is that the first time India has shredded the notion that terrorists are separate from terrorist backers, which, as we all know, is the Pakistan Army and the ISI. And India has not just managed to destroy terror camps over there in Pakistan with Operation Sindoor, but also the backers, which is the Indian Army, as we all know. The interim night of 9th May and 10th of May has been very critical, a turning point where India targeted their air bases. The notion that certain powerful rogue officers of Pakistan state have authorized these terrorist attacks was also shredded. This is a new paradigm shift for Indian armed forces. Another type of deniability must be invented for, and that is what Pakistan is going to do and has already started. Now, as we all know, there was a battle going and a war being planned. And in the midst of the battle, Pakistan negotiated for this loan from the IMF, which surprisingly also approved. It matters most likely because Pakistan is not fit to finance a war, but has capabilities to engage in battles. The fact that their entire army launched that operation was to defend the terrorists, and that is a statement that also been reiterated by India's U.S. ambassador, Ambassador Vinay Quatra, who said that it is by fighting this entire battle, the Indian army, the Pakistan army has shown how they backed the terror camps. They didn't benefit from their adventure, though. Perhaps they wanted to humiliate India publicly. They seem to be mentally stuck even after 26/11. The size matters. Every inch of Pakistan was under reach, and India has already shown its offensive capabilities by being able to target in the deepest of enemy territory, which was evident from the attacks that of all of those air bases. The garrison town of Rawalpindi, as the heart of Pakistan's military and its best-known air base, was hit, which, as we all know, is the Noor Khan air base. Pakistan lost the monopoly over Islamic fatwa. The Indian ulema has already presented a fatwa of their own to their government. The religious dimension that Pakistan was also exploiting to earn sympathy from the Indian Muslims has also been ended. Deoband, as we all know, is located in India. So keeping secrets in a democratic society is next to impossible, but very leaked out of India, which shows enormous skills in adhering to principles of our own operational silence and public unity, which has been very, very effectively that's a message that's been sent out by India's Operation Sindoor over Pakistan.
All right, Akansha, I do appreciate you breaking down those details for us. We're getting some more breaking updates. Let's try and understand really what is going on, because right now there is a little bit of confusion, a fog of information as far as what really transpired. Ever since Donald Trump made that tweet last evening around just before 6 p.m., there's been a lot of confusion of what really happened behind the curtains, so to speak. But this is what the Indian government is telling us, that Operation Sindoor is not finished. It is ongoing. It hasn't concluded. It's clear that the Indian armed forces and the government will continue to maintain a very high level of vigil and will be in war position. It is only a stoppage of fighting right now, whatever has been agreed between India and Pakistan, but there is no stoppage as far as the preparedness is concerned. It's not as if that all the machines are being wound down. But the message from India is also very clear that agar wahan se goli chalegi, to yahan se gola chalega. Meaning the action is going to be precise, but it's going to inflict the kind of damage which is going to make the price much, much higher for Pakistan to pay. My colleague Siddhant is breaking this down for us. Siddhant, you know, it is important, these messages that are coming in from the Indian establishment, because the messaging since last evening has got a little muddled, right? The Indian government is saying one thing, we know Pakistan says what it says, but even the US is doing its own thing. And it's important to focus on what the Indian government is saying.
Well, yes, that's right. It's also important to understand that President Donald Trump was looking for a ceasefire in Europe, in West Asia. Perhaps he couldn't get ceasefire in those two areas. So, you know, the understanding which was reached yesterday between India and Pakistan, perhaps US President Donald Trump and Americans have been trying to steal away that credit. Perhaps, you know, it's kind of a credit that they are taking for making India and Pakistan reach an understanding. But the fact is, and this is very important to be highlighted, that yes, India was in touch with the United States. In fact, India also spoke to United States regarding the UNSC meeting, but this was before 25th of April, point number one. Point number two, there was a conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi when Prime Minister Modi was in Jeddah immediately after the Pahalgam terror attack to express solidarity, to extend support to India. So that conversation was in that context. Now, on 1st of May, Marco Rubio spoke to EM S. Jaishankar and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Perhaps at that time, EM S. Jaishankar made India's position very clear that India is going to hit the terror camp. The target is going to be terrorists in Pakistan, and perhaps India acted in the same direction. Now, this entire confusion came into public discourse after some of the Western medias, perhaps, which have been reporting half-truth about the developments. Now, we are putting out a full truth, perhaps the full story out for our viewers. So, J.D. Vance spoke to Prime Minister Modi on 9th May's night. And in fact, that conversation was off-ramping the tension between India and Pakistan. And at that point in time also, Prime Minister made his position very clear. If they will hit us, we will hit them even more harder, and it's going to be devastating for them. And on 10th morning, perhaps which became the turning point of Operation Sindoor, when Pakistanis attempted to strike 26 locations in India, perhaps India took it as a turning point of Operation Sindoor, and 8 of the key military installations, Air Force bases in Pakistan, which includes Saroda, Bhawali, and Rawalpindi. All these bases were targeted by Indian forces. The precision strikes were launched by the Indian side. And when these strikes were launched and Pakistanis got to know about them, especially the kind of destruction that these strikes have caused to the Pakistani armed forces, perhaps they went crying to Uncle Sam. They reached out to Americans. Perhaps then that was a call which was made by Asim Munir to Marco Rubio.
Yes.
In fact, pleading him for a relief, or perhaps complaining about India. Then Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar, and EMS Jaishankar's response was same, that if they will stop firing, we will stop firing. And perhaps the same reply which Prime Minister Modi gave to J.D. Vance on 9th May, before the turning point in Operation Sindoor. So India's
one thing
position
is clear,
has been
Siddhant, obviously
very
something transpired
consistent.
as far as US wanting to de-escalate this conflict is concerned. Fair enough. The problem only is that a lot of the international media is depending on Pakistani sources, which is in itself quite problematic. The American journalists should know more about the reliability of Pakistani sources than anybody else. Pakistan and its establishment was fooling the American government for many, many years. I mean, it's Donald Trump who is in his last term cut military aid to Pakistan because he found them unreliable. So international journalists who are quoting Pakistani sources to understand what happened, we leave it to your judgment. But Akash Sharma is also joining us. Akash, from the military point of view, where are we? Are we still maintaining the same vigil, the same positions as was the case before the announcement of the ceasefire, or in the way India has put it, stoppage of firing?
This time, it is going to be the strongest response, I'm told, Shivani. And it is also because, today, Indian Army Chief had a review, of the security situation. In fact, all, commanders were there in the meeting, and they were given clear instructions that if you are getting any sort of fire from the other side, you have to retaliate, not just in equivalent, but in in double or triple of the intensity. And this is how Indian Army has been working nowadays. We know about the ceasefire violation last night, Shivani. We know about it, and the thing that we don't know about is the sort of retaliation that they received. They are using artilleries. We are also using artilleries. They are using high caliber guns. We are also using high caliber guns, and message is quite clear. We won't disturb you. Initially, we won't initiate, but if you will do something, we will give a befitting reply. Also, as far as this current time is concerned, we know the Operation Sindoor is ongoing, which means that a lot of preparedness is there, operational readiness is there, and possibly because we have some important meeting tomorrow that is going to somewhere decide. In the meantime, if Pakistan will try some sort of misadventure, then it will be, in fact, a retaliation would be there, and it has been made quite clear. Now, in some time from now, Shivani, we are going to have this press conference by the Director General of the Military, Navy, and Air Force Operations, and all three, these 3-star officers are going to brief us about the sort of operation, the progress till now, and also what is the next course of action. Why it is important, Shivani? It is important because till now there is a lot of speculation on what actually happened, what happened last night. There were unconfirmed reports of in fact blasts, casualties, massive ceasefire violation on international border as well, and a number of things. while Indian Army in the midnight clarified that how initially there was violation, but then Pakistani army stopped and they did not violate the ceasefire. But then we need some sort of clarity on a number of aspects which are there in media. Now, in some time from now, we'll of course get the clarity. But the important thing is, of course, the meeting that is going to happen tomorrow. The important part is that we are not using the word ceasefire, and there are obvious reasons to understand this. We are calling it an understanding because these are two officers who had a word on the hotline, and in fact, on that particular call, it was mentioned that let's meet. Until then, let's stop the firing, let's stop the military action, because Pakistan was begging. Pakistan has received severe damages to the airbase stations. We know about several sort of military infrastructure, that they have received damages, and their air force is crippled. You have destroyed their runways. You have destroyed their facility where they are, parking their jets. You have destroyed their ammunition, storage. You have distracted their, a number of military infrastructure, and that's the reason why, this call was received initially. As Siddhant has been reporting, this call was, in fact, received at around 1 p.m. At that time, DGMO, the Lieutenant General Officer, here in the Indian military was busy. And that's the reason why at around 3 p.m., another call was there, and then the officers connected, and then the issue was discussed. It is quite clear that if we are going to talk about anything related to Kashmir, then it should be POJK, because there is one part that is still illegally occupied by you. And Indian government is quite clear that the conversation is going to happen. If it is going to happen around Kashmir, then POJK is the only issue that will be discussed. Now, it will be interesting to see as to how things will pan out tomorrow, given the fact that we are going to have this important meeting. But at this point in time, Shivani, in some time from now, we are going to have DGMO, DGNO, and in fact DGAO. All three officers from Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy, brief about the sort of operation that they have conducted, and also the other aspects of the operation.
Just stay with me, Akash. I also want to bring in Dhruv Katoch, defense expert, is joining us just to understand the significance of the DGMOs coming out and giving information at this stage, and what is it that they could possibly speak about? How much could they divulge? Because as the Indian government stands, Dhruv Katoch, the operation is ongoing. It hasn't ended. So what is your sense of what we could pick up in terms of information from this press conference?
Thank you, Shivani. When the DGMO speaks, there will be a great deal of clarity and accuracy. Whatever you hear from the DGMO will be 100% accurate. He may not reveal all the information, but whatever he states is verified. So you can take that as the gospel truth. It's straight from the Gita. It is correct, it is true, and it is factual. Regardless of anything else, there will be certain things which the DGMO will not like to reveal, especially as far as future plans are concerned, that no army will do. But of the operations which have already taken place, and some aspects of that, I think they may be spoken of. And especially as to the damages have been caused on the Pakistani side.
Exactly. Dhruv Katoch, I was going to come exactly to that, because, Pakistan's establishment, army, government, media is just going hammer and tongs, saying all kinds of nonsensical things with no shred of proof on their part. I think it is time that India also puts out information on what they have managed to do to Pakistan air bases.
Yeah, actually, there are two things that the DGMO is likely to do. One is that the false propaganda which has been given by Pakistan, especially in terms of destruction of, when they claim certain destruction has taken place inside India, I think he can debunk that very, very effectively with proof. And the second thing is, again, with proof, what has happened on the Pakistani side, especially to the airfields, to the radars, etc. That I think is the par for the course, and it is open source material. We've got that data, so revealing that is not revealing any secret, is not revealing any plan, but it will put faith to Pakistani propaganda. So I think it would be a good idea, and should they do it, to debunk the Pakistani narrative and to build the Indian narrative from now on.
Yes, and do you think they would give any details of the precise weaponry used? Because there's a lot of speculation of the BrahMos being used last night. Last night.
No, I don't think they're going to get into that, especially the BrahMos. You see, the BrahMos is actually a strategic weapon. Of course, it is not nuclear tipped, so that it is out. But the point is, it can be nuclear tipped. And firing a BrahMos sends a very strong strategic signal, regardless of anything else. So, in my view, perhaps the BrahMos aspect may not be spoken of. But then, if they feel, I mean, there's nothing off limits, very frankly.
Yes.
Should he wish to do so, and the government feels he should, well, even that can be done. So I don't think that is a problem.
It's just about how willing India is to push the Pakistani narrative and actually just, set the narrative in the international media also correct to not mess with India any further. And if they thought Pakistan is going to be some sort of a lackey that is going to be an albatross around India's neck, then maybe time has come that India is not going to work or function like that. Dhruv Katoch, I do thank you for joining us with your inputs. But let me just put into perspective exactly what is going on. What is happening right now between India and Pakistan? It's a strategic pause. It's different than what a lot of media may be trying to project to you. It's not a peace agreement. It is just a strategic flexibility, especially on India's part, to decipher how Pakistan is going to react. And Pakistan initiated this truce. Let no one fool you. India had the upper hand, both as far as the narrative and the negotiation is concerned. India's defense might clearly has been presented to be far, far more superior, both on ground and in the sky. Superior munitions, pummeling Pakistan defense infra. It is a clear message to Pakistan against any future misadventures. Remember, the most important tool that India had was the Indus Water Treaty. That standoff is not going anywhere else. Treaty is still going to be in abeyance. Nobody's really even talking about it. Nobody's trying to put any pressure on India, publicly at least, to rethink this. It allows India to maintain pressure on Pak when it comes to water. And it's that 360-degree approach that is really what India is going for. Pakistan's economic stress, which is already quite a bit, is going to be furthered, not just with the water technique, but also, of course, with other pressures that India is putting. Some speculation is there that Pakistan was threatened to de-escalate because its bailout from the IMF, which was approved only a few hours before it sent another drone swarm against India, including the Fateh 2 missile, was put as a condition. It was threatened that that bailout will not materialize if it does not stand down. Pak insiders are also confessing that their military is much thinner than India. Already their air defense systems or their strategic strike weaponry has come under question. Now, cross-border terror is the fundamental issue here, and India continues to keep its uncompromising stance on that. Any acts of terror in the future will be considered an act of war. No more warnings that will be given to Pakistan. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. India is all set to send a team to the United Nations Security Council with the latest evidence of Pakistan's complicity with terrorism. Next week, the UNSCR 1267 Sanctions Committee is all set to meet, and sources are indicating to us that India will send a team there, will put pressure on Pakistan's complicity. There are two aspects here, of course. Pakistan's complicity in the original provocation, which is the Pahalgam attack. And then, of course, everything that it tried to do after India struck only terror camps. It tried to strike India's military. So all of those evidences can be presented in the International UNSC Court. Let's go across to my colleague, Siddhant, with more on that. Siddhant, what more are you learning?
Well, yes, that's right. Indian teams will be going and perhaps they will present evidence against Pakistan. And in fact, at this point in time, I would also like to highlight that in the past also, India has twice given evidence to UNSC's 1267 committee regarding the terror group TRF and how TRF is directly linked to Pakistan's deep state, military establishment, and how TRF is, through TRF, Pakistan does proxy warfare in India. So, at a diplomatic level, in fact, Shivani, from day one, India's plan is to throttle Pakistan economically, and also to make sure that Pakistan is brought back to the FATF grey list, and also the terror groups, the proxy groups that Pakistan uses against India, perhaps to do terror strikes in India, should become the part of 1267 UNSC committee. And for the same reason, we have been told that this meeting is next week, and Indian side will go and they are going to present their case that how Pakistan is involved in cross-border terrorism.
But Siddhant, I have to ask you this, because a lot of our viewers would have this question on their mind. Does it serve any purpose? What is the historical action that the UNSC, this 1267 committee, has ever taken on Pakistan? How much are they going to be able to do? How much do they want to do?
Well, absolutely, Shivani. This is a very, very pertinent question. And in fact, there's a lot of frustration also, Shivani, in India, that why India could not block Pakistan in IMF, the bailout in IMF, why the banned organizations like TRF, there is no action from UNSC, and in fact, why India is not able to bring Pakistan back to the FATF grey list. Perhaps, this is a very long process, Shivani, and especially, there are countries which still back Pakistan openly, and there is no point of naming those countries. And in fact, with their support, Pakistan each time around manages to slip out of FATF grey list, or perhaps stops the sanction on terrorists, or get a bailout from IMF. But the fact is that in last 1 decade or so, perhaps India has managed to build a narrative against Pakistan, Shivani, and this you have to give it to Indian diplomacy. Perhaps a small example that I would like to give to you at this point in time, Shivani. In fact, after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Western journalists this time asked tough questions to the ministers and officials of Pakistan. In fact, you go across all the international TV networks, and you will find that these Western journalists who once used to side with Pakistan, or used to buy Pakistan's narrative, have perhaps started believing that Pakistan is a terrorist state, and now they question Pakistan establishment, their ministers, their officials. So all this is because of the excessive and perhaps diplomacy that India has put in place in last 1 decade. So there is a global anger against Pakistan. There is a global support to India against Pakistan. But indeed, as far as international institutions are concerned, their rules are set long back in 1960s, 1970s, and perhaps it requires changes, it requires reforms, and perhaps that is something which India has been demanding for a long time, Shivani. And the most bizarre example is that how a terror state, Pakistan, is a non-permanent member in UNSC, and perhaps was also given a platform by UNSC to do a briefing to the member state. And that is the reason that India demands reforms at the international institutions, so that the terror states like Pakistan should not misuse them against India.
Well, a lot that's still desired as far as this front is concerned. Onus is on these bodies to safeguard their reputations if they care anymore. But Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. I have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more news and updates that we're tracking.
News18.com marches way ahead of the Times of India with 38% more users on native and social platforms. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the Times. CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense. Stay ahead with News18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News18 app. Scan and download the News18 app now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to it.
Welcome back. Tracking some more updates coming in. Remember, there's been an attempt, certainly from America under President Donald Trump, to internationalize the Kashmir issue once again. Offer of mediation is one thing, but to put it out so publicly, what he did yesterday and earlier today is another. But Indian government is sending a very stern message that they have a very clear position on Kashmir. There is only one matter left, which is the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to India. There is nothing else to talk about. If they want to talk about handing over terrorists, then India will be on the table. Otherwise, there's absolutely no scope for any mediation. That is something that has been made absolutely clear. So this update is coming in even as there have been attempts, not just by usual suspects, but even America this time, to put it out in public domain that they are going to try and mediate. In fact, Secretary of State Rubio's tweet yesterday even claimed that India and Pakistan have agreed for talks on a broad range of issues at a neutral venue. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Nothing could be farther from the Indian stated policy that terror and talks will not go hand in hand. India is still awaiting any reasonable action that Pakistan has taken on terror factories inside its soil. And without that, there cannot be any furtherance of this dialogue. And even if a dialogue was to take place, it has to be between India and Pakistan. There will be no third-party mediation that India has ever accepted, not even from international bodies. My colleague Siddhant is also continuing to be with us for more on this. You know, it's really unfortunate, Siddhant, that India is having to reiterate this. But this is because of the information mess, I'm sorry to call it that Donald Trump and his administration has created yesterday and today.
You know, the problem here is that that the American administration, the new American administration, has been looking for a ceasefire, the deal, we call, you know, from a very long time, and they couldn't manage to get it in Europe, they couldn't manage to get it in West Asia. So they suddenly saw this opportunity coming from South Asia after what happened between India and Pakistan. So, you know, they were speaking to Pakistanis. In fact, Pakistanis sought their help, assistance. But, and in fact, the time the deal was reached between... Hello?
All right. Let me go across to my colleague Akash also, who's continuing to be with us. Akash, one more reiteration of the Indian stance. It obviously doesn't come as any surprise to us. But there is a shocking level of illiteracy that the Americans are displaying as far as the Kashmir issue is concerned. You know, Donald Trump keeps saying this is a 1,000-year-old matter. He thinks that, you know, Kashmir is some sort of a dispute that you can mediate about. I don't know if he's doing this for public posturing or there is seriously a lack of understanding here.
Yes, exactly. This shows your knowledge of the sort of dispute that you are planning to mediate. And this is the reason why it has been made very clear that it's a bilateral issue, and we won't allow any other country to dictate us or mediate for that matter. It is an issue between India and Pakistan, and both the countries are capable enough to discuss it. And that's the reason why it has been made amply clear that, in fact, the fact that, as far as India and Pakistan are concerned, as far as Kashmir is concerned, so POJK is the only agenda, and it will only be discussed. Now, you were talking about the 1267 Sanctions Committee, Shivani, and I was hearing to that. Why, this is important is also because we have been seeing a change in design. Straight from 2022, if I'm not wrong, 2021 and 2022, what we have noticed, especially after Galwan clash, that, in Jammu and in Kashmir, three offshoots and 3 fronts were created. And these fronts, design was such, they were using social media, they were using different platforms like Telegram, like Twitter, like Signal, and all of these platforms were used to showcase that somewhere Indian army is harassing people here in Jammu and Kashmir, and which is beyond the truth, because we have seen that how Indian army is deployed, at the border. As far as hinterland is concerned, so there is a minimal deployment, and that too is of mainly paramilitary forces. Now, using these social media handles, first they have started creating the narratives, and then these groups where the individuals are getting instructions from their Akas, sitting there across the border, and these Akas are the same individuals who are somewhere associated with the groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and others. Now, when these groups are operating, so they are somewhere trying to depict that we are the local citizens and civilians from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and we are somewhere, being harassed by the Indian Army or Indian forces, and that's why, because of the sort of harassment we are facing, we have seen and opted this sort of approach. Now, in 2023, we have seen a number of attacks on Indian Army. Or, in fact, you must be remembering the Riyasi attack on the individuals who were going to Vaishno Devi. That was on civilians in July 2024. And in 2024 itself, we have seen, attacks in Kashmir as well. So it has been happening. From 2014, when Modi and Narendra Modi first came to power, in fact, from there, from that particular point, the message was loud and clear that we won't tolerate terrorism or the related activities in the valley. We have seen abrogation of Article 370, and since then, Valley was peaceful at least. We have seen the peaceful elections as well, and after elections, we saw, that how they are again, targeting Kashmir. Now, in this particular case, in Pahalgam case, Shivani, want to highlight very important update. Soon after the attack, TRF, that is the Resistance Front, an offshoot of Lashkar, came out in public with a long press release saying that we were the one who carried out this attack. We take the responsibility of this attack, and this has happened because of this reason, that reason, and other things were there. Okay. Now, when they saw that high-level meetings are happening, and there is a visible anger, and security forces are looking for in fact carrying out the search operation, and will not be sparing anyone who was behind this particular attack. And at that time, once again, a statement was released, and it was said that it was because of a mistake, our account was hacked, and
yes, absolutely.
Everything else.
Now, all of that, of course, has not really whitewashed any of the activities of these groups or of their eventual handlers in Pakistan, because Pakistan minister was on record to say that we worked to get that reference out of UNSC. More updates now coming in. We are learning that the BLA, which is the Baloch Liberation Army, has issued a statement coming out in support of India, and the BLA is asserting its independence, denying being a proxy of India. It has urged India and the world to recognize Pakistan as a terror state due to its nuclear-armed military establishment and ISI-backed terror networks as well. This is information accessed by my colleague Manoj Gupta, who's bringing us more on the BLHA's approach. BLA has proposed military collaboration, offering to open a western front for Pakistan if India decides to take decisive action. My colleague Akansha is joining us to break this down further. Akansha, how do you read this?
Shivani, in the press release that's been sent out by the BLA, which is titled "A New Order Has Become Inevitable in the Region," that goes on to indicate how destabilized Pakistan is. In fact, the BLA says that at a time when Pakistan, frustrated by its failed military policies and diplomatic isolation, is shouting slogans of traditional deception and false peace, we want to deliver a very clear and unambiguous message to India. Every talk of peace, ceasefire, and brotherhood from Pakistan is merely a deception, a war tactic, and a temporary ruse. The history of the state has been written with patronage of broken promises, backstabbing, and terrorism. This is a state whose hands are stained with blood and whose every promise is soaked in it. We tell India and other states of the region that the time has passed to believe in Pakistan's promises. Now is the time for the subcontinent and the world to take decisive action against this terror state. Pakistan has not only been a breeding ground for global terrorists, but also a center for the state-sponsored development of deadly terrorist groups like Lashkar, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and ISIS. So the BLA is in fact quoting them. And in fact, it also goes on to say that we assure India that if it makes the final decision to eliminate terrorist states of Pakistan, Baloch Liberation Army, along with the center, along with the entire nation, is ready to attack from western border. We will not only welcome this decision, but will become its practical and military arm, is what the BLA is proposing. They're saying that we are ready to surround Pakistan from both eastern and western fronts and are eager to drown this menace in its own blood. So that open is the offer from the BLA. But as our security affairs editor Manoj Gupta is also putting out the information he's gathering from the top Indian government sources, that India will not endorse the BLA to maintain diplomatic high ground, and India, while contrary to what Pakistan is doing in Kashmir, India adheres to its own policy of non-interference in internal matters of other nations. And so what Indian government sources are saying, that we will continue to focus on dismantling cross-border terror infrastructure like Operation Sindoor, also emphasizing bilateral or multilateral solutions. We want to highlight Pakistan's terror links at global forums like the UN, FATF, using BLA statement as evidence of Pakistan's own internal instability. Definitely, we will have concerns about Pakistan's nuclear security at platforms like NSG by using the BLA's warning about army controls of nukes. We have concerns for Baloch human rights violations as well, like enforced disappearances. And so the BLA statement has exposed Pakistan's fragility, and India's reaction to it is also showing our own belief in our diplomatic channels. And that is the information that we are putting out there right now.
Thank you so much, Akansha, for breaking that down for us. Time for a very short break. More news and updates will come in just a bit.
News18.com marches way ahead of the Times of India with 38% more users on native and social platforms. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the Times. CNN-News18, the #1 English news channel for 3 years running, brings its credible brand of journalism to connected television. We thank our partners, media and carrier ACs, for being with us on this exciting journey, connecting brands with an engaged cohort and delivering a seamless ad experience with incredible stickiness on CTV and digital connected devices. CNN-News18 makes sense.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Access details.
जैसलमेर में देर रात
तकरीबन 6 धमाके हुए और वो भी तकरीबन आधे घंटे के अंतराल के अंदर। अभी इस वक्त शांति है। कल जैसलमेर का पूरा बाजार बंद था, अब धीरे धीरे खुलना शुरू हुआ है। यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि जैसलमेर फोर्ट के आसपास अभी इस वक्त लोग नजर आ रहे हैं और लोगों के अंदर क्या सोचते हैं वो इस वक्त आप बताइए कि रात को जिस तरीके से धमाके हुए थे डर लगा?
डर तो लगा ही, क्योंकि जिस तरह से शाम को 6 बजे जैसे न्यूज आई कि युद्ध विराम होने वाला है और सीज फायर होने वाला है, तो लोगों को थोड़ी राहत।
सीज फायर तो हो ही गया था,
घोषणा हो गई थी, तो लोगों को थोड़ा राहत मिल गया था। फिर उसके बाद रात को वापस जब धमाके हुए तो लोग वापस दहशत में आ गए। और ये पाकिस्तान की आज की नहीं, पहले की भी यही हरकत है उनकी। जब भी कोई ऐसी चर्चा होती है या कोई समझौता होता है, ये उसका उल्लंघन जरूर करते हैं।
आपको क्या लगता है कि ये पाकिस्तान पे भरोसा किया जा सकता?
नहीं किया जा सकता भाई साहब, बिल्कुल नहीं। इस पे विश्वास करने का मतलब विश्वासघात है। ये बदमाशी करेगा कभी भी। अब मोदी जी को चाहिए कि इसको पूरा करके ही दम लेवे।
इसका फायदा नहीं है,
फायदा इस चीज कोई मतलब ही नहीं है साहब। वो बोलता है क्या, करता है क्या। उसने सीज फायर किया, अमेरिका ने कहा यस ओके सब माने, लेकिन वापिस उसने रात को 6-7 बजे के बाद में जो है जैसलमेर, पोखरण और अन्य जगहों पे जो है बमबारी की है इसने। तो इनके लिए तो सुधार कार्य इनको ठोक के ही करना पड़ेगा जी, बस यही है हमारी इच्छा।
आपको क्या लगता है जो जब धमाके हुए थे कल, जब से सीज फायर की घोषणा हो गई, लगा हुआ कि अब शांति होगी, फिर धमाके हुए, डर मन में,
दहशत तो भाई साहब नहीं है। हमें हमारी पूरी डिफेंस सिस्टम पे, एयर डिफेंस पे पूरी तरह भरोसा है। और जब इस बॉर्डर पे बैठे हैं तो फिर डर और दहशत का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता। जो होगा देखा जाएगा। बट ये तो पूर्ण तरह से निश्चिंत था कि वो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन करेगा ही करेगा, उसकी फितरत में है। उन्होंने पहले भी ये चीज़ कर चुके हैं और ये फिर से वो कल दोहरा दी। तो तकरीबन यहाँ पे आप देख लीजिए कि 9 से लेके 11 बजे के करीबन यहाँ पे बाड़मेर में, जैसलमेर में 4-5 धमाके, ड्रोनों की आवाज़ और वो सब यहाँ पे सुनाई दी। और इस तरह उन्होंने सीज फायर का पूर्ण से उल्लंघन किया। और एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम का, इस भारतीय सेना को हम सैल्यूट करते हैं जिन्होंने हमारी पूरी रक्षा के लिए तत्पर है। और उनके लिए भी हम पूरी तरह तत्पर है। जैसलमेर का हर एक वासी, हर एक बरिंदा जो वो चाहे सेना के लिए करने को तैयार है।
भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट के बाद अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, जम्मू सिटी की बात करें, तो कल शाम से यहाँ कोई भी न तो कोई धमाका सुनने को मिला, ना कोई ड्रोन उस हिसाब से दिखे, और ना ही यहाँ पे कोई ब्लैक आउट हुआ है। और आज सुबह से नॉर्मल लाइफ यहाँ पे अभी तक हो रही है, पूरी शांति बनी हुई। अगर हम जम्मू की बात करें, और इस जम्मू की अगर हम बात करें तो थोड़ा मैं तस्वीर दिखाना चाहता हूँ। ये बिजी जीवल चौक एरिया है और इस जीवल चौक में सुबह सुबह का टाइम है, संडे है, इसलिए लोग कम दिखेंगे आपको। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात है कि दुकान जो है, दुकानदार जो है, दुकानें सब खोल के बैठे हैं। अब कस्टमर्स का इंतज़ार हो रहा है, लोग भी अपनी आवाजाही में मस्त हैं। दुकानदार सुबह से ही अगर आप देखें तो दुकानदारों ने दुकानें खोलना शुरू कर दी हैं जम्मू के हर एक बाज़ार में। और पूरी तस्वीर भी दिखा देंगे कि जो कस्टमर है वो भी अब यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं अपनी ज़रूरत ज़िंदगी जो चीज़ें हैं वो लेने के लिए। ये माहौल कल नहीं था, परसों नहीं था, यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा खौफ था। लेकिन अब जब कि सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, हालांकि जम्मू के जो सटे आईबी इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के इलाके हैं वहाँ पे फायरिंग कल शाम को हुई, लेकिन जम्मू सिटी में नॉर्मल लाइफ रही। और इसी को देखते हुए लोग उसी का फ़ायदा उठा के अब जो दुकानदार हैं, लोग हैं, वो दुकानदार अपनी दुकानें खोल रहे हैं लोग, और लोग जो है वो अपनी ज़िंदगी में मसरूफ़ हो गए हैं। जी, आपका नाम?
जी, कमलेश कुमार।
अब आपने आज दुकान खोल दी?
जी जी हाँ, खोल लिया। ठीक है, सुना है आपकी ठीक हो गया था, आपसे खोल ली।
पिछले 3 दिन से तो दुकान बंद?
नहीं, कम ही था काम। तो फिर जैसे सिचुएशन ऐसी थी तो ऐसे शोरता था ही। अब ऐसे है कि अब नॉर्मल लग रहा है, सब ठीक है। तो वैसे पहले दहशत तो थी कि कभी हुआ भी जहाँ जम्मू में काफ़ी थोड़े बहुत काफ़ी जगह वो हाँ दहशत थी, वो पड़े थोड़े शेल वगैरह, तो नुकसान भी हुआ थोड़ा सा। तो इसलिए फिर थी दहशत, पर अब ठीक है, फर्स्ट क्लास। अब तो ठीक है, नॉर्मल लग रहा है सब, इसलिए
आप होप करते हैं कि ये शांति आगे भी बनी रहे?
नहीं, शांति बनी रहे, पर हम अपनी शर्तों में शांति बनाए। आप
details of why Pakistan's army, ISI, and leadership are threatening India with nuclear weapons. In inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, we are learning that Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mark their own systemic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare, and deter Indian retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority, like the scale or India's larger army, advanced S-400 systems, economic strength as well. Let's quickly bring in Siddhant Mishra of CNN-News18 to shed more light on the details that we are learning. Why the nuclear threats coming out of Pakistan? If you could shed more light, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. In fact, this is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, that Pakistan's nuclear threats against India reflect a mix of strategic desperation, domestic instability, and geopolitical posturing. Pakistan's nuclear threats are a calculated but risky strategy to mask systematic weaknesses, sustain proxy warfare, and deter India's retaliation. Pakistan's army lacks India's conventional superiority like scale or India's large army, advanced S-400 systems, and economic strength. Nuclear threats act as a great equalizer, deterring India from exploiting this imbalance. Pakistan has developed short-range CNWs like Ghaznavi, Shaheen missiles to counter India's cold start doctrine. These missiles facilitate rapid conventional strikes by threatening battlefield nukes. Pakistan aims to restrict India's army options. Pakistan's economy, Akanksha, we all know, is in a free fall with a $7 billion IMF bailout failing to stabilize inflation and debt. The army establishment uses nuclear brinkmanship to rally nationalist sentiment.
Thanks a lot for staying with us this evening. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's take a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, while inaugurating BrahMos facility in Lucknow, says India's might was visible till Rawalpindi and not just the border areas. PM holds a key security meet with Tri-Services Chief and CDS at his residence earlier today. This after Pakistan violated ceasefire last evening. Defense sources indicate BrahMos was used against Pakistan. This after Indian Armed Forces in the press conference yesterday said they used a variety of precision air-launched weapons. Amid speculations of India using the BrahMos against Pakistan, a likely BrahMos discarded booster has been found in Rajasthan's Bikaner. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hails likely BrahMos use against Pakistan, reiterates that future acts of terror will be considered an act of war. After Pakistan violated ceasefire, Rahul Gandhi writes to the Prime Minister demanding a special session of Parliament. He says it's crucial for the people and their representatives to discuss Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and the ceasefire first announced by US President Trump. Consequent to the ceasefire and airspace violations on the night of May 10 and 11, General Upendra Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff, reviewed security situation with army commanders of western borders. Indian Air Force has clarified that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing and a detailed briefing will be conducted in due course. Top sources tell CNN-News18 that India will send a team to the United Nations Security Council with latest evidence of Pakistan's complicity with terrorism. According to top sources, Indian government is firm on its position that terrorism and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India has made it clear that if Pakistan is ready to hand over terrorists, only then can India come for any dialogues. Hours after United States President Donald Trump first took credit for the ceasefire brokered between India and Pakistan, Pakistan resorted to its violation along the international border and the line of control. Foreign Secretary while addressing the ceasefire violation, has said that the armed forces have been given a free hand to retaliate in a strong manner. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, held a key security meet at his residence earlier today. General Upendra Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff, has also reviewed security situation with army commanders of western border. On the other hand, even after Pakistan violated this ceasefire, President Donald Trump has again said that he vows to increase trade between India and Pakistan. He even said that US will help reach a solution for the Kashmir issue.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की।
So the message there is absolutely clear that India will not end or stop at any level if Pakistan continues to provoke it. And of course, as far as the damage that the Indian Air Force and others have managed to cause to key installations in Pakistan is concerned, the difference is between the capabilities of two countries is day and night. That is the reminder that possibly could come from the DGMO press conference of the Tri-Services as well, which is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. later this evening in just about half an hour's time from now. And there in that press briefing, we could possibly get some more details of the action that was taken at the military level from all tri-services, but also of the damages possibly caused on the other side. Let me go across to our guest joining us. Prabhu Dayal is former diplomat, Colonel Rohit Dev, defense expert, and Wing Commander Sudhakaran, former Indian Air Force and defense expert, also joining us. Wing Commander, I'm coming to you first up. Your expectations of how much the DGMOs will be willing to reveal today?
See, it is wrong for us to expect, I think this fetish for news has to end. Please, for God's sake, we need to understand we are amidst a war. Some information, over-information, under-information, both could create havoc. Case in point, if you ask me, imagine if the first day, when those 400, 500 drones had come, and assume that even 10% of that had caused some damage, it would have wreaked havoc in the stock market. You'd have lost more than 10,000 points for nothing. And what would you do with this information?
Because it ends speculation. Once again, Wing Commander, I understand where you're coming from. But in an information vacuum, what happens is that speculation thrives. So we want to know from our government what we can or cannot say. I don't think that's an unfair expectation.
See, this is not about being fair or unfair. This is about being what is required. See, in military, what we are taught is information is always on a need-to basis and served just in time.
No, so that's why I'm saying, no, that's why I'm asking the question. The DGMOs have decided to do a press conference, right? So I'm just asking, what do you think this press conference could reveal? There is obviously a purpose behind holding the press conference in the first place.
So if I would have known it, I would have shared it, right? You want me to speculate on national TV. I don't want to do that. You ask me for my technical opinion or an expert opinion, I can do that. I would avoid speculating. I don't want to tell what DGMO is going to tell. Then otherwise, they'd have asked me to tell if I would have already.
I'm not asking for specifics. I'm just saying that the fact that they are holding a press conference certainly is for a reason, which is to tell the Indian public more about this operation. I don't think it could be about anything else.
I would see it as an update. It is not, I don't think they're going to reveal anything specific, right? It is just going to be an update. See, these things come periodically. It is just to keep the people engaged. I told you, information is on two concepts, which is need to know and just in time. So whatever they consider is appropriate, they would share it.
Okay.
Right?
So Colonel Rohit Dev, I'll bring you on the same subject because we are counting down the minutes as far as this press conference is concerned. What is happening right now, and we've seen this play out both last evening, through the night and this morning, because of what happened with the whole ceasefire announcement, and it just, kind of blew up in the manner that it did. not from the Indian side, but certainly from the American and the Pakistani side. What has happened is that, it has left everyone wanting to know exactly where India stands. And hopefully that clarification would come.
Totally, Shivani. So let me extrapolate from what we already know. There have been a few press conferences where the MEA, the diplomatic channel and the military channel through two lady officers have been able to convey what was happening in Sindoor. It's not a hidden fact. It's there on the table for the world to see. And they have talked about not only the intent of our country and the will, they've also talked about measured targeting and even showed videos and photographs and footage, and that has been released. What has happened since then is that there was a ceasefire call, and that ceasefire call was finally between the two DJMOs, about which the secretary at the MEA briefed the country yesterday, and thereafter there was a violation from the Pakistani side.